immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
Welcome to day number 2 of the main event of the International 10. We are indeed in Bucharest, Romania. You can see the national arena before your very eyes. And we are here to see who can make it through to the top 6 as we continue the upper bracket. And of course, we're going to be saying goodbye to some teams as well as we head to the best of 3s in the lower bracket. My name is Frankie Ward. I've got Aoi, I've got Jenkins and Tsunami joining me here today. And you know what? Around the world, we're in different time zones. Of course, if you're in the East, it's in the evening, so good evening to you. If you're in the UK, like some of my friends and family, good morning, have some coffee, it's all going to be okay. You know why it's going to be okay? Because Jenkins is going to give you a fun fact to start your day. Jenkins.
Birds, an individual bird can be replaced by 3 bees.
I said facts, and it's okay. Don't worry.
Do you want a Dota fact?
If you aren't quite awake yet, just imagine that was a dream. Do I want a Dota fact? Mm-hmm. Can you give me a Dota fact that's actually true and understandable?
I can. Heartstopper aura goes entirely through damage reduction, so Necro counters Ursa.
It's like I'm back in school again, and I'm trying to do algebra.
I'll be here all week.
I'm enjoying it. I love that you guys are on the desk today. Tsunami, how did you find day 1 of the main event?
Still a little mind melded by this whole bird-bee theory.
Okay, don't get me into it. I'm going to get fired. Don't.
We get told about the birds and the bees at school. Like, it's quite outdated. I think Jenkins is just doing a spin on it.
Nice.
Aoi, you've been to quite a few internationals now as a player. 5 internationals. So tell me, what do you think of the quality of the teams this year?
In this international, I think as time goes on, teams just get better at Dota. You studied our teams more, you have more accumulated knowledge. But this TI in particular, I think, even though, like, for example, like Thunder Predator, they didn't have the best showing, I think the Dota that they showed was actually pretty good. And, I mean, look at the teams we have today for our first match. Like, they're looking absolutely outstanding.
It's incredibly exciting that we get to start off the day with PSG LGD versus T1. But you know what? Let's take a look at the bracket and remind ourselves of the action that happened yesterday. Because, my word, there was a lot of it. So you can see there the bracket overview, but we're going to bring up the upper bracket first so we can see it in more detail. The 2 teams that made it through the upper bracket yesterday, Invictus Gaming and Team Secret, they are now guaranteed top 6. But which of those teams look like the hotter team to you? Tsunami?
Are you talking about the winners, or are you talking about today?
I'm talking about these 2 winners, IG and Team Secret.
My prediction was Secret, and I'm still looking good. The top half of my bracket looked solid in my predictions. The bottom half, this thing's all over the place. I did have Spirit moving down, and then I had Undying moving forward. But it seems that of the North Americans to prevail, Undying was unfortunately the one to come short. And of the Chinese teams to prevail, the Upper Division 1 did well. We're going to see if the other Upper Division 1 does well, but Aster and Elephant unfortunately eliminated, and we're starting to thin the herd. South America also has now been fully eliminated, so not only are we finding out which teams are going to prevail, but finding out the regions as well. I think that's something that China specifically is very, very adamant about proving after the East-West rivalry kind of died down with OG just running a train on everything.
Aoi, have you spoken to any of the guys from Undying since their elimination?
I have not.
Okay. Maybe send them a little text. You're friends with them. You used to play with half of them.
After you lose TI, I think, I mean, for me...
After you lose TI, you're dead to Aoi. Is that what you're saying?
When I lose TI, I want to sit in my room for a bit and not talk to anyone.
Okay. And listen to Simon and Garfunkel, Hello Darkness, my old
And they have
friend.
a good support structure of Fabi and Dubu. And I'll see them. I'll see them around.
And for you, Jenkins, were there any teams that you were particularly rooting for yesterday? Quincy Crew, for example?
Yeah, you know, Quincy Crew, definitely, you know, North American. We got, you know, EG still in. I actually thought Undying was going to go through, and Quincy Crew was, like, I thought there was going to be a flipperoo happening there.
Yeah.
But we do actually still have South America in
True.
we got
Leslau.
Leslau
still
so
repping.
that's the team. Now NASA kind of gets to come together
Classic.
and root for Quincy Crew.
Oh, and we can root for Southeast Asia. Also, we got Abed and Isai Sais in North America. We've got Europeans
True.
galore.
We've got everybody.
We've got
We're
everybody.
a melting pot.
We need Chinese players though, and then we can fully assimilate. But for right now, I think LGD is just kind of carrying the torch with IG.
I was going to say IG and LGD, they look pretty hot potentially for a top 4, if not a top 2 finish right now. You know what though, boys? Right now, I'm trying to root for myself because yesterday we started opening the Crimson Witness drop. So if you bought a ticket for TI10, you can still get your Crimson Witness drops. Head to dota2.com/Crimson Witness and register there for your chance to get a drop when First Blood happens in each match. And I haven't got one yet. I haven't got one yet. I'm really hoping one of the kind members of the Dota talent team will maybe gift me one.
I got 3.
Exactly, one of the kind members of the Dota 2 team will gift me one if I don't get one.
What the?
The bourgeoisie.
Honestly. Anyway,
My goodness,
listen,
you've changed.
We're going to have a discussion. I'm going to offer some money. And while I do that, we are going to take a look back at the action from day 1 of the main event.
Welcome to the International.
Oh, Emo just straight in. Jumps in. He's getting decimated, but there's a save from Ollie for now. But no, there's too much damage to withstand. He does not have buyback.
Oh, the
JT
spear.
is next on the list. Double kill for Yotaro. As it looks like Flyfly with the BKB will get out of dodge, but a triple kill now for the Morphling. And nice Arena from Collapse. They find Flyfly. This will be an enormous kill. He turns to the Monkey King for just a moment. Ultra kill Yotaro. What a turnaround from Team Spirit. And make it a rampage. Yotaro continuing to hit the Ancient. They might be backing up though. Nope, he popped the BKB. Going back in with the Alacrity. Going for the Ancient. Will they be able to get this Yotaro? Trying to get bursted down. They're going to get it. Team Spirit. Unbelievable turnaround. Holy Gator. Looks like he'll finish him off with the Shikuchi. JT in the meantime, look at this damage coming out. The Mortimer's Kisses. JT better be careful. He ping pulls himself. Potential safety cinder. It's going to be close.
Oh, the
He's
big
actually
pull.
going to live. Big pull MVP again.
He still does.
Never mind. Pink pull made no wait for it.
He's
They baited him with pink pull. Cinderin in minute. But, all right, phase shift.
Good shift.
Staying alive. Gets off the coil. Loser Orc to the other side as well. And now his teammates have come. Yotaro. All right, we're going to see the Han coming. That's the Omni Slash. Is bouncing on all the illusions, though, but they'll find the Mars in the end. But Collapse is dead. Karaka Tokyo is dead. And Team Spirit crumbling here. Mira not able to TP out. Double kill for Flyfly. Doesn't have TP for the 20 seconds. He's just going to farm some creeps. Can't blame him.
He's going to get a jump in. They are able to get the spear off. Do they have the damage? Sunshine coming down, but he's just there with the Remnants. Matthew, he's got too much HP. They can't burst through it. Buyback comes out for Johnson, but Saxon will fall. They're sort of looking to try and fight this, but it's going to be so hard. No tell. Shackle jumps him over Matthew. He's going to move over on Seth. Seth gets the move on Scamano. Oh,
The OP.
inside. He's caught the two of them. Seth goes down. Surveil falls as well. Saxon surrounded by Secret. As everybody dead on OG. 19-2 here. We're just 17 minutes in.
To keep them off balance. Void Spirit's still down. Go fight. Look to use this dunk.
Looking for it. They can vision yet again. Raven there. Hook shot in. Look at the big old hit as they come through on both of them. Just like that. Fnatic take 3. Yo, Raven's pretty good at Dota. So watch out for that man. Heartbreaking loss for Team Undying.
You gotta fight him.
Rubik, he's back into this one. Have Aster gone in a bit too deep? They need to commit now because they've already lost those other racks on the other side. The chase down, looking for a finish. Seth jumps in. The duel there. On to Quinn, able to get him for the kill, but he has buyback. Buyback comes out for both of them. Chasing for more. Wanting to kill off that loadout. The jump forward, the finish. They take him down and now killing off White Album. Have they been able to open this one up?
They panicked and Quincy Crew pulled an incredible fight to stay him up. I mean, that game looked like they were in so much trouble.
Unbelievable and heartbreak central for Aster. But if they buy back, if they can get Cactor, he's gonna have a dieback here. All in on this Sven. That's the name of the game for Alliance, and they've got him. He's dead. 2 minutes at Alliance. They see their opportunity. Chris Luck is up next. Nico Baby catches up to him. One hero down. Nice, he's a remnant, but Abed doesn't want to commit for it. They're actually going to have to rush up it. Oh, they might just be able to do this. Luna flows, get the Aegis, and they've got it. They managed to pick it up on Eurus. Now they turn and fight, but RTC's a little bit too big. A second life on the Sven, but without the God String, he managed to die back to back. Luna's a little bit low, but a nice stomp will manage to get the Luna out of here. The Eurus splitter goes down, and Grit, he's the big man on campus now. He takes down Eurus. He bobs Super in the head. And once again, a team wipe for Elephant.
A reminder there of all the teams we lost today as we check out the bracket. Evil Geniuses. It's such an interesting one with them because sometimes they just look like they're just up the creek, no paddle to be found. And sometimes they just look like the best team at this tournament. And last night against Elephant, I don't know if any of you guys caught the match because personally, it was after my bedtime because I'm 7 months pregnant and I had to get up at 6 a.m. But did any of you guys get to watch that match?
I watched it.
Yeah.
Do you guys watch it?
I saw the Aegis because I was like half asleep, and I would hear every time Cap starts screaming. I'm like, oh, what's happening? Oh my God, he might get the. Oh, they're winning again. Oh, okay. So that was my experience.
So it's probably looking like EG actually in a confident position now to make it through the lower bracket run, especially as they've got through the perilous best of ones. Howie.
Yeah, I think Dota's sort of weird, especially in competitive. Like sometimes you can do really well in scrims and you can't seem to connect that to your matches. And it's like when your performance in scrims, you can really bring out the same level of gameplay and comfort into your matches. That's when teams really succeed. For example, like I was told that Elephant actually looked like the best Chinese team in scrims. And unfortunately, they were eliminated against EG in a best of one. So form is a weird thing in Dota.
Yeah, Faith Beyond actually said that Elephant was like the team that they're the most afraid of prior to the group stage. And now they're saying it's secret.
Yeah, no, it's weird. Like I was told, like the words used to describe Elephant, like teams were legit terrified of them.
Yep. And that they weren't trying throughout the seasons, but yeah, it's weird. It's hard to say.
Well, I'm legitimately terrified of our next guest coming to us live. It is Action Slacks, and it's okay because I've got the three of you to help us out here. So Action Slacks, you're not on your own. What's going on?
Hello, we're doing a live hit this morning. There's no need to be afraid, Frankie. Hello, we are here in front of the Aegis, and I can prove that we're live.
I love Artifact.
Yep, it would definitely... No, don't worry, everyone. It's good. Hello, welcome. Suns Fan TV had a wonderful day yesterday. We are here next to the Aegis TI10 alumni. We almost got it, buddy. This is as close as we've ever been.
Can I touch it?
Maybe at the end, but first, you must pay me with knowledge. How did you think yesterday went? What was your favorite moment?
That's not knowledge. That's just asking my opinion on something. That's completely different, Slacks.
It's knowledge.
I thought the first game, Spirit versus IG, was super hype, and I'm a little biased because I was casting it, but yeah, that was probably the best game I've cast in a long time. I cast it poorly, of course, but that's par for the course.
Who would have thought Suns fan would be so egotistical as to pick his own game? Disgusting creature. Today, what are you most excited about?
Probably the Hassan Bowl, right? OG versus EG, or versus Quincy Crew, I should say. That's going to be super hype, and I mean, every series at this point is going to be pretty hype in all likelihood. Like, only the best teams are left. Slack, I almost called you Cinderin. I apologize for that. Okay. You are not a robot. You are the opposite.
Thank you very much. All right, I suppose you've earned it. You can touch it just a little bit, but be careful. Don't, only a tiny little nub.
Oh, it's so cold. So cold, Zachary.
It yearns for the touch of a player, and perhaps we will have one of those soon. Back to you, Frankie.
I mean, we've got quite a few of them right here. I have to say, you're not allowed anywhere near it. We're going to put some white gloves on this man and actually maybe bind his hands behind his back.
He's just desecrating it in front of you. Your name's on the back of that thing, isn't it? And he's just fondling it.
It's better for it with Suns fan. He has a good touch.
How far the mighty have fallen,
How would you know what his touch is like?
Well, I was on his team for a bit. He's a very comforting dude.
Oh, okay. Massages. He's a giver.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, he's a giver,
He
all right.
is. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
He's a
okay,
giver.
just for you.
He's a giver,
Yeah.
but he's very selfish in who he gives them out to, it turns out. Now, for you guys, do you feel like treating yourselves? Because, again, we know that we cannot have you here in the arena, but it feels like we're in your homes right now. I know some of you are probably taking us with you on the bus, in the office, and we thank you for tuning in. But if you really want to feel like you're at TI10, obviously, you want to get yourself a sweet, sweet jacket, a jumper, one of our arcane specials. If you do, then head to theinternational.wearenations.com because the secret shop is now open. And right now, we're going to relive some history. We like a little lesson, and my history book is a little bit small. So you know what? We're not going to read, we're going to watch. Enjoy.
So in one of the most iconic Dota games I think that will go down in history is Game 4 of TI8 with OG versus PSG LGD. It was a game full of unforgettable moments.
Sam, he catches Armin!
They're going for top. They're trying to make space.
Is it Armel?
Sam gets the call.
One of these unbelievable plays, everyone missed it, including me.
He's got eyes on him. Get the punch on the wrong target, but the snowball pass will catch Anna. Anna, he's in trouble. The blood right silence connects. He's got the man to back up in a second, but can he really play his way out of this one? He cannot. Anna down for a minute and a half.
And I was like, what happened? Like, I didn't quite understand.
People were asking us, like, what about the Anna, you know, the selling items? I was like, what are you talking about? Which item did he sell?
It's actually hard for anyone to understand because it all happens so fast. Anna, I think he just immediately recognized, I'm dead. We lose the game. I need to do whatever possible to clutch this. So he drags his items and sells them to ensure that he has the buyback gold.
My buyback just sold. Yeah, okay.
It takes me 40 seconds to break it down. It happened in what, 1 second, half a second? Like he realized they were ganking, he's checking his buyback goal, and in the meantime, he's juking them. He's doppelgangering with PL, microing an illusion to fake like it's the real one. I mean, that happened in 1 second, you know?
I mean, it's mental. If you go back to the moment and you ask somebody to do that play in that stress situation, he might, you know, fumble because it's such a high pressure situation. Yet Anna does it very cool, calm, collected.
The later the game went, like they had no chance. We knew that, and I think Anna recognizing that and being able to sell the item, I think it's ridiculous, but also like genius level.
They would have absolutely lost. That's like right. I think that was even before the moment where the Seb call happened. Like this all led up to just legendary moments in TI.
Challenge 3 down on LGD. OG hitting the ancient, We're going to a game.
Dude, I love this game so much, man.
We are going to
The best plays come from just feeling it. Like you don't have to think about it. For some reason, through all those like tens of thousands of hours of Dota, you've learned to see an angle.
It's incredible. This instinct when you're just playing the game and you're not really thinking. I mean, to make a play like that, it's wild, man. That's a real 900 IQ play.
Sell a few items, end up with a few million. You know, keeping it cool, calm and collected as we would expect from Anna. Sorry, I stole Quinn's last name and I promise you that wasn't even intentional. But a
Callahan?
man, that will happen.
Callahan?
Callahan.
Don't steal that.
Callahan. Now, a man who never makes a mistake, unlike me on the desk, it turns out this morning, is our friend, Mr. Purge. And he's here to get you excited for this PSG LGD matchup.
Hey guys, you've heard lots about PSG LGD, tons of talk about how good they are, but let's break down exactly how good they are. If we take a look at how good they did in the group stage, there's a lot of W's on the board. They ended up winning 15 of their 16 total matches, and it gets more ridiculous than this. How many games were they ever behind in net worth by any significant margin? Only 3 total matches, one of which they lost. So how do you beat PSG LGD? Not really sure, but even if you are winning, you have to be even more careful. So let's take a look at some of those examples of the mistakes that were made against them that got PSG LGD back in the game. Here we are, Elephant already eliminated, unfortunately, but big advantage in this game. They get a skewer back on the Mars. He pops BKB, and at the same time that Io goes to relocate, save the Mars, Eurus also goes in on Ursa. That means he overextends, he ends up dying here, and then with that advantage, PSG LGD is going to go across the map. They did also buy back Morphling for this fight, so things are a little scary. But the problem is that LGD killed the Roche so quickly, they get Aegis on their Morphling. Elephant gets there too late, so now their carry doesn't have buyback. So it gave them this huge advantage. They ended up getting about a 7k gold lead swing from that fight and getting Aegis, a huge advantage there. The other match that was crucial for PSG LGD was up against Fnatic. Here's that fight, LGD going high ground, or sorry, Fnatic going high ground with Luna. This is going to look familiar. Quap jumps backline with BKB, killing the Winter Wyvern. A very crucial kill, but the problem is that after the respawn on Raven, he instantly gets gripped. And Quap wants to jump back in to stop that grip. The problem is that she ends up going a little bit late. Right when grip is ending, she jumps in to Orchid the Bane, but now her BKB is not active. And it looks okay for Fnatic here because they've been ahead so far in the game, but she ends up dying, and that leads to a cascade of kills. Queen of Pain dies, Timbersaw dies, Luna ends up getting picked off as well, and this one is even more extreme. 8k gold advantage from this one fight, and it finally gets PSG LGD back in the game. You cannot make mistakes against this team, assuming you're winning. And here's a little bit later in the match, after they've caught up by 8k gold, they're going to jump in, drop a monster Chronosphere, and even with the defensive Yules that goes on Luna to buy him time, they still lose Queen of Pain here, and as a result, there's another 4k gold swing from this fight. One small mistake from the Quap, leading to two basically unpreventable team fights that just got LGD so far ahead. So can you beat them? It's going to be really hard, but maybe the best teams can.
Thank you very much, Purge. That all made absolute sense to me.
You give them an inch and they'll take a mile.
It's very hard to break down LGD because it really just seems like they do everything right. There's a lot of stuff we can talk about for, you know, their flair, things that make them interesting, but like the bottom line, I think Aoi used these words exactly. He said like their fundamentals are just so good, right? That it lets them do things like innovate. For example, like I remember during the group stage, they did the game where they had Wisp Lycan. And I was like, what kind of combo? That's a weird combo. Like you initially like question it because it's so strange and new. And then the Wisp was tethering the Lycan wolves, and it's like, oh well, that's kind of cool. Wisp moves very quickly because the wolves move very quickly. And then you realize Lycan picks up the Helm Dom.
That's right.
And then all of a sudden you have
shares control.
It shares control, and you essentially have this core IO from a support position because Lycan doesn't use the Helm Dom unless he's ulted, and his ult has a long cooldown. So you may as well just let the Wisp use it, who's going to be running around killing people. And it was insane. It was like legitimately they had 4 cores, and it's like this team is not getting complacent. They're not just like, oh yeah, we're good now, we'll just like use our fundamentals and go win. Nah, dude, they're innovating.
Well, they are going to be kicking off the day, so let's take a look at the schedule and see what else we've got in store for you lucky Dota fans. So T1, they're going to be up against LGD. I don't think any of our other teams today envy them. We've got Vici Gaming versus VP in our other upper bracket match. And then we go to the lower bracket, Fnatic versus Team Spirit and Quincy Crew versus OG. Now, obviously OG, a bit of a surprise, I guess, for some viewers seeing them in the lower bracket, but they did go up against a very strong Team Secret, I guess, today, Aoi.
Yeah, I mean, OG, 2-time defending champions. I think honestly, it's more about Team Secret yesterday than it was about them. I think the Dota that they showed yesterday on Team Secret is the first time I felt like LGD wasn't going to win the tournament for sure, actually. I think, I mean, every Dota player has their bias, but for me, I think how Team Secret play Dota is, to me, it's correct. Like, I like how they play, I like how they think about the game. And the other team I think is really innovative is LGD. Jenkins was mentioning that they have some really innovative strategies. And I really like for LGD that they base it in their foundation. I never feel like they go out of their way to pick a cheese pick and it ruins their lineup. Like that's what happens a lot in Dota when you try to get too creative, but you don't have a strong concrete foundation to back it up. It never happens to LGD. They look cool and they look solid at the same time.
For you, that second Secret game was absolute domination over OG yesterday. Was that partly also due to OG's draft just being maybe a little bit too wild, Tsunami?
Yeah, I know part of the hoodwink Thompson thing was exposed earlier on. I think during DPC Season 2, first few weeks, everyone was like, oh my god, it's Thompson at it again. Wild new picks, crazy itemization. And at this point, everyone knows to keep OG on the radar. You have to be looking at what they're playing in pubs, what they're even thinking about in competitive, because in TI9, the core IO was exposed for the very first time. I had spoken to Insania, and he was like, we didn't see it in scrims. Ana was just playing it
Other than unranked, yeah.
Yeah, he was playing it in Australian and unranked pubs in party queue.
And now people are actually taking unranked more seriously.
Very much
like,
so.
People are looking at Smurfs, people are looking at unranked, party queue, whatever. It's like everything is serious because of that.
Yeah, so everything's on the radar now, and so it doesn't surprise me at all that Secret, especially with Heen, is keeping their finger on the pulse, and which is why I'm looking forward to if they do face up against LGD, then I think we've only seen the tip of the iceberg for Secret and LGD in terms of hero picks, strategy, all of that stuff, and seeing it maybe in a potential winners bracket final, I think would be a real treat.
And Jenkins, for you, do you think what we saw from Quincy Crew and that resilience in turning things around against Asta, because it did really look to us like Quincy were having an early exit from the main group stage from the main stage, I should say. Do you think that they've now got the resilience to go up against OG and take a best of 3?
Yeah, I do. You know, the funny thing is, like, Quinn said in the interview, he was asked, like, you know, did it turn around during the pause? What happened during the pause? And he was like, no, like we kind of knew that we had it. Oh, in the tier 3s, like when the Luna was hitting at your tier 4s, were you worried? He's like, no, like we knew that was like a bad timing for them. We had a later timing, and it sounds like something that a Dota player would say, just like they're excited they won, and you know you're just confident in yourself. You want to exude confidence for your team or whatever. He's serious. He's dead serious because during the NADPC, he was playing against Eternal Envy. And there were mega creeps against him for about 20 minutes. 20 minutes. It was like a 70-minute long game.
I remember.
With like crazy ballista thrown plays. Like
was that with the Winter Wyvern and the
yes,
Giant
yeah. It was
String?
the most absurd, ridiculous game ever. And then we interviewed Quinn afterwards, and we were like, dude, like, were you worried? Was that a crazy, exciting game for you? And he's like, no, like, we had great 70-minute timing. He wasn't kidding. He's dead serious. Dead serious. He thought that even though they had lost in mega creeps were against them, that they had the late game timing, and Nature's Prophet was their carry. It's not even a kid, like it's not even a carry hero. But he's like, yeah, people don't realize Nature's has a good late game timing. So I feel like this team is just they're objective. They're really objective, and so I think going against, they don't care who they're up against. I really don't. I think they're resilient.
Is it true that Quinn is like ranked the best player in the NA Dota? Or?
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's ranked 1. He's like ranked 3 in Europe right now, which is where all the good.
And he was ranked 1 for a bit too, right? It's been switching with him, nothing to say in GPK.
GPK, yeah, exactly. So Quinn's really solid.
But one man cannot carry a team alone. Who do you think is his greatest ally in that team, Tsunami?
It's the South American import that we're speaking of. It's been Leslau. I think all the other players have glimpses of greatness, but I think the anchor, and I mean that in a positive context of someone who's always solid, not someone who's bringing the team down, has been Leslau historically, not even just as a recent development. I think Season 1, Season 2, and even their Animator performance, even though it was not quite what they were hoping for. What does that mean, Frankie?
That means we are ready to start with the first match of day 2. Don't worry, because we are going to be having Quincy Crew playing at the end of the day against Team OG. It was mentioned earlier by Sir Action Slacks and Suns fan that it's Hassan Bowl. Basically, this is an absolute treat. Sometimes we see these two 1v1, sometimes, rarely, we get to see the actual teams go up against each other. But you know what? I'm going to get an expert to explain exactly what Hassan Bowl means as we wait to invite our teams onto the stage.
Well, I mean, I think more than Hassan Bowl, OG knocked down the Jack Chen team, like, with MSS at the last 2 TIs in the upper bracket.
Were they newbie NA?
Yeah, it was Neobi and it was a VGJ Storm. Both times they played versus OG in the upper bracket first round. They looked really good in groups, and OG just crushed their dreams. And this time, it's a little bit of a revenge story because it's a change of scenery. You know, OG, they've never been to the lower bracket.
It's true.
They don't know what it's like down there.
Thompson's 100% TI main event win rate has been shattered at this point.
And we're used to the trenches.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
we were born there. We're molded in the trenches.
You know, I think Quincy Crew showed during the group stage, they said it, that they had some lows and it can't get worse. And so I want to believe that Quinn is resilient. I want to believe that Quincy Crew is resilient. But, like, this is OG we're talking about. I mean, do we really think that they care about lower bracket? They won 2 TIs. Every single year, people are against them, including this year. And now it's just mounting even more. I kind of feel like, again, this is just gonna fuel them. This is the pressure that they are not getting from the crowd because no crowd. But now they're lower bracket. They're like, okay, now we're good. Now we're in our prime zone.
I feel like OG felt like they didn't have enough haters.
Yes.
Because this year people are like, they've won twice, so they had to drop down to the lower bracket. That's what you're saying.
That's exactly
to encourage the haters to feel them.
Right.
I can see that actually.
It's about
that
fuel.
makes sense.
Yeah.
I've got a desk of NA panelists, and I forgot, if you give them an inch and you ask them a simple question, the answer to which is, it's called Hassan Bowl because Yawa, position 1 of Quincy Crew, and Sameo, position 1 of OG, are actually brothers,
That's
and
what you were
they're
asking.
going to be going up against each other later today,
Yeah,
and therefore it's going to be really exciting. If you asked for that answer, you're going to get a load of people fanboying about Quincy Crew and talking about USA. There's the chart.
I was fanboying OG, okay.
You know what? We are so close to starting off with this upper bracket matchup. It is a true David and Goliath story. PSG LGD versus T1. Let's kick it off. Here they are from SEA. It's T1! They are one of the teams at the International who prefer to take it slow, favouring late game hard carries. They are extremely patient, and they will wait until the chance to make a comeback as needed with a reactionary playstyle. This is a team that very much fights together. And you know what? If one of their rivals gets a bit of a nice advantage out there, they're never necessarily going to feel secure because T1 are never going to be far away from catching up. How do you think T1 are looking particularly dangerous?
Yeah, I think they're looking good. I think they had a little bit of a rough part after Animator, but they've really caught up now.
All right, well, let's meet their rivals. It's PSG LGD. PSG LGD, a team with a true international legacy. Released Kari Arme, he is a name who is synonymous with this competition. And on day 1 of the group stage, this team impressed with 4 one-sided wins in games against Quincy Crew and Team Spirit. One of their games lasted more than 30 minutes, but the rest of them were absolute barnstormers. And this Chinese squad has never once looked in jeopardy since arriving in Bucharest, Romania. So as they walk up the steps to their player booth, they're going to be getting very comfortable indeed because they expect to be playing in it quite a few times over the next few days. But let's find out just why these guys are so scary.
AA Blast is actually coming inside a pit. If that hits on multiple heroes, they should go in.
And there it is, coming down. Are they gonna make the move through?
Shit, you
gets it! How does he get away with that? Oh my!
They could actually just commit for the roast with the Wukongs. They're going to try it. Balance out. Mars, pretty goddamn tanky. She can lose the kick out. That's a massive play. Queefa, it loses the Wukong's command, but now with the terrorized Arme, he's in. Battle trade pop. Do they have the extra control? Queefa trying to get a little bit of distance away, but Arme is locked on his target. Once again, Boxy, it's such an important ultimate, but it will not matter. Arena drop, controlling Liquid. They lose them all. Buybacks forced out here, but the Atos is there. Puck down and done with Xin-Q triple kill. An incredible fight there from the Earth Spirit. They want more blood as well. A massive fight for the Roach Pit. But Liquid, these are a lot of diebacks coming out. They're just feeding their life one after the other.
But it's get into the fight as they got themselves the buybacks coming in from VG. They've got the Aegis on Ahmed, so killing off this Void twice is going to be a problem. With BKBB, Popeye, Ori, they'll go after this Void. They've got the Hex, they've got the Finger. Can they get the first life out of his hands? LSA, Infest, that's going to keep Ori alive for a moment, but the time on over on a Boyoyo, it's still not enough. VG in trouble. JQ with a 4-man stun. That was beautiful coming in with the Scatter Blast. All 11 times. JQ's dead. Ame trying to rip him up as they get the kill on the DY. That's 2 years still without a buyback. They've got the Red Goods on a Boyoyo. Peeping out around him. The kill out of the life stealer. They should be able to take this game and eat the series at 1. What a play by that Snapfire. Put everything on the line with that shard, just stuns them all.
Yeah, a quad stun from a Scatter Blast. I've not seen that before.
That's amazing.
And then a sick cookie pull out as well.
I kind of assume that he needs an early blink with the puck, but no, he's actually going to sustain items with the mech. They're going to try and catch him out here, but very smart TP by him.
Oh, actually, he Winter's cursed a creep, which was barely in range of the Magnus. Xin-Q, you goddamn genius.
That was amazing. That was such a good play from Xin-Q. I was just about to say, this Magnus just made the play of the game. He got his team back into it because they wasted Exo, they wasted DK for him. But Xin-Q, he just completely changes the state of the game.
Four-man smoke up, trying to find that initiation. The tier 4s, evil geniuses, you're gonna have to find a way into this one. They immediately jump, find the ball in response. Fate Beyond with the 2-man, looks to be able to get the calling blade, that dies. Abed's dead, RTZ coming up next, and they've called it evil geniuses. They tap out. PSG LGD, a clean-ass 3-0 sweep. Without a doubt, the best team in the world right now.
Tsunami, is the man right? Are they the best team in the world right now?
I think they are. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find a solid argument against them. They take elements from every single region. It's not just they're the best in China. It's not just like they're the best at one aspect of, you know, drafting or team fighting or something. From top to bottom, they have all the boxes checked. And the only shortcoming I would have thought is that maybe, you know, when it comes to TI pressure, Ame is the most familiar, Xiaowei, Xiaoba behind him, obviously. But the rest of it, I think, as storied of an organization as LGD is, some of the players may be a little bit more unfamiliar, but after seeing them at the Animajor, plowing through all the way, beating evil geniuses, I think that they're the best team in the world, but they'll still lose to Secret because that's what my prediction says.
Well, I'm going to quote Aoi right to his face. You once said, Ari, that they're the least stereotypical Chinese team playstyle-wise since Wings Gaming. So I want you to explain to me what you mean and if you still stand by that.
Yeah, I do still stand by that. I think when you think of Chinese teams, you think of a slow, methodical style, maybe waiting for your own timing. You know, you think of the Turtle from Burning. He would just farm until he has all his items to be ready to fight. LGD are not like that. They have the most innovative drafts of the tournament, and also their playstyle is like some sweeping 4-man with Ame waiting to his timing. They have like the legacy of Wings in them. You can see how they play. They play off 2 lanes extremely well, play between those 2 lanes so they can get 5 people to fights. They set up for towers extremely well to the point where, I mean, they've also just been winning, so it's a bit of a skewed statistic. But I think they have the slowest towers being taken. Like, no one kills their towers early. And, yeah, no, they're just, it's as Tsunami said, they're just everything right now.
I think it makes sense, too, that they have a little bit of every region because they're literally famous in China for their insane work ethic, and we saw it at the Animajor as well, where like the camera guys were like walking behind just doing like cool camera shots of the teams, and like these guys are winning and just in the replay like huddled around together talking about like what they did wrong while winning decisively. I mean, that is insane.
Yeah, I remember I was at a summit where Wings won, and they just won the tournament. And Y and Faith Beyond were watching the replay immediately after they won the entire tournament. It was the same at the Animajor. Like, I feel like they would win a match, and Xiaowei would actually yell at them. Like, Fiction was like, why? You're too far up. You guys only won 40 kills to 2. There's a stop at 16 minutes. It should have been 15.
It's like, it feels stereotypical to say, just because, like, you know, I feel like every year the best teams just get better, and it makes sense. It's like every single year it's more competitive. We got DPC this year, but like this team seems like they could be the greatest team of all time, and they're just looking to prove it at TI, basically.
Can we talk about Shinkyu as well? Because he has such an interesting story. He originally was a substitute for Faith Bian, and then he moved to position 4 from 3 when Mr. FB came back. And we can actually kind of see the legacy of that in game, because sometimes we see farm priority swapping between the off-lane roles between position 3 and 4. And sometimes we see him even playing core heroes in that support role, Jenkins.
Yeah, and Liquid's another team that does that a lot. Of course, would it be great if Insania could speak to that, but he's not here this morning. But and maybe he wouldn't, because it's But anyway, some of the best teams do that. I think over the years, as time has progressed, the role system that existed in Dota, which was very like rigid and structured before, has kind of broken down, and you see it in like even open AI, like the literal like robots that are like optimizing the game 100% in terms of like farming efficiency and stuff. They had the gyrocopter carry going and warding and stuff like that, because when a computer looks at it, it's like, well, yeah, this is the best thing to be happening at this period of time. And so the best teams are realizing that, like, okay, maybe the 4 position should be warding here. Maybe the 4 position is actually better with farm, because it sets up for the 3 position to get more farm later. And it's a lot more complicated to figure that out, but as time progresses, we have a lot more stats on things. We've got all of these replays that we can look at. We've got DPC. We can see every region. There's Dota being played at all points. So I think it's just a natural thing as time progresses, and it doesn't surprise me that the team that we're arguing is like the best in the world does this a lot, where they're swapping roles constantly.
And Tsunami, this is a team that likes to play their matches and fight extremely fast. I mean, I said earlier, only one of their group stage matches went over 30 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
And you know what? We've seen that trip some of the teams up here. We've seen teams also going, okay, right, game number 3, we're going to have to take this slow. For LGD, is that their potential only Achilles heel, or actually is it one of their strengths?
It would be, if you hadn't been paying attention to Dota and you saw the average match lengths for both these teams, T1 is on the highest end right now, along with Fnatic, which are both Southeast Asian teams, and the Chinese teams are among the fastest. And for the longest time, there has been this paradigm where it's like, oh, Chinese Dota, very farm heavy, they just sit back and get last hits, get Medusa really farmed. That's not the case anymore. And it's also part of the reason why I think it is still just the tip of the iceberg for LGD, because they're winning fast, but it's not necessarily fast strategies. They're just good at the game, and they're getting everything that they need, that they're like, okay, let's just finish now. We don't have to, we checked all the boxes, let's just wrap this thing up. Whereas T1, historically, throughout their DPC, at least with Season 2, once they had this solid roster, has been more patient and more choreographed, where they're like, okay, we can sit back.
It's so funny too, because it's totally the opposite of like the crazy, SEA pubs, like stereotype running around killing people. They're very patient, and I do think that they like fighting, and I do think that they fight a lot, but they're methodical about how they fight. I remember during ESL, when we were watching VP and T1, 2 teams who are absolutely incredible at team fighting, we were sitting there watching and being like, man, this is like a dance that's happening, because they'd be in and out, they'd be moving together, there'd be some smoke wraparound, a Doom would press Doom on like the 2 targets that we are all looking at. It's like, hypothetically, these are the best 2 targets to go on. T1 would hit those 2 targets perfectly. It's like, how do they make this happen in every single game? And this, to me, is why you can never count T1 out, because they're so on the same page when it comes to team fighting.
But you were asking if it was an Achilles heel for LGD. Not against T1, because every single time these 2 teams have faced off, it has gone LGD's way. It went LGD's way in the group stage of Singapore. It went LGD's way in the winner's bracket final of the Ana Major. It went LGD's way in Dota Pit, and that was with a stand-in, and it went LGD's way in ESL Fall. So every single time these teams have faced up against each other, LGD has T1's number.
Well, we've got a little bit of time to talk about T1. Hopefully the draft is going to be ready soon. Don't worry, T1 fans. We will be talking about them later on as well, because, of course, this is a best-of-3 series. But, Aoi, you've described T1's playstyle as long-range poke plus saves. Explain yourself, please.
Yeah, I think it's a lot to say about what Tsunami and Jenkins said. They like to play teamfights very patiently. So what I saw at T1 is they would always have all these long-range spells. You poke your enemies, and then you'd have saves. Because if your enemy keeps constantly poking you with long-range spells, you have to choose to commit on them. And then because you have saves to back that up, you can turn them committing on you into a really good team fight. I think the best example is at the Arena Major, they will play a lot of like Viper, Winter Wyvern, Nyx, and they just have these combos that are really hard to play against. I think this tournament, like Wyvern, he has a super high win rate, but he's not the same hero. Same for Nyx. They found it with like some CM, some Treants, and I feel like they're back to their old form because they looked a little bit lost after those heroes got nerfed. I mean, they still had really good results, but not the same T1 we saw at Arena Major and that one ESL Summer.
Not like, third place, first place T1.
Yeah. I think they're back this tournament. Like, I think they've won their last 8 matches, maybe 10 matches. I don't even know. They had like a rough start. They lost to some very good teams, and then they just steamrolled the rest of the group and made it into upper bracket.
So let's talk a bit also about the setup of T1 as well, because it's slightly different to LGD. I hope you'll agree with me, Tsunami, so I get to feel clever about myself for once.
Absolutely, 100%.
Thank you. Well, I'll try and explain what I mean. Cuckoo, their captain, he's a position 3. That's quite rare. Normally it's the support who will be playing in that captain role and kind of calling the shots. I know people get to make their own decisions in this particular game, but he also is kind of selfish in terms of his farm priority.
Yeah, and I think inherently that comes from being a captain, that you have to... well, I guess there are 2 different approaches, because sometimes some captains are very selfless, the classic position 6 style of Western supports who are like, hey, it's okay, you know, I'm just watching the mini-map 90% of the time, I'm not going to worry about last hits. Cuckoo is like, I am the master, as he has so often said in his interviews. He is the master and the commander, and so once he knows what he needs to do, he can tell everyone else. Everyone falls in line, and as we spoke to LGD being more fluid with their roles, I do think that T1 are a little bit more rigid, where Whitemon and Zephyr do take more of a passenger seat while Cuckoo's driving.
100%. 100%. I actually think it's like a very personality type driven thing
also
for
true.
Cuckoo. He's just like, I'm Cuckoo, I'm farming. And I also think with Whitemon and Zephyr on your team, there's a lot of space for that to happen. The game versus Thunder Predator, where Whitemon and Zephyr, they were Shadow Shaman with 2 levels in Ether Shock, so he's not really able to kill creeps that quickly. And then Undying, who's one of the worst creep killers in the game. These guys were cutting creep waves right in front of Thunder Predator's base, doubling them up, running them to creep camps together, and then nuking them down with Tombstone. And they kept their 3 greedy cores in the game alive to the point where they could... I think they actually got quite outdrafted in that game, and I think they would admit that, and they realized that, and that's why they were doing that. But Whitemon and Zephyr are 100% able to make space for their boys, and I think that's a big reason why Cuckoo gets so farmed. It's because Whitemon and Zephyr are so active just together in the early phase of the game.
And the other thing about T1, we know that LGD, you know, they work incredibly hard. They've obviously got a taskmaster, a kind taskmaster of a coach.
Sure.
I'm not saying that as a bad thing over on their side, but over on T1, they've kind of got the family feel going on, Aoi. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, and I think it's something they specifically cultivated. I think they played a match at ESL where they had some crazy comeback, and in the interview, they had just like gotten out of quarantine and gone to the same room. They said, there's no way we would have won that match if we were not in the same room, because they feed off each other's energy. They also have March, who's a very lovable teddy bear type guy, you know, very comforting. He is a massage type of guy, by the way.
And you know from personal experience?
Yes, he's very nice.
Okay,
I like
I'm going to look him
up. Sorry. And I think that contributes to their playstyle. I like what Tsunami said a lot, actually, about how Cuckoo will take a bit of farm priority because he's a captain. I think if you're playing captain from a core role, you're making calls based on your own strength. And I think they've identified that about their team, and they always give the right person the setup in the game in order to make the right calls. I think this match in particular, it'll be all about Cuckoo's lane. Like, if Y and Ame can shut Cuckoo down, I think T1's potential is a lot lower.
Also because I think 23 Savage and Carl have been quite autopilot, and I mean that in a good way throughout this group stage. Carl, to me, has taken the crown, and not just because of his team's position as the best Southeast Asian mid. And for me, it was always a close contention between Abed, obviously, Armel, and then Yopaj recently emerged to me as a strong contender after Neon's run in Singapore. But Carl just, like, you have to put so much ban priority on him to make sure that he doesn't get comfort. And then even if you're putting him not on his Doom, for example, which no one's really playing anymore, he's still very, very consistent. So Cuckoo doesn't need to worry about Carl at all. And then even for 23 Savage, I think he trusts his support duo enough that he's like, that lane is fine. I just need to worry about me.
The Doom is interesting because it's not something that other teams have really been able to replicate to the same degree of success. I remember, like, after Animajor, there was a lot of teams trying to pick it, and it was going horribly. It was just feeding the lanes and never really coming online like, like Carl would. And one interesting thing about these two teams, actually, is that Carl and Nothing to Say, I remember at the Animajor distinctly, like, these two players were the ones that at least popularized the Dragonlance, Daedalus, Satanic, like, ranged hero mid, Lina, Shadow Fiend, for example. And now that's the meta. So I kind of feel like, you're saying, like, Carl's in contention to be, like, the best mid in SEA. I kind of feel like it's because he set the meta. But it's cool that on the other side, it's like, Nothing to Say, it's the same thing. It was both of these guys. Everybody else was doing all sorts of other crazy stuff. Remember, Void Spirit was a big thing going into Animajor, and then these two were like, nope, we're gonna play a carry mid.
Well, Nothing to Say also has a Southeast Asia background as well.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It's probably that pub culture that kind of was instrumental.
It's the way to do it now. It's the way to do it.
Going into this, though, I remember I was looking up about T1's story, and Kips, who's someone I'm from the community, I'm very fortunate enough to have played some Dota with. Thank you, Kips. But she was saying that basically Carl had quite a limited hero pool going into this. But actually, looking at the stats from the group stage, maybe Carl was just hiding something, because it actually seems like there's a lot more variety coming out that mid lane draft than perhaps we were expecting.
Yeah, and I think that's something we're seeing with Abed as well, another Southeast Asian technically mid, where EG is just kind of like keeping things under wraps for right now. I think that of the depth to see, I think Cuckoo's probably going to dip into his own pool first before he starts having to whip out Carl surprises, because even though Carl probably does have more depth, I do think that of his team, he probably has the least versatility, and that's not a bad thing, because if he's really good on what he's good at, then just keep giving it to him, but maybe LGD might push him to the limits.
I feel like that's fine for mid these days, though. Like, the current meta works in T1's favor, in Carl's favor. Like, think about, like, you're never going to not want Alina on your team. Like, she wins every lane. She can rotate. She uses runes. She can farm stacks. Like,
well, if you were LGD, who do you want to target in bans? Are you just targeting meta heroes right now, or just the usual Elder Titan, Tidehunter, Tiny, or are you going to try to target a player?
I think you target supports.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure T1 is very reliant on their supports plus Cuckoo. As far as Carl goes mid, he might have had like a smaller hero pool before, but I think it's more about the heroes that they want for their style to work, more than him being unable to play the different heroes.
Yeah, that's fair.
Carl's like, he's a weird mid, because he's very greedy, and he requires resources, but he always looks to scale. Like, I don't know, he scales without taking the map from 23 Savage.
He scales by, like, murdering
like,
people.
I'll play pubs. When I play pubs with him, he'll go like first item Midas quad mid. I'm like, why does my mid have a Midas? And then he would just literally 1v5 the game. I'm like, okay, that's why he has a Midas. And it's the same on Doom, right? Like, he's good at understanding how his gold puts him in a position to win the game, or identifying that win condition for himself.
He fights with a Midas.
He does. He does fight with a Midas.
That's always the weird thing about T1 is, like, in Animajor, they would go like 3 minuses. That was a big thing that they would go 3 minuses, but then they would fight.
I know.
And my thought process was like, okay, maybe what they're doing is they're just getting 3 minuses so they know that they're going to outscale you, and then they just, like, I don't know, outplay you in team fights, or they fight in a way where it's like, okay, let's say you're fighting, you're like standing on a high ground, or you're defending your tower. Obviously, that's an easier fight to take than you going to the enemy tower, because, you know, they have the tower aura, the tower hitting you, and so forth. So it's like they take these fights that are good for them while playing really greedy, and then eventually outscale you.
I actually really like that, because if you think about their style, where they're playing this long-range poke, if you have Midases and you're just poking your enemies, they're feeling even more pressure to commit on you.
That's true.
And if you're both looking at each other, your Midases are actually gaining you golden EXP while you're both just looking at each other. You just gain advantage.
Even more pressure to go on somebody.
You know what? There are people who are watching their first TI, so you know what? Let's do some Dota 101. What is a Midas?
Midas lets you consume a creep, and I think you get some...
Like 1.85 EXP.
1.85 times the EXP, and then like 200
I don't know
gold,
how much
something
gold.
like
Is
that.
it 200?
Yeah, the numbers are
Okay.
changing all the time, but basically it literally turns a creep into gold. That's
Like
the idea.
the Midas lore? More gold than it usually is.
Yes, but ironically, people build it because they want experience, usually,
Yes, that is
because
true.
it also gives you a lot more experience.
Perfect.
Love it. Okay, I want to talk about 23 Savage. This is a player who, you know, you hear the stories and you just go, yeah, I love this guy. Or you listen to the interviews and you go, yeah, I'm rooting for you so hard. And 23 Savage, he's been really impacted by COVID. He did find some limited success, I guess, in Fnatic. He was meant to be playing with Vici as well, but never really got to play with them because of COVID. And now, we used the word family earlier, but I'm going to use it again. He's found his family in T1. And people are talking about him as a superstar carry of the future, are we? Ooh, and you know what? We're going to talk about him being a superstar after this first game, because right now we're ready to get into this match and the draft.
T1 versus PSG LGD. Game 1.
Welcome to the first draft of the first series of the day. An exciting one at that, T1 versus LGD. To analyze this draft, we have a draft panel. My name is Ava Plus, joining me is Fogged and Lacoste. And I'd like to ask you, Lacoste, first, because you were the SEA expert. Most people are not really believing in T1 beating LGD. Maybe taking a game, but not the series. What can they do to change their minds?
What can they do? That's a good question, because T1 has shown stability. They also shown during the first and second DPC season that they can play from behind. Esport showed that, PSG, LGD, they are the team that they don't lose the laning stage, so that means most of the time they will stay ahead, and T1 is really familiar to know how to come back into the game. Their support duo, Zephyr and Whitemon, throughout the season 1 and 2, mostly on the backs of Snapfire and Lion, were the ones, bringing them back into the game when it was necessary, using smokes multiple times. I remember one particular game when they used 3 smokes in a row just to, come back into the game.
I've had games even during group stages where they were doing that. They quickly became my 2 favorite support duo of this tournament, and that's even saying that compared to LGD. They actually have my 2 favorite 4 positions they're playing in this series right here. I've got Shinkyu and I've got Zephyr. So both of them are super fun to watch, and let's go. We got the draft going already.
All right, so we start out with the Magnus Snapfire for LGD. And what do you think of this opening, Fogged?
Comfortable, strong, scaling, hits every timing, gives you Roche, gives you every possible potential you need, right? High magical damage in team fight, BKB piercing disable, an amp up, or 2 kind of amp ups for your carry, because these Snapfires are all going Solar Crest. You have Empower as well. Kind of gives you almost everything you want in a draft, just off these 2.
Yeah, it doesn't have too many weaknesses, because you have a strong laning stage, you have a BKB piercing ability that's necessary, and also a lot of damage just for the Roche taking or for the tower taking potential. Weaver picked up by T1. They exclusively played as a position 4, so I assume they're going to do the same thing, especially because the lockdown is a bit limited from PSG LGD. There's so far no silences, no instant stuns, unless Magnus, of course, gets a Blink Dagger, but that's going to take a while, and they open up with Lina as their second pick. Lina, one of the heroes from the mid lane that is not a magic damage-dealing hero anymore. She puts out a serious amount of physical damage because her talents really work well with that, and we see this new hybrid build, Boots of Travel, straight into BKB for sustain, keep using your mana to have 3 fiery soul stacks, and then go for a damage item, either like a Shadow Blade or a Crystallis, and she's also one of the better Silver Edge carriers.
Do you think that'll be enough to deter the Magnus away from mid? Because I know PSG LGD, they run it in both, right? Like Nothing to Say and Faith Beyond will play it. So maybe not right away that they'll just switch it, but maybe that Lina's one, like, we're just going to put it out there so you have to move the Magnus away, kind of switch your hand a bit. And hey, ET makes it unpicked, unbanned for one of the first series I feel like I'm seeing so far, at least in the first 5-6 picks.
Could we still see it here?
Yeah.
He always wants to see it.
No, I mean, but we absolutely can see it too, because it fits PSG LGD perfectly. Like, they've got Snapfire for Q. They can run it as a 5 position. T1 can still pick it up as a 5 position. I think Lina is, we always talk about mixed damage carries. Lina is one of those that is kind of mixed damage, so it does thrive off of ET as well.
PSG LGD banning out some comfort heroes for T1.
Yep.
They played Train Protector a couple of times. They love to have a lot of sustain for the poke damage that our panel talked about, and Doom, of course. Carl Doom has been amazing throughout both seasons, throughout the majors, because this guy just knows how to hit the timings perfectly. Sometimes, if he feels like it, hand of Midas is necessary. You know, if it's needed to get a straight hood into a BKB, I saw that a couple of times from him, so no surprise that PSG LGD decided to ban it out.
I feel like they also always set themselves up to have the best possible late game as well. They'll have this super dominant early game that they can win, but then you look at the draft, and as it scales and it goes on and on and on, you're like, LGD will eventually win this game. So I feel like when you ban these type of heroes, you're setting yourself up that we will have the stronger draft in the late game. And I see Spectre banned too, and that's even more so that they're going to have this crazy type of scaling. But I like the Treant ban, not just because of comfort, but also versus like Empower and versus like Little Shredder that we've seen used so much. The armor is very useful. So that's a really cool pickup. Really cool ban at least.
Dragonite will give them that tower damage, give them that Empower target, and also like instant initiation that I talked about that they didn't have any against Beaver. Just feels like very limited damage output so far from T1 against the Dragonite. All these are strength heroes. They become super tanky early on. And one of the Cuckoo's Classic. Legion Commander picked up, so that means the spell mechanic, you're trying to find a way to amplify your carry, and it's exactly what Legion Commander does.
Yeah, it's a good way to save always versus the Magnus if you're in position. The CM, they go for it again. I saw them pick it a couple times. You know, they really liked it with the tree, but most of the time I picked the CM, it's because they were lacking some type of like a root, you know, some type of like hard disable versus an Ember Spirit or somebody that's just this elusive carry. This one's a little different, but they really like the hero.
Is there any use for the Arcane Aura here that you see?
Fantastic. Yeah,
Right.
Absolutely. All three are great. I mean, CM Aura is always. I don't think anybody's been like, man, what a bad CM Aura.
Sure, but you pick it up with like a bristleback and you go, oh wow, this is a
Yeah.
combo, right? You usually Lex Mana. Is there anything here you're like, I can abuse this Arcane Aura?
Yeah, for Lina especially. In this game, she consumes so much mana. Lina is one of the heroes that I don't think she moves from a lane to lane unless she's full mana. She just prefers to stay, farm the small camp, push out the wave so that you can't gank her, and she's always sitting at like 10-15% of mana. So this time around, we might see Lina do a bit more. You know, she relies heavily on picking up the runes, so we're going to see some movements. We were one of the better heroes to control the runes for, because Beaver can get easily from the lane to the top rune possibly, and Bane. This hero has been amazing. Fogged. I mean, you and me talk a lot about the Bane, but yeah, go ahead.
We were just waiting at group stages. I think me and you were like, where the hell is Bane? Like, what's going on? Why is no one picking it? Now we get to the main event. We get to like, everybody's picking it. It's amazing. I think this hero was extremely undervalued in the group stages. I think even in Feeble, every single thing about this hero is insane now. BKB piercing disable. You could list off a million things. Nobody can fight toe-to-toe with you. And versus Legion Commander duel, wabam! You get that nightmare off. You completely counteract it unless you are, sure, you know, press the attack first and whatnot. Sure, there's some other things that can go on, but always a great save mechanic. I'm worried about team fight on T1, I gotta be honest, a little bit in comparison.
So what could they do to mitigate it? Is there any carry that you think that would bring enough team fight here to cover this weakness, or should they just concentrate on their strengths and try to push hard that way?
I think they should concentrate on fast-paced kind of draft, just not really looking to play around these cooldowns, but I'm not sure what the 23 hero is at the moment yet for that.
They ban out Medusa, makes a lot of sense. His comfort hero, and also relatively strong laner. A couple of ways to buff him up, and it's not a good illusion type of a game, I would say. PL is out of this game. You're playing into Magnus, into Dragonite, too much splash, too much AoE damage, but I'm also worried. You said there is no team fight. There's a lot of single target abilities on T1, and they don't have that much burst damage. Lina provides you with some. She can play with the Legion Commander, but I'm a bit afraid this double, I'll call it a budget save with Cookie and the Nightmare could cause a lot of issues for T1.
I'm always worried when they don't have great reach to get into the back as well. When I see like a Bane and I don't see you having the greatest ways to actually stop the Fiend's Grip, I'm always concerned. Like right now, who's going to have to commit into the backline to stop that? Legion Commander has to either be in position to press the attack, save the person, or Lina has to commit herself to get that stun. Or, like, it's just really difficult for them to actually get to this Bane that's gonna have position to get Fiend's Grip in a lot of fights.
T1 is in a tough position where you are picking your carry without knowing the matchup, and also you're playing into two piercing and magic immune abilities. You have RP and Bane, so you're never gonna feel super safe playing into a fight.
Oh, banning out the Bloodseeker too. So what, is Weaver gonna be carry then?
Would that give them the fast pace that you were talking about? And you can pick up some team fight as well here, maybe with the 4 position?
I guess it could. I'm a little worried because they do have that DK hard, hard stun. Bane's animations are so fast now versus a hero like Weaver. It can be really difficult to play around. But like, if he gets an early Linken's, that could be something that can protect him. That's something I've seen a couple players do now. Sure, there's a lot of different instances that Bane can cancel it, but...
They're not worried, though. They saw that, and they still banned out another carry. It's just Flark.
Yeah, that makes sense, too. When the Bloodseeker's banned out, that's the other one that doesn't want to play versus Bloodseeker at all.
Is there anything that you can, like, can you pretend, because you don't have last pick, right? You can't really flex anything that could go 4 and carry, much like the Weaver, right? So you kind of have to show your hand here. And it's going to be a Morphling, a 23 Savage special.
Okay.
Some diverse damage here as well, right, that we've been talking about. Something to deal with the DK. A lot of single target now, but still lacking that team fight.
It's a good PL game now for PSG LGD. Any kind of mana burn, they really lack AoE. Legion Commander is decent to one extent with overwhelming odds. Other than that, these heroes, they really do not like to play into PL.
Morphling too. There's a lot of burst damage that what I assume is going to be, it could potentially be either offlaner. It's going to be either DK or Magnus plus Snapfire. I've seen these Snapfires when you're laning versus Morphling. You go Scatter Blast 2 points early so you can try to get those like quick kills on him in the laning phase. Also, Morphling versus Breathe Fire. That's percent damage reduction versus high agi, and there's Enfeeble in the game. Enfeeble, I think something is an ability that's extremely undervalued. I think versus a hero like Morphling, it could be pretty brutal.
Because of the cast point reduction, right?
Yes, cast point reduction and also attack damage reduction, health regen reduction too when you're trying to strength morph. You can't do it as good versus Bane too, and they're going to get Ame on his Terrorblade.
So, closing thoughts here about the drafts. Fogged first. Strengths and weaknesses you can see about, let's say, PSG LGD.
T1, for PSG LGD, they have a super well-rounded draft, scales into the late game absurdly hard, also works really strong early game because they have various different types of push and ways to take objectives. I think they've hit everything on the head for the side of PSG LGD.
Give me some strengths for T1.
T1, they have Crystal Maiden Aura, so these support and Legion Commander, of course, Lina, will benefit quite a lot from that, so that will allow them to cast a bit more spells in the laning stage, play a bit more aggressively, but I gotta say I'm leaning towards PSG LGD. Whenever I see their lineup, I'm like, this lineup does not have any weaknesses.
Well, we know where the draft panel is leaning towards, but we need to know what to look out for. And that is why on the sidelines we have BSJ waiting for us with his last word.
Thank you, Avo. As when I watch LGD draft, I see a team that treats the enemy draft as a disease. And they see the symptoms, and they have to address them at every stage. So when we see this draft, I like to explain why LGD picks the heroes they pick. Weaver is a hero that wraps around on the backline supports and murders them with his bugs. In the Snapfire support, one of the few supports with Little Shredder that can remove that bug instantly. Then you have these backline squishy ranged damage dealers with the DK Blink Stun in order to address them, and the high armor to deal with the minus armor. Then you pick the Bane with the Nightmare Save, which removes or bounces back and forth between the two heroes in the duel, effectively negating the initiation that T1 is representing. Now you have the Morphling, a durable core with the saves from the Legion as well as the Weaver, making it difficult to win short fights. So they go for a carry with long, sustained damage output throughout the course of an entire team fight. And will they be able to cure the disease, or will T1 finally plague them? Let's find out with Sunsfan and Cinderin.
Thank you, Dr. BSJ. Sunsfan here with Cinderin. We have quite the matchup here, my good friend. Great to be with you as always. LGD versus T1. You're supposed to...
Oh, I'm finishing your sentences.
Sentences, that's right.
Yes.
T1, this is going to be quite the showdown. T1, of course, got off to a bit of a rough start in the group stage, but have bounced back looking a lot like they did back in the Animajor. And, of course, LGD virtually untouchable.
Yeah.
Do you think that this is going to be what everybody hopes it to be, which is a 3-game series?
I'll be honest with you, I think LGD are just such a strong favorite coming in. Like when you have a group stage where you go 15-1, aren't you kind of supposed to be 2-0 in the first game of the upper bracket, almost no matter who you face from the other group, right? A team that's 10-6 or 11 and, let's do some math here, 11 and 5.
You're doing great. Keep it up.
Like whatever stats you have, when you there's just that gap. When there's a 15 and 1 team, it's basically a team that's playing more or less flawless. And even though both teams start in the upper bracket, I do think LGD with a clear are the clear favorites here. I will say though, a team like T1 has this ability, especially later on in tournaments. We talked about this during the group stage when we were casting them. They're a little bit slow starters sometimes.
Yeah.
And they ramp up a lot and get that momentum. And we've seen them get some really good placements at major international tournaments this year. I could definitely see them take a game or even the series, but you need to play at 100% today to beat this team. LGD just have been looking incredible. The one game they dropped was against Team Secret. And look how they played yesterday against OG.
Yep.
That was no joke. Absolutely rolled them, especially in game number 2. So it's very, very telling. As far as the strategies go, can't say too much here. It's way too surprising. I think the teams are largely sticking to their identities, especially LGD getting solid team fight, a clear late game winning condition, and the ability to fight and sustain their lanes. It's kind of, if you want to break down Dota in a simple way, there's like 3 things you want your compositions to have right. It's laning prowess, it's some sort of catch and way to start fights, and some sort of way of ending the game. And then, okay, maybe let's say 4, you also want to be able to take Roche, right?
Right.
And it feels like they have everything. The biggest weakness is probably the ability to take Roche, but you still have at least the Snapfire, Little Shredder, plus Terrorblade with Empower. So you can get it done.
Yep, that's very true. Keep in mind, if you are watching on Twitch, I was told by my good friend Buka that cheering is now enabled. So you just hover your mouse and you hold the button for as long as you want, and a cheer explodes afterwards, Cinderin. Very good stuff. Expecting that top area to be lit up the entire game as a result of adding so many people.
There's one thing I know about Twitch chat. It is that if there's anything you can click, they will click.
That's true.
And then again, and then again.
The analytics don't lie. A lot of people are clicking. We had to like triple the servers to be able to withstand the clicking. But nothing to say. We'll be mid on the Davian, aka Dragon Knight, versus Carl's Lina. This is kind of I'm going to say a bit of an old school match. We don't see Dragon Knight as often mid anymore, but what are your thoughts on this going forward for the laning stage?
It seemed like a specific response pick, right? I would think this is a lane that Lina does well in, especially after the nerfs to Dragon Blood. I think Dragon Knight fared better if you go back. What's that now? That nerf is like 2 months ago or whatever. But specifically because LGD picked it into the Lina like this, I would imagine they do feel like this is one of the better matchups. Obviously, Lina kind of doesn't lose to anyone mid.
Yeah.
So it's about, okay, what hero can we get that fits our game plan that also doesn't suffer too hard? And I think Dragon Knight is one of the heroes that does better, but would still expect just theoretically Carl to come out on top in this lane. But,
We'll see. Definitely has a better ability to flash farm and whatnot, but the issue with that is if you go to the jungle, then Dragon Knight could do a considerable amount of damage to the tower. But we've been seeing a lot of that into the off lane or the safe lane, like basically not mid. The DK will just transition to another lane as well. So we'll see what they choose to do this time for PSG LGD. Gotten to cast a few games of T1, but mostly our cast of T1.
Oh, Nightmare bottom. Zephyr could actually be in trouble here.
The reflection is there with the right clicks with that Metamorphosis. He gets off his Swarm. Press the attack does give him a little bit extra HP and will live as a result. But T1, good to see them kind of bouncing back after that first day of group stage, because a lot of high hopes for them, especially in the SCA region. They played out of their minds at the Animajor, but it felt like after that, they were kind of a hit or a miss. They weren't as consistent as we were hoping. Of course, part of that could be the fact that they qualify for TI and whatnot, but good to see that they bounce back here. But again, they are against the juggernaut of this, and not just their group, but the entire TI right now in PSG LGD.
Yeah. I'm trying to think back the last couple of years of TI where it has felt like there's been that clear of a favorite after the groups. I'm not sure if that was the case.
LGD was 1 year, but they didn't win.
Yeah.
Got third place, I believe. We're going to see a skewer here from Faith Beyond. Whitemon in quite a bit of trouble. I think he's resigned to his own death here, but Jin Q might get right-clicked down by 23 Savage as well. Looks like it'll end up being likely a trade of sorts as Faith Beyond just needs a couple more right-clicks with that Shockwave. So 1-for-1, but First Blood is the way of T1.
Yeah, goes to the Crystal Maiden. He's going to grab the boots and maybe a little bit extra regen here, heading back into lane to help out 23 Savage. So yeah, a nice little head start for them up in the top lane. I think overall still though, Magnus is thriving. This is a very good lane matchup for Magnus. At least in the beginning, Magnus just has overwhelming damage. Even when Morph is pretty far into the agility, he just hits so hard with the Quelling Blade plus Empower bonus. Aw, they might kill Savage here almost. GQ,
now he's gonna get punished around on the Jin Q. Waveform, couple more right clicks, down he goes again.
Uncharacteristic. I could see what he was going for there. Thought he had the burst, but then the punish is just so easy for T1 there. That's very, very good news for them in that top lane. The kill going to 23 Savage as well will almost equalize him with the Magnus now.
And nothing to say in the mid lane is 20-7 in terms of CS, and the other side 17-2 for Carl. So nothing to say, doing really well.
I mean, I may just be wrong about the matchup. I don't know.
Nothing to say is a god as well, right?
I think Carl's laning on Lina in general has been really good though. So I haven't watched the lane super closely this game, but just in general across the games he has played Lina, he generally does what he's supposed to do. So perhaps LGD have found a hero here in this patch that can win against Lina.
Dragon Tail, there's going to be a considerable amount of damage from nothing to say. There's no real rotations coming in, so I don't think a kill is able to happen as Carl.
Oh, missing that LSA could have almost killed him. He needed one more hit and then Soul Ring into Breathe Fire. There is a Fairy Fire on Carl, but yeah, nothing to say. Is honestly kind of bullying the Lina. I can't believe I'm saying that.
Not something you see every day.
Maybe my read on the matchup is just wrong.
Jin Q trying to backstab here, but Carl on his way to the triangle here to pick up that bound. Okay, yeah, Y makes a nice transition.
He's gonna kill him here.
Got the Nightmare with the right clicks. It looks like Zephyr. Oh, he does have one more Shikuchi.
Why misclicked
Gonna find his way close to Jin Q. Just does not see him thanks to the fog, so he gets off the health salve, but
I think Y did attack ground and hit the Weaver bug once instead of the Weaver there. Needed that one extra attack, so that failed attack will send Weaver back to base instead of the Grave. It's still good, obviously, and this mid pressure is mounting very quickly.
Yeah, just the forced out just allows the Dragon form to apply all that pressure that we kind of talked about to that tower. So already at half HP, and Carl, I mean, he's losing mid, but not by an astronomical amount by any means, but the fact that it's even that point is crazy, considering it's a DK versus...
Here 10 CS behind
he's going to connect. Cuckoo, he's done. So PSG LGD evens it up in terms of the kills, but you can see there's still a 1K net worth lead for them.
I mean, you say you're not losing by an astronomical amount, but you're a lane dominator and you're 500 gold behind minute 6. This feels like a big loss to me.
Is that astronomical, though?
I don't know. The universe is very big.
Yes.
So you're probably right. It's just a...
I just want to mention that Twitch chat is starting to fail a bit. The top is not glowing as much as I would like. Could you please correct that? Thank you. Really appreciate that. We can see the top net worth right now is Ame on this terribly. How is this game looking for him in terms of like a theory crafting, just as a TB game overall?
I would say it's pretty damn good. The one hero you picked into that... Oh, hang on. Mid lane.
Dragon form, Y in the vicinity. Swarm comes out as well, but a nice LSA. Carl has his ult, and nothing to say will drop as a result. And Y taking some right clicks as well, so double kill for Carl. Nice rotations from T1 overall. Jin Q gonna get caught by the Frostbite. This could be a triple kill for Carl. Indeed it is. Talk about a bounce back for T1.
Really, really good rotation, bringing in both supports from two separate sides and just connecting all of the spells there, getting the vision down as well, pre-play in that mid lane. Very, very good. They bring Carl back into the game in a big way. He's actually ahead of Dragon Knight now. Can you believe it took a triple kill to get 50 net worth ahead? But
not
you
bad.
know, at least you got there. As far as the Terrorblade goes, I think it's a very good game for TB. The primary concern you have here is probably the Morphling E-Blade, which, you know, has been traditionally a counter pick actually to Terrorblade.
Yeah.
But they do choose to pick it into it largely because of what I think, because of what BSJ said. This is a very good
initiation. Y gets off the Nightmare. Nothing to say is in his Dragon form as well. You can see Whiteline taking most of the damage here, but there's the duel. Carl doesn't have that much mana to expend, but the LSA should be enough. Is nothing to say. Takes another death in this game. Again, great rotations from T1, despite them being the ones getting initiated on.
I thought they had the Dragon Tail ready on Dragon Knight. That's why I called the CM dead on the spot there, but it was still on cooldown from a little bit of harassment he had done earlier. Obviously level 1 Dragon Tail, 16 seconds cooldown. And T1, they get another good move, really putting a lot of emphasis on this mid lane, and it's paying off. They're still not ahead on gold, but at the very least they're They're like stopping the bleeding in the lane that was suffering the most, and I think if you want to win this game, you need Lina to be strong. Because I don't think Morphling is going to cut it alone against Terrorblade when you're playing against 2 BKB piercing disables. That has got to be a concern for 23 Savage. You need to play around Fiend's Grip as well as RP. You could take off one of them with press the attack theoretically. All right, don't get ahead of yourselves, cheers. It was just a little bit of a rest on the mark.
Baited.
It's fine. It's fine. I was like, oh, what's happening top? Oh, it's Little Shredder.
Good effort. That was a good effort, cheer, no doubt. We have plenty of room for those for sure. So, as you can see, Ame's still at top of the net worths right now. Carl working on the Boots of Travel as 23 Savage now in the jungle.
Whitemon,
Nightmare. Might be shown here, the Nightmare Frostbite exchange. 23 Savage, double cookie. Whitemon will fall first, and 23 Savage did turn into that Snapfire, but he's in a 1v3 situation. Gets skewered to the other side, still has Waveform. Will be going into the cover of the arms of Carl, who gets off Laguna Blade, but no resulting kill here.
Very, very big one there on Y. Not sure how many charges he had, but...
We need a replay in SFM of that double cookie exchange.
How did one of them get stunned but not the other?
I don't know why. He's going to be spotted here, but we'll get the Nightmare off with a couple more right clicks. He doesn't really have anybody that near him, but it is just a support Weaver, of course.
Avoids the swarm. He has Dust. And if Zephyr is feeling cute here and trying to take the bounty rune, he could find himself dead, but... Oh, Zinkyo.
Yeah, Zephyr just being a very annoying presence, is nothing to say. Almost has his tower dead to rights. And the question is, will they get the deny? Likely yes. And that's going to go to
CM deny.
Yeah, if I were a betting man, I would have lost a lot of money on that one.
Yeah, no doubt. I don't think Crystal Maiden gets many denies in a tournament in general, including creeps. But.
So Faith Beyond is going to be playing, as you can see, the Magnus here. Magnus TB combo. What are your thoughts on that going forward?
Terrorblade has pretty high base damage in Metamorphosis, so he makes for a pretty good empower target. You might not think about it conceptually as a melee hero, which, you know, a lot of the time Terrorblade is in melee form farming.
Yeah.
Doesn't really need empower as much as other carries do, since he has illusion farm. He just split pushes waves while farming jungle with his main, for example, but it still adds up. It gives you that little extra efficiency, and especially in Metamorphosis, the damage increase can make a very big difference.
You know, I was theory crafting that plus the shard for Terrorblade would be really good, but we haven't seen that yet, sadly. That's
some Terrorblades have got... Demon Zeal has been... I think I've seen it a couple of games in the tournament, but I don't think they've bought it.
Basically, it just allows you to stay in your melee form for a lot longer and not really lose out on much. There's nothing to say in the triangle now. He is going for the Blink Dagger first, so... Nothing to say. Typically, we were used to seeing him as like the mobility type heroes, burst damage. DK is obviously not quite that, but he's more the initiator and building destroyer, as it were. See how that fares to them here. So, I mean, so far, obviously, off to a very good start with this 2K net worth lead.
Yeah. PSG LGD are just being super efficient, right? Like you're 3 kills behind, you got the triple kill mid for Lina, but the fact of the matter is they still end up losing their mid tower around minute 10.
Yeah.
And both Terrorblade and Magnus are having more or less a free game, especially Ame is completely untouched with all of the emphasis they had to put on nothing to say in mid. Ame has 10 CS per minute right now.
Well, I think one of the reasons LGD is so good is because of their general flexibility. Like, nothing to say. I just talked about how different of a role that is, technically speaking. And... oh, we're going to see the stop it. To the Fiend's Grip, Cuckoo, very unlucky. And that's going to be a kill going the way of Ame again.
3v1.
Yeah. That Centaur has some other agendas on the mind, no doubt.
Yep.
But we might see some action in this top lane. Nothing to say. I mean, Dragon Knight's not really one of those heroes that's going to take up that much space farming, so that leaves Faith Beyond to get really big. There's the stun into the RP. Do they have enough damage to take out the Morphling? Yes, indeed they do. And T1
burning.
Absolutely getting crushed right now. 3K net worth lead. Nightmare. Do they have the vision? Yep. The time lapse in place just for the HP, but double kill goes the way of Jin Q. And a tier 1 tower to fall as well. But
talk about getting value out of a rune. He got 3 kills set up with that invis plus the tower, and one of them is that big Morphling on the enemy side. So huge here from PSG LGD.
And T1 do get the tier 1 mid, so they get some sort of a trade at least.
Oh, Carl? What you doing, buddy? Is a dagger on the way, I think, for Dragon Knight, but will be a little bit too late. So Carl gets out of there. Very dangerous position to find himself in. Going for the standard Lina build here with travels into BKB. Like I talked about before, the concerns from Morph, they're kind of shared here with Lina, right? You get BKB, which you feel like you have to against some of this control of the Radiant side, including like Dragon Tail. But you're still susceptible to RP as well as Grip. So you can't... In some games, you can get this BKB on Lina and you feel like Superman, you know, for a while in these fights. It's just not going to be the case. You still need to keep your cool and maintain really strong positioning. So, good news for T1 though, Cuckoo is about to get the dagger.
Well, bad news is that PSG LGD now have 2 daggers to work with.
Yep.
So expect them to ramp it up even more.
As always, you focus on the negatives. Thank you.
Well, that you could look at it as a positive for LGD. Why does that have to be a negative, Cinder?
That's actually very true.
Technically true, and technically is the best type of true.
That is, I love it.
Whoever said that is a genius.
Yep. It was probably me then.
Yep. Ame working on, looks like he has a Falcon Blade Yasha, so Scotty looks to be next. Is there any reason to, I mean, is he skipping the Manta for now and just get it later? Actually, probably has, maybe he is finishing Manta now with just the recipe to go.
I think he's just gonna skip it. I think he gets Yasha as the value item here for farming speed, and you can... I don't think
it's
Manta...
not much to dispel, so...
Yeah, exactly. It's not much to dispel. There's Frostbite, but you're gonna play around that probably.
Oh, nothing to say. Spots the smoke, blinks in to get the initiation. It's just Whitemon. So at the very least for T1, that's a silver lining.
Yeah, they need to get the hell out of there. Triangle gonna get dewarded now.
Yeah.
They are pinging that there should be a ward there. None of them have a sentry though. So, they have one on nothing to say.
Yeah.
On the Dragon Knight. Just checking both supports, but that was something they were talking about in the panel as well, right? That these players, LGD are pretty creative about how they distribute their wards. And that time around, I believe nothing to say gets it. Keep in mind as well, something that's been in the game since this entire change with getting gold for dewarding, it is the player placing the sentry that gets the gold here. And
that's true.
That obviously means if you're in a commanding position and you make a team move, you can funnel extra gold into your cores by letting them deward instead of having supports do it. So, depending on the circumstance, I think having sentries on, in theory, every hero in the backpack could actually be kind of cool, right? Because then whoever needs the gold the most can be given the gold at any given time. It might be something that LGD are taking more advantage of than other teams.
Yeah, that's definitely one of those changes that you... I mean, that was of note for that patch, but taking full advantage of
Sorry,
it.
I said the person that plays the ward, I meant the person who buys the ward, right?
Cinder, everybody knows what you're saying is correct, okay?
Yes.
Even if what you say isn't.
But like, imagine this. Imagine in the game, every player buys one sentry, right?
Yeah.
You buy a sentry and you bring it with you, and then whenever you make a move, you can choose who gets the gold. I mean, it's kind of... It's like very... It's a very, very detailed play, so to say, but when you're on LGD's level and you min-max basically everything, you could see why they would do something like that. I do think it was his own sentry, right? It does display that Nothing to Say got the gold at least, so I do think he bought it.
4K net worth lead now for LGD, and you have to think that's just going to increase thanks to this Empower being placed constantly on Ame with that TB, allowing him to just take Ancients without having a meta. And Carl, at the very least, will get this tier 2 bot. So it does have a BKB.
That's a tier 1
travel right now.
It's the first tower.
That is the first tower?
Yeah.
What did I just say?
Tier 2. But you probably said tier 2 because it was the second tower of the game.
Second tier 1 tower, Cinder. Let's get a cheer for Cinderin for correcting me. Really appreciate that.
Woo!
Let's get cheers in the chat. Appreciate that.
Looking behind me, the crowd loves it.
Yeah, Ricky is very proud of you. All right, Scotty online. Is this the go time? Because ever since they picked up these Blink there, they haven't really done that much. They had that one smoke gank that just resulted in one CM kill.
There it is.
Now they have Scotty. Thank you.
There's
Thank
the
you,
cheer.
chat. Really
Thank you. Very good.
Man, that's actually a lot of fun, not gonna lie. Now we have, okay, just like I said, so Scotty is go time. Yeah. PSG LGD, they might just go for Roche potentially. Probably would prefer to get a pick off beforehand.
Yeah, and they might just find Zephyr here.
Zephyr?
No ward though.
Yeah.
Okay, there's
counter
smoke breaks.
smoke now.
Yeah.
Why?
Why not?
Area, but doesn't look like there'll be a resulting kill, at least not yet. Cuckoo, in the meantime, has his armlet. We've been seeing that pretty much every game on Legion Commanders, along with the Blink Dagger that you mentioned. So they have some counter initiation possibility. But with the looming RP potential, that is the scariest thing for T1.
for sure. I do think that was a really nice play there from Zephyr, though. He was hiding behind the tree line and had the ward in front, so as soon as that smoke breaks, he can immediately just Shikuchi away, and they have a very hard time finding the opening on him, so basically just a safe breaker there. And with superior vision right now in this area, Kuko's kind of potentially thinking about this. They will see the wall.
Oh! RP was canceled at the very least, but it's going to cost Faith Beyond his life. I don't know if that was just perfect timing or if that was actual reaction. Overwhelming odds comes out. Carl continuing to chase. Don't think they want to go high ground. A little bit too sketchy. Only a 25-second death timer, so not enough time to really go for Roche, but the smoke from T1 trying to wrap around. But you can see the position from PSG LGD. There is the initiation. That's going to be the first duel victory for Kuku. And when it's this early in the game, it's really difficult to go get Roche because the timers are so low and they didn't really expend anything. RP's still online. Like, if he had used his RP, then maybe.
Yeah. Important there for Faith Beyond to cancel it, right? It was a very quick reaction from both players, really. He blinked up and RP'd and canceled it immediately as soon as the Legion commander blinked out. Like, this is some really fast reaction. So you see the courier here finding that observer ward, so they know that's the case. Really, really close to blowing the RP there, but Kuku obviously with that ward pre-placed had his finger on the blink button and got out. And all right, only 1K lead now for PSG LGD. That was the biggest gold swing that T1 have had go their way in the entire game.
Yep, absolutely. As we're going to see Whitemon get picked off.
RP.
RP.
Nice press.
Okay. Well, that didn't result in much. Here's the duel onto the Dragon Knight. Buyback down from Whitemon, but it looks like the damage is going to go the way of the Dragon instead. It will be a trade of lives, though, as that is a dieback on the Whitemon. And we'll see if this is enough for PSG LGD to try to go into the Roche pit. It's 2 dead.
So you know when you buy back and die again, the timer gets added on top?
Yeah.
I wonder how many extra death seconds he got out of this, because he was alive like a good 1 second after teleporting in.
Yeah,
so
that's a long time.
A net loss, trying to overtake Puppy's record of time spent dead at TI here. Whitemon.
Wow. Well, his is more out of quantity than anything, though, right?
That's true. He's got a lot of ways to go.
I mean, I'm sure you can compete with that despite only playing in a couple TIs, right?
That's a good joke, Sunsfan
Thank
TV.
You. Right, appreciate that, Caesar. Yep. Let's get a cheer for that joke in chat, please. Really. Carl. TP's back to base. Not sure why I mentioned that, but he has the Shadow Blade. Arcane Rune is bottled, so that's kind of a big deal. But like you said, despite that fight, still only a 1K net worth lead for LGD right now.
Wait, hang on. I just realized, who was it that had the most time dead? Puppy was 3rd on that thingy. On the the words fail me today.
Eloquent as always. 65%.
Who was first?
Is this surprising to you?
Shannon, tell me. Who has the most time spent dead? It was not Puppy.
I don't know.
Was it Coral?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Puppy was 3rd.
This is the TI main stage, Cinderin.
Yeah, it was a nice graphic.
For God's sake.
Graphic was the word. It came to me in my in a dire moment of need here. What I think about the win expectancy being 2-1?
Oh, you're going to have to hold that thought. We got a duel coming in.
All right.
And Kuku gets some more damage. Oh. Okay, that's a random centaur from the Helm of the Dominator from Mr. Magnus.
They're gonna go for this. They know there's no RP.
Yeah.
And
another 10 seconds though, so it's cutting it a bit close.
Oh,
we got the horn toss. Whitemon dead again. It's just racking up these deaths, but Kuku and company. E-Blade's not gonna be enough to take out Faith Beyond. He's gonna have RP now. Zephyr taking quite a bit of damage, but will back up to safety. And I think T1, you can see the Mortimer's Kisses. This is definitely gonna force them back. And the Dragon Knight initiates onto Kuku, has to press the attack himself. Looks like he will be able to walk away safely, though.
This is looking like a potential PSG LGD Roche. 5 seconds on Metamorphosis.
And they're smoking.
They have RP, and they do have a really good ward here. Oh,
Carl gets Dragon Tail, but there's the press the attack save. 23 Savage able to blow up wide. Does have buyback, though. There's the skewer back into the Laguna Blade. They're not going to be able to get the kill, but it's going to be a trade either way. Magnus not able to get off his RP. Pretty big deal, but a big cookie from Jin Q. The follow-up from Nothing to Say. They will have enough damage to tear through him. 65 seconds of no Lina.
That shard on Snap is so good. We already had a highlight clip earlier today, pre-match, when you saw Jin Q, I believe in one of the qualifiers, hitting a nutty one of those, and that one, another high-impact play, stun into stun into stun into death.
Yeah.
They probably had another
Dragon Tail. The save is not enough, though. Press the attack. Usually a failsafe. Not this time around. Just too much damage to work with on LGD's side. And that should finally mean Roche is conceded.
Going to go the way of Ame here. Working his way now toward a BKB. Just wants that safety against primarily the E-Blade, you would imagine, but also against the Lina Lightstrike Array. It is a real feels-good item. Also helps a little bit against Crystal Maiden, who, you know, CM has this reputation of just falling off, right?
I thought you were going to say dying a lot.
Yeah, well,
she has a lot of reputation.
That's a part of it.
Yeah.
The thing is, over the last many years, like if you haven't watched too much Dota, Crystal Maiden has reached a point where she can actually scale pretty well and have really high impacts in the later, mid to later portions of the game, primarily because there's just more gold in the game. And Crystal Maiden benefits so much from getting items like Dagger and BKB. It sounds like a lot, but it happens more frequently than you'd think. In this game, though, Whitemon is at the bottom of the food chain.
Yes. This is looking like a patch from like 2 years ago, maybe.
Yeah, he
2.5
is
years ago.
very, very poor, and it just means you're food. Like, he dies to literally 3 attacks from Terrorblade. If he gets caught by anything, he's just gone. So Whitemon, there's a lot of pressure on him to stay very, very far back, get in a good position, and more than likely just accepting that Freezing Field is going to be exceptionally difficult to use here.
Yeah. Oh, you do have Press the Attack Shard, Cinderin.
That's true.
To give you a brief moment of magic immunity.
1.75 seconds of ulti there.
Very good.
He could actually still
like
just
you
die
said,
to Terrorblade.
either way, they have 2 BKB piercing stuns.
Yeah. If you get one of those on the Maiden, you're probably happy though.
Yeah, that's a good point. Oh, we have the initiation from Nothing to Say. Dragon Tail, Faith Beyond, skewers back into the fray. An easy pickoff for LGD again. Still holding that Aegis for another 3 minutes. We'll see what they can do with this Dragon form. We'll likely go for the tier 2 top.
Yeah. Queuing up his own BKB as well. Seems like LGD are trying to hit a timing here with double BKB on Terrorblade as well as the Dragon Knight. Obviously Terrorblade gets it a little bit earlier.
Yep.
But that is going to be a really big problem from T1. From a damage perspective, if your Lina is pressured in the fight so she has to run away, I don't think you can kill anyone in BKB. This Morphling build is not good against BKB. You have Lincolns as well as E-Blade. There's none of that like strong right click, such as like a Butterfly or a Daedalus. Nothing of that kind. LGD is just going to go for it. Go high ground. 25 minutes, you have Aegis, you have all your cooldowns.
Yeah, why not?
Dragon
RP
form
is
is running
still
out,
online. There's the Metamorphosis, and the tower is going to fall very, very quickly.
T1, your base is burning. Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
No fortification available either.
They're actually just getting this lane up because Cuckoo's dead. They can't defend.
Yeah. Can't blame them. Still 2 minutes on that Aegis. But like you said, it will be a completely free set of racks for LGD, who now sport an 8K network lead. Carl.
Just so clean, right? They see that they have enough time for this. They grab exactly what they can, get out, and lose nothing.
Yeah.
That was even with Dragon Form expiring about 2 seconds into the push, but they're just so confident.
Oh, he gets the Nightmare off. That's the Aether Lens. Look at that ridiculous range. Of course, has Fiend's Grip if they really need it, but it doesn't look like it'll come to be. Oh, press the attack. They're actually going to expend RP. This is a really important kill. Lina finally taken out. Does take quite a bit, but nice catch there by Y.
Yeah, that was a little bit of miscommunication on LGD's part. They end up using both RP as well as grip through that skewer. But I don't know if T1 realized, so perhaps they're still going to be scared of the grip. I think Y canceled it very, very quickly. Yeah, that's a big pick on Carl and LGD, just straight down mid.
Yeah, still a minute to burn.
They want to force the buyback, I think.
Yeah, absolutely, can't blame them.
All right, they get it.
Yeah, DK. Looks fine for now, but there's the duel. Can they save him? Carl pops the BKB, trying to create as much space on the sideline as possible. Laguna Blade blows up the Bane in the meantime. Eventually, Cuckoo does fall. It's a 2-for-2 with the buyback now onto Carl. And with that, PSG LGD will back away. Oh, they find the horn toss onto Zephyr and gets their time lapse off, up to full HP again. Still working on an Aghanim Scepter for himself, which is another turning point potential for T1.
Very, very close
so T1 gets something. Yeah.
Yep, they do. It's expensive to buy back your Lina, though. And just as expensive, you saw in that exact situation, if Bane had Fiend's Grip there, I think they win the game. Like, they would have just gripped the Lina. But Carl could go there straight in, kill off Y, and at least build up a little bit of momentum in the fight for them. It's still not looking great for T1, but you can be a little bit hopeful if they are the ones to get the initiate, or when, like you said, the Weaver Axe is a big item this game against both RP as well as the Fiend Script, trying to keep heroes alive. I believe the Fiend Script should still be channeling. If you do get time-lapse, it sticks on you, basically, but the repositioning can be easily enough to save you, especially against Terrorblade. Oh, Zephyr!
Yeah.
Hello.
Showing here. Oh, the shard into the cookie. Goodbye. You talked about the power of Jin-Q shard, and when you combine that with a blink dagger, it is very hard to avoid, even as a Weaver.
He was not expecting to find enemies there, but PSG LGD have that ward sentry combination. They were ready.
And look at the discrepancy between 1 and 2 here, between 23 Savage and Ame.
Yep.
That is pretty gigantic. And it's just growing from here. So Ame, what's he working on now? Obviously finished the Manta a while ago into the BKB and has his sight set towards Chrysalis. And then for 23 Savage on the other side, you talked about the Lincolns. I mean, would you change this build in any way? It feels like Lincoln's is almost necessary, but at the same time, I mean, Lincoln's doesn't feel that bad on Morphling just because of the stats nature to it, but
yeah, it's
you're still lacking some damage, right?
Yeah, you are. Maybe he wants to bypass BKB entirely in his build and just trust Cuckoo to press the attack, the biggest key spell, but still needs the Lincolns against the Bane, and I think his item build is fine. It's just, like you said, you need more. And the problem is LGD have been ahead the whole game, just pushing in your waves better.
Yeah.
So Terrorblade will be that one major item ahead. And as far as Ame goes, he doesn't have a defensive item similar to Lincoln's. He has the BKB, which is super high impact for the type of team fights that LGD's lineup plays. It's very high burst. You get an RP, you get a grip, you get a Dragon Tail, and you just commit and go. The only thing you've had to worry about the whole game until now was that press the attack, but now there's a second quote-unquote press the attack from Zephyr. And this is a smoke timing for T1. They're gonna go for it.
Yeah, and this is gonna be the Axe reveal, like you said. So we'll see if PSG LGD play around that or not. But it could have huge impact, as apparently only one buyback in the game right now, for nothing to say.
Yeah, he also has a gem, and he's holding a very strong high ground position. Jin-Q.
Oh, yeah, he's
in Glimmer Cave into Blink.
All right. Yeah, they thought that somebody was high ground, but they didn't know he was invisible as well, as Ame is going to show bot lane. And it looks like this tier 2 will fall as a result.
Just masterfully done from LGD, right? They avoid the smoke play, they get the stronger position, and they get a tower. So effectively, T1 smoke to lose there. Usually, the worst case scenario when you smoke, if you don't find a fight, is that the enemy team hides, but you gain some ground. You didn't even gain ground, you actually lost it.
Into the jungle, LGD goes. It's not an insurmountable lead for T1 to try to come back from.
Cuckoo!
Oh, that was felt like a longer TP. Not sure where he ended up, but no, it was just in the fountain. Maybe not. Cutting it close there. Still working on his BKB.
Roche
as second Roche is available. Who gets the shards?
I was gonna say, you said it first.
I mean, Faith Beyond already has his, right? So
you do a really good Suns fan impersonation. Did you know that?
Oh boy, that's an insult. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it is.
Maybe you get the Demon Zeal. I'm not sure actually this game. This is could go for the Dragon one's okay.
I actually think they're going to give him the Zeal here.
Alright, yep, there it is. Yep. You will consume it. So Demon Zeal, basically costing 20% of TB's HP, and you get movement speed, attack speed. While in melee form, you get even more.
It's a double up.
Yeah. Pretty strong, and especially when combined, like we talked about, with the Empower. I mean, not that he's having trouble farming right now, Cinderin, but this will add it to another level. As Faith Beyond will get the skewer up into the Dragon Tail and White Mon again. The crowd goes wild. Yeah. They really like watching Crystal Maiden die.
I was like, damn, he only took 2 hits like expected. He even has a plate mail. Like, imagine if he did on the Maiden. Yeah. It's tough times to be a Crystal Maiden in this game. You get caught by literally anything, you're just gone. So, easy pick.
She's quite slow, sadly. So, Ame I guess next item for him is actually just going to be the completed Daedalus, which I would assume takes the place of his boots if his Aegis is still in his inventory.
And worth keeping in mind when you have Satanic like this, Demon Zeal just feels good to use. You restore your health so fast anyway, so using it in fights, sometimes that can be a double-edged sword. Yeah, you get more damage, but you also take 20% health. Usually when you have Satanic, it doesn't really matter that much. All you need is to get in one attack when you're starting to struggle, and you're going to get all of that health back right in, and here we go.
And here we have meta popped again.
Oh, Carl isn't in position.
Oh, the skewer back with the horn toss set up into the RP, but no! Press the attack waveform is enough to bait out the RP. And T1, see if they want to try to take advantage of this. I mean, they're going to have to if this continues to go in LGD's favor with this push. E-Blade onto Ami. You can see the jump in from nothing to say with an overwhelming blick being shown as Carl has to pop his BKB, and there is the duel. Do they have enough damage? But the Sunder from Ame, allowing the duel victory to go the way of nothing to say. He's just going to walk that one off, but 23 Savage can't walk that one off. That is just too much damage to withstand. And Carl jumps in. This is going to be the beginning of the end, I do believe, although 2 buybacks come up for T1. And the Metamorphosis is running out, but again, he has Demon Zeal to work with. Bane's going to take a tumble. Whitemon drops in the deck as well, 1 for 1. Laguna Blade, Ame getting extremely low. That's just the Aegis, though. And Carl completely out of mana. Nothing to say, is still alive throughout all this, some way, somehow. And just going to play all the pressure to the racks here. This will be a dieback onto Carl.
On the
and it looks like that is going to be enough to GG out of game 1. And like we talked about, Synderen, T1 have looked really good after that first day of the group stage, but LGD are just on another level of everyone so far. Just game 1, though.
Do you know what LGD stands for, Sensfan?
What's that?
Looking good, dominating.
God, that is awful.
Thank you.
You know how to kill a cat.
Yeah, that's what I do.
You know how to just ruin the moment.
I take a moment and I destroy it. Just like LGD did. T1 seemed like they had a couple of moments and they just got taken away right in front of them. It's not... There really isn't... You know what's kind of scary in a way here? Is that this didn't even feel like LGD's best game of the tournament to me. Like, they had a couple of hiccups where a little bit of spell casting doesn't go perfectly, and it's because we expect perfection from them, but it still wasn't really close. That's a little bit worrying for T1 going into the next game.
We've seen some teams get off to a pretty good start against LGD. Like, they've been down 20K, but they end up coming back because they don't make that many mistakes when it comes to mid to late game. That's the issue for the other teams playing against them.
The one game that they did lose in the groups was against Secret. I think LGD played a strategy with Alchemist, and Secret had, I want to say, Ogre Tiny, and Matumba Man just ended up overpowering. So Secret actually won a late game situation against LGD, which seems like not many teams can get into a late game position where they're competitive. Like I said, the game, I believe it was against Elephant, as a matter of fact. Elephant had a huge advantage and still ended up losing later. So, well, T1, you gotta find the secret sauce for this next game because LGD are looking hot.
I won't go there. Let's just go to the panel instead.
Hot.
I liked it, Synderen. Now, that was kind of a long game for LGD, boys. Went over 30 minutes, short for T1, as you reminded me, Tsunami. But do you think it was just a case of them biding their time just to be absolutely sure now they're on the main stage?
Yeah, I think that, if anything, they need to start practicing what happens after 30 minutes. They haven't been there in so long that they're like, might have to experiment, like, oh man, I haven't even seen that tier of neutral items yet. We need to figure out, how do we recalibrate? Or maybe they're just very good and they were also showing T1 respect.
We've got to talk about the draft. It seemed like T1 were kind of doomed from the start, Ari. It was weird. Even I could see it was a little bit weird.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I think
just a little.
Their draft wasn't that bad versus LGD, but I think their concept on the draft maybe felt a bit off for them. I think usually what happens is if they can enable Cuckoo, him and the 2 supports will be able to make some plays. And like CM Weaver Legion, it didn't look like that this game. I think, honestly, a bit of the decisions that T1 made around their heroes looked off to me. Like, I think Cuckoo going for Armlet was not good for Terrorblade. I think CM had to go Max Nova this game in order for them to have a chance. Them not doing that, it just led to them not really being able to pressure LGD.
I mean, if you look at Cuckoo there, the Legion commander, no kills, but it wasn't just that. It was also his gold lead was actually quite far behind pretty much everyone. And seeing as this is a player that we talk about putting his farm priority ahead of his teammates, if he's not able to get anything done, not able to get some shopping in his car, Jenkins. How is the rest of his team going to have any hope?
You know, I think that naturally happens when you fall behind as an offlaner. It's just kind of the role that, like, once the map starts closing in, once the fights start happening, your mid and your carry get the priority, unfortunately for Master Cuckoo here. But to me, the biggest thing that I saw from LGD this game that made it look so dominating, and I think T1 actually on the other side, and this is why the game took so long, T1 had some great aspects of this as well. They chained their timings. So nothing to say invis rotation towards that top tower with DK. So number one, he takes the mid tower with his DK form. And then right after that, he picks up an invis rune. And then he heads towards the top tower and he sets up like a triple kill with the invis rune. And obviously that's something that, like, you're not guaranteed an invis rune. So it's not like LGD is doing this in every game, but there's some equivalent, haste rune, whatever. And then after that, he gets his blink. They smoke directly into the triangle, which is the polar opposite area of the map. And then they get a kill there. And then from that, they have like a 3 to 4K gold lead at 10 minutes. And the game feels a lot easier. Then all of a sudden, Cuckoo falls behind like we just saw. And I think on the other side, T1 actually chained timings like this as well and almost came back at a point where Cuckoo was standing on the high ground and then Mag blinked in to RP. Cuckoo blinked out because they were camping a ward. They killed the Mag or they killed somebody. And then they smoked up and then killed in the triangle as well. And that got them a little bit of a lead. But then LGD just kept chaining timings after that. But you talk about this a lot. How, like, I remember during NADBC, you were always like, they should chain smokes here. They should chain smokes here. Because in Dota, you really need to only win. If you win like one fight, it puts you in the lead. If you win another fight, it makes it so the enemy team, you're stomping the enemy team. If you win 3 fights in a row, there's no way that they can win. That's how things scale in Dota. It's like exponential scaling.
And it looked early game like T1 was scaling pretty well, Tsunami. But, you know, it was literally just in the laning phase. That was kind of part of LGG's plan.
If you are ever feeling like you're in the lead, I think it's because LGD are giving you permission to be in the lead. They're like, that's fine. You can have what you want. And teams are often like, they get complacent whenever they have those circumstances that they're like, wow, things are going kind of how we wanted them to go. It's only because LGD is letting it happen right now.
It really feels that way with this team.
And so every single time I look at a last hit differential, I'm like, I don't really know if that tells me anything. Even in the mid lane, where it should be the most definitive, oftentimes things are happening elsewhere. It's like LGD are establishing stacks that you need to be worried about, and they're getting ready to do rotations and stuff like that. So no one has found the solution yet, and that's why LGD only have dropped a single game throughout this entire tournament thus far.
I thought that mid lane 3v3 that was happening was actually favoring T1 because I was sitting there thinking like, oh, Lina's like a better late game hero than DK, but then I realized once DK picks up the Blink Dagger, it was all gas, no brakes for LGD. And so, sure, in the late game, Lina's going to be a better hero than DK because you just do the most damage, like even considering carries. But DK, if you're getting enough out of his Blink timing, it's actually better for the DK team.
I wanted to ask about Roshan. There's a fight towards the end of the game, about 32 minutes in, and LGD are literally free to get it. And it seemed like T1, they're just spinning in the jungle. They could have gone for a tower or, you know, done something. I'm going at the screen. I'm just like, why are they just spinning on the mini-map? And Tsunami had the theory that they were trying to help Lina farm and protecting her. But do you think that was a mistake? Do you think actually maybe they should have prioritized pushing?
I think with that lineup at that point in the game, there's nothing you could do anymore. I think if T1 wanted, like, that sort of play where it looks awkward to spectators, it happens because they're like trying to evaluate their options and they can't find a clear win condition. And if you don't have a clear objective in mind, then oftentimes you're just doing random things while trying to think of it. And it looks weird, but honestly, I don't think there's anything better they could do. Like T1 this draft, they had to have bot lane go better in order to win this game.
Jenkins.
Yeah.
I enjoy listening to you talk about Dota. You might have realized by now. If you haven't, I enjoy listening to hearing you talking about Dota.
What are you setting up for right now?
I heard you describe Terrorblade as the ultimate man fighter during that last game. So
right.
The floor is yours, my friend.
All right, okay. Well, I will say, just because, well, I'm not the best carry player. He can tell you. Lost a lot of MMR playing carry.
Very
However,
bad.
I was speaking with Ali, I was speaking with BSJ, and we were talking about TB versus Morph because it's one of those matchups that you think is going to be very Morph favored because you just turn into Terrorblade. I mean, Morphling, he morphs into somebody, and he gets all of the spells and not an ultimate, right? And then Terrorblade's the one hero where people say that one of his basic spells is his ultimate, Metamorphosis, right? And so you would think that Morph versus TB is like massively more favored, but it just doesn't seem like that's the case practically. Like hypothetically, maybe that's true, but practically it's not. I think the nerf where you can't just be a Morphling who's meta now, you have to stay in the TB form to stay meta'd. So that's a problem for Morphling. But also a part of that is I think that Morphling is the type of hero, he gets a Scotty, he gets a Satanic, and he can 1v1 almost any carry in the game. But TB just presses Sunder on you. And then also, I think BSJ was saying something about TB is like a team fighting carry. Maybe you know more about that than...
Yeah, I think the thing about the Morphling versus TB matchup is that Morphling can counter TB. A lot of it, as well as what you said, is a magical damage and burst potential coming out from E-Blade. But Terrorblade, his specialty is actually that he's a teamfight anchor. Like, he will anchor the teamfight, and Morphling doesn't really do that. He wants the teamfight to be more split up. So if it comes down to it where Terrorblade and Morphling are hitting each other, you'd think Morph would do well, but it just doesn't happen that way. Terrorblade stacking is too good, meta's too strong. Just something's like weird about the matchup in that sense.
I think Sunder really helps. And then also like any hero that has high stats, any hero that has good illusions, Morphling obviously picks a Manta, Luna, like TB just spawns a 100% version of themselves that they can't hit with his Q. So that always turns the matchup as well. TB's just like the ultimate anti-carry. Even if you're the anti-TB hero, it's like, well, your anti-TB is still a carry and TB's the anti-carry, so good luck.
And none of these games exist in a vacuum also.
No, they don't.
And so Legion Commander trying to enable her Morphling was not nearly as significant as the Jinkyu's Snapfire. Jinkyu's Snapfire was providing so much setup that Terrorblade didn't even have to really worry about that much until it finally became mono and mono time.
Yeah, I think how Terrorblade generally breaks down is if Terrorblade can right-click in fights, then he wins the fights, and if he can't right-click, he can't win the fights. That's why it's the same thing for Legion. Like, Legion's a committal hero. How I feel Terrorblade is when you press meta, you're committing in a fight. So that means if you want a dual son, you're going into a full commitment hero whose commitment is stronger than you. Maybe I'm saying the word too many times, but Terrorblade's timing, like how he fights, is stronger than Legion's, and Legion has to go in.
You're right. We had the same discussion with Leshrac and TB at the end of too, where it's like, oh, Leshrac, he's the illusion clear hero, right? The best illusion clear in the game, so surely he's good against Terrorblade. Well, what Terrorblade wants to do is he wants to just man up and fight you. Leshrac runs in there and has to be very close to you in order to kill you as TB, and TB's like, all right. And if you're going to kill him, he sunders you, and then he uses the fact that you're going to kill him to kill you. Yeah. So it really just practically doesn't work the way that you think it would, hypothetically.
We've got 30 seconds before the teams walk out on stage. So just really quickly, good Terrorblade counters. I think T1 might want the advice.
I think it's a usual style, actually. I think long-range nukes and slows actually beat Terrorblade. If they can pull off that type of lineup and have Cuckoo kick him out of lane earlier, I think they're actually very set up to beat Terrorblade.
All right.
Zeus.
He's one of the uncontested heroes. One of the only uncontested heroes at this event.
Pick a 39% win rate hero. It'll go well.
Okay, Tsunami.
Don't even worry about Terrorblade. It's not going to happen.
He's going to get banned.
Oh, it's not even going to happen. LGD, that was just for T1's benefit. They've got plenty more tricks up their sleeve.
All right, well, the teams are walking out on stage right now. As you can see, PSG LGD, they look cool as lovely cucumbers. But you know what? T1, they're going to have had that team talk. That family feeling will be in the booth, and they are going to bounce back. I'm sure Coach March has given some of those inspirational massages. So as they get ready in their booths, we are going to take a look back at T1's journey to TI.
They get the kill on a semi-out.
Be careful, out of position here.
To the trade.
Double
stun again from Whitemon. He is too good this game. He's too good this series. He's worked really well. And while Uzrior double kill, Carl getting both. Now looking over at the Ancient Apparition, who throws out a Desperation Ice Blast, and they're still looking for more. Bob on the run, but Whitemon's ready.
Wow.
Oh my God! Whitemon on the edge of the mana gets the stun, and they will get this kill on a Bob. they go back into the paint.
Tough position to be in. 700, 500.
Team routine. Who's going to pick it up? Aegis snatched by Cuckoo. He's got it. There's Zero Spike coming through, and they've got another Some of the impale landing on both Gabby as well as Bach. This team saw doing a lot here. They get the kill on RML. They'll take out Boomy. 2 heroes down on the side of TNC. They'll focus their attention on to Gabby. 23 moving in. He's got a doppelganger with the help from the rest of the team, and they should be able to take out the Tiny and look for more. Bach on the run. Cuckoo trying to maintain that Aegis. They've got the impale. They have the lockdown confirmed, and they'll get the kill confirmed too. Triple kill for Cuckoo. Again, with the Shadow Word, he's just taking 0 damage. Literally 0 damage. Blink call coming in from Cuckoo. They've got the taunt out onto the gyro. Is it going to be enough? Chaotic Offering follows it up. They've got the damage coming in with the impale. And hit by Janwell. He's there with the save. They've got the Avivo, and now the Burrow Strikes are going to come through as well as the Epicenter on the center as well. 23. They have the damage with BKBB pop. Can't get the Satanic off. 23 trying to heal up as much as he can. Shadow Word's also doing work. They got the impale on the CTM. They'll get the kill to the Sand King. They'll take him out for 85. No buyback. Cuckoo with 1 sliver of health. Blink call on the 2. He's still not going to die. They've got the Shadow Word. They get the kill to Whiteman. They end up losing play hard, and with the tether, it's not going to be enough to stay alive. Janwell dead. Disarm onto the gyro. Natsumi's gone. No buyback for anybody on Neon. That was amazing by Cuckoo. He comes in with just a sliver of health with that blink call right at the end.
I mean, honestly, this game too, we're just seeing the same here from T1. Just top stuff. There is no doubt about it. The work and preparation that this team put in before turning up has been huge. The arena will come down. Monet will get the Stone Gaze up, but look, there's no damage. T1 don't care at all about being caught in this combo. It's Asta that have to run as soon as the ultimates are used. They just cannot fight T1. T1, they're all full HP. They're pushing down the middle.
There's the RP on
jump again. Carl gets the RP, and he's caught the big one. He's caught Monet. Monet out of mana. He'll go down. As the tips indeed absolutely go in the way.
There it is.
They'll call it GG.
One in a tad bit of trouble here, but he is, again, very tanky, and 23 Savage is lying in wait. If PSG LGD overextend themselves, beautiful hit from Whitemon. The pre-hex on the axe. His initiation denied. The Doom living through the Skywrath Mage ultimate, and Carl catching 3 on the coil. Now they're in trouble. PSG LGD, they're just going to get wiped in this team fight. 4 down, Ame nowhere in sight because he knows a lost team fight when he sees one.
And that's the story of T1 in the DPC seasons and the run up to this year's international. Earlier, though, we touched on 23 Savage. We didn't get much time to talk about this fledgling carry, who hopefully we're going to get to see blossom more and more in this tournament. But unfortunately, potentially after this game, it could be in the lower bracket tsunami. Why is 23 Savage someone to keep an eye on in the future?
I think it's kind of a inspirational story that there are many 23 Savages out there. I think there's many pub stars, leaderboard, showing up mid laners who show up on the radar and they're given a chance. But oftentimes the chance just doesn't really galvanize into anything. And so last year, it was, or 2 years now at this point, it was on Genesbras where you're like, oh man, this is a really hotshot squad, you know, just a stack trying to make it to TI, and they come ever so short. And then sometimes these players just fade away into irrelevance after that. They just try to make it on qualifier stacks, and they don't find enough support around them, both literally in the game and outside of the game, to enable it. But him and Jabs, 23 Savage and Jabs are the only Thai players here, and now Jabs, him and Jabs were kind of in that same culture in Thailand, and I think T1 is unique in how multicultural it is also. Most of these Southeast Asian squads have been, I'm all Filipino, I'm all Indonesian, I'm all Malaysian, and being able to bridge cultures has been very, very useful for 23 Savage, I think, specifically because as a young player, if you have a strong Filipino voice like Cuckoo and you have Indonesian supports like Zephyr and Whitemon, I think that it has been a very, very enabling group for him.
Well, I don't think this is going to be his last TI, no matter what happens. But we want to switch focus to PSG LGD right now, because earlier in the year, we caught up with their captain. Let's find out what he had to say.
PSG LGD come to the TI10 main stage as one of the strongest teams out of the majors. After a third-place finish in Singapore, they made it to the grand finals of the ANA Major in June, defeating Evil Geniuses to take the top spot. Soon after that win, BBC caught up with their captain, Y.
哪场比赛是最难打的，或者说最接近的？是决赛这场吗？
其实小组赛以来，我们其实有几场一直以来都是比较焦灼的。其实就是从小组赛开始，我们赢都不是很顺利，我们还是属于一场一场进步的。然后 T1 那个 BO3也是让我们成长挺多的。然后到最后一季那一场，其实是我们讨论很多，包括因为他们先打嘛，然后我们在后面看他们也讨论挺多东西吧。然后包括第二把打他们也不是很顺利，但是也是在慢慢成长。然后最后虽然比分上看上去是3-0，但实际过程并不是那样的。
With TI10, some are pointing out the similarities between PSG LGD's position now to that of Wings, the winners of TI6 and the last team from China to lift the Aegis. It's a team that included 2 members now on PSG LGD, Faith Beyond and Y. Coincidence?
我们如果把这个 TI 和 TI 前的这个阶段的这样一个成绩的状况和当年 TI6 和 TI6 之前的状况去做对比，我感觉好像有点类似啊，是不是这样？
有一些吧，因为我就是当时也是身处在那个队伍嘛，然后对当时的就是跟一些此情此景跟当时确实有一些类似吧，主要是团队上的一些沟通什么的，其他倒还好。
你和边将的这样的一个动力，为什么还能够继续的保持下去？是心里还有很多的目标没有实现吗？
关于目标这个，我觉得首先是不光我跟边将吧，包括其实我们的教练小巴也是一样的，我们是有共同目标在为之奋斗的。然后只不过说我们3个是刚好有这个头衔，所以我们在外人的目标看来就是对于第2次的夺冠嘛，然后对标的是 OG。
其实LGD 在所有的中国的这个 Dota 的玩家心目当中，包括一些国际上的粉丝的心目当中，是一支顶尖的队伍。但是 TI 的冠军确实是还没有能够收入过囊中。你作为曾经以前的旁观者和现在的其中的一员，你对于这件事情是怎么来看待？
首先，一直老干爹这个队在 Dota 圈里面一直存在，并且顶尖，这不得不得承认，这是所谓的俱乐部底蕴，这种就是跟俱乐部那些管理什么的是肯定是有很大的关系的。然后再其次到我自身又到这，然后再判断这些，其实从我的角度来说，不管怎么样，都是各自的故事，只不过这本故事的书名肯定是以老干爹为起的吧，我觉得是这样的。
Well, thank you to Captain Y and BBC, our fantastic interviewer there. Let's talk a little bit about that legacy then of Y and Faith Bian. And Faith Bian in particular, because after the TI6 victory, Faith Bian actually had an injury and it kind of took him out the running for a few years.
Yeah, and I think Faith Bian, even from that TI6 wing squad, he was a very standout player, and he sort of had to recuperate a lot from, I think he broke his arm, and he had to have a few surgeries on it. And a lot of his story is him coming back from that injury and returning to his old form at TI.
And do you feel like he's there now?
Yeah, I think Faith Bian's looking really good.
I mean, there must be so much on your mind as well. You must have so many memories of these booths and lifting that Aegis and just trying to get back there again, especially after it's been so long. Do you think that people expected Faith Bian to get back to this position, Tsunami?
Definitely not after. So when Wings imploded due to external circumstances and internal circumstances, I think everyone was hoping that this would be like the new old guard that would be able to carry things, but it just didn't happen quite as much.
Well, let's see if a 2-0 happens right now.
T1 versus PSG LGD. Game 2.
Hello and welcome to the second draft for PSG LGD versus T1. Here your draft panel. My name's Ava Plus, joining me is Fogged and Lacoste as always. And I'm going to start off not by talking about this draft, but actually just a small overview. What do you think that the weaknesses you pointed out last draft were really apparent in the gameplay?
My biggest thing, at least, that I want to see that T1 is going to take away to this one is find a way to shut down Ame a little bit more. I feel like he just had the freest game. Sure, his team was making lots of space for him because of the heroes that they ended up having, but I feel like just putting Cuckoo out on an island all by himself and them having this like Weaver as their 4 position, I feel like this lane can't pressure at all when you're playing versus something like TB, so I want them to just set something up better to just slow Ame down, because you can't let him have games like that.
Yeah, Cuckoo and Whitemon were completely shut down in the laning stage. I think this opener works so much better. You have Magnus, which is almost always played by Cuckoo, so you know that's going to be the lane, and you have a Lion, one of their most successful heroes throughout the DPC season. It's just the burst damage. It's one of their T1 special heroes where it allows you to have a bit more burst damage, more control, standard stuff coming out from them, and it allows you to move around the map. The tricore that they always use, especially in the previous game, was a bit of an issue because you have Weaver, CM, who's a very sluggish hero, and she was extremely underfarmed, and move out with the Legion Commander, try to go for the kills, while Lina is farming in the triangle. She's heavily farm-oriented hero, will rarely join fights early on, like she wants that to hit that BKB boots of travel timing. So that was a huge issue for T1. I think this opener works much, much better.
Yeah, and I know we've talked a lot about how T1 is more of like, especially with the way that they have played before, it's the longer games, it's more of these responsive kind of plays. Sure. And that's why they went for like the Weaver, you have this time lapse eventually with the Aghanims, you have this Legion Commander for save. I don't want that from T1, actually, versus LGD. Even though it's more of their style, I want them to be more of the aggressors, because I think if you just kind of hang back, that's playing completely into PSG LGD's hands. So just more aggression, and yeah, like you said, this is already leaps and bounds better for me.
All right. Can we move on to the LGD draft, because we Fogged have your favorite hero. It's the ET.
Yeah, I mean it's
ET.
The stats say it all. I don't need to say anything else anymore. OP hero. Death Prophet also. They're one of the few teams that are still really confident, even picking it first too. I think we've had a couple other teams grab it like later on in the draft, but PSG LGD just open with it, and I've seen them do this several times.
I know you're both happy and sad at the same time seeing ET, because what's going to happen after TI?
He's going to get buffed.
Nope. Definitely not. We see PSG LGD protecting that profit pick and also wait to disengage a team fight. So Invoker banned out the Quas Vex Invoker. On the other side, T1 also protecting Magnus with Winter Wyvern, one of the better heroes in general to split up the fight. And you know, Winter Wyvern's still very good. At one point, she had over 90% win rate.
Yeah, T1's still very comfortable with that, and that's a hero that can play in both capabilities, which is why I really like Wyvern. Almost in any meta, you're an aggressor or you're defensive capabilities. You have so much potential also for damage throughout all stages of the game because you're percent base. Just good hero overall. I think that's another really one that was a bit undervalued for me. I thought it was going to get picked a lot more, but I also really like I know you touched on the bans. The Shadow Demon ban is always one. If you have Death Prophet, almost always you want to take out Shadow Demon because you can't build Yules. Your mobility is completely stagnated as well. And yeah, that's a change up. We got a Dawnbreaker.
It's been mostly VP has been running this hero, and with high value both in the carry and the 5 position. Actually, I'm just going to start asking, what is this a core? Is this a support Dawnbreaker, or is it just a massive flip?
Hard to say. They have Magnus with the Empower, so like if you get Empower on that hero, played as a carry could be potentially really, really good. It's one of the heroes that comes online extremely quickly with the Echo Saber. As you mentioned, Virtus.pro ran it 3 times. I believe 2 were wins, 1 was a loss. And we've seen a couple of Dawnbreakers being played as a position 4/5 so far.
Still flex, but I would imagine it's more so going to be the support. I don't think you want to put a strength core into Death Prophet. Then you're putting 2 strength, probably 2 strength cores, the Magnus and the Dawnbreaker, 2 ideal Spirit Siphon targets. That mid game is just going to be pretty disastrous. DP heals way too much. Dawnbreaker's stack gain is absurd. So you get a Siphon on her and you're like full HP. So
do you rather play an Agi core against an Elder Titan though?
Yeah, I guess that's where it becomes kind of difficult, right? So it's a pretty good opener. That's why PSG LGD did go for that one. So it does, it already makes things a little bit more complicated for T1.
So now that LGD picks up the Earthshaker Snapfire, I'm assuming is the Earthshaker 3 that we've been seeing a lot these days, or could they flex the ET like OG sometimes does?
Looking at what they got so far, PSG LGD, they ran that Prophet exclusively as a position 3. So this time around, it might need to be a mid hero, and then you have Earthshaker as the offlane, because Snapfire plus ET seems like the support duo in this one.
Okay.
They have probably the best heroes in the game to choose where you want to take a fight.
Yeah.
With Earthshaker, ET, Snapfire, Roche fights are going to be almost impossible for T1 to defend. Yes, you have Magnus, you have Skewer, but PSG LGD can, with a lot of their spells, just say, stop, we're taking this fight out where we want it to be.
There's so much team fight again. Just every time I see PSG LGD, they cover themselves with absurd team fight. And again, I'm already looking at the scaling. They've got ET. They have the carry for the last pick. Well, second to last pick, of course. T1 does have the last pick time around. They set themselves up for late game. So T1, I mean, what's the option that they want to go for their carry? And I think that's why we see PSG LGD also going for the Earthshaker, because they're trying to deter T1 from going for a melee carry. Because I've seen so many times these Shakers as this 3 position just dominate these melee carries. So now T1's like, okay, so we'll grab a Medusa so that I don't play into this Earthshaker that's just eating enchant totems and fissures.
And on the Medusa point, we're talking, well, you can't get a strength carry because DP, you can't get an edge carry because Elder Titan. Medusa, edge carry does not rely too much on the armor, so ET not that much of a counter. But is there synergy with the Medusa in her draft right now?
She doesn't benefit that much. She doesn't get the cleave, has a built-in cleave, so Empower is still going to be some extra damage, which is nice. One thing that PSG LGD needs to be careful about is possibly going inside a triangle early on and try to block the ancient stacks or the big camp so that Medusa cannot get that much farm. They don't have the best heroes to invade. Like, they're good at rotating, but they're not as good as taking the stack as T1 is.
And what's the role of the Dawnbreaker as well? Because the healing with the team, not great synergy. The global ability is just okay here.
Yeah, it's just okay. I think it's just like this T1 idea of always just having some type of counter initiation. That's like their jam. So I feel like the Dawnbreaker is that they wanted to have in there too. But it's different. I mean, we have not gotten to see this hero too much, so I'm a bit skeptical on it, especially because they haven't played it. Did they play it here at all? Maybe they had one game that I don't remember, but I don't remember them playing it.
I don't remember them playing it.
Okay.
So right now for T1, we're missing one last hero. If we're just looking at these 4 heroes, what is the weaknesses you're seeing? What they're missing about their draft?
I want a secondary initiator. I know Lion eventually does get that like Blink Dagger, same thing with the Magnus, but I want somebody else that also goes in and starts fights. Also a little bit damage lacking.
Right.
Medusa takes some time to build up, so I want someone else that comes online a little bit earlier and is looking to be that playmaker with the Lion, with the Dawnbreaker.
And if we're looking at LGD, Lacoste, is there anything they're missing from this draft right now?
So far, so good. This is a great early game-oriented lineup that scales really well, especially once ET has his aura maxed out. There's going to be a lot of stuff on the ground, a lot of long-range damage. Just a Fissure into Snapfire, ulti, ET Stomp could get someone killed, especially the backlines of T1.
Okay, the final bans are coming in, and it's going to be actually, Moba and Batrider, so kind of a mix here.
Am I hearing the Shaker clapping? Is that what it is right now?
Oh, it might be actually. Wow, the audience is really pumped today.
I got a little bit of a background right there, yeah?
Yeah, it's true.
All we're missing is our boy Ogre.
Yep,
He's the best
claps
one for me.
Yep.
They were the 2 clappers, and See, for those of you that think this audience is fake, we'll just have the stadium filled with people, Earthshaker fans. Is the last pick for T1 an advantage this time? Could they surprise us with something? Because last time they couldn't really flex anything, they couldn't really pull off anything.
Yeah, maybe Ursa wouldn't be as bad. I just really love anything that can build into Diffusal Blade against Medusa. And overall matchup, during the Season 2, it was starting getting popular, Ursa as a counter pick to Medusa, because she was extremely powerful at that point. And I thought it's not going to be a good thing, but Ursa just completely destroys Medusa.
Yeah, Secret's been running it a lot. So they see it as a high-value pick. Would you agree with the Ursa idea?
Yeah, definitely can see a gap closing built into their team with like Snapfire and stuff like that. It's always nice to have any type of like, you don't need, most of these Ursas, they are building Blink again a bit more, but having that extra thing is always really nice. They're just going to go back, hey, stable, it's Ame. You're playing versus Medusa, Reflection's good. High base armor as well. Have to worry because now like the Lion is going to have a little bit of a better game, especially in mid-game if it does get to like this farming thing where you're just hexing and mana draining illusions in team fights. So this Lion actually went up a little bit for me in priority, a little bit better now for T1. But this is it's just stability, right? It's like, Ame, what are you going to carry the game with? Okay, it's a pretty decent TB game. It's not a bad one by any means. So let's see what T1 does for the solution. Do they pick something like those like Tinkers, those Zeuses? Are they going to try to hard counter this Terrorblade?
For Zeus? And they can go for, is Ember Spiller still available? He is.
Yes, he
Not
is.
enough. There's one silence, long duration silence from Dead Prophet.
Oh.
They go into
Okay,
Doom. The
so that's
Carl
more
classic.
T1. Okay.
Yeah. So tell me, what does this Doom do for the draft, Fogged?
He just needs to full commit. Like, he needs to full commit for the Terrorblade. We've seen teams do it in the past. I know VP was one of the biggest ones, like, years ago, where it was like they saw Terrorblade, they just picked Doom, and you Doom him in the entirety of the game, no matter what inside the team fights. And they also will be able to keep scaling going. That's the thing. I've seen a lot of these Midases, so now we have a pretty good scaling Tricore coming out from T1. If they're able to slow the pace of the game down, they also potentially could have some, late game prowess versus PSG LGD.
The only hero that kind of stands out to me is this Dawnbreaker. I don't feel like it fits in the lineup because you don't have anything else that is potentially global to play with. I don't see too much synergy with it, but I definitely do love the last pick Doom because it's Carl's probably best hero from what I've seen, and also hitting these right timings, the Hand of Midas that you mentioned. Once you hit that Shiva's refresher, this is when it becomes like extremely strong timing for T1. So they're not really playing into this early game. They're going to be, a bit more focused on the defensive side of Dota this time around.
Right. Well, we've heard from our panelists. Now we can get right into. Oh, wait, no, actually. No. We need to know what's going to happen in this game. We need to know what to look out for. And that's why BSJ is here to give us the last word.
Thank you, Avo. As this game is all about the combos, T1 has a single volley of spells that could potentially decimate the LGD lineup. They have the RP, the Lion Lockdown, as well as the Doombreaker Doom, and eventually 2 Dooms later on in the game. And when one team has a lot of combos, the other team needs to look to have some combo breakers. So first and foremost, you want heroes that are difficult to combo. Terrorblade, if he barely survives the combo, will sunder and turn the fight. Death Prophet will have her Exorcism going, which also makes her quite a threat despite being locked down. And then you have the ET Stomp and the Earthshaker Fissure to potentially break up the combo. And if that wasn't enough, you have Grandma's Force Staff coming out from the Snapfire. That cookie might just be enough to save these crucial targets. Will T1 be able to execute their combo, or will LGD be able to turn the fight? And we've got a great combo of our own to take you through the story. I give you Sunsfan and Synderen.
Thank you, BSJ. First blood, Synderen. We just caught it on camera. Beautifully done. We saw this kind of work in slow motion, but we caught it officially. First blood goes the way of PSG LGD. This is game 2 of a best-of-3 between these two in the upper bracket for TI10 main stage. Synderen, what are your thoughts on these particular lineups and your favorite hero right now, Dawnbreaker?
I think LGD have a really high chance of winning this game because they got first blood. Yeah. Okay. All jokes aside, yeah, I love Dawnbreaker. I think the hero's super fun. I actually thought we were going to see it more at TI and given more priority than it has been, but hasn't exactly been shining, sitting on a measly 25% win rate in group stages, 2 and 6. So
very sad to see.
Only been banned 5 times. I think a lot of people even predicted it to be the most banned hero of the event and just wasn't. We're getting the replay here.
Yeah, that was basically a ravage by
Great Fissure
Lion there, but yeah, Zephyr ends up being first blooded there. But yeah, I agree with Lakaz. I was thinking the same thing, that typically when you have a Dawnbreaker, I mean, again, it's just the support here, but when you have a Dawnbreaker, you want some sort of initiator that has a lower cooldown that you can just set up consistently with your ult. They have RP, a very long cooldown. That's basically it. So the reason I bring that up is because Solar Guardian is kind of the reason you pick this hero, I feel, other than the laning stage, which she's very strong at.
Yeah, a simple breakdown of Dawnbreaker is you're really strong in the first 5 minutes, and then you have your ult, and that's pretty much it as a support. Like, your other spells are nice for a while, but later down the line, you just do very little against BKBs, against heroes just getting enough stats and getting more mobility. They eventually start trumping a lot of what you do. Your stun is super situational because you need time to wind it up, unlike something like a Lion that just connects it, as Carl is almost dying in mid here.
Yeah.
Nothing to say.
Well, let's talk about this lane then. Nothing to say, obviously playing the Death Part versus Doom. We're not seeing as much Doom mid in this patch. I want to say about 6 months ago, this was basically the standard. How about this matchup overall?
Really like DP in this matchup just because you're playing against a melee strength hero. Some of DP's best matchups are the ones where she can keep running down with Spirit Siphon in lane and just do a lot of damage, and should be very good against Carl, who still had a very good first couple of waves. He has 9 CS here, not too shabby at all. But yeah, I would imagine, especially, look at the lane positioning right now in mid. Like, this is what you want as DP. Don't sit here. Yep, all right, just keep denying. Every time the wave is here, Carl comes forward, you bet he's going to get siphoned, and you bet he's going to run him down a little bit here. Actually going for 2 points in Crypt Swarm, and Carl has to yield again, deny, and now nothing to say, we'll just, I think, try to keep the wave here again. So
yeah, I want to say back when Devour gave health regen, this would have been much more manageable for Doom.
Yeah.
But now it's, like, obviously burst damage is what you mostly fear, but this damage from DP is just constant. The Spirit Siphons are seemingly always up. A lot of rune control, you can push the waves. Yep. There's almost, like, what's the reasoning for Doom mid? Is this just a pick that, like, okay, didn't have to be originally the mid, but they just felt like it fit better this game for whatever reason?
Above all else, I think it's comfort, right? It's T1, this is their best strategy, is playing Medusa, Doom, and Magnus, right? They're basically like, okay, we're down 0-1, let's pick our best heroes that work together. And T1, I just think, when I think of this team, I think Doom and Medusa as their 2 best cores. They got both of them. It is pretty much on the greedy side, right? Like playing Doom, Medusa, Magnus. Doesn't get much greedier than that. But at the same time, you look at LGD's lineup, which isn't necessarily the fastest either.
Yeah, we got the Spirit Siphon into the Crypt Swarm. I mean, honestly, pretty easy kill and pretty expected as well.
I feel like that's not the best voice line usage from Carl there. I don't feel like
oh boy,
I don't feel like nothing to say lost there. But I do feel like Carl gambled, so he got 50% of his voice line right. So, all
right, if you agree with Cinder, and make sure to cheer.
Yep.
We'll know if they agree in about 10
technically correct,
seconds.
which we both know is the best kind of correct. Thank you, Shannon, for ruining it.
I definitely remember that quote.
Yep. We always finish each other's
horses.
Yes. Thank you.
Carl looking for a high five. Don't think it's going to be reciprocated. There's the cheers for Cinder, and they love you. Look at that. They're even putting the gold thingies in there, whatever those are called.
I love you back.
Bot lane.
Hope some people are going to
We're seeing a repeat of Ame on that Terrorblade, and draft panel was kind of discussing this. What are your thoughts? Do you agree with them overall? You have to hold that, Carl. Don't hold that, Cinder, and let it go.
Not holding it?
Let it go.
Do I agree with the draft panel on?
The Terrorblade pick. Oh. Looks like Zephyr is going to get to the high ground thanks to that Celestial Hammer.
I think it's solid. Like, obviously, the last pick of the draft here was the Doom, which fares well against the Terrorblade, but they didn't have that information at the time. But Terrorblade does fare pretty well against Medusa, I would say, for the most part. GQ on Zephyr.
It's the Mango, but remember, Zephyr, Dawnbreaker, super tanky at this stage of the game. Neither will die, so it'll end up in a stalemate.
In my experience playing Dawnbreaker as a support, Terrorblade is a rough matchup. He just overpowers you eventually. He's just too strong. You can't really go in without getting killed, especially when the Scotty comes out. As far as the Magnus and Lion matchups, I think it was maybe also just by scarcity of good carries that were left, right? I think they wanted the Morphling that T1 ended up last banning, so that was a good ban. And you just looked at, okay, we have a lineup with insane teamfight, we have good lanes, so we can afford to go for a greedy late game carry that needs a bit of time to build up, because we've got all the boxes checked basically, and Terrorblade was the best strong late game carry left in the pool.
And all nothing to say, already using Exorcism in the mid lane and already doing half damage to the tower. They won't be able to finish in all likelihood, but does require a few rotations. In fact, we're going to get a Doom TP as well, but you can see Y on the sideline with the Echo Stomp. It's going to connect successfully. Not sure if LGD can actually pursue any further, but still, damage done.
Yeah, they got, what's that, 80% of that tower? Minute 5?
Yeah, that's the level of burst exorcism of the game. We're going to see the cookie come into fruition as well. Carl getting chased a bit, but you can see the Starbreaker forcing nothing to say out. But again, this is 2v3 in the mid lane. This is going to create so much space for LGD's cores to farm.
Yeah, we might end up in a situation again similar to the last one where Ahmed just gets completely free reign because nothing to say forces so much pressure onto mid. Seems to be an emerging pattern here. Both Dragon Knight and DP have a similar style of accomplishing this. And in last game, they third picked Dragon Knight. This game, they actually second picked DP very early in the draft. So seems to be a strategic approach for them to secure Ame a good game. Look at his denies, by the way. 21 denies on the Terrorblade, just really shutting down Magnus in lane. Not letting him get very much here for Cuckoo. Working on Helm of the Dominator. Not sure how much I like that this game I'm doing.
We got the cookie initiation again. Faith Beyond and company. Fissure connects, but the counter Starbreaker with the rotation from Whitemon. Looks like, at the very least, T1 get the trade they're looking for. 23 Savage, in fact, getting the credit for that one.
Yep, ended up getting blocked off a little bit there. And Zephyr will quickly go and die to the neutral so he can get back to base faster.
And this is looking like close to a tower death. 7 minutes. Look how low that tower is right now. Nothing to say. Just having his way this game, which typically for the opposing team, not a good sign. But I mean, looking at T1 side, obviously Medusa, extremely good late game carry. And then we've talked about this so many times, but once Doom does get online, you can just delete a core, which Ame would obviously be their first choice for.
This does feel like the kind of game where if it goes late and PSG LGD don't manage to truly execute the Death Prophet, I think T1 have a very good shot if they're, if not favored, very late into the game. And T1 likes playing long games, as we know. They have, especially in previous tournaments, had some marathon games over an hour. And if it gets to that stage, if they can weather the storm, I think they have a really good shot here with Doom Medusa. So hopefully for them, they get to build up. Obviously, LGD's strategy is doing very well so far. They have a 1k lead against a Doom mid with level 3 Devour, so effectively against a lot of other strategies, you could consider this maybe a 2k lead, almost taking mid tower as well. So definitely on the back foot right here, RT1. But I've doubted their Medusa games before, and they just... Oh no.
Nothing to say. Exorcism rotation to the top lane. Fissure will connect, but nothing to say. They're not going to see him. 23 Savage gets out. Oh, Faith Beyond very close to actually getting that cancel.
Fissure actually ended up.
Yeah, that was unfortunate angle there.
He didn't get the blocking angle he was hoping for. Ended up blocking himself more than the Medusa, actually. Now, defense is actually coming in. Karl from the side. Gets the courier kills. Now they know he's there.
Yeah. And here comes from the sideline, Zephyr. There's the Doom onto Faith Beyond, trying to run away here. Looks like, at the very least, he will drop. Whitemon might be the sacrifice. Nothing to say. Exorcism has already dissipated. Wise in the vicinity. They will take him out in the end. 1 for 1. Now Spirit Siphon onto Karl. Echo Stomp as well. But I would assume that T1 able to just walk away very safely here. But
so 1 for 1,
defense.
they get the core.
Yeah.
They get that kill. Who got the bounty for it? It was Karl himself, killing the courier as well as the shaker. So approaching top net worth now on this mid Doom. Midas is arriving as well. So the ramp up is really going to start now. Just a nice little bottle refill from Whitemon as well.
There's a Midas for Karl.
The swiftness aura here. I thought he was going to take the centaur, but obviously the swiftness aura might help him a little bit with the farming speed in the jungle.
He really likes tomatoes, I'm sure. Delicious ketchup.
As does anyone sane, Sunsfan TV.
Well, if they're cooked, maybe. Karl, he's going to be spotted here, but should be fun. He's going to get... That's not the hoof stomp. That one was not worth, I don't think. The tower taking heavy damage, but here's the rotation from T1. Even 23 Savages come to play. Trying to take out Jin Q. Looks like he'll survive.
Oh, meta.
And on the other side, Ame with the meta. 23 Savage trying to TP out. Ain't going to happen. And this tower will fall one way or the other, but Cuckoo looks like he wants to defend and try to get the deny with the Centaur, but he's going to take heavy damage if he gets any further. She's going to be given up.
And something we haven't talked about very much, if at all, I really like Elder Titan as a hero against Medusa. I think when you're playing against these static pushers, like let's say Medusa, Terrorblade, etc.
Like the siege tank type.
Yeah, you don't have very much mobility going your way, so it's so easy for Elder Titan to land these stomps every single time Medusa shows. They have nothing to get the Medusa out of there yet. It's not like swap, force staff, haste, anything.
Well, not the best Fissure, but it's going to result in a kill either way.
And it's going to probably lead to a tower.
Indeed. No, that's actually a really good point. But I mean, it's interesting that you've talked about this many times, how strong Elder Titan is right now. We've talked about the win rate, pick rate, and all that good stuff. And I think it's really cool that in past TIs, like the pick ban system was a lot different, right? You had more bans in the first phase, which means now, if there's a handful of heroes that teams are really prioritizing, some of them are going to get through, and it changes all the time. So the fact that we're actually seeing some of these heroes consistently get through is pretty cool, in my opinion.
For sure. And you can't really fault either of the teams for the other bans they're doing, right? There's just a lot of heroes that are really good, and there's a lot of...
You just can't ban everything, but there's the Doom onto Ame, and the Finger of Death. Very nicely played from T1. Beautiful positioning.
Oh, he died.
Several times over.
Yeah, I think they could have definitely killed him at least 2.5 times there.
Hey,
with what they did.
Finger charge is worth it, Cinderin.
Of course.
Got to stack those things up.
But maybe he didn't need to do them. Like, Terrorblade isn't exactly very tanky yet, but they get it done. They play it safe. They really want that big army kill. I think he didn't die last game, so probably feels really good to kill the Terrorblade at least once across 2 games.
Yeah,
I would imagine.
Yeah, that's an understatement, no doubt about it. But you can see top net worth goes to Carl on the Doom. No big surprise, despite the little bit of a rough start. We figured that he would bring his way back just because he is playing the Doombringer after all.
Yep, he's doing pretty well. Fake casting his Thunderclap.
That thing costs a lot of mana, by the way. He actually does cast it here.
A lot
oh,
of
they
mana?
actually changed it.
What's a lot to you?
No, okay, it used to be like 150 mana. Yeah, I just haven't eaten that I stay away from tomatoes, like I said, so.
Makes a lot of sense, actually.
The potato, on the other hand.
No, and you definitely don't play micro heroes that would take it.
That's true.
So
that's true.
You go into the draft screen, you see is Pangolier banned? No, then I pick Pango. Is Pango banned? Yes, then I pick Centaur. So not exactly a lot of variety there.
Man, you just ruined my pubs for the next year, Cinder, and now everybody knows my strategy. Some stacks
they figured you out with Overwhelm
created here by T1, as looks like that Centaur is going to be able to push the bottom tier 1 successfully. As Blink Dagger already online, which I guess it is position 3, so you're going to get more farm priority for Faith Beyond on this Earthshaker. So we'll see if this is going to end up being go time for them. I mean, they have the Yules on Nothing to Say. I would assume going for BKB. Oh, it looks like Boots of Travel first before the BKB stop.
Yeah, it was one or the other, most likely, because he has both of them in quick buy. No, that's the standard build. Sometimes you will see a Kaya Sanj. Kaya Yasha we don't see on anyone, really.
Yeah, there's the jump in, blink reveal. It's going to be a kill on Whitemon.
If you were wondering what that flying thing was, DP has been changed in 730. It's not a hero we've seen a lot, but the silence is now a projectile. The cast point has been lowered, so it's quicker to cast than it was for the last couple of years, but it needs to travel. So if you're in very short, very close proximity, it's actually better than it was before.
Yeah, that's one of those.
For every distance target is worse.
That's one of those skills that that was the longest unchanged skill, basically, like since Dota 1, other than like the duration and balance-wise, but in terms of how it works.
Conceptually, it's been the same forever, yeah.
That is an OG right there for sure.
I have a bit piece of trivia for you.
Oh boy.
Can you name a hero that has the exact same spells that it's had for the entire history of the hero?
Sven?
No.
I mean, Warcry is slightly different, I guess. All right, I have to think about this one. Don't tell me. We're going to have a 4-man smoke here from LGD. Carl
used to have devotion
is going to break it. Faith Beyond jumps in. Solar Guardian is coming, but you can see the immediate doom into the Earth Splitter, though. Looks like they're going to be able to get the RP off as well. Faith Beyond drops to the deck. Finger of Death finishes off Nothing to Say. And T1 showing up in spades here. Have a 3K net worth lead. Make it 2 as Jin Q. Shockwave into the Centaur. Mana drain to follow. And another, whoa, okay, Echo Stomp. Delays the inevitable, it seems. And that is a quick 3 kills for T1. Now Y on the run. He is fine. Potentially some damage up to this tier 1 mid as well.
Very good stuff there from T1. Just so fast, right? They immediately see any sort of opening. They just pile on. They use all of their key ultimates here, but it's well worth it. So this Echo Slam doesn't clip the Doom, so immediately gets doomed. The Solar Guardian comes in, and they just connect very quickly. And this RP is what seals the deal. They get Nothing to Say. No good way to cookie him. Very, very well done by T1.
Yep, good execution.
4K lead. They're in a great position right now.
Quick fingers from Carl, as always, as we're going to see another kill on the Snapfire here in the replay.
So where were we with Sven? Sven used to have Devotion Aura.
Okay.
Used to have an armor aura.
I don't remember that one. That's before my time.
It's a very old spell. There is a small handful of heroes still, I think. I want to say it's less than 5 that have the original spells still. Like entirely, basically only number tweaks, but still same concept.
We have a pig pole usage. Faith Beyond. Very nicely done as Rochan is being attentive despite being down 4K net worth, and they're in LGD. Looks like they're gonna get it.
Yeah.
T1 not expecting this.
This is basically what happens when you pick these massive ultimate lineups against a team that can kill Roche, right? If you don't manage to get the Roche off it, they're gonna go and take that objective. So very good awareness here from LGD that they can get away with this. We're gonna give it to Ame. So unfortunately for LGD, I guess you could say unfortunate. I don't know if it's unfortunate, but both of their Aegis carriers are transformation-based heroes to an extent, right? DP's ulti doesn't transfer through Aegis. I think there was a time when it did, I want to say.
I don't remember that.
But I'm pretty certain. Anyway,
but
they're gonna give it to Terrorblade. And Terrorblade in many ways is probably one of the best transformation heroes to have it on because of how much he still does with his second life. He has Reflection, he has the Sunder, the Conjure images as well.
Late game when you get Ags, he gets basically a few seconds of meta anyway as
dead Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, super dead. You just see, that's a position 5.
Yep.
Still takes a while to kill. She's beefy.
Yep. Good strength gain, has the mech that he didn't even use, so could have taken a little bit longer to kill, but we'll save it for a rainy day. Actually, might as well have used it. It would have probably been ready again, but relatively irrelevant.
23 Savage now pressuring this tier 1. It's gonna force out the fort, as Faith Beyond does have Echo Slam back online.
They're a little bit cautious about pushing here because the PSG LGD heroes went missing top. And from T1's perspective, they could have easily smoked or TP'd mid-tier 2 to set up a defense here. They didn't. Now finally Faith Beyond is going to go into defend. He almost let the tower fall to creeps, as a matter of fact, before he got the confidence to go here. I guess at some point you're just like, okay, they must have left, right?
Yeah.
But he didn't have a ward seeing T1 backing off, so he couldn't confidently go and cover that tower. But PSG understand how important it is, and even though it isn't deny range, I reckon they will keep it standing here just for the vision and the potential TP control later. The glyph is on a very long cooldown, however, so I still think 23 Savage will want to go there. But it can function effectively as a bait, right?
Yep.
When you're playing against a team and there's a mid-tier 1 tower and all these teams know,
this is potentially a huge kill. Oh, double pumping on the Doom.
Doesn't want to doom him. He doesn't know where the backup is of the team, and of course there is the Aegis.
Yeah, that's true.
No Aegis there, that's an instant doom for sure, but yeah.
So ends up negating that smoke attempt from T1. Yep. Still 3 minutes to go for this Aegis timer. Who were we casting? Was it yesterday where they weren't afraid to go all in on that Aegis, on that high ground?
Yeah, that was IG against Spirit.
Yeah. See the meta popped. Tier 2 tower taking heavy damage as a result. They finally does T1 that mid-tier 1. T1 gets that mid-tier 1, Cinderin. Very easy to say.
Yep.
As Scotty looks to be next for Ame. And yeah, this is just going to be given up. Again, just respecting that Aegis. Pick pull on Whitemon now. Does each team have one?
Sometimes I wonder how they get their ideas. Like, who came up with that?
Probably
Slacks. Squeal like that?
Probably Slacks.
Probably.
I mean, he came up with Lycan Ags, so
yeah, thanks.
Anything's possible. Which we're not actually seeing much past, I want to say, the first couple days of the group stage. Started to fall off a bit.
Basically the thanks Obama of Dota is thanks Slacks, I think. Pretty great idea, Slacks. Thanks for that.
Many more to come, I'm sure.
I feel like T1 might want to make a move again here. Like, they didn't use anything. They have their smoke ready. This is one of the biggest benefits to Dawnbreaker, what you're seeing in action right now, by the way. Similar to how Spectre will play as a carry, Dawnbreaker can just sit on the opposite side of the map and keep covering the dead lane, as I've heard it's called. And then whenever your team makes a move, you can always connect with Solar Guardian. And if you do get ganked comparatively to a Spectre, it's a relatively minor loss. So expect to see Zephyr sitting up here a lot of the time, just pushing out this lane. If he gets ganked by 3 heroes, it's okay, you know, whatever. But actually, do have the smoke coming in here. They want to try to see if they can get a jump on Faith Beyond, but he seems very aware.
Carl whips himself, trying to find Faith Beyond in the trees. Enchant Totem. Blink Dagger's not up from their 6 seconds, but looks like he has used successfully. In the meantime, they will find a pickup onto Jin Q instead.
Yeah, knows there's a ward there now, of course, being caught in the trees, but what a great play from Faith Beyond to stand there in that tree line and get out. The one escape he had, and he found it.
30 seconds on the Aegis, so we're going to see Solar Guardian with the whip. Doom Cuckoo in the vicinity, gets the shockwave, and this is going to be an easy kill for T1 again. Nothing to say, just ticks away there. So T1 starting to mount a very, very big lead. Of course, it is a Doom game, so have to keep that slightly in mind here.
Oh, Gabe likes them.
Yeah, what's
Gabe
the percentage?
71%.
That's quite a bit. Faith
pretty
Beyond,
good
Fissure.
odds.
Not going to follow it up with anything here. And Faith Beyond is working on the Aghanim Scepter for himself.
What do you think about the sheesh voice line? Do you like it?
Who does that?
Whitemon, whenever T1 do literally anything.
I'll have to hear it. That's from Undying.
How have you not heard it?
I'm not going to lie, I blocked
You've said like 20 times this game.
Cinder, I don't even listen to you. You think I listen to the voice line? The fact that you find that so funny is funny in and of itself, I think. Whitemon now. Ooh, he's actually working on Ags. Very cool. So Dawnbreaker Aghanim Scepter
Awesome
gives
item.
you basically more control with your ult. You can pop it immediately, so it's only a 1 second lag time, or you can wait longer. It heals more, and it provides 60% evasion for any allies in the area.
Which is godly against Terrorblade, who generally doesn't buy MKB or doesn't want to.
But then again,
doesn't do much against DP. The Ghosts have True Strike, but against Terrorblade it is very, very good.
This is going to be the first time I've seen the Dawnbreaker Ags in a pro game, actually.
Yeah, you're right. Some of the games we saw in the group stages were...
Oh my god, they actually found him. Okay. All right. That is going to be a kill. So PSG LGD successfully take out Carl, who again is the top net worth right now.
Maybe a little bit of a false feeling of safety because of the ward that he did have up there, but they knew it was there and they took a different angle than standing there in the tree line. Went a little bit too far, and it's a big pick for LGD. Unfortunately for them, Roshan can't respawn yet, so they won't be able to get that with that Doom kill, but it's still a very, very major gold swing when you kill such a rich hero. The kill itself is worth 1,200 gold in just relative difference.
And then a minute without him farming. And
and then it quickly adds
using
up.
his Midas, his Devour, all that good stuff.
Yep.
I mean, it does feel like a mini Alchemist, but at the same time, you feel the power of him. Alchemist like ramps up to a point where like, okay, now I understand once he's 6 slotted, but for Doom, I mean, just his ult in and of itself, just being able to put yourself in position to get his ult off has huge impact on the game. As we see a smoke now from T1, Ags is completed on Faith Beyond, so he's going to be jumping around on that Earthshaker. Doesn't really have much mana to speak of right now, though.
I'm actually surprised we do end up getting a draft with T1 in it that gets a last pick Doom. Like, this seems like such a good ban against this team in general in the second phase, but even in the third phase, LGD did not want to cover their bases against that one, and T1 say thank you very much, even willingly picking it into a hard lane matchup, and they're still making it work. GQ. He's out.
Looks like he's fine. Oh! Right at the last second, Whitemon. Yeah, they know the ward is there.
Very early finger of death. I'm actually not sure he got the stack there, but...
Well, he has 4. I believe he had 3, so...
Just to clarify, when I said he's out, I meant of the game.
Yeah, that's the old cast.
In case there was any sort of confusion there. Yep. Obviously very clearly going to die there.
And so many of those Tinker wards have been placed and dewarded in a game with no Tinker. Just seeing like how much split pushing is occurring in this meta right now, regardless of what heroes are in the game. Now, let's do some item progressions here. So, Ame has the Scotty S and Y.
Close to BKB.
Yeah. Just about 1,000 away from finishing that. Looks like nothing to say. He has his Boost of Travel, BKB Yules, and Shivas. So this is, like you said, was very standard build overall.
Kind of surprising to see them smoke here, don't you think? Like, he's 800 gold away from BKB. Do they feel cornered enough that they have to make this move? I get that you have the 9-second BKB on DP, but getting the 1 on Terrorblade on top of it would be really good. I guess they need to cover the area because Roshan can respawn any second now. So maybe this is just by necessity. That's got to be it. If Roche couldn't be up, I don't think they do the smoke.
Good Savage. Fissure into the Enchant Totem Initiation. Nothing to say it's about his BKB, but he just runs away now.
Oh, why did he BKB?
A little bit of a misstep here potentially from LGD. We'll see if T1 can take advantage. There's now 23 Savage. You can see his build. That's why Scotty just picked up that BKB.
This is really
one of
bad
the
news
few
from
mistakes
LGD.
from LGD we've seen.
BKB and Exorcism for what? Like now you can just lose Roche in 30 seconds. You won't have one of your cores effectively.
Yeah, Carl wants to jump in. He does so. Gets fissured immediately into the angle side. But there's the Solar Guardian. Will he live? Finally, the right clicks will be enough to take him out. But the RP up to 3 heroes into the skewer. 23 Savage is going ham here. But finally, the Sunder comes out from Ame as 23 Savage forced to TP out. But no, the BKB ends and he gets canceled. The right clicks are there along with nothing to say. With that Spirit Siphon, 23 Savage trying to hold his ground. But eventually these right clicks will be too much as Ame just continuing to pound upon him. But nothing to say is the one taking most of the damage from Medusa. One more right click will do it. He dies along with the double kill from 23 Savage. The buyback onto the Elder Titan. Ame getting extremely low. Finally dropped to the deck. And this is a complete disaster for both teams. Everybody's dying. Finally Zephyr keeping out. Will be successful. It feels like everybody died. 7 deaths for
My
PSG
favorite
LGD.
kind of fight. Nobody won.
Goodness.
Everyone goes out a loser.
Oh.
Wait, who gained net worth there? Somebody must have gained something.
Well, it looks like LGD somehow did, despite
the big winner was Terrorblade with 1,100 net worth gain.
Very
overall.
good.
What an insane fight. After that 3-man RP, 3-man horn toss, there's no way LGD get that outcome. How in the world did they end up? It's obviously because Doom is dead. Like the instant stun from Shaker. Faith Beyond with the super clutch. If he doesn't stun Doom there, they're screwed, man. But they end up kind of salvaging it.
This cancel TP.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Look at the net worth right now. 7K lead for T1.
Yeah.
When the fight ends, it's the same.
Yeah, we'll just call that a wash.
I think, okay, pay attention to what happens now. So Y is going to walk in on his Elder Titan and start hitting the line. I think if he walks next to Medusa earlier than this, does that straight away so they get the natural order, I think Ame might have actually survived this fight. So could have been optimized a little bit here where we're kind of, you know, picking apart the minor details when it comes to this level of play. But wow, that was actually a crazy fight. Hey.
Oh, but we got the Titan Sliver now, Cinder for Ame. The Dream neutral drop.
Yep. Currently has the Paladin Sword. I would imagine he wants to swap. Does he want to keep Paladin Sword just for the lifesteal? He's currently not changing.
Oh, really?
Usually you do see Terrorblades gravitate toward Titan Sliver for a couple of reasons. First of all, your base damage is insane in Metamorphosis, so you get way more damage out of that item than most heroes do. Secondly, your hero is primarily susceptible to disables, so having the status resistance helps a lot. And it gives magic resistance on a hero that has a lot of armor. It's like incredible. This item was made for this hero, basically, but he's still opting for the Paladin Sword because he wants the lifesteal. I guess against Doom, he might feel like that's more valuable.
He's not queuing up a Satanic either, so maybe the fact that he's not going lifesteal right now.
And maybe he has to go MKB because of the Ags on Dawn, and then he will get
the fact that you have to do that because of position 4 bot Ags.
Yep.
Kind of crazy. But we did see the impact there. I think he didn't hold the Solar Guardian for that long. And we talked about how it's really just RP setting that up if you want to actually extend the duration.
It's okay with Lion on a single target, but it's not the greatest, I agree.
As we can see, smoke now from PSG LGD. So despite that fight being a wash, you can see T1 continue to pull away just a bit in terms of net worth. And that's what happens with Doom and a a mid-game to late-game Medusa. Just becomes really hard to handle. And Roche is being attempted. Let's see if LGD can actually contest here.
Well, they can keep doing that.
Yeah, I mean, Elder Titan might be the best hero in the entire game at contesting Roche.
He is the king of stalling together with Tinker.
It's already a half health though.
Old Tinker,
This is the
I should
Aegis
say.
and Shard. Scouting it out with the Astral Spirit. Getting the massive damage to come, I'm sure. Echo Stop will miss though.
Actually, are they just going to give it up here? It looks like PSG are not committing to the pick.
Yeah, they're showing Faith Beyond close to the tier 2. Yeah. I mean,
BKB?
Yeah. All right, they force out the BKB, but yeah, you're right. This is just completely left for T1 now. So Aegis, Shard. Shard will be consumed by Medusa. So that's going to be the single. Oh, Doom on to nothing to say in the meantime. Carl, see if they can actually pick this up. Cuckoo does get off the horn toss, and a finger of death from Whitemon is enough. So, I mean, typically when you're going for Roche like that, the other team gets a pick off, but in this case, T1 gets both.
I have a fun fact for you that I just realized. The one game PSG LGD have lost this tournament, they had DP.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well,
they actually had DP
surely
in that
they
game
picked
as
DP
well.
more than once.
And they first phased it here, so. Well, not saying they're going to lose this game, but it is looking very good for T1.
Absolutely.
They're sitting on Aegis 12k gold lead, an insane late game lineup, which, to be honest, LGD can match for a large portion, but at some point it just feels like when this Doom goes a little bit further and gets that refresher, he should relatively easily be able to get at least one of his Dooms onto Terrorblade. And then it's just a matter of protecting Medusa as she clicks people down one at a time. Level 25s are also somewhat on the horizon here. Medusa level 23.5. For comparison, Ame is level 20 on the Terrorblade, and that's usually just how it goes. A lot of the gold that Terrorblade gets has zero experience with it because of the nature of how he farms. Solar Guardian.
Earth Splitter was used. Solar Guardian actually canceled. No, sorry, that's the Aegis of Scepter. He actually kept it the entire time. Now Faith Beyond taking the brunt of the damage here as Cuckoo gets to skewer off. Why? With the Force Staff, here the Exorcism go off as well. Faith Beyond with a nice, beautiful fissure into the Echo Slam. They're going to blow up the Doom. Nothing to say, trying to maneuver himself around that fissure as Cuckoo pops a BKB into the skewer. TP attempt will be successful at getting out.
Zephyr's in trouble.
He is completely surrounded, gets off the Starbreaker, but dies shortly after. So LGD with a nice exchange here. They lose Faith Beyond.
What a godly cookie that was.
They get Doom.
Very, very nicely done, yeah. At the very least for T1, they do kill Shaker and they don't lose their Aegis. And, you know, a lot of spells are committed that time around for LGD to find these two kills. They use Echo Slam, they use Exorcism. Even the Snapfire ult was used there. Not the biggest deal in this game comparatively, but... might mean that T1 are ready for their own move in 30 seconds. They're actually moving out relatively aggressively with 3 heroes here. With those spells on cooldown and an Aegis on Medusa, they feel confident. Like you said, he got the shard, so...
Yep.
Which single target spells does he even...
Sunder!
Is that the only one?
Spirit Siphon, Sunder.
Spirit Siphon is very, very good. That's true. That is amazing against that.
Any... does it work on items? I guess not. Like a Yules or something like that?
I don't think so. The
With
wording
the
says spell.
Yeah.
I have to admit, I don't know that. Very disappointing, I know.
It's okay.
I'll be better.
He actually has Ags queued up after the Silver Edge for 23 Savage, so that'll end up synergizing with the Shard eventually to turn people to stone. But on the other side, Ame did complete the MKB like he talked about. I would assume, okay, he actually is going for Daedalus next, so just raw damage for the most part. Still no lifesteal, which is why he's still continuing to keep that neutral item.
Yeah.
It's not often you see no lifesteal as an actual item purchase on a
I'm being told by chat that it does work on items, so there's a 50% chance that it works on items, probably.
Oh boy. That's...
We're going to assume that chat is always right. Good job. So we'll say it does work on items.
Good to know. I'll believe it when I see it, though. Uh-oh. 23 Savage and company. Looking to just take some towers here. They'll get the tier 2, it looks like. Well, at the very least, they're poking. I mean, at this stage of the game, this is kind of a high ground defense game for PSG LGD, especially against an Aegis. And you can't ask for a much better team to defend high ground with literally Elder Titan +4 is all you really need.
Yeah.
Feels like.
How many Force Staffs do they have? They have 0 Force Staffs on T1. That means effectively Fissure will be a complete block off that they can't really counter. The only hero that really gets out of it is Magnus with the Skewer and the Dawnbreaker with Celestial Hammer. The other heroes will be stuck in a really awkward position.
By the way,
unfortunately, their siege hero is ranged, so it's hard to Fissure block Medusa if she's hitting from the low ground.
It's really hard to kill her, but 23 Savage did actually complete the Ags and does not have buyback now. So killing her once this Aegis is taken out of the picture.
Very true. It's expiring in 5 seconds.
A bit risky, but T1 definitely with the advantage now.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And early Roche is obviously now in 3 minutes with the Aegis just expiring. So plenty of time for both teams to build up further. I think LGD would like to wait with fighting until they have the Terrorblade Daedalus as well, even though he has MKB Crystallis, which is powerful. He has, based on 23 Savage's item build, I actually think he will overpower the Medusa clearly when he gets the Daedalus, just because the raw damage and tankiness that 23 Savage has with this build doesn't really match up. If this Aghanims was, say, well, what could have been? He could have had a Daedalus himself at least, which he isn't opting for. He's going for the silver, like we talked about.
Obviously doesn't want to go butterfly because MKB exists already.
So what would he get? I mean, Rapier would be the obvious choice, right? Since it's a Medusa, at that point you're probably stronger than the Terrorblade with the Rapier plus Daedalus. But for now, a fully decked out Ame will be terrifying. And also, we're talking a lot about the carry versus carry matchup, but we should be focusing quite a lot on the Magnus and Doom as well for T1. They're really setting up the fights for them, and if any of these get caught by a fissure, Terrorblade is going to kill them in like 4 hits once these items are done. So, okay, maybe not the Doom, that's a bit of a stretch. But Magnus is not particularly tanky with this build. He's sitting on 19 armor, and that's basically it. None of his items really make him tanky at all.
Still a 77% win probability for T1.
Yeah, still looking great. It's been flatlining though.
It has.
For a while.
Y is working on Aghanim Scepter for himself, so that's going to give him basically the BKB once the Astral Spirit returns. What do you think of the shard for that hero, where you take places with your spirit?
Oh, Faith Beyond.
Zephyr. Oh, they force out the BKB. Faith Beyond. Looks like he's going to get Doom mid-jump, though. Canceled his own TP, attempting to get out. The nice slow coming out as well. And he might actually be fine, but he doesn't have... I guess he does have a TP.
A little bit of indecisiveness there from Carl. I think he wasn't sure whether he really wanted to use this Doom, so then he doesn't have it on anyone else, but he ends up throwing it, then refreshes for the Shiva's vision, but doesn't find Shaker. We'll still have another Doom if the fight is to break out, but this is probably going to slow down T1 a little bit. Ideally, they want to wait for Carl to have at least BKB ready, maybe BKB and Refresher, and in that case, well, then you're fighting into a maxed out Terrorblade here, pretty much. Can still swap out Sanj and Yasha theoretically, as well as the Power Treads, but I think he wants to keep the SNY for as long as possible. We'll probably see him get like Moon Shard before he replaces that for another item.
Yeah.
So not very much growth left here for Ame for a bit. Main things he wants actually are from Roshan at this point, and maybe a better neutral item. Skewer.
Cuckoo. Oh, that's a really long skewer. That talent is insane. Finger of Death. And nothing to say. Another death to his name. So despite getting off to, I want to say, a really good start, kind of tapered off a bit on this DP. Looks like he's going for Lincoln's next, so the anti-Doom builds are coming.
But still needs to worry about some other cancels, though. Obviously, Mana Drain, Blink Hex.
Yep.
Cuckoo trying his luck.
Good attempt there. 60 seconds for nothing to say to come back. Does have buyback, though, and still with his ult intact. This 23 Savage now poking.
There is an exposed fissure angle when 23 Savage is standing on the high ground there to get off the attacks. Obviously, they had no wave, so they couldn't get vision any other way. Needs to be a little bit careful about the Shaker block on that Medusa in case.
Third Roche is up. So, Echo Slam. This is for a Dawnbreaker. Fissure to follow. He's actually going to heal himself and be fine. Carl has come in with that Doom as well. This time they will find the kill. The pump fakes galore. As Faith Beyond drops 65 seconds, no Earthshaker, no buyback. And more importantly, because T1 probably doesn't know he doesn't have buyback, no Echo Slam anyway.
Yep.
Into the Roche pit they go.
Gonna be very confident with this. They will have their second Doom as well in just 15 seconds, so Carl could connect over there, but I don't even think he's gonna need to. I think PSG LGD are very careful with even approaching Roshan without their Shaker. Yeah. They're gonna scout it out with the Spirit. It's gonna stomp here.
This is the Aghanim
Scepter. Roche is gonna set that up nicely.
Yeah.
But
looks like they'll get it for free.
They will.
Cinderin, you know what we're going to talk about here. There's an Ags on the floor.
Oh, I thought you were going to say tier 5 items.
Doom picks it up, so longer Doom duration, and it breaks.
Yep.
Which the break, I mean, against Elder, I mean, not going to want to doom Elder Titan, I guess, but Natural Order just doesn't work anymore. That's kind of a big deal, I think. Other than that, break doesn't really do anything, does it? It's just for the 6-second extra duration. Unless I'm missing something. Cuckoo. Oh, he gets the ARP. Oh, no, he hard tossed after! The wrong direction. Oh, boy.
We need wards.
Yeah, that's quite not my fault. We don't have wards in their tier 4 tower. Yeah, a little bit of miss. I mean, it's just the wrong angle, really. But now RP's down. Can PSG LGD do anything about this? Or will this just be like X amount of seconds off of the Aegis?
I think they want to go. This is big. It's the one of the biggest spells that has been problematic for them has been this RP. If they get the jump and they pop their BKBs, this could be the makings of a big comeback for them. They are still fighting at a massive disadvantage here into Aegis, into 2 Dooms. Actually, only 1 Doom.
Oh, but the refresher just picked up by Cuckoo. They don't know this.
They don't know.
So he has another RP to work with. Very sneaky indeed.
This is very spicy, Carl.
Force smoke now for LGD.
Fissure
into the initiation, but there's a Solar Guardian from afar. Can he get off the BKB in time? He does. He will live as a result. Meanwhile, we see a big impale on the backside. Nothing to say. Pops his BKB and runs, or Exorcism's already used, which means T1 just have to wait this out. T1 are looking very good this game. Primed and ready to potentially force this to a game 3. But can LGD come back? I mean, normally I'd be like, it's going to be a tough road for X team to come back from this, but it's LGD, and they've looked virtually unstoppable this entire tournament.
They've had games with a similar look to this that they still managed to clutch out in the end on high ground. And I'm still going to keep focusing on the fact that T1 have very limited ways of repositioning a couple of their heroes. So once Fissures come in, and the Elder Titan Stomp as well, they don't really have a good way of handling that. And keep in mind, Y as well has the Force Staff. We usually see the defensive use, but the offensive use in a game like this is really powerful. If you get the Echo Stomp or a Fissure, you can push people into a very bad position inside the Radiant base here. But for now, obviously 23 Savage very safe with the Aegis.
Indeed, has the cheese in his back pocket as well.
They're looking to trade top.
That's true. Damage is definitely being done right now, but the tier 3 is still relatively healthy. And you can just put Dawnbreaker there with the Solar Guardian if he wants to come in. He's going to take some damage, but will walk away safely. Was Echo Slam just used?
He used it in the last fight when they
still on
jumped
cooldown for 20 seconds. Yeah. Okay. But that's the beauty, you talked about this earlier, that's the beauty of having somebody like Dawnbreaker. You can TP up there, no problem, and just use your ult to get back in the fight if you need to.
Yeah, it's doing T1 a lot of good right now, having a global hero, that's for sure.
Oh, the jump in again, nothing to say, gets doomed, but the Fissure blocks them off a bit. Cuckoo expends an RP, and nothing to say, just completely surrounded, and will be brought down here. They do lose Lion, though, so 1 for 1.
Yo, Savage is in the middle of nowhere here. Could be good, could be bad.
And right clicks from 23 Savage coming. He's doing a lot of damage, but the Fissure continues to block him off.
Could be nothing.
Great tool against the siege tank. That is Medusa. We'll see if they can try to take advantage of this Aegis. It doesn't look like another minute to go. They did get the mid racks though, and I think if you're T1, you'll be happy with at the very least that. Maybe they try to poke here, but again, time's running out.
Yeah, LGD have effectively delayed the second lane of racks by a decent amount of time. Horn toss.
Yeah, Horn toss, but the BKB forced. Courier taken out as well. That was most of a refresher, by the way, for Jin Q. Not sure if he has the recipe in his backpack, as we can see the jump in now. You see the Aghanim Scepter go to work. That spell immunity, and away he goes. Aegis 30 seconds. Satanic now online for Ame.
Yeah, 23 Savage needs to be careful not to lose this Aegis when he has low mana. He needs to reset position, make sure he gets all his mana back, or this is over. I mean, they might not want to push anyway, regardless, now that it's gone. So LGD effectively lose mid-melee barracks, which happened about a minute and a half ago, and that's it for this Aegis. So still, T1 are building more and more of an advantage. Of course, Doom, I don't even know what he goes now. He's queued up a heart. I guess he'll replace Midas for Heart now. How greedy are you going to be? How long do you want to keep
Replace
the Midas
Boots.
for?
Keep the Midas, please. Please.
Can tell you're a Pango player.
Yeah, I definitely buy Midas on Pango.
Don't need Boots that much.
Oh, that's true. That's more accurate for him, at least. But yeah, I mean, is there any consideration to the fact that T1 are running out of slots to upgrade? Is that a silver lining for LGD?
I suppose to an extent. It is still hard to end this game, I think, for T1. That's like the silver lining. Your team is insane on high ground, and anything can happen in super late game Dota. So a lot of the time it comes down to which key core just gets caught by something. Right. Like when the net worths are this high and the buybacks are that expensive and the damage is this crazy.
I mean, look at this, Cinderin. Level 25, position 4 Dawnbreaker. Ame, position 1, still 24.
Yeah.
That is...
He's not finding a lot of experience around on the map, that's for sure. It's just mainly the illusions pushing out lanes, so... And it's a good point. The 25 on Ame is actually very important. Those talents are insane.
Yeah.
In the late game, you either get the 35 seconds more frequent Sunder
Which would
or
you go for in this
20
game?
meta duration. I don't know, actually. Getting the Sunder down to a 6-second cooldown sounds pretty crazy, but you're still playing against so many lockdowns, right? So you probably take the meta duration. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a tough call. If you get doomed, then the decision might not even matter, right?
Right.
23 Savage has a refresher for himself now, so double BKB, double Stone Gaze, double Silver Edge. Wow. Yep, strong stuff, I know. Oh, Zephyr. It's going to be spotted out. That's the Demon Zeal popped. They're going to be able to take out Dawnbreaker in quick succession here. Carl looking to potentially go in. Pops the BKB. Nothing to say, does the same. Doom actually applied to Ame, but he's already at meta form. I think they'd be fine to fight here.
Carl has used everything.
T1, there's a huge RP from Cuckoo, though, and the right click from 23 Savage just decimating LGD. Earthshaker buys back out again. Second RP onto Ame. He's stuck in place, but there is the lifesteal. And look at how much damage he actually does. He is getting kited from afar, though, as 23 Savage with that split shot modifier going to work on LGD overall. Can they stun lock Ame enough? Zephyr getting right clicked down from far. The Sunder talent was definitely taken, as you see. Ame use it multiple times. Faithbeyond's finally come back to the fight. Trying to kite Medusa as much as possible. Ame, all he can do is try to lifesteal. It's not going to happen, though. Double kill for 23 Savage. Finally will go down. Does have buyback, and Ame's going to expend his. So Jin Q working on Carl right now, burning down to that Infernal Blade. Fissure, nicely done. Blocks off Carl completely. Faithbeyond on the wrong side, though. Why?
Carl has no buyback.
Still has that magic immunity. 23 Savage buys back in the game. Looks like they want to try to finish this one way or the other, Cinderin. And there, Carl jumps in on nothing to say with the finger of death. Down he goes, double kill for him. Buyback again from LGD. 5 versus 5. Assuming nobody has buyback at this point. Good Gaben. Can they continue to fight here, or do they want to back?
Oh, the Fissure
on the wrong side.
Oh.
Provides enough space for 23 Savage to get away safely. This game is insane. 27k net worth lead, and this feels so even.
Who even has buyback anymore?
Does anybody? That's the question.
No. The only players who didn't use it are... They all did?
That is a 10 kill, 10 buy. The first of TI10 and maybe ever, actually. That is insane, man. Oh. Sheepstick now. Oh, sorry, I can't hype up everything. Sheepstick picked up by Doom. And that's a double Sheepstick, double everything. And he is
This is going to be the item
out.
now of this game, I think. Whitemon with the Aeon Disc. I think we might see more players pick this up in this game if it goes longer. When you're without buybacks, that is essentially your second life. Oh,
any kill now is huge.
Yes.
No buyback.
Literally any kill.
PSG LGD playing it safe. I just can't get over the fact how even that fight was. That was 30k net worth deficit. How is that possible?
I think it really showcased how much stronger Ame is than 23 Savage in a raw fist fight. Like, it took him so long for the Medusa to finally kill a TV.
Oh, Roshan.
Yep.
Number 4 has the Aegis, Cheese, Ags, and Refresher Shard this time, which for T1 is very nice. Echo Stomp being shown here. LGD.
This is a really big moment
Looks
for T1.
like they're coming to potentially contest. It's already at half health, though. There's the Mortimer's Kisses from afar. That's the talent. Look at how much damage that is actually doing. Carl has to be careful. There's a Solar Guardian. Has to be used to try to defend Roche. Earth Splitter's there as well. Looks like they'll finally get Roche eventually. He's not going to say Tomato's Exorcism. Jumping right in beyond. Into the Echo Slam. Roche is taken out. Who the hell got the Aegis? That is the first step from Dawnbreaker. Refresher on the ground, for God's sake. Faith Beyond's going to take a tumble with a 1-for-1. Aegis claimed by 23 Savage. LGD need to reset. Cuckoo not able to get the right horn toss. Was on an illusion. So T1 getting the better of that, I do believe. They got the Aegis. I can't keep track of these items. 52 minutes in the game.
1-for-1?
Oh. That Echo Slam was disgusting.
That was such an ugly setup too, right? Like you shoot the, you start the Mortimer Kisses, which he's level 25, so he has the strong talent, and they use it to chain with stuns, Fissure into Enchant Totem into Echo, so that Jinkyu did insane amounts of damage in that. He did the most damage out of anyone.
Whitemon was just gifted in Ags, by the way, so you're going to get the AoE Finger of Death. He has 7 charges of Finger.
Who got all the stuff from Roche?
Well, Aegis from
Aegis
Medusa,
on
obviously.
Medusa.
There's a cheese.
They don't have the cheese. Where's the? What else was on it?
Ags was on it, and Refresher Shard. I don't know who got that.
Where's the shard?
You can keep track as I watch buildings die. 50 seconds of no Faith Beyond, 50 seconds of no Dawnbreaker. Of course, a little bit more concerning for PSG LGD, considering 23 Savage and company are in their base. So they're gonna get their second lane of rack. They can't go for Megas. The tier 2 bot still remains after all this time. That is actually shocking. In fact, just gonna go for the tier 4s for now. 23 Savage approaching level 30. Gonna be a pretty massive power spike for him. Yeah, Carl as well, that is true. So they get one tier 4. Trying to take out these illusions. The Echo Stomp, again, just the delays constantly. We barely talked about it, but the fact that Lion can just destroy these illusions obviously hinders Ame's ability to push out these lanes. And the fact that he has Shard, actually, it's the triple mana drain. Tier 4, all right. Faith Beyond is back, and remember, Dawnbreaker can just come in. There's Cuckoo. Oh, he kind of stutter steps there. Finally gets off the skewer, back into the fray. You can see the Earth Splitter from afar. Solar Guardian coming in as well. Can they kill Ame? Yes, they can. 120 seconds of no Terrorblade. PSG LGD might be putting on the brink here, but game 3, if they're able to not hold this off. The Ancient is exposed as 23 Savage continuing to just pound upon it, forcing them back into their fountain, and this looks like T1 will be forcing the game 3. Cinder and Faith Beyond gets off the Echo Slam though. Wide, jumps in, has a lot of damage to work with, but nothing to say. He doesn't have enough damage to kill off 23 Savage, but okay. Satanic keeping him alive. Carl jumps in with the hoof stomp. He's continuing to try to hit this Ancient. 23 Savage. Echo Stomp again, just keeping him at bay. Yule Scepter now. Can they kite him enough? Refresher Shard used by Cuckoo. Into the RP. Into the Ancient kill. T1 force game 3. Oh!
What a sick game.
Oh my God.
That was hype. I love that game. Oh. Showcasing all of the strengths of both teams, honestly. I think T1 playing some of their absolute best heroes and a lot of standout performances. How many good catches do we see from Cuckoo, among a couple of interesting we need wards in the enemy base, but for the most part, Carl on the Doom, all of their trademark stuff, and PSG LGD showing their insane late game plays, right? That you're so far behind and you still make that look like an even game. You gotta say, going into game 3, right? If T1 gets some of these key heroes and they can build themselves a position like that, they definitely have what it takes to take the series. But LGD still even in a loss, have to inspire confidence in the viewers that they're probably still the favorite in game 3, especially if they clean up a little bit, perhaps in the draft here with giving T1
they went late game
play.
against Refresher Medusa, Refresher Doom, Refresher Magnus, not to mention Refresher Shards on top of those already Refresher Orbs. Unbelievable game number 2.
Like
I said,
crazy game for T1.
Yeah, T1 forces this to game 3. Let's see what the panel has to say about this absolutely god-tier game 2.
Well, I have to say, first of all, that was absolutely god-tier casting from Suns fan and from Cinder in there. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Now, We were reminding ourselves as we were watching that incredible match that T1 actually have taken a game off LGD in the upper bracket final of the Kiev Major. So the fact that they won today actually shouldn't be that surprising, Tsunami.
There was a Doom in that game as well, although it wasn't on Carl, it was on Cuckoo, but it does seem like the T1 will resolve their more dangerous situations with comfort. And that happened in this game, that happened in the Ana Major. But then LGD did take game 3, and I don't know, maybe tides are changing? We'll see.
Maybe. I mean, it worked. Like, we looked at that draft, and we were thinking, like, okay, on one hand, you have, this is the most T1 draft ever. You have the greediest heroes, also heroes that can make plays though. But it's like you have Magnus, who is obviously going to be farming up with his abilities. You have Midas on the Doom. You have Devour. You have Medusa, and yet like they were still running around the map, killing everybody. I actually think that the MVPs of that game were Carl, Cuckoo, and Whitemon. And Whitemon in particular, because in every single fight, he was waiting to use his Finger of Death. In that huge fight at the end, where literally 10 heroes bought back, the reason that they were able to kill, I believe it was Nothing to Say right at the end, where it looked like LGD was actually going to take it with that buyback, was with Whitemon in the Finger, where I was sitting there thinking, like, there's no way that he still has it up, but he was being patient with it. And then also, on every RP, he was hitting like a double or triple stun off of the RP. He wasn't getting killed online, other than in the fight where they all 10 bought back. Everybody died in that one.
Jenkins, I think it was you who was saying on the desk earlier that the key thing is obviously stacking your team fights. And T1 were able to do that in the early game, although there were some team fights where it was really hard to tell who actually benefited the most. And I really wanted to take a look back at one of those team fights. It was around the 27-minute mark. What the hell is happening here? Who wants to talk me through this one? Aoi?
Sure. So, I mean, Faith Beyond, he has a really quick reaction to Carl blinking in. They blow up the Doom, who's the highest net worth on the Doom, maybe second, and he doesn't get any spells off. However, T1, they're still so confident in this fight. They understand their net worth lead, and they still play out the fight like nice and slowly. When Dusa gets caught here, they don't leave her to die. They understand that they can get a turnaround here. I think the fight ends up being one of those weird fights where you don't really know which side won. I mean, they both sort of kill all of each other, which is apparently what happened this game. But LGD supports LGD supports did actually have to use buyback, which let T1 get the next roast pretty much uncontested. You just have more buybacks in them. I do want to say though, one thing. I've been playing Dota a long time. I've watched a lot of Dota. I've never seen a 5v5 team wipe, 10 buybacks, and then 10 alive heroes.
Yeah.
That's never happened. I haven't even thought of that scenario because it's so unlikely to me.
My initial thought once that happened was like, okay, we get to see what would happen in Dota if buybacks were literally removed. Right. Like, how would teams play?
And you know what T1 did? They instantly went for a smoke.
Yeah, they went and fought.
I respect that so much because this is the TI stage. You're in the upper bracket against LGD. You have 0 buybacks, and your play is to go for the aggressive play, to go for the smoke. That's how you win games. You cannot hide in your base and be safe. You need a go-go.
They did have an Aegis, though, so maybe no buyback, but they did have 1 extra life advantage.
True.
So every little bit counts. And they did have a substantial net worth advantage as well. And it also just felt like the net worth was kind of the X factor for T1, because despite being 20k down, you'd think that with Refresher Mag, Refresher Doom, Refresher Dusa, that every fight should be extremely straightforward for T1. And yet LGD were still kicking and screaming in every single one of them.
Like the fight in the Roche pit where the Echo Slam comes in from from his Earthshaker. And literally the entire Roshan pit looks like it's Christmas and everyone's bought Roshan offering.
Yeah, we were just sitting there thinking like, who got the Aegis? Who got the Aegis? Nobody got the Aegis. Eventually 23 picks it up. He snatched it, so somebody else got the last hit on Roche.
There's probably like 10k worth of items on the ground.
And then after the fight was over, all 3 of the other Roche items were on the ground or whatever. Like, I think there was a couple of bands of Elven skin, which also, by the way, 23 dropped during a fight.
Just to get his BKB off.
Yeah, just to get his BKB. He dropped a band of Elven skin on the ground because his backpack was full. That was the most insane game I've seen in a very long time, and it doesn't surprise me that it's T1, and it doesn't surprise me that it's T1 versus LGD. It really doesn't.
Watching this, no matter what happens in the 3rd game, whoever goes down to the lower bracket after this one, Do you think they've got a chance to keep going, having seen this performance in this most recent game?
I think we're looking at 2 top 4 placements right now. Like, no matter what happens, someone's going to make a lower bracket run, and they're going to assassinate everyone on the way there. And we might see a rematch at some point of these 2 teams as well. Because as entertaining as yesterday was, I do feel like there was a more definitive winner, even though they also went 3-game series. This one felt competitive, and it's revenge from the Animator as well. We need to complete the story.
It felt like we didn't get to see Cuckoo really get activated on that Legion Commander in the opening game. But his Magnus in this game, the initiation and just the gumption, the audacity, the gall, and the gumption, Jenkins, you had to be a little bit impressed.
Watching both of these games, my thoughts were like, okay, don't think this hero's OP. Don't think this hero's OP, because I don't want to be that guy that just comes out on a panel and says a hero's OP. But Mag is goddamn OP. Like, that hero, it's so hard to play against him with the Horn Toss, with the Yule Scepter, which we saw in the first game, with the reverse polarity, pulling people out. Even Cuckoo, like, going into the base, the reverse polarity and then not pulling anyone out. It didn't seem to matter, because, like, the way people are playing this hero now is not really for the big team fights. It's like you're Pudge, except good.
Oh, great.
You're just
There we go again.
repositioning people, and at TI, that matters a lot. If you think that you're structured, if you think that you have this wall, this formation of your team, Mag just breaks it. And he can farm so quickly that he can get items like Yules and BKB and Eon Disc, where he can break it without just going in and dying. He can consistently break it.
And I know you specifically are pointing to RP, but for the longest time, Magnus's whole relevance in Dota was, can I have someone to empower?
The empower, yeah. That's
Do
like
I have
irrelevant.
a melee here? It's like a side factor at this
Doom
point.
Medusa, though that was the draft, Doom Medusa. Nobody,
That's not what you say.
Nobody takes the empower, but I don't even think the RP is the most important part about Mag. It's the skewer.
Yep.
Now you have you have his Q setup, which now slows and pulls in for that, so you can set up with that. There's a Yule Scepter, you can set up with that. There's Horn Toss, which... Was it you that said it removes the skill from... Or it was BSJ. He was so mad. He was like, Horn Toss removes the skill from Magnus. I think that was him saying it.
That was him.
It was definitely him.
He's got a lot to... Like, Skewer was one of the most skill shots of skill shots. And yeah, now Shockwave, you can see pulling them towards him. That used to not happen. He used to just deal damage. And RP was always a very, very delicate dance between that and Skewer. But... the hero's starting to find more relevance as we introduce these Aghanim's shards.
But the thing is, it's not like they took Magnus and took the skill cap and brought it down or something like there's still insane skill that you can have with this hero. It's like Invoker. There's like more pairings of things that you can do. You can Shockwave 3 people and skewer them back and then RP. You can RP into skewer. You can Horn Toss after the RP, before the RP. There's like a million different things that you can do with it. And we saw Cuckoo do basically every combination of them in that game.
So what you're trying to say is, if you are going to be playing some pub games, when you want to play Magnus, get them in before the end of TI10, because he's not going to be quite as fun to play once the players have had their say and spoken to Valve. Is that what you're saying? Have your fun while you can with Magnus, and you know what? T1 and PSG LGD, have your fun on this stage in the upper bracket while you can, because after game number 3, one of you will be going down to that lower bracket. But you know what? After that second match, or second game, I should say, this one is probably going to be yet another electrifying matchup. And I think that PSG, they're going to have learned a lot from that.
Did she call me BSJ?
I'm sorry. I called
that.
it PSG instead of LGD. I apologize.
It's in his contract.
I'm sorry.
You can never refer to him as BSJ.
No, I think...
I called them PSG. I didn't mention Brian's name.
Okay, thank God. I think what's really impressive is that despite Game 1 being so dominant from LGD, I feel like T1 were really able to suck LGD into their own pace of the game. I feel like this entire tournament, I've never seen LGD make a mistake like they did on mid, where they tried to jump a Medusa with Earthshaker. Sure, there was an Invis Doom there.
With the Invis Doom,
yeah,
right,
there's an Invis Doom there who, Carl, clutched Doom. But that was like a weird engagement. That's not something that you usually see out of LGD. And I think T1, they might have figured something out with the scale. I'm not too sure like who will have the better read going into this game, because generally the counter to these 3 slow cores was to do like play really fast, high tempo, take the towers. LGD, they won all their games, but they're actually one of the slowest teams at taking their enemies' towers this tournament. I think it was like 12 minutes or something.
Yeah, and also I think they got intel on how LGD likes to play with Terrorblade. They showed it off in game 1. The dynamic was very similar here. They had Jinkyu on Snapfire, so you had these surrounding staff around the Terrorblade to be like, okay, you know, he wants to man fight, and this time they served up a Medusa to go head-to-head, and they had more enabling the Medusa than they did the Morphling in game 1.
And I think it was a lot what Aoi was mentioning during the first panel, where there's like poke and maybe not so much disengage, but there was a lot of like eventual really strong team fight. But to me in this game, like maybe there's no like damage poke, but there is like opportunity poke where like Cuckoo on Magnus was just looking for skewers, and there were certain times where we saw him hilariously blink into the enemy base and then fail to skewer out. But it's like that's what he was going for the entire game, was just looking for these like random opportunities to basically break LGD's wall.
Well, while we wait for the draft to kick off, we are going to check in with PSG LGD because we wanted to have some words with their captain. Oh, in fact, no, you know what? We actually spoke to Y earlier. So you know what? I'm obsessed with Y. But I'm going to be less obsessed with Y and more obsessed with Cuckoo after we find out what he had to say earlier this year.
The season for T1 may have ended on a high note, but it certainly didn't start out that way. The team was looking forward to finally attending a LAN event with the Singapore major in March. But their captain, Cuckoo, was suddenly unable to go. T1, playing with a stand-in, failed to even make the main event. Like many other teams, the transition to in-person events proved challenging. But for Cuckoo, he says it's where he really thrives.
I did not play LAN for 1 year, and as a player, I really like to compete at LAN because the feeling is kinda unexplainable. Unlike the online, it's like you can like just chill, watch some anime while playing tournament, something like that. But on LAN, you can feel that you cannot slack off or play like lazy.
How have you had to change your leadership style as a captain with everything being so different?
I think our coach helping me to improve as a captain. And at first, he's the one drafting for us. When the drafting also come back to me, I feel that I kind of step up a bit to perform well and to draft well for my team.
And when did you step back in to draft for your team?
DPC Season 2, the opening game. It's like my captains told me, "Hey, Ku, do you want to draft?" Something like that. I know my draft is good, better than March. No, just kidding. No, just kidding.
With Cuckoo drafting, T1 went on to finish first in Season 2 in their region, giving them a direct invite to the ANA Major. And to earn enough points for a spot at TI10, all they had to do was win one match.
Me and March keep talking to the boys that don't think about the TI and the result. Just keep thinking about the game. Don't focus so much like on TI. If we go to TI, you can think about the TI, right? But if we fail on any major, there's no direct invite for Southeast Asia.
Well, they won that match and kept on winning with a solid run that took them to the lower bracket finals, ending with a loss to EG that was so close it hurt. Still, after everything T1 went through this season, Cuckoo had led his team to a spot at TI. Let's pretend you're in the grand finals of TI10. Who do you want to play?
I want EG.
Why?
Because I want to see like so many Southeast Asian player on the grand finals. If EG and us is like on grand finals, we can put like 7 Southeast Asian players on one grand finals, and I think it's kind of good for our region. This is my 5th TI, I think, and most of my TI memories is like after upper bracket, we lose, then lose again. So if I'm gonna go back, I really want to raise the Aegis. As a player, as a captain, my goal for TI is like keep grinding and do my best.
And we have no doubt that both teams are going to be trying to do their best in this third and final game of the series in the upper bracket. It is PSG LGD versus T1.
T1 versus PSG LGD. Game 3.
Welcome to the last draft of the first series of the day. My name, as always, Ava Plus, joined by Fogged, joined by Lacoste. And while we're analyzing the draft, sometimes it doesn't tell the full story. So, Lacoste, tell me, what went so well for T1 last game?
I mean, I gotta focus on Carl. His Doom was completely popping off in that previous game, managing to stay on the top of the network chart with the hand of Midas, understanding of the timings, what needs to be done. He was like just moves, and we can see in this one, like no doubt about it, as we expected, getting panned in the first phase because he was causing so much issues.
They made nothing to say look weak, which is one of the rarest times I think I'll ever say that, because he is a pretty flawless player. He doesn't really make mistakes at all, and they just kept finding him out of position with both Carl and Cuckoo. It was phenomenal, really, from T1, and yeah, you can see the adjustments already made for PSG LGD. We see Magnus now moving in priority up to number 1. ET takes a little bit of a step back, and T1 is still going for a very strong scaling draft with these two heroes as an opener, but also still active, very good at just catching and all about like this mispositioning too, which I feel like was big in the last game. These skewers just bringing people out of spots. Now both teams have one. We have a glimpse, and we have skewer plus horn toss and all that fun.
And they just picked Io into Disruptor. Usually it's the other way around. Disruptor has been historically a counter to Io. And as you mentioned, ET plus Disruptor, these two heroes are always going to be... You're going to be feeling good having those heroes, no matter what stage of the game we're talking about. Having a strong laners and also ability to scale. But to go back to the previous game a bit, the big boy Philly, this is the item, the neutral item that people tend to hold for the longest duration of time, as we've seen Zephyr holding it, I believe, in this game for more than 20 minutes. I believe average time is around 13, compared to some like average time is 8 minutes holding the neutral item. So big boy Philly on the top.
So I like to ask, because if the IO is not good against the Disruptor, right, it must be because there's some synergy or something you're looking for in your own draft. So what are the strengths of the IO Magnus as a starting combo here, Fogged?
You got the double buff up for your carry. You got a lot of heal, sustain that's going to be coming in, and gives you, I mean, global potential is always something that you have to factor in. Sure, there's glimpse, but we saw last game like how much the global was a threat. Zephyr was like one of the top networks in the game as a Dawnbreaker support, just because he could play on opposite side, he could always respond to these moves and then still show up to fights. So I think Io is a great example of being able to open up the map for yourself while also being able to like, hey, Almay, you can't beat the fight? Yes, you can. We're going to bring you in there, so.
Does this add to LGD's response to T1's aggressive playstyle that we saw last game?
Yeah.
Lacoste.
Yeah, I think so, definitely. Looking at the bans right now, Enchantress, not your usual ban, but this is something that needs to be done if you want to set up Elder Titan for a really good laning stage, because Spirit is dispellable, unfortunately.
Yes, and I think if you pick like Disruptor ET, you've already shown that that's like 90% chance of 4 ET. And what is 4 ET like? Not like playing against Enchantress. If it's a 5 ET, I feel like you can't actually go for that kind of dispel thing, but we saw Secret do exactly that, right? They baited Saksa into playing the ET in the OG series, and Puppy just snap picks Enchantress versus it, lanes it against it. He actually was lucky because he was versus Monkey King as well, so he had double dispels and all that fun. He had really strong lane for it, but yeah, when you see that it's gonna be a 4 position.
There's even a secondary dispel for the Disruptor Shard in case they go for that. So if they want to actually buff up their carry, you have that little extra...
There's one more hero left in the pool that has a built-in Dispel Oracle. I don't think you want to get Io Oracle. It just seems extremely weak, especially compared with the Magnus. If your offlaner has a lower cooldown stun, I think that's doable, but at this point, I just don't think they're going to go for it. Queen of Pain banned out by PSG LGD. I've seen so many games where Virtus Pro bans out Queen of Pain, and it screams, we want to pick Storm Spirit. Like, this is the hero that we want to get. Queen of Pain was banned out in the previous game, so that means, maybe they screamed a bit more against the T1, and this is a comfort hero for Carl as well. And also, whenever you have Io, that means you have a limited lockdown, Magnus, RP. You kind of don't want to commit, so PSG LGD will need to protect their lineup against these elusive heroes, Puck possibly, and any Storm Spirit, any Spirit in general.
Yeah, I was thinking Storm or Ember Spirit, likely for Nothing to Say, just covering his lane, because I see the Bat ban as well, too, so they want to have this like really advantageous lane for him. And it's always really good versus hero like Disruptor, because you get glimpsed, you throw the Remnant down, you come back in the fight anyway, so lots of different ways to get into the backline as well, versus these two heroes that are two of the better backline heroes, right? The ET and Disruptor want to play very far from the fight, and the Spirits get right on top of you.
Right, and since we have some extra time as well, and you talk about these two heroes, I'd like to get into something interesting, the idea of draft theory, right? So, as a more generic sense, what advantages and disadvantages does picking two supports have for a draft? Like, if there's two starting picks, or your 4 and your 5, of course you can flex the ET. What does that do for your draft here, Fogged?
Just open. It saves your carry picks, like protects them from being counterpicked early on, especially now that we have the double picks that come out from, you know, in PSG LGD's position, because now they're going to be able to pick one hero on T1, then PSG LGD gets to pick 2, but now they're only going to have information of 1 core instead of potentially 2 if they'd opened up with 2 of them. So, I mean, there's a lot of different implications now at the draft order that ends up making. I feel like double support is actually better than it used to be.
Really? Why so?
Just because of that exact thing, where you can actually only have 1 core shown in the first 3 when you're picking the 4, and then you get this. Yeah. You get a situation when you get to. You reveal your, it's hard to describe because like you can reveal your mid, but then you get to save your carry for the last pick in a lot of situations because you get this pick and then into double bans and you can cover and you get to see their carry. So it's kind of weird like describing it, not really.
And it's also a support duo that scales well when we're talking about, you know, ET maxing out the aura, getting 1 item, Disruptor, possibly getting that Aghanim Scepter, if he finds the affiliate that I mentioned. Whenever I, you know, see Philosopher's Stone for the first hero that really scales well with it as a position 4/5 is the Disruptor, because it's one of the best Aghanim Scepters upgrade in the game.
And for the Mag IO, let's talk about this one, because that's different draft order, right? You actually get the 4th pick, you protect it with the bans. Does this condition you into being able to pick something more combo-y, something more special, like, for example, the IO?
Yeah, probably. You can. These picks are just very open-ended, so you can kind of do quite a lot. I mean, on both sides, like you've saved so much.
Mm-hmm. And what's the strength? Should you pick, or can you pick 2 supports with these 2 starting picks, or is that too weak if you have the 1st and the 4th pick of the draft? Going really in depth here.
It's really deep, maybe a bit too deep for me. Fogg, help me out here.
Maybe a bit too deep. No, I mean you can.
Right. I see the Magnus, right? And I see these combos, and I always look at teams and go either the oftentimes carry or counterable hero in the 4th pick, right?
Yes.
Or sometimes this, like you said, the buffing combos, right? This opens up your draft so much that IO Magnus, a lot of carries become much more viable, and it's very difficult to try to counter this with. In fact, you can even protect your future carry with these next 3 bans, which they can more or less guess based on the heroes you picked out.
Yep. Yeah. There I am.
So let's keep going. What can we? Let's theorycraft. You know, we have time because the game is paused.
We have a pause, right?
Yeah, exactly. So let's theorycraft a bit. What could we be seeing? What is a carry that goes well with Magnus and IO, and what could T1 be expecting for this pick here?
I usually like a BKB core because you're going to be playing into Natural Order. BKB versus Static Storm is always going to be really effective until if they do find an Aghanimus, which pretty much requires a Philosopher's Stone in most situations for that Disruptor, since it's like very likely to be that 5 position because ET's picked also. So
you
BKB
don't
core.
know what you're going to be playing into because, as we mentioned, T1 really camouflaged their draft really well, opening up with the position 4 and 5. Maybe something with the built-in BKB. A jog. You still don't know the matchup, but we still have a lot of time as well to theorycraft about what could it possibly be.
So when you don't know the core to core, what are some carries that come to mind that are pretty solid no matter the matchup, or have a wide array of good matchups?
Juggernaut, I think, for me, is the most standard Dota 2 hero where you don't know what to pick, no matter the bracket. It feels like, you know, it's still a Juggernaut, and these 2 supports don't have any kind of escape mechanism against them. So it should be like a free kill. You have a Blade Fury that you can get out of ET stomps if it's necessary, so you're going to get stunned. And just feels the spell mechanic as well, the healing that synergizes well with the IO.
What about the other carry with an inbuilt BKB, the Lifestealer? Do you think that one is also solid?
You need to see the matchup. You can't just pick that hero blindly.
Yeah, it is always going to be good versus like ET and Disruptor in stages of the game, but that hero's been a bit underwhelming for me.
Why do you think so?
I just think he just takes too long. He really just takes such a long time to farm compared to a lot of these carries that just have natural built-in mechanics of like steroids. We have Medusa with Split Shot. We have Terrorblade with Conjure Image. We have, I mean, Morphling just being able to farm pretty much anything at any point in the game. So
And we're back with the draft, guys.
And we are. And we're going to have that Bane ban, so that's a BKB piercing disable that they're taking out.
Yeah, it's
so
also a
strong.
great setup for a possible skewer back, the relocate type of a plays, and we've seen Bane being a bit more popular during the main event compared to the group stage. BKB piercing ability, you do not need to get the full duration grip. Sometimes a second and a half is exactly what you need. PSG LGD. Okay,
Okay,
I
so
like
they're
this.
going to take it. So that's a backline hero to get on top of IO. That's always nice. Mixed damage carry with ET. And if it is going to be, that's also the thing where we were talking about earlier, where it's like forcing the Magnus out of a position. Storm Spirit is one of those heroes that it's not the worst matchups. Magnus still does pretty okay, but Storm thrives versus melee heroes, period. So, and I saw a couple times where even Nothing to Say, I think it was versus, Elephant. He got solo killed by Maybe, who was the Storm Spirit. It was Maybe who, Somnus, who popped off, is getting solo kills in the group stages, but that's a matchup that you can.
I believe T1 didn't mean to pick Storm Spirit in this game. That's the feeling that I get. It's just they used this Queen of Pain ban that PSG LGD did, and they also banned out Lina. Lina, one of the heroes that doesn't have bad matchups, I would say. I don't think anyone wins against Lina, no matter what happens. She's still gonna farm, and she's one of the, I'm gonna say better, but decent against Storm Spirit. She's not gonna come out even, I believe. And yeah, so Storm Spirit, as you mentioned, the backline jumper, they have no low cooldown stuns. Puck is still available if they want to try to counter Storm Spirit, the leash mechanic, even though with the recent changes, the Storm Spirit item build, going for Kaya Sanj, so that the coil and the silence does not last as long. That's one way to deal with that.
What could LGD be thinking then now? You already talked about how they're maybe moving the Magnus from position, but they actually really like it and Nothing to Say as well.
They do, because he likes playing like he transitions most of the times too. But they've been having it a lot of time with Faith Beyond as well, so they don't mind moving it. I don't think they even that's probably not even oh, okay, we can't put Mad May. They're probably like, whatever, ignore that.
Just go for the
they're
best
just
draft.
we need to have disables now.
There's the Lion.
So they're gonna take the Lion.
And then they pick up their carry as well, so the Mag remains a flex pick then.
Yep. And that's a pace hero, so they can set tempo. They can play a lot faster this time around. I feel like last time, this Terrorblade picked, we mentioned at the end how they picked it into Lion, so I feel like they did pick it in a bit of a tough position for him to actually just straight up carry the game on his own. This one, just much faster paced. He's not actually countered by much of anything. You're good versus ET. You're a natural BKB buyer as well.
Oh, a Spectre. What do you think of this core-to-core matchup, Lacoste, between Spectre and Ursa?
I like Ursa here quite a lot. Ursa comes online quickly. I think it's more of a backline jump thing, so that Storm Spirit has another hero to play with. So Io and Lion will have a bit of an issue, especially Io. He's going to be the primary target that they jump. Looking at the PSG LGD, they are Radiant this time around, and they also have Ursa lineup. So once you decide to do the swap Arena, the trade, you're going to lose your tier 1 tower, your carry goes to tier 1 tower on a top lane, and then you can always threaten the Roshan, because Ursa plays the top part of the map, while Dire, they need to stay close, they need to be checking, and Ursa is the best Rosh taking hero in the game.
Is this a hero that you guys would consider good with the two buffers they have on Mag and Iron?
Oh yeah, that just seems perfect.
Absolutely. It allows him to. We saw even multiple different games where I've seen more Aghanims now on these Ursas just so they can get their.
OG, I believe, did that.
Yeah, Sumail did it. He was versus a lot of disables. This one he's versus a static storm. I don't think we'll see that. I think BKB it's going to be Diffusal, BKB, Blink Dagger, something like that, Basher, etc. It's going to look to be super active very early on.
What could be the last picks that we'll be seeing? So for LGD is still open. For T1, we're probably looking for an off-laner here.
Yeah. I'm surprised, again, though, I see the Lion picked, which was excellent, versus the Storm, and then they picked the Spectre versus. I actually like Lion versus Spectre in most games. As soon as you hit, 20 minutes, there's a team fight happens, just mana drain, you take out 3 illusions inside of a big haunt, also inside of mid-game, too, being able to take it out. It's really strong, really effective, so I feel like both teams kind of, were oh, let's just make the Lion a little bit better somehow.
Yeah.
As we saw PSG LGD take the Terrorblade last time versus it, and now T1 take the Spectre versus it.
I would love to see some kind of tower damage coming out from PSG LGD. There's still Beastmaster available, or they can go for the Dragonite, have a bit more stun control against the Storm Spirit, which could be flex, and they could put it on a mid lane. It's still Storm Spirit favored matchup, but then you have this flexibility to see where Magnus or Dragonite are going to go.
Also, BKB carrier, who also
and someone who benefits from the Empower. That's what I want to see.
And we see the bans, right? It's Nature's Prophet and Lycan. Both teams are well, we're both lacking push, so.
That's true. Well, I can touch on the Lion a bit earlier again. Do you think the Spectre As you said, it's about jumping the backlines. There's an idea that you can overwhelm the line, perhaps, that you can't deal with both Storm and Spectre at the same time, and they see the value of him as a counter to the Storm with a Hex.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that could be another thing too. And so Spirit's always really good to scout too, so they'll always know where he is in the fights, even if Haunt isn't up. So yeah, maybe if you double down, right, it makes it a lot harder. And we did end up getting the Ember, so that was the other one that we were kind of mentioning for nothing to say.
Yeah, now
on.
looking at the bans, it makes a lot of sense because Necro just completely dominates Ember Spirit in the lane. You can play on his high ground. And Ursa, one of the heroes that loves to play on low HP. One Reaper side could change quite a lot. There is a save from IO potentially, but yeah, now looking at the bans from PSG, LGD, they make quite a lot of sense.
And Jenkins' fact of the day from this morning also, right? He said the Heartstopper aura goes through in Rage. There you go, Jenkins. I'll give you that one.
Oh, useful.
So, but yeah, there was those bans are definitely looking to make a lot of sense from PSG LGD with the way they set it up. And maybe they were thinking about that Ember for quite a long time, but waiting for it till the end.
How's the matchup between Storm and Ember, though, in the mid lane?
Oh, Storm Spirit just completely dominates,
Okay.
I would say. I've seen it like go both ways, depending, but it's very skilled matchup. Still, I'd give 60, maybe even 65 to 35 for Ember.
I've heard in the game, though, Ember does do better because his Searing Chains can stop Storm.
Yeah,
Yeah, purely laning stage, 7-8 minutes. Storm Spirit just has an upper hand.
Right.
Well, could see rotations early, though. That's what I see a lot of teams with IO do. They make the move early to mid lane, like pre-6, so that they look to perhaps set up a kill and also look on the runes. So maybe we could see PSG LGD look to set up like something like that. T1, what is the Cuckoo hero?
What do you lane against the Ursa? That's always a tough one. Do you prioritize the lane here or the game?
I was thinking about something like a Legion Commander, but then it's not that great of a counter. Ursa is not so strong, level 1, level 2, level 3 against certain melee heroes. So we'll see. Okay,
there's the lane.
I think the reason I was saying lane is because they already have late game and mid game secured with like Spectre, Storm, ET. They have so much team fight. I wanted something that just makes sure they don't get run over, because I think that's what the potential of IO Ursa gives. So, and this is a really good solution versus Ursa.
This is perfect, pretty much. You ruin Ursa's game, and you're also Spirit Vessel carrier. This is your primarily item against IO. So you kind of have 2 flies killed by one hit, pretty much. I love the Venomancer pick. I'm leaning towards T1 here.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm just seeing a bit of limited disable without like heavy commitment for the Ember Spirit. So I feel like Ursa now is addressed because of this Venomancer, but I'm worried about the Ember Spirit going crazy because I only see like one way to actually catch him, and it's Static Storm right now. Stomp is very difficult. If Storm has a good timing and a good game, he could get an Orchid. So I'm going to be looking at Carl, looking at the mid lane, looking at how good these lanes actually will go for T1 to see how they're going to be able to handle this Ember Spirit, because I do think that Ursa is maybe just, now you're scared of Ursa. We saw Nisha the other day also too. It was, hey, we're also scared of this carry. Boom, Nisha goes crazy as Ember, and I think this hero can't do that.
Well, I'm the host, so I can't lean any way, but I really want to know what BSJ has to say for his last word.
Thank you, Avo. As this game is called Defense of the Ancients, I think this specific game should be called Defense of the Roshan, as it is the paramount objective for LGD to be taking this game, as the panel did highlight. But I want to emphasize what T1 did in order to address this exact thing, and that is the vision game that they have from long range. They have the Venomancer wards to scout, the Spectral Dagger from the Spectre in order to scout, the ET Spirit, as well as the Kinetic Field from Disruptor. They have so many ways of gaining information in order to get that initiation on LGD when they try to force their objectives, that if they can manage to keep the distance, manage to take the fights on their own terms, T1 will have no problem taking this game. However, they have Ember and the Ursa empowered by the Mag to get up in their faces, low cooldown, run at you, Dota. If LGD can take that first Roshan, snowball it into a second one, they should have no problem taking this game. Winner of this game secures top 6 and another $800,000 in the international, and I'm going to let you guys take it away, Sunsfan and Synderen.
Thank you, BSJ. We have game number 3, LGD versus T1. You just heard BSJ break it down, Synderen. I mean, pretty much everything he said was correct. T1, a lot of vision, a lot of ways to contest Roche, but LGD are the ones that can actually kill Roche really quickly. So I think that's going to be a very important factor in this game. But what are your thoughts on these lineups? We get to see, you called the Venomancer. I'm going to give you credit. You said it. and it came true.
Yeah, it is a really good Venomancer game for a time, at least. And I think what T1 needed here was a way to slow down the Ursa IO lane from just getting too far ahead. We've seen empowered Ursa in a secret series earlier and some during the groups. My concern outside of that, I think T1's laning stage should be really good. I think their lanes are very nice. Like the Veno ET lane is very strong bottom against Ursa +1.
Yep.
They're even starting as 3 right now, leaving Savage alone up top, 23 Savage on the Spectre. This is not going to be how they keep their lanes, of course. I want to know what T1 do when BKBs come out, because I don't think they're going to dominate the lanes and the game hard enough that PSG LGD don't get there. And that's my problem with the Dire lineup right now. They have nothing against BKB. They're actually going to have to kite for the full duration. Nobody kills during it. All you have is a little bit of right click from Storm and Spectre, unless your Elder Titan somehow finds the most amazing Astral Spirit in the fight. So I think, as far as the metagame between these two teams with how they play overall in terms of tempo, how late they want the games to go, I do like LGD's prospects after 20 minutes. So I think the challenge for T1 here is to get far enough ahead that they can handle that stage of the game.
So all about the BKB timings for PSG LGD. And yeah, you're right. We've seen that Empower Ursa kind of just snowball. That's the one thing that Ursa kind of struggles with is farm, and when you can give him Empower. I mean, there's even a time where Ursa, no first blood this time. As Zephyr is going to get skewered back into the tier. Oh, no! So first blood technically goes the way of T1. Little bit of miscommunication, but
a little gift.
You don't see that every day.
That's funny. I'll say it. That's funny. So Zephyr getting first blood, he gets full Tranquil boots off of this on his Elder Titan. Is going to make his way down toward the bottom lane. Y doesn't get anything except a long, slow walk up to top. Faith Beyond, I think, got about half the gold of that kill, roughly. Is eyeing up a Helm of the Dominator. Cuckoo bottom.
Yeah, in a bit of trouble here. He's going to get right-click a couple more times. The Echo Stomp comes through, but Ame looks to be just fine. Although Zephyr, that's a lot of damage. He's going to try to Earthshock to safety, and you can see just ticking away slightly thanks to Cuckoo. Very, very annoying here to deal with, as has been his trajectory in Dota history action. Of course, some changes made to him recently. Poison Nova doing percentage-based damage, so technically scales better than he used to. I mean, how much of a difference has that made from the games that you've seen from Veno in this patch?
It's one of those things that's hard to see, right? Because the damage is so slow. It's like, it's not really noticeable until you look at the post-game and compare it to like similar games historically. I don't remember the exact numbers, but for the most part, especially when you reach the mid-late portions of the game, even against agility heroes, the new Poison Nova is better than the old one, but it's primarily tanky heroes that suffer a lot more. And there aren't that many specifically high health heroes in LGD. I think the Venomancer is more about the vision and the lane power that it would bring, the reason they picked it this game. Unfortunately for Cuckoo, he's not really pressuring the IO Ursa that much just yet, but level 3 is a big turning point for Veno usually. Get a lot more damage on that Poison Sting. A skill that has a very special scaling, actually. I find it very unique the way it scales in 3 aspects like this: duration, DPS, and slow with every skill point. So effectively, most skills in Dota scale in a linear fashion.
Yep.
This is very different. It gets so much better on level 3 and 5 for the Venomancer, obviously level 2 and 3 on the skill compared to level 1. So for comparison, level 1 is 36 damage, level 2 is over 100, and level 3 is 250.
Why don't we go through every skill in the game? You can read the tooltips.
Sure.
Which are available.
All right. Going to the menu. First hero is Adam. Missed point.
You guys can't see, but he actually opened up the Heroes tab. You can see everybody's really happy either with the pause being unpaused now or Cinderin stop talking. Not sure. We'll have to find out another time on this segment of Cinderin +1. Or -1, depending on your perspective again. Why? Thunder Strike from Whitemon. Looks like Carl's going to secure the Water Rune for himself. Already queuing up the Orchid, which obviously no big surprise. Pretty much the standard. As you can see, Zephyr preventing Nothing to Say from getting the second Water Rune, so Carl gets a double whammy this time around.
Yeah,
And look at the CS, 26-7 to the 22-4. Talked, I mean, the draft panel kind of discussed that matchup overall. Do you think that, I mean, Ember seems to be doing pretty decent, all things considered.
It's I would say it's a slightly Storm-favored lane overall. Not by a lot. What Ember's going to do is exactly what Nothing to Say is doing here. Oh, why? Actually gets
spike. Actually runs right back into it. Hex to follow. TP is going to be canceled because that is a super easy kill for LGD.
Kill. Yeah, so what Ember does in this lane is we're going to see a glimpse. I think Faith Beyond will be okay here.
I've never heard that before. Okay, you might be right. They're out of mana, and surely he can't die.
You're right. It was very close. He only had 310 health left, Suns fan. That was very close.
Is very tanky.
The crowd goes wild.
I mean, he's
sick escape.
He's part rhino. I'm pretty sure that's the lore. So very thick skin, very thick boy.
So what I was gonna say was Ember against Storm in mid. What Ember will generally do is he will max out Sleight of Fist. And try to harass the Storm back that way. The problem with going max Flame Guard is that you can still get it broken too easily by Storm's Overload and Static Remnant charges, and at that point, you have stifled your ability to go and gank other lanes by maxing Flame Guard over Sleight, which is clearly the stronger offensive build in most situations. So I do like to see this build coming out from Nothing to Say, and yeah, that kill from Lion helps a lot. As far as T1 goes, we're still doing great on CS, both top and mid, but bottom,
Echo Stomp not going to connect. Ame gets a couple right clicks off on Cuckoo, which is always scary when you're a big bad bear. It's top lane. Oh, why? Looks like he's going to try to deny himself, but 23 Savage with, the Arcana kill streak. Good to see.
Very good.
And making progress on that. Probably has like 1,000 more games to go before unlocking it.
Very good news for T1 here that 23 Savage is top net worth on Spectre. This hero is crazy when it is ahead. I want to say, just as a gut feeling, maybe one of the highest win rate carries of all time when it's top net worth at like minute 20. It's just crazy how well Spectre scales in a lot of games.
Well, to be fair, it did used to farm really poorly.
Yeah.
So if it was top net worth at that point, then that's a little different story than nowadays.
It's still a lot worse than most carries at farming, though, right? Like it's still slower. The Falcon Blade build-up and the better dagger
jump in from Storm, but it looks like Cuckoo wants to play as well. Trying to turn this around on the bear. Beautiful impale from Y, but results in the same ending, which is Ame Dunzo.
That's a lot of damage!
Gets destroyed as well. Double kill for Nothing to Say. It's going to be a back and forth action as 23 Savage pops the wand. As Nothing to Say still has the Flame Guard applied, and another beautiful Sleight of Fist as a triple kill for Nothing to Say. Looked really bad for LGD.
Yeah, that was a
Nothing to Say. Great rotation.
T1 with a very, very good one there, but damn, that Spirit Bomb from Nothing to Say. Triple Remnant, I think that was, into 4 heroes. Double damage rune and Sleight. Ooh. It's just not fair, you know? Why do you have to have a double damage too?
He's just better.
Raidmon.
Shockwave is up. Doesn't have a ton of mana afterwards, though. So we'll just throw it out for good measure, as Ame has now made his way to the top lane.
This is going to give Nothing to Say a lot of value. Obviously, getting those 3 kills, he's now 4-0. He's going to grab himself Phase Boots as well as Orb of Venom. Going to finish Orb of Corrosion soon, as they're trying to get him this bottom rune, which could get a little dicey.
Yeah.
It's top.
And it is top indeed. It's an illusion, so mostly just for filling up the bottle purposes. Not a ton of kill potential.
Carl should still be careful. Like, this hurts. If he gets caught in a stun chain and there's a little bit of damage coming out from Nothing to Say in addition to just a Sleight, he can still die from 2/3 to just the Lion Ember here. He's going to respect it and go jungle.
As you see, 23 Savage in the jungle, farming to his heart's content. So Aghanim Scepter will be the choice after the Falcon Blade. That seems to be the standard. We talked about this before, but before this tournament, we saw some Echo Saber. Like there's some differences between builds. We see some Orchid as well, but for the most part, we're seeing this same one that this game will have again. But the Aghanim Scepter just seems to be super strong with that 30-second cooldown, single target haunt Cinderin, aka Shadow Step, whatever you want to call it.
Do want to point out an interesting detail here from LGD, as we are seeing the mid push, but Jinkyu has a really early level 6. He was level 6 minute 8 on the IO, and he was playing bottom lane alone against the creep wave, while Ame was alone top against the creep wave. So these two heroes were not playing together, and they were just still managing to maximize, finding farm in both lanes at the same time. And now this mid tower, uncontested. Really surprised that T1 didn't try to do something here with their Elder Titan and maybe Veno defending, but they just willingly give up the biggest tower in the early game.
Well, let's talk about Veno. I mean, Cuckoo, we're going to see the Earth Spike come out first. Relocate on the way with nothing to say. RP from Faith Beyond. Down goes Spectre. Big kill for LGDs. Carl looks to be at least trying to clean up the residual damage here. So it ends up being a trade of supports after the fact, with a big kill, obviously, on the Spectre for 23 Savage.
And they relocate back to mid. They're going to find more. Maybe Carl.
Yeah, he gets caught with the Searing Chains. He's completely surrounded. Not a ton of mana to work with. Cannot get to the low ground. Shockwave and completely surrounded. But Echo Stomp is there. Nice dodge from nothing to say. Another kill goes his way, Cinderin. This is quite possibly the best start that I've seen him have this tournament. This is God tier status right now.
Yeah, he's had enough of playing DP. Now it's time to go.
It's like, all right, we gave you one. I mean, do you know if the DP, the one that they lost against Secret, was that the only other time they picked DP?
I don't know if it was Nothing to Say playing it or Faith Beyond. I actually don't remember, but I know they played it in that game. I don't know if it was the only other DP game they've had.
Gotcha.
Yeah. He's popping off in this game, that's for sure. Cuckoo is next.
Find Cuckoo, and the finger of death from Y. LGD clicking on all cylinders in this game.
This is looking scary if you're a T1 fan, just because of how insanely fast a game like this can go with an Emperor having this kind of a start. You know, it's not just Emperor, he's playing with Io.
Yeah.
So you get that extra mana funnel all the time. It might not seem like much to get the attack speed from Overcharge, but all of it just adds up, right? It just compounds over time.
We have a Haunt with a Static Storm. This is going to be a big kill for T1. And they find Ame.
Nothing to Say has arrived. He's too late.
Ame has had a pretty good game up until this point. Talk about it in just a moment to see if more action comes here as Zephyr, Nothing to Say, has the Empower. There's the Searing Chains. Trying to dodge the Echo Stomp, but will not be able to. Zephyr with the TP out. So, all right, forget about this last kill for a second here, Cinderin. Cuckoo, Venomaster, you talked about one of the big reasons. I know it's not the only reason, but one of the big reasons you pick it in this game is because Ursa has a hard time against it. Yeah. They just switched lanes, and Ame has had a really good game in terms of farming, all things considered. Was this worth the Veno pick, or is there still more to come that we should look for?
I think this is already concerning. They would have probably liked it to go better than this, but the Veno against Ursa is just a lot different when there's an IO, I think. It's just you have so much more regen coming through.
Yeah.
So that extra bit of move speed and overall mobility in lane really helps. Oh, Nothing to Say. He might just kill Whitemon here, honestly.
The glimpse, but the Remnant is out, stuck inside the kinetic field, but does not matter. Nothing to Say, completely dominating. 7-0, and this is going to open up space for Ame to get inside the Roche Pit. Has the Morbid Mask, going for the Diffusal Blade. And this should be a freebie. 12.5-minute Roche. Depending on how long this game goes, Cinderin, we might see 10 Roches. Can we get to double digits? Ever.
That was a very random comment. I don't know what to say to that. Why are you suddenly thinking of 10 Roches?
I don't know. I'm just really excited. I get really excited by Roche. I feel like he's underappreciated by the masses. His lore is very interesting.
All right, you get 10 seconds. Design a new drop from Roche after Refresher Shard and Ags.
Bloodthorn.
That's not a new design. You're just putting an item on it.
Well, that's what's already being put. All right, Refresher droppings.
Okay, what
it's
does
something on? It's like a worse version of a shard.
Why would the 5th one get that?
But then if you get all 3, Ags, Shard, and Ag Shard dropping, it becomes Exodia.
Okay.
Which is like a Mega Ags.
Okay.
A Gaben level spell, if you will.
You cannot complain about any of my suggestions ever again.
Great. Spirit Vessel on Cuckoo.
I can't do worse than. I actually can't come up with anything worse. So.
That's what we thought about the Aghanim Scepter on Lycan. But Slacks is a genius. So Cuckoo has a Spirit Vessel Syndrome, but like you said, I mean, he doesn't have any charges. That's definitely an issue. Hasn't really been participating in a ton of fights right now.
This bottom tower looks to fall.
Oh, Carl might be in some trouble. Do they have the damage? Absolutely. With the Finger of Death and the nice setup continuing to happen with Nothing to Say's chains.
Again, Carl's voice line usage is just not, like, you just got burst. Why do you love that? I think...
I'm pretty sure he just randoms whatever voice line.
Yeah, he uses whatever. Yeah, of course. It's just funny that there seems to be an emerging pattern of Carl's voice lines just not necessarily fitting the situation. I guess that's a good way of keeping morale high, you know, laughing at your own misery a little bit.
Yeah.
That one fits a lot better.
Yeah, that's
I like
a little
that.
better. Yeah. He had to search for. He probably just binded that now, just to make sure he could use it.
Did you say binded?
Bind it.
Oh. I was just like, do I have to lecture you about verb inflection once again now?
All right, defusal picked up by Ame. I'm just going to ignore. That's an old school one, actually. Going to ignore your insult again.
Yep.
Nothing to
As
say.
You never learn from it.
Just creating so much pressure for T1.
It's going to be a smoke move here, I think.
This would be if they could find nothing to say right now, this would be pretty big because he's getting close to finishing BKB.
See why, but
yeah, the Plague Ward's giving that vision. Spectral Dagger comes out.
Nice little detail with the perch creep, by the way. Will be very helpful against Venno.
Yep, that's true.
If the little Satyr Banisher is going to follow them around here, being controlled by Faith Beyond, or well, whoever he has shared control with, of course.
2.5 minutes with the Aegis. I mean, what is LGD, what's their timeline here? This is a lineup that wants to finish earlier, I would assume. They don't want Spectre to get ultra late game?
It depends. Like, if you have this strong map control and you keep pushing all the lanes and you find kills frequently, I don't think your lineup is severely worse late game. You have 2 melee cores that use Empower, BKB piercing stun from the Magnus.
Yeah.
Lion is always going to be a late game wildcard hero because of how strong disables just are. And IO, one of the best late game supports too. So I'm not really I don't think LGD should be too concerned with it. On paper, Storm Spectre look amazing. Venno often falls off kind of at some stages, and unfortunately for Kuku, he hasn't really ever had a massive impact in the game yet.
Well, yeah, it just hasn't been any fights yet, which, to be fair, that hasn't really been an actual team fight. It's been kind of this scattered, I mean, nothing to say, just all over the map, essentially, with the IO support.
Yeah, and he has the BKB Orb of Corrosion, right? So you can really tell that LGD have an understanding here of what is the one problem we have is if we get caught by spells.
Yep.
So a lot of the times Embers in this position will not go for the straight BKB, but get like a Maelstrom or another build-up item. But it feels like he has enough damage with just the Empower and the Orb of Corrosion, and with this BKB, he's honestly invincible. If he gets it off, he's never dying while that's running to this lineup. So, kind of enter God mode there.
And with this Aegis, I mean, I'm guessing there's no pressure from LGD to try to use this Aegis in any specific way. Just continue with map control, try to get some objectives, but you don't have to go ham, so to speak. Of course, Spectre is getting close to Ags here. You think they're going to try to do something with this 40-second timer?
Maybe if they find a fight bottom and the relocate here, they could consider diving tier 1, but I don't think tier 1 is even going to give them a fight for that tier 1 tower. I think it's just going to concede it here. They know that they're in a very disadvantageous position right now. And once Aegis is out, you have a little bit more of a clear plan, I think, for how to fight. Whitemon, going to get caught stop.
Yep, White gets off the Earth Spike, and Ame doing the... although Jin Q takes it. All right.
They still have really tax. Okay.
Pops a BKB. TP's coming as well. Kuku gets off a Gale. Not really going to hit anything. But I mean, that's actually pretty big. They force out that big BKB charge for nothing to say.
That was a great disengage from T1. They get the BKB, they back off. They also got the relocate, and the Aegis also expired there. So, nicely done. Kind of weaving around the fight. But at the same time, also a little bit concerning that you have this lineup and you feel like you can't fight, right? Yeah. You really want to fight with these heroes. Oh, 21 Savage.
Boy.
He's being eyed up by Y.
Yep, there's the Earth Spike to start things out. Ame on the way. And just going to burst him down. Finger of Death gets the finishing blow.
Didn't even get a chance to cast the dagger. He just died in the stun hex combo. Ursa has so much damage.
Yeah, LGD on the same page again. And I think more than any other team in this tournament, it just feels like they make so little mistakes that...
And so few.
So few mistakes. The fact that a non-first English language person is correcting me really makes this sad.
First English language person, yes.
Oh, God.
It is I.
End me, simply.
Yes,
I don't remember what I was saying anymore. What the hell is it? Oh, they don't make many mistakes.
True.
So the opposing teams haven't really found much of an avenue to try to take advantage of something like that. It just feels like they're, I don't know. I don't want to say invincible because obviously they lost game 2, but even with that massive, massive disadvantage they had in terms of net worth, they still made it a game.
Yeah.
Which is really surprising.
Yeah, this is going to be a nice
Carl jumps in, all right.
Faith Beyond.
There's the Aghanim Scepter being used for 23 Savage. So still has Haunt online.
And they instantly smoke again. I actually think Faith Beyond saw that. I don't think the vision had faded just yet when they blew that smoke. So this means PSG LGD have the information, and they can make a very clear call about where the smoke is meant to hit, right? There's not like, there's one option. So they're already positioning themselves very well. You can see they're just standing still on both Lion and Ember, covering the angles, waiting for T1 to try their luck. But T1 seems like don't really fancy that smoke too much after all. Kind of just not going to do anything with it, except did they even place any vision with it? I don't think so. So kind of ultimately just a full-on wasted smoke of deceit there, unfortunately. Aside from the fact that, well, LGD were standing still for a little bit as well. So you traded off looking at each other.
The good thing about that kill, though, is T1, they finally have some Spirit Vessel charges, Cinder, and so something to use against
That's true.
The Jin-Q Io, who he does have a mech. We'll see if he gets something to try to dispel. I mean, he could go Greaves, I guess, to try to dispel the Spirit Vessel charge. Not sure if that's even in the
more than likely going
right
Lotus,
now.
I think, if he wants that. It's probably
what happened to
value.
Greaves? We're not seeing that nearly as much these days.
Yeah.
Can't remember what the nerf was now. Putting you on the spot, Cinder.
What are Greaves?
That's true. All right, Faith Beyond company smoked up. You can see Ame has just picked up his BKB. As speaking of that, Nothing to Say pops his second charge. So another good bait from T1. All right.
Get it.
Yep, no skewer this time. And we are at the 21-minute mark, so Shard can be picked up for anybody in the game. And we obviously saw the impact of that, even though they ended up losing from Faith Beyond with that Magnus.
And even though this move from PSG LGD doesn't really get them any kills, they get control, right? They bully the enemy team out of this outpost area. They start setting up for Roche control, which is going to spawn right now. Why we'll see that. And I think, okay, this is a really crucial moment for T1. This has to work. If they lose the second Roche with no contention, they're not in a good position at all.
Yep. And that shard, almost certainly, if they get it, will go to Ame. One of the best shards in the game for sure.
Very, very good.
This is the beauty of having a Venomancer. You get that vision with the Plague Wards in the pit. And obviously, Elder Titan we talked about last game. So this won't be a freebie for LGD. The Roche is getting relatively low. Just waiting for the right time to pounce. Haunt still, literally every spell is online. So it's all about the timing and execution here. The Haunt. Nope, that was the Shadow Step.
Nice job from Zephyr there. He actually, and from Cuckoo, they distracted Ame so long that the Fury.
Oh, and there's the RP. Can they burst him in time? Why? Trying to layer. Absolutely again. Buyback is available for Carl, though.
Yeah, it doesn't matter that the Fury Swipe stacks fall off if you kill the enemy mid. You can just go again.
Yep. Continuing to try to dodge these really annoying Echo Stomps. Will they force the buyback, or will this just be given up? Looks like they're just giving this up. So second Roche the way of LGD, and Ame with the shard, which he's not actually putting in his inventory yet. There we go.
Maybe they want to give it to Ember?
No, this one's way too good. This is
very,
top 5
very
shard
good.
in the game.
It is.
Every time he overpower or Earth Shocks, he will get an enrage for a second and a half.
Yeah, I remember
Super
when the
strong.
shard came out, you rated this the absolute best, I think.
Well, it was 2 seconds or more. I can't remember.
Was it 2 seconds?
It was better before, yeah.
That's crazy. I think the cooldown of Earthshock might have also been lower then.
Yeah, they nerfed that aspect as well.
Okay.
So there have been some slight nerfs, of course, but still extremely strong. I mean, just being able to preserve your ult, because so many times we see Enrage popped, and then everybody backs away and tries to kite Ursa, whereas you have more options now.
It's kind of... I'm looking at the scoreline right now, right?
Wait for it, Cinderman. Static Storm after the Yules. All right. Looks like they're going to try. Well, they actually use the Shadow Step, but Whitemon gets out in time, just barely. So they force out a ton of TPs for LGD. Nicely done from T1, baiting that.
Yep.
Of course, it did cost Static Storm.
A big rotation.
Sure, all is well.
Isn't it weird for you to see Ursa so far ahead on the net worth with 0 kills? I feel like that's such an uncharacteristic Ursa game nowadays.
Power time, I guess.
And power and just the overall, you know, they got Roches, they got towers. I was like, I wonder what his KDA is. He's 0, 2, and 4. Ame's just been farming a crazy amount because of the map control they've gained, but the kills, more or less all of them going on Nothing to Say.
Also, I picked up Fey Grenade. That's actually not too bad. Gives them the extra movement speed, and obviously any additional procs of your passive is going to be very nice to have, especially at range for a melee here that can get kited so easily.
Yeah. Carl is setting up top, but his play doesn't really exist. He can't solo the Ursa. He's just going to leave.
Yeah, and this lead is just continuing to balloon. So 8K now for LGD. You can see their win probability at 73% currently. But T1, I mean, they have options. We talked about the high ground defense of Elder Titan. Spectre is obviously god tier late game. Same with Stormstreet. The only question mark really in my mind is Veno, because we just haven't seen a ton of this hero in this patch. Is Faith Beyond? Shadow Step was there, but...
And let's keep in mind, we saw a game of IG versus Spirit with what Spectre Storm can do when they're doing well. If you do equalize this game somehow, there are so many ways of finding kills with these two heroes together. Once the Spectre gets the Aghanims, which he obviously has, but they're just unfortunately too far behind to really take initiative right now.
Yeah, Whitemon spotted out. Easy kill. Glimpse doesn't even break the tether. As LGD getting whatever they want. So still 3 tier 2 towers existing in each respective lane, so they're going to have to get through those. And in terms of their tower push is not good for LGD. That is one saving grace for the team. When you talk about high ground defense, plus the fact that you don't have a real tower hitter, per se.
Yeah, it is going to take a little bit long. They will get a siege creep in here now, though. If they have Glyph, they could keep it alive. They don't.
Cuckoo, Nothing to Say, catches him. You can see Ilo relocating. Ame wants a kill, and he'll not get it. Nothing to Say taking that one, although Ame did find one earlier, Synderen, so finally getting rid of that goose egg.
Goose egg?
Goose egg, yes.
Ah. Huh. I haven't heard it called that much, I think.
I am a boomer.
Yeah. No doubt about that.
Let's have some TP's top. 23 Savage. A lot of mobility for him, and will be a difficult kill. Just popping the Shadow Step constantly. It's only a 30-second cooldown, of course. Why? Glimmer. Oh my god, if he finds
Savage here.
Oh, he glimpsed it for a second. Oh, the horsey. Not enough, not fast enough. But he does force out Haunt, which is a huge deal.
That's true, that was not the Shadow Step that time.
He used the Shadow Step just to kind of harass and be annoying. But yeah, I'm sure he's regretting that one.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And now with Haunt down, well, I was going to say LGD is going to try to force something, but Aegis is running out now. And, I mean, even with that second Aegis, they haven't gotten a tier 2 yet. But still, not the end of the world, because they're just farming the entire map, and the lead is continuing to grow.
Yep.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Needs to clean up these pesky Plague Wards that Cuckoo is going to keep placing. Like his itemization, by the way. I think the Halberd Force Staff is very good this game.
Yep.
You want that against Ursa. You need a repositioning tool, and you need the disarm. So...
Oh, see the jumping. Carl pops the BKB just to ensure a kill, but it's only Y for now. Trying to force out the BKB from Nothing to Say, but he's not going to get baited this time. 2 times is enough for him. And now that the Aegis is gone, we'll see if T1 want to try to force something, especially with the advantage in the 5v4 right now. But like you said, Cuckoo, I mean, his farm is pretty decent. I mean, Venos do get relatively farmed. Has the Force Staff in addition to everything else.
Glimpse.
Thank you. Glimpse.
Just felt like saying it. I heard the sound.
Yep.
What did he actually glimpse?
He glimpsed Magnus. Oh, all right. Orchid onto Nothing to Say. Do they have the damage to bring him down? Nope. That's the BKB charge again. Continuing on. No mana at all for Carl. He's going to be brought down in quick succession. And it looks like Elder Titan is next on the list. LGD showing their prowess right now. And Nothing to Say just continuing to destroy everybody in his wake. Cuckoo will be the 3rd death in this engagement. LGD winning this game in spades, and they're not remotely close right now.
T1 just ultimately, they run out of patience. They just really want to try something, so they go on the Ember, but that's not enough in the tank. And again,
23 Savage. Faith Beyond's going to run into him. There's the Yule setup. Has the RP if he needs it. Manta's popped, but here comes Ame with the right clicks. Into the horn toss. Down he goes, not even needing RP. Look at the ultimates on the top. They all have them, other than Io.
Good.
Which
Thank you for correcting yourself.
Technically
I'm
correct.
proud of you.
Thank you.
I'm proud of you for specifying that.
Thank you, Cinderin. I just want to make you proud one day.
Yeah. You're definitely improving right now.
Thank you.
Didn't take much, but it's good.
Just not screwing up is an improvement as LGD finally get a tier 2 tower. And we can see that next Roche, we won't know for another minute when it will spawn. And Faith Beyond still ready to go with the RP. As Nothing to Say is 9-0-6. Has the Aghanim Scepter, obviously the BKB. And I believe that's a refresher that he's working on.
He's close to that one too. His just raw burst against any hero that isn't BKB'd, he can...
Oh, horn toss from Faith Beyond. Whitemon is dead.
No, he was Yuled. Now he's dead.
He's dead. Is this a technically correct joke again? Oh, the bash! Oh, he's actually going to get him! Ave just beating the absolute crap out of Carl. Bash proc for the win as Cuckoo getting caught by Nothing to Say, and this is turning into a rout. You can see the haunt coming through, but it's not really going to happen, Cinderin. Venomancer is going to end up being cleaned up here. Actually, haunt was not used. Where were those illusions from? Was that the Manta? I have no idea.
I think he shadow stepped in, Manta and left.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
either way, this is whew.
We believe we have a DPC term for a game like this.
Shellacking?
Say the thing.
Gaben level shellacking?
Thank you.
Okay.
See, you impressed me.
You know,
you knew what I meant.
There's 3 levels to the Gaben level shellacking. Did you know that?
Oh, there's more levels.
There's just regular Gaben shellacking. Then there's Gaben's mustache shellacking. And then the top of the top is Gaben top hat shellacking.
Top hat?
Yes. I think the OG EG, the OG Secret
qualifies.
Game was definitely a Gaben top hat shellacking.
Top hat.
Yeah.
I want that as an emote so bad now. All of a sudden, Gabe wearing a top hat.
I'm patenting that one, by the way.
Can we please have that? Thank you.
I'm patenting or copywriting Gaben's name for my for myself.
I think you'll get away with it.
He seems like an easygoing guy. Yeah. Satanic now online for Ame. Already seeing the basher come to where that was literally a kill because of a bash.
Yep.
Into the Roche pit they go. That's going to be a refresher shard Roche, which that will almost certainly go to Faith Beyond. Although you could have the double refresher for Nothing to Say.
Double, not hungry. All right,
and down he goes. He actually pops the BKB. Huh. I guess he didn't want the haunt in to steal all the goodies. Makes sense.
RP.
Oh, I hear the RP. This is for 23 Savage. Into the right clicks we go. Into the grave, 23 Savage goes.
All right, I have a bit of a trivia here, Shannon.
Okay.
Let's see how much closely you've been paying attention. When was the last thing something good happened for T1 in this game? Is it A, 10 minutes ago, B, 15 minutes ago, C, 20 minutes ago, or D, 25 minutes ago?
I'm gonna say 10.
Okay, I am checking. The last dot on the... It's about 10 minutes ago.
Thank God.
They killed Lion.
Thank
Good call.
Thank
Good
you.
call.
Yeah, this is a rough one for T1.
Absolutely annihilated.
But keep in mind, this is not the tournament line not the tournament life on the line.
True.
If T1 were to lose this, they will face up against Alliance, and LGD will continue on to play. I believe it's the winner of Vici versus VP, which, regardless of that outcome, if that ends up being the case, will be a really hype one. BKB now online for Faith Beyond. And onto the high ground, potentially we go here soon for LGD. Swiftblink next on the list for Ame's Ursa. So you can see, still not a whole lot of building damage, but they can kill heroes like none other, Cinderin.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a solution right now for T1 for how to approach a fight. So since they can't deal damage to the BKBs, you need a way to poke these 3 BKBs the enemy cores have, reset, and then re-go. I think it's going to have to come down to some sort of crazy static storm that they get set up through maybe an Ag Storm Vortex.
Oh, the jump in.
They'll get that one.
They'll find one. It's been 10 minutes since he died, apparently.
Yep.
So it was
we reset the counter.
Something good happened for T1.
When did T1 kill last.com? The clock is now 0.
Oh, Carl, relocate is coming, but he's going to zip away. Zephyr probably not going to be so lucky. He gets whipped into oblivion, and the bash ensures the kill for Ame.
Going to be relocated back here to the mid lane. Clean up some illusions.
You know what they could use is a leveler.
True.
That drop. That might be the best item to get for PSG LGD right now.
Up to the high ground.
Indeed. Spectral Dagger with the Gale. Ursa doesn't care.
Skewer.
The skewer in from Faith Beyond, and that's going to be a freebie for the kill on Cuckoo. Does have buyback. I don't even know. Have we seen Poison Nova this game? Have you
I don't
noticed?
think it's been cast.
That's wow, unreal.
I'm glad we theory crafted whether it's better than before.
Right now it's the same, I guess.
Yeah.
Ame, it looks like they'll get this Rax, and T1 without the Elder Titan, this will be difficult to defend, even with.
Oh, the tether!
All right, tether stun comes through with the bash. Carl takes the tumble. So that's the shard online for the IO. That is truly unfortunate. Earth Splitter comes inside the Static Storm, but the bash inside as well. It's enraged with the BKB. Ame super healthy. Just gonna focus on the buildings now. That is very unfortunate for T1. Great pickup by Jinkyu. There's the Searing Chains. All right, into the Skewer. This is going to be a dieback for Cuckoo. And LGD absolutely crushing their way to a Game 3 victory here. 5 versus 3. As we see the Shadow Step come out as well, but Zephyr is dead. Still has buyback. And now more buildings to go for LGD. 45 seconds with the Aegis. And again, their building damage is quite bad, but there, again, the Skewer with the Horn Toss set up. Do they have enough to actually take out 23 Savage? Indeed. He does have buyback as well, though.
Faith Bell will be fully healed by the cheese as well, so it almost looks like PSG haven't even been fighting yet. They have full resources on every hero except Lion, missing a little bit of mana, pretty much.
And that is 2 full sets of racks down. Aegis.
Are we approaching the top half?
This or this is maybe mustache level.
Mustache level.
Yeah, this is mustache level. I mean, they do have 9 kills, so.
Notice the voice chat line being used by Cuckoo there. Nothing touches the heart like my Venom. Arguably, your Venom doesn't touch anything, rather.
Yeah, I would like to see the Poison Nova used at least.
1 Poison Nova before it's over, please.
Yes,
Let's go.
The jump in. Io's taking a lot of damage, but they're turning it on to Carl instead. He pops BKB, zips away to safety. Nothing to say, trying to pursue. Meanwhile, Ursa just eating everybody alive. GG is called. Poison Nova not cast, Cinderin. LGD take Game 3 in very, very convincing fashion. And this is the team that we've been seeing throughout the entire group stage and now in the main event.
Yeah, when LGD are on, they're on, man. That was just not even close. Like, T1, they had to try to find some earlier fights to get value out of their Venom, but it was just PSG LGD making all of the good early moves, finding the picks. Especially nothing to say on the Ember, just set the entire tempo for the game.
Right.
His triple kill bottom is really what just opened up the map for them. And he took that advantage and just took it all the way to the bank. So top 6 now secured for PSG LGD. Like you said, they're going to be facing the winner of VP and VG Gaming.
Yep.
And now T1 dropped down to face Alliance, I believe, tomorrow.
Sure, we'll pretend that you're correct on that. I don't know why you would
Always
say
right.
something that you're not 100% sure about. You should preface that you're not sure about it
Tomorrow
ahead of
or
time.
the day after.
Either way, they'll face Alliance at some point in the tournament. Could be tomorrow indeed, but let's see what the panel has to say about this absolute stomp of Game 3.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, order has been restored by PSG LGD. I think the second game might have been a little bit of a wake-up call, Howie.
Yeah, I think so. And do I have some time to talk about some nerdy stuff? Because I really want to talk about something that happened in that game.
You can. By the way, we are live.
Okay.
Yeah, you are allowed.
Okay.
Nerd out, my friend.
When Nothing to Say went for the Remnant bottom, what he did was he sent out 1 Remnant, and he did like an option select. Because what worse Ember players will do, well, they'll throw all 3 Remnants. But what he did is he sent out his Remnant, and he put down more Remnants while he was activating it. And how it works is you can only cast spells to the right of yourself because you're facing that way while you're in Remnant. So if you try to like Meteor Hammer, you can only do it to the right of yourself. I thought that was such a cool heads-up play by Nothing to Say because he really shined this game. Like everything around LGD, he had the late pick, but he picked himself into sort of a lane counter pick. They made up for it with Lion rotating, and he immediately gave back to his team with that resource he was given. And I think that's what made LGD super cool with this game.
And nothing to say, Jenkins, you were particularly impressed with him because the lanes were pretty much won totally by him. Or at least he had a lot of impact.
Yeah, well, actually, I mean, you could argue that the rotation from Lion towards the mid lane, I mean, obviously that does help out. That is an LGD thing. They do that a lot, these like super early rotations, pre-5-minute rotations. But then immediately, there's this huge play by T1 bot, and I was thinking, like, this is a really good play by them, genuinely. They showed up with, like, Storm Spirit, they baited in onto Cuckoo, but then nothing to say is just like, well, you know, I'm super high-level mid, I'm coming in. He did the Remnant play that Aoi was talking about, where he gave himself this option to potentially burst. It turned out it was a good burst situation, and he gets a triple kill. And then the whole game from then on, it basically meant that Ursa and Magnus could just run around farming together as two, while Ember and Io just ran around killing everybody. Ember's the type of hero that when you pop off, you can like legit 1v5 with just a little bit of help. And when it's an amplifying hero like Io, well, you take this hero that can 1v5, then a hero that amplifies that, and you can 1v10 at that point.
Tsunami, LGD, looking like the best team in the world, so.
Yeah, and I think it's T1 actually did push them to the limit, actually. I think them being so stompy in this game, I don't think they wanted to have to show Nothing to Say Ember in this good of a form. They played him twice during the group stage, but it wasn't like, as AUI like to call it, a Siggy. It was a Siggy for him, a signature hero on occasion during the DPC, but now you've exposed it on the main stage. Everyone's watching these games because there's nothing else going on. There are 4 group stage games. You can't focus on it all, but here, one day maybe there'll be a crowd watching it as well, but every other team is keeping their eye on it right now. And now they're like, we can't let him get last pick Ember, especially if we don't have any disables.
Yeah.
Well, if you did miss the first game of the day, we've got a couple of highlights from it to talk about now. The first one being Snapfire and the double cookie. Tsunami, talk us through what's going on here.
Oh my god, Xinkyu is a surgeon on this hero. Every single time, it's not even just like his cookie placement. He will get the shard and he will get multi-hero stuns on that Scatterblast every single time. And this is them just dancing around 23 Savage's Morphling in this first game, which this was the most competitive game of the entire series, I think. The second one was great with all the 10 diebacks, but it was game 1 that really showed that T1 was ready to show up in this series.
Oh, this is the game too. This is the 10 buyback team fight. There were so many team fights. It's quite hard to keep up.
Which 10 buyback team fight? There was a few of them at that point. Was it the one where there were 4 items on the ground in Roshan and an Aegis snatch?
10 buyback team fights at the International 10. It turns out that like buses, they all just turn up in the same series. So it's hard to tell which one was which, to be honest. But what a series. Okay, yes. Now looking at your Tash, I'm reminded that this was...
It was a mustache level performance, I'm being told. There was a power tier ranking that they made during the NADPC. I'm only privy to it. I don't have a top hat. Hopefully we don't see a top hat at this event because that is a very one-sided event, and hopefully we're getting all those out of the way now so we can all be very competitive moving forward.
Really, really, really quickly. Explain the tiers of the shellackings, please.
Oh, God. We've made a video about this.
Did you really?
Dota Cinema refused to put it on their channel.
Okay.
All right, okay. So basically, Gaben level shellacking, that is a shellacking. Then mustache level shellacking.
And then top hat level shellacking. But there are many tiers below that. And Sunsfan and I actually had a talk with the Shellacking Council previous to this event. And we didn't think there was going to be any Gaben level shellackings or above because... This is TI. It's so competitive after this year's DPC, especially. But here we are. I mean, if it's any team that's going to get a Gaben's top hat, a Gaben's mustache, it is definitely LGD.
I've never seen Gaben in a top hat.
Well, it's because, it's TI and there's no shellackings happening around here, so.
All right, well, we have got Sir Action Slacks standing on the sidelines right now, or even sitting because we like to keep it cozy here at TI10. So let's find out what he had to say to why.
Absolutely, like keeping it cozy too. We have Y, one of the greatest in the world, and also Helen, who is also one of the greatest translators in the world. So good to have you both here. Thank you for joining us. All right, so where is the Pudge Techies? I don't want to talk about the game, all right? I want that Pudge Techies. Faith Beyond is letting me down here.
他说你们让他很失望，非边缘
编辑也让他很失望。屠夫还有炸弹人都在哪儿呢？
可能在观众的心里吧，我们还在查。
Well, maybe it's in the viewers' hearts.
Well, I hope so. I know it's in my heart. That's why it hurts so much. But what about Oracle? That's your favorite. We haven't seen any of that either.
他也好伤心。那神谕者呢？他不是你最喜欢的英雄吗？
可能 T1 的打法不太适合让这个英雄上场吧。
What thing, Dadong? 开玩笑的。Anyway, I just said I understood him, and then I was joking, and I absolutely do not. So anyway, as we go on. So you guys enter this tournament, right, as the favorites. Nobody seems to be able to defeat you, but are you playing your own game, or are you kind of preparing against the other teams?
就进入这个比赛，小组赛期间也没怎么失利过。你做为这个比赛，做这个准备，做了哪些准备呢？
是对打 T1 做了哪些准备是吗
？Preparations against T1?
Against all teams, I mean, or do they just ignore the other teams?
所有队伍就是你们是有自己的打法，还是会根据对方的打法去调整呢？
应该还是会根据对方就是不同的队伍打不同的打法吧。就好比我们今天打 T1 也是在中途改变了过打法的。
Depending on who we're against, we'll actually adjust how we play. Specifically against T1, we actually did adjust our play style a little bit. And in terms of Oracle, he said that maybe T1 style doesn't allow him to pick that hero.
Very good. So, I forgot. Yes, that's right, my friend. I forgot again. Yeah. Yes, the 10 buybacks. Game 2. I want to know what your reaction was to that crazy moment.
第二盘10人买活，你那一刻心里想的是什么？
那一刻就当时肯定觉得那是一波很好的机会嘛，因为当时我们已经劣势很大了，想就是都10人买活，看还有没有机会靠那一波翻盘。就是比较激动吧。
We're a bit excited actually because at that moment we actually thought of it as a chance. We were already at quite a big disadvantage, so we wanted to see it as a chance for us.
Chance didn't pay out though. Would you have done it any differently?
那个机会并没有很好的后果。如果再来一次的话，会不会有其他的决定呢？
应该在那个局势下面应该没有太大的办法了，因为当时我们已经很劣了，然后对面都是刷新的情况，我们在那一波找到比较好的机会，骗出很多，所以想靠那一波，如果再来一次，可能只能靠我们临场更细的东西，也许能赢吧。当然也是会打那一波。
I think if we had to do it all over again, we would still take chance because we did bait out a lot of skills already, and they had refresher. So if we were to do it again, maybe we'll play even more detailed and try to win through that.
All right. Almost done. Any thoughts on yesterday? An unfortunate day for Chinese Dota. What did you think about your comrades?
其实昨天很遗憾的有2支中国队伍离开了舞台，你对这个有什么看法或者想说的吗？
肯定是首先比较难受的吧，然后因为可能各方面吧，已经太久没有线下赛，所以而且再加上是 BOE 吧，所以很多方面很难发挥出来。总之就也不知道说什么，就是比较难受吧。
I feel a bit sad, but due to all sorts of reasons, because we haven't had a LAN in so long, and there are other reasons to why they didn't perform to their best, all I can say is that I feel a little sad about it.
Yeah, well, I agree. I feel sad too about it. Those were some good teams, legends. Okay, final question for you. You guys had almost 0 losses in this entire thing. Only Secret and T1 have pulled a game from you. Are you afraid of any team at this tournament?
这个问题，整个比赛当中，只有 Secret 还有 T 赢过你们，你们有没有自己比较害怕的队伍呢？
肯定更加的害怕的是自己临场上的东西吧。然后尽管就是 不同队伍在面到不同队伍的时候，总是如果我们输掉了很多东西，都是能收获很多的，所以也比较感谢 T1 跟 Secret 吧。
Well, if we lose, it's a lot of it is to ourselves, not performing at our top notch. However, with every loss, we do gain experience. So thanks to T1 and Secret.
Okay, well, what a dignified answer. Thank you so much, Y. It's no wonder that you guys are on such an amazing spree, and I'm sure we will be seeing some more winners interviews with you two coming up soon. But for now, back to you.
Yay. Thank you so much to Y, Helen, and Seraction Slacks. Here is a quick update of the bracket. As you can see, LGD, they've secured themselves top 6, but we have got another upper bracket matchup coming your way very shortly. It's going to be Virtus Pro versus Vici Gaming, and then we'll be saying goodbye to 2 more teams in the lower bracket as we head to our first lower bracket best of 3s later today. OG versus Quincy Crew is going to be wrapping things up. But before that, will be Team Spirit versus Fnatic. And before we get on with VP versus Vici, we have got another hot competition coming your way because, of course, it's tradition that we have the short film contest. So here's Slacks and Effie to talk you through the runners and riders.
Hello, everyone. It is time for the short film contest. We had so many submissions this year, and now it is time to show you some of the finalists. Are you ready, Effie?
I am so ready.
All right, let's see what those fantastic Dota community members have made. First up, we have Carried Away, a little story about some beautiful, cute little creeps.
And next, we're going back to basics. We are defending our ancient with Overthrown.
That beautiful little catapult. And finally, Time to Push. You ever want to see some HD Dota heroes? Well, you're about to. Let's take a look.
shake.
Hello, and welcome back. We're here on the main panel. My name is Avo Plus. I'm joined by Lizard, Gods, and Lacoste, who just follow me today, really.
Yeah, I'm following you throughout the whole event. You know, we've been doing panels together. We've been chilling in the green room. Now we're on the main panel. So
Yeah, I know.
it's good to have you here, Avo. Or should I say Avo?
That's better. I appreciate that, yeah. Sometimes. No. Before we get into the Dota, I just want to talk about the videos we just watched. Any favorites here? Gods, I know you were really excited to talk about that catapult video.
I love the one, the Beastmaster raising the catapult from a young age. Lacoste saying should have been feeling some tangos maybe, could have maybe gone a bit further.
Yeah, just, add a bit more Dota theme to it, but the Beastmaster face was priceless there.
Yeah, I love that one.
The salute at the end as well,
Oh
and the
my God.
shining star.
Yes.
It's perfect.
What do you think for the short film contest? Do you think it's about like the production value, or did you care about the storyline?
The
I love
story
the
is
story,
important,
yeah.
right?
I want to feel emotionally invested. But also, I mean, the thing is, I think all these films we've seen, they have great stories, but then they also have amazing designs, drawings, sounds, everything. There's so much. Every year they get better and better.
There's so much talent in Dota community, and here I am, I can't even draw a straight line or a relatively round circle with a pen.
And they call us talent.
Yeah. The real talents are the ones, making those short movies for the contest, yeah.
I completely agree. I mean, that card of the catapult movie made me, feel things. I was like, now I understand how Trent feels, for example. I must be the catapult is like his newborn child. And of course, what other hero, what better hero than a Beastmaster to raise the pushing catapult, right?
Yeah.
It reminds me back of the old days when you used to like get the Helm or the Enchantress. You used to always dominate the catapult, and that was a strategy everyone went for.
He's definitely a fatherly figure. That's how he looks like.
Yeah, because he takes care of his beasts as well,
Of course.
right? That's very nice. Is there any other video that you would have liked to see that you were seeing in the short film contest entries that you would like to point out?
Slax's gyrocopter video from long ago.
No.
Chandelier. No? No? No love for...
Are you talking about the... never mind.
This was an old one. It never made it in, I don't think. But,
was it the old video where he pretends to be the gyrocopter voice?
Yes.
That is, that's... I'm glad to say
You're
I
going to
said
stick
no.
with your no?
Yeah, I'm glad I said no. Yeah, that was... okay. Any other Slax videos that you would like to point out, Gods? Anything that you really think should be...
Good.
No? Any of his voice lens videos? Any Omni-Night videos? All right.
We got a healthy amount of Slacks already here at TI.
enough.
Wait till he hosts this panel. That's going to be coming someday. Yeah, he has no people to find, so he has to find the talent instead. Going to be interviewed here. But we do have a very exciting matchup coming up next, right? I know you're all very excited to talk about Dota, but you guys should be checking out the short film contest in general. The entries can be found on the Dota website themselves and the Dota Short Film Contest website. So do check it out as we're going to be ready for VP versus Vici. As they're going to be able to walk out other booths. Expectations for this match, guys?
It's going to be a tight one. This match, VP versus Vici Gaming, it's hype.
And two very different playstyles. I'm really curious to see how they match up.
Lacoste?
I'll go with Virtus Pro. I'll explain later.
I wasn't asking that, but okay. Virtus Pro. We're going to see them walk out first. Or, sorry, Vici walk out first.
Vici Gaming, a team with a huge legacy and great standings in China. To many, they say this team is a team that does not make mistakes, and to be honest, a team that's kind of just boring to watch. But the reality is they are afraid. They're the superior tempo controllers. As Insania will say, they might not do anything the whole game, but you won't be able to beat them. Only the veteran teams are capable of even going toe-to-toe with Vici Gaming, the ultimate team at delaying the game. In any major, they forced that Trim Protector down people's throats. They did not care if you wanted to take their towers. They made sure that you could not push, and they made sure that Poyo Spectre was ready to go. Now here at TI, they are ready to destroy whomever cannot beat their deathly style. Now let's go to their opponents, BP. Now for VP, Virtus Pro, an old organization with the Eastern European scene that is now bringing new blood into the scene. And this new blood has had some question mark performances. Previously, people said, oh, they can only perform online. They can't do it on LAN. But in the group stages, they showed otherwise. They went back to the A to Z hero challenge they showed in the previous iteration at the summit, and they were proving people wrong. Their nerves of steel have improved now with their new coach. Some people talk about he's a mental coach. Maybe he has been preparing them for this moment, and maybe that is why they're here on the main stage. If you look at the performance in Eastern Europe, it has been absolutely dominant. Not even Team Spirit can hold a candle to them. And that is why we're very excited to see how VP got here.
He just scrolls on up to the high ground with the finger. Down goes Palantimos. He does have buyback if he would like to go in, but he's be holding on to it for the time being. Nightfall and GPK chonking away here. Pikachu. Oh, look at that damage. It doesn't matter. He has a BKB over on the back line. So there it is. There's that Ravage that we were talking about. The buyback did come out from Palantimos, but already Slayer's dead. GPK does get taken down, though, while all this is going on. Nightfall finds the opening, gets a kill on Big Num. Palantimos now running for his life as Nightfall just chasing them through the base. And it's not looking like this Nature's Prophet is going to survive. It's not looking super great now. It's a rampage now coming out for Nightfall, and the G's get dropped.
That was double rampage. Oh.
So, like, he might find this.
Oh, he will.
He's got the setup. And Wazar's coming in, they should have the damage for this. Oh, he's got to throw out the finger quick. The GPK is coming in from the side. DM is still alive. He's going to be able to push himself out to the side with a sprout. He's away. He's actually away. Oh. Oh, no.
Really not.
1K lead from VP whilst having this jungle Husker.
As long as he doesn't die. He's doing it right, though.
He's got it. He's going to be able to do it. Unless he gets... Oh, no! Oh, look how low it is! Get to the pit! Everybody get to the pit! Get to the pit right now! Get to the pit, boys! You can get it! There's a Roche!
Oh, my God!
Oh, they're going to hit it! Somebody hit it! Everybody to the pit! All hands on deck! Get that Roche up! Oh, DM's cleaned it up!
Money.
Oh, no!
Money.
They went to the Roche pit. They needed more Crystallize. He's got no health. He's got no mana. He can't come over here.
And Crystallize is he's still tracked.
Oh, and he's still hanging around.
What the? Wait, what?
No. Oh dear. Oh dear. They'll get back on track, and it will still be a 10-minute Roshan here from BP.
BP is my favorite team at the moment.
There we have it, there's the jump. Paulison trying to close in onto Nightfall. Nightfall, no chemical rage for a couple of seconds. The arrow comes out to Quinn. They've caught Quinn with the stun. Paulison, Devil save him with the stun. Will take some monsters out. The concoction, it's out onto the three of them as they come in with a star storm.
It's the Ravage.
Triple kill for Nightfall.
Oh my god, like it was a cool save, but yeah, that 3-man stun. I don't believe I've seen such a good stun from an Alchemist pretty much ever.
Again, this time they'll be the team making the move into a side that does have all the ults ready. See, they'll catch DM. Toro's in. DM. They save him in time. The golem's going to be dropped down. DM can't get off the RP. The Chrono comes out from Nightfall. Cataclysm follow up as well onto the three of them. They take down Yasura, the bots. Toronto, Tokyo will fall as well as Mira. As Nightfall, he's ready to keep the cleanup going. Over towards Yatoro. Triple kill for him.
Virtus Pro, they have done it. They've made sure that they haven't dropped a single series in this Season 2 of the Eastern European DPC.
Well, now we know VP's story. As Moxie said, not dropping a single game in that season. But I'm still curious. I kind of want to know what happened on the Vici side. So that's why we have a recap for you of what happened this season for Vici Gaming.
You're still pressuring. They're posturing. They've taken the tier 2. 2 minutes left in the Aegis. Silence, that comes in as well.
Where's the lasso? There it is.
The lasso for the save on the track, but the Echo Slam, he still lives through it. Supernova
Another
is
good
out.
egg.
They've got the hook shot coming in from PYW as well as the Flamebreak touching back Earthshaker and X-Nova. He's in the odds. Outs over onto this POW Clockwork. They get the kill on a 1. He'll buy back immediately, but they've already taken out the Aegis with the Omni Slash bouncing around onto this Death Prophet. They've got the stuff that hits onto Ajay. Dark Pack, Lotus Orb trying to run. Oh, there's the lasso onto XM.
That was such a great play, man. Vici Gaming is just so strong in terms of like moving into the team fight. They're not grouping around. They know that the only way they lose this game if they group up. Enigma lands a multiple man black hole.
Oh, and a PYW again! I mean, you can't even zip TP because PYW is ready. It was almost like he hexed him out of the ball lightning. He's that good.
I'm telling you, man, this Necro is a great answer.
Huh? Cogs and the stun. Chaotic offering with the fatal bond. They put the ball strike in the epicenter of the damage. There it is. They call me Nostradamus for a reason. Emo, GT, Ali, and Kaka all dead.
In 1 second.
Yeah, literally instantly.
Usually what your lineup wants to do is either it wants to farm or it wants to skirmish. But I'm not... Uh-oh.
Yeah, the roll in. AA Blast is coming.
Not connecting. He has haste.
Absolutely not, but Emo, he's going to turn this around. He has a static link applied to TA, who has the haste. He will be able to get this kill on the PYW pretty easily. The Chrono is on two. They will get the Razor and the Lion. Actually, it's on 4. Holy jeez, on the bottom side of that as well. That might be the best level 1 Chrono I've seen in quite some time. That's 4 kills, and all they lose is the Earth Spirit.
That is disgusting. That's such a good chrono.
But yeah, that was the fight where we were expecting Nigma to, take out these heroes that don't have buyback. So really,
it's a full minute still, Gary.
Are they going to jump? Miracle's getting caught out here. They've got the Refresher Orb. Old 11 with the Soul Bind.
He has no buyback.
He's going to die.
Not
He's gone for a minute and a half. And they've caught LTW as well. Wall stomped him. Lycan's an absolute gunner.
Oh, they did not respect that. What a play from 11.
So, the players are getting ready. We have Vici versus Virtus Pro, and I have my hardworking panel here. I want to ask you guys, what any predictions for this series? Now, Lacoste, actually, it's your time to explain your VP prediction.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with VP, even though Vici Gaming is a heavy farm-oriented team. They have more experience, and they will punish a small mistake when we go for that post 40-50 minute game. But to go back to Virtus Pro, the way they've been playing during the group stage is we're gonna run at you. There's gonna be a lot of chaos, Darkseer plus a bounty hunter. in their last matches, it didn't happen against EG, against Aster. This team showed. I don't think I've seen such a good performance in a really long time. Because if you're watching the games looked boring for a casual viewer because there were no mistakes being made. The trifecta of 2 supports and the save, and DM running around the map, just making space so that GPK and Nightfall can get the items. There was one game where Tiny was 0-1 and 0, 20 minutes in, and then he just came in and got a triple kill inside Roche, and that's it. Game ended.
Well, Lizard, do you support this idea by Lacoste?
I have to completely support this idea by Lacoste because not the same reasons. I think that this is a team that's extremely young but bringing a ton of confidence to the game. If you look at the heroes that they're drafting, the Bounty Hunter that he mentioned, we've seen some Dawn Breakers on position 1. I just feel that psychologically they haven't been broken on this land. They actually came in strong, they're playing their style, they're enjoying themselves, and I think that's the place where you want to be if you're going to take this series.
I still feel a bit of hesitancy before jumping on the VP bandwagon because we've seen them. They're going to be the kings of the early game. They're great at crushing the lanes, playing super fast, putting teams on the back foot, but that's also where Vici Gaming kind of thrives. They play this kind of slower, methodical Dota. They like to be the kind of defensive team, the one reacting, defending their towers, kind of making counter moves. And we've seen VP overextend. They did it against OG in the group stage. They did it against T1, where they get these big early leads. They dive too far, and that worries me when it comes to playing a team like Vici, who is so good at punishing mistakes. It also just worries me when you look at VP's track record at the majors, where they didn't quite perform up to expectations. So I think there's a lot of pressure on VP, and for Vici Gaming, their playstyle might be VP's kryptonite.
Are you on the Vici bandwagon a bit more? Not for this match in general, because I know a couple of analysts, myself included, have talked up Vici Gaming as one of the top contenders for the Aegis.
Not yet. I think they are kind of still lacking that kind of X factor, as I kind of put in one of the earlier panels, where I just don't think they have what it takes to win a TI, because they're missing something flashy. They're missing that kind of OG or PSG LGD factor.
Well, we're going to have to see what happens in game number 1 as we go right to it. Vici versus VP.
Vici Gaming versus Virtus Pro. Game 1.
Welcome to the draft panel. I'm joined by the fabulous Effie and Insania to talk through this one. And one of the things I'm excited about this one is the question could be answered as whether we're actually going to see some variety from Virtus Pro, because they played the lowest number of heroes in the group stage. I don't know what you guys are thinking, what you're predicting. Take it away.
I think they have quite a wide hero pool, so they're probably holding back a little bit. They probably felt like they found something that's good enough to get them out of groups, and they just stuck to it. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them busting out a lot of new heroes. I think VP Save has all of his Dota Plus heroes above level 18, so they're platinum tier on maybe 10 heroes or so. So he plays a lot of heroes.
You stalker.
Yes.
And I think with Vici, they have expanded a little bit more than in their DPC season, particularly from Ori, their mid player, who actually has the most versatility out of all the other players on his team throughout groups. So it's nice to see that happening, and to highlight Ori in particular, he hasn't been having the best performances in the last few months, but he really stepped it up during TI. So I'm really curious what the Ori versus GPK matchup is going to look like here.
I think probably you could expect GPK to peak a bit higher and be a little bit more of that flashy type mid player that you see running around a lot, but I think Ori fits more of the traditional, he'll play the Dragon Knights, he'll play the Vipers, he'll play the Shadow Fiend. Maybe not the most flashy Shadow Fiend that you've ever seen, but he'll get the job done. And I think that's the big difference here between the mid laners and VP and Vici, where you have Ori, who's the rock. He's very much kind of more similar to our mid laner in Liquid, where it's he's very stable, he's going to get the job done. And then you have GPK that kind of flashes of brilliance, but also equally so sometimes fall very flat.
Very good points, and it's going to be exciting to see this happen. It's nice to see that both teams did their research on each other, because VP banned out Vici's most successful heroes, which were Weaver and ET throughout the groups, whereas Vici banned out the Eye on the Dawnbreaker. But it's interesting to me that they prioritized the Dawnbreaker ban over something else, because while VP have played it, they haven't had the most success with it.
I think it's just scary, right? You get to main event. It was a similar story with the OG Wisp, I think, last year, where you don't really know how to beat it. You don't know how it works. It's a new hero. You're not comfortable playing up against it, so you're going to end up banning it out. And I know a lot of the old school captains, specifically Kuroki used to talk about this, that you want these like kind of free win strats. You want to have this like, I'll pick this hero and you're going to be afraid. And I think the Dawnbreaker is kind of accomplishing that for VP here, where they just want to get rid of it. It gives them a free ban, basically a free opening, and here for VP that ends up giving them an Earthshaker that most likely would have been banned otherwise.
So something that Vici has done a little bit differently is typically they will draft Old 11's hero in the first phase because he has only played about maybe 4 or 5 total heroes during groups, and they really prioritize getting it out there. But unless this is an offlane Tiny, it seems that they have just ignored that idea completely here. Is there a reason for that?
I think most likely they just feel like they have to snap the Tiny, right? They probably had this idea coming in where they're expecting the Tiny to be banned out. It's been banned out a lot. People didn't really want to give it away during the groups, but it now seems like VP are more comfortable with giving it away. And to follow up with the offlane thing, you can see VP's prepared, right? They've looked this up. They are aware that his hero pool is limited, and they're targeting him here now. They're banning out the Night Stalker, followed up by the side.
And they actually snagged the Earthshaker, which is one of the 4 heroes that he's played often. Pretty much leaves the Doom, which is one of his favorites.
Earthshaker was played 6 times during the group stage by Vici, so I wonder if Virtus Pro as well were like, we're gonna get in there first, because actually, sorry, Virtus Pro played it 5 times, Vici played it 6 times, so I think there was kind of a battle going on. If we don't pick it first, then we might not get it for stop.
Yeah, and that's something that definitely is a part of drafting, and especially more once you get into main stage and deeper into tournaments, you know what the enemy team kind of values, and you know what heroes they're going to look for in the first phase. So it kind of becomes sometimes like, let's say you were picking Earthshaker in the second phase, and you knew your matchups, and you knew you were going to have a good laning phase. This is like where the player skills tested, because now if you want the Earthshaker, you're going to have to pick it early, and you're going to have to get counterpicked, or you might get counterpicked, and you're going to have to be able to play through it anyways. And I think the players that generally do well at TI are the players that have that versatility. You can play the hero with slightly more farm or slightly less farm, and I think this could be somewhere where an area in which Vici's experience comes in their favor, because Old 11's been at a bunch of TIs, and this is DM's first, if I'm not wrong. So I think that these kind of factors is important to notice. So even though VP has played a lot of Earthshaker, how much first phase, or how comfortable is he playing it if he gets counterpicked?
And like we saw yesterday, a bunch of young players with maybe not the best LAN experience, even though they can have an incredibly dominant group stage, can choke on the main stage. So points like that really do come into play in something like this. What I wanted to comment on is what I like about Vici's draft is there's a lot of mixed damage already out of Tiny and Snapfire. Lots of magical damage, lots of burst, and also physical damage, right? So there's a nice synergy between these 2 heroes. Whereas I can see this Pugna getting burst down very quickly.
Yeah. I think at first glance, this Phoenix is also a little bit of a weird pick, right? You
Mhm.
kind of consider Snapfire to be a bit of a counter because of how her third spell, which I know the name of,
Little
counters,
Shredder.
the Little Shredder counters the Phoenix Egg because it has very quick attack speed, so you just hit down the egg immediately. But if you keep looking at the VP draft a bit more, you notice that there's a lot of stuff to cover it. You have the Pugna to cover him, you have the Earthshaker to cover him, and Snapfire, generally speaking, wants to play pretty far back. So the Phoenix could be a good way to bait him in and to force the Snapfire not to use her ulti. Because when Snapfire ults, you can egg very comfortably, because at that point, the Snapfire is no longer in position to come in and low shredder your little egg without getting fissure stunned or potentially Pugna the Equipified.
That's a very good point, and I've always liked heroes like Earthshaker and Sand King in defending the egg, but something else that we can add on to that is with the combination of Phoenix and Pugna, especially with the prevalence of Holy Locket as an item, there's a lot of sustain coming out of VP's team.
True.
So that's going to be very annoying to deal with.
I'm curious about Bristleback as a potential hero. I noticed them doing this in the group stage where they played Bristleback Pugna, and they kept buffing the Bristleback up with the mana from Pugna and healing him and just giving him sustain. And right now they have really nice backline heroes to do that. And Silencer, like, pretty decent hero against the Bristle because you stack up the Q infinitely. But it doesn't really matter, right, when you have infinite sustain coming out from your 2 supports.
That's a very good point, and these 2 supports do like to build Lotus Orb. There's also a potential they could make it a mid Pugna, but I don't like that so much here. Silencer is also a very good Phoenix counter, so Vici's draft looks really strong in my opinion. They have their team fight covered with Global and RP and Mortimer's Kisses, and they have their late game covered with Tiny. And they have very good individual hero matchups, I would say.
I think if you're VP right now, you're kind of looking at some sort of maybe like Wraith King, Bristle, the more like tankier type carries, because Vici's draft is very reliant on their spells to deal damage. You're going to have like Tiny Combo, you're going to have Snapfire throwing some spells, and there's the Bristle. Yeah.
Insania the Prophet.
It's like you've played a TI before.
Yeah, I didn't get very far though.
We don't need to talk about that. A TI is a TI.
True.
So looking here at Vici Gaming's lineup so far, what ultimately is what they're trying to... what are they ultimately trying to achieve, do you think, with this draft so far?
I think for Vici, it's going to be trying to farm up the Tiny, and then this is going to be basically the question of the game. Can they kill Bristleback during the Silver's Edge? Cool duration from Tiny, or is Bristol going to survive it and then out-sustain them with all the backline that he has? I think no matter what they pick here in the end, these two heroes are going to be the defining heroes for the draft. I think for Vici as well, they have the silencer, like you mentioned, to cover against the egg. So initiation for them is going to be very important too.
I agree. And the nice thing about Bristleback as a hero is even though it is annoying to play against something like Arcane Curse, he does hit his timings quite fast, and he still excels at taking ancient stacks, right? If he hits his timing earlier than Tiny, they can just run them over with all of the sustain that they have coming out of Pugna and Phoenix. Even though individually these heroes may look like they might struggle, overall they do mesh well together. But I think if Vici hold out for Tiny's timings, it's going to get a lot more difficult for VP to take these fights, for reasons that Insania mentioned.
So the final pick from Virtus Pro, is that going to be a counter?
I think it's probably just going to be something supportive, like it's going to try to support their draft. So right now they have the option of running the Pugna on GPK, but they could also run it on save. They can run the Earthshaker on save and pick an offlaner. They have a lot of abilities, like to basically pick whatever hero they feel best supports their game plan, which to me is, at this point, it's going to be a lot about stacking up the Bristleback and getting him very, very fat. And they're on Dire, which is we had talked about it off stream, but one of the few advantages that Dire has is that they have these camps in the jungle, which are easier to stack multiples of at the same time. And Bristleback's one of the best heroes to utilize that specific thing. So Dire, Bristleback, I just think it's going to be all about stacking this guy up, getting him as fat as you possibly can. And this is something that I know we like to run a lot, so I think the first 12, 15 minutes, if you can get that 1, 2K net worth ahead of the rest of the game, I would favor them pretty strongly moving into the mid game.
And Vici Gaming are banning out these initiator type offlaners, which is a really good call by them because right now, until Earthshaker gets his blink, they're just going to be playing behind the bristle and that can result in some problems. So by having something like a Mars or Beastmaster, it makes their ability to take fights that much easier. And Razor Void.
I think it's a strong lane matchup against Void Spirit, but in the game itself, I don't think Void Spirit really cares that much about Razor. But yeah, I think VP, they're trying to dominate the lanes in the start. They're going to run around with 4 heroes and have Nightfall come in and take some towers as soon as they're controlling pace.
I think Ori's Void Spirit is very good, one of the best in this tournament, but also his job will be to control this Pugna in the backline. My issue is if DM hits his timings, this can be a very scary game for Void because he will die, right? So it's just about what happens in the first 15 minutes, like Insania says. But if the game holds out for longer, I do favor Vici.
Well, we're going to be getting into that game very, very shortly. But before we do, it's time for the last word with BSJ.
Thank you, Frankie. I feel like when I was listening to that panel, all I heard was timing. So let's talk about the timings we should be expecting in this game. The thing that I look at for Vici Gaming is their core hero, the Tiny, buffed up by the Magnus on Old 11. He needs 2 items to feel really strong in this game. He needs the Silver Edge as well as the BKB. The Silver Edge to chew through the Bristleback and the BKB to deal with the immense amount of control and magic damage from the Pugna Earthshaker as well as the Phoenix. However, on the side of Virtus Pro, the Bristle's only going to need 1 tankiness item to start going. The Earthshaker is only going to need a blink, and we're going to need a BKB on the Razor coming on GPK. So there's going to be 1 item timing for the Virtus Pro, while it's going to take 2 items for Vici. So we're going to see if they can hit that window hard enough before the BKB Silver Edge shard on the Tiny and take momentum that way. And there's only one way to find out, and that's with OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Brian. Yes, Virtus Pro up against Vici Gaming in this best of 3. Fogged, what are you looking forward to seeing from these two here out on the main stage?
Just a clash of 2 styles, really. I think that's what most people were even looking at just coming into this game. Even before we even saw the draft, I think most people were expecting Vici to do Vici things. Play a little bit more of that slow-paced style, wait till they start hitting their big later game timings. VP, they have changed a lot. Sure, they're still all about that fast-paced kind of lineup, all about that aggression, but they've gotten a lot more like just stable in the way that they hit their big timings and then boom, they're not going to look to make a mistake. They're going to look to be a very clean game and just close it out. And hey, look at the draft, right? We have Bristle, Razor cores. Yeah. That's all about looking to get an advantage and end at a relatively early time.
No, yes, and sort of specifically the Bristle and the Pugna, you know, these are very much heroes that we haven't really seen other teams play with that much. Whereas, you know, Vici Gaming, on the other hand, their whole lineup,
these heroes have sort of been played across the board. Silence has sort of more recently started to move up in value. A lot of teams starting to look towards that. But everything else from Vici Gaming, it's just sort of top heroes of the meta.
Yeah, especially like the Magnus that they slipped in later on in the draft, which we saw, of course, last series. It went up to first pick. It became the most high priority pick. So, yeah, we'll see how that's going to end up playing out, and we'll see if they, like they mentioned about timings, if Silencer does start to fall off too, right? Because I know they have, like, Vici's late game is extremely strong, but we've seen time and time again, Silencers around that 35-minute mark, they start to struggle, so I'm really looking forward to this series. And let's see how these lanes do play out, because I've been seeing so many times GPK, especially on Razor, lane dominator.
Sure.
That's just what he's been known as forever, especially into these melee heroes. Sure, Void Spirit, you've got ways to play around it in the mid game especially, but lane is still going to be quite complicated.
Absolutely, yeah. GPK definitely having himself in a situation to make Ori's early game rather hard. We'll see how well Ori plays himself into it.
And let's see how the Phoenix does too, because they did pick it relatively early because of that Tiny. We know people have been talking about the matchup because of attack speed, slow, Sunray, Egg. It's all pretty damn good versus Tiny. However, into Silencer, right? It does feel like the Silencer has a pretty good position in this game versus both the Phoenix and the Pugna. These are like anti-savers, globals that can't get the heals off to protect Nightfall in some situations. So yeah, this should be a lot of fun.
And for Nightfall as well, so the carry Bristle, how does that sort of fit into the meta that we're seeing? Like, is this sort of a concept that you feel VP could really show us the strengths of, against the types of Dota that we've been seeing teams play, or at least most of the teams play?
They're one of the only, if not the only teams playing it. So that is a great question. I mean, just something that they really like to play. Nightfall might just feel very comfortable on it with the team. It's a curious one to me, because I'm not too sure why they are liking it so much. I mean, sure, they've been dominant on it, but then why is nobody else doing the same kind of strategy? So, and I mean, it's also Silencer, right? So,
but that's the thing. He's going to have something to dispel, right? Otherwise, these fights, surely the damage, the duration, it adds up. It's not going to be fun spamming your spells when you've been arcane cursed.
No, definitely not. They have 2 Lotus Orb buyers, at least 3 Lotus Orb buyers on their team, maybe even more than that. They could even prioritize one on the Razor, even the Bristle himself. So we'll probably see 2, 3 Lotus Orbs coming out because Phoenix is going to want one, Pugna's going to want one, Bristles probably wants one. So we'll see that in time. And yeah, I'm really just going to be glancing at mid to see if Ori is one of the big playmakers for me, for Vici, and when he starts to have a bit of a rough game at times, I feel like their game gets even slower than it usually is. They are more of a slow team, and looking at the lane already, 10-6 on the Razor,
GPK.
3-1
It's, as we said on paper, it's a tough matchup, and GPK, he is completely abusing that. 11 for 7 against the 3-4-1. Top lane DY. Is he going to tick out here? He's going to burn pretty low, but not quite enough. Salves to the ready. He'll be able to keep himself in lane. In fact, Kingslayer, he's going to get chased down by Old 11 again, though not quite enough damage, as both team supports will stay in the lane and alive.
Was that Fairy Fire making them both survive? I'm pretty sure it was. I think the Silencer used one earlier, and then the Phoenix had 2, so he used one when he was getting gone on. So Fairy Fire saved lives.
Now he's looking down bottom at the moment for both cores. DM, 12 for 1 here. On the off lane, Poyo-Yo, 14, 15 for 1. So both cores trading farm quite nicely down here. Side lanes, both supports trying to play around here. Save comes over around the attempt pull. He's the setup around the camp. Top lane, Old 11, he's going to get the skewer back.
Okay.
Pretty deep, at least get a tower hit or 2 in, and he does. Nightfall getting a little too close to that dangerous area where Old 11's able to pull him in and set him up underneath the tower for that extra damage.
That's why we're seeing the Magnus picked so much, really. Just so powerful in any lane.
You got to be careful.
Yep. That's always something scary for Bristleback too, even let's say in the later stages of the game too. Bristle is a tanky hero, but sometimes you feel a little bit deceptive because you feel so tanky, but let's say you get completely pulled out of position. It's gonna change the way that your saves are looking to play, because then the Pugna has to get out of position, the Phoenix as well to try to protect you. So yeah, could see a lot of those skewers really injure the Bristle a lot.
Absolutely, yeah. Nightfall's got to be careful on these early levels. Playing anywhere near to the tower there, as Old 11 will be very quick to take advantage of that.
DY will help out mid. Ori gonna check the rune for him and also fill up his bottle. His body as well.
Mid lane, he's starting to catch up now, Ori.
Yeah.
It's sort of this sort of pace now where GPK has been sort of visiting the jungle a little bit, looking towards neutrals as well. is giving Ori a bit more of a chance to close that gap here.
It's just still such a challenge. He can't even walk out. Yeah, the poor guy. Ori's just like, all right, well, I just have to tank this, you know. I'm getting my levels, and that's kind of the most important thing he has to do at this point. Rest of the lanes are going well, as we mentioned for Vici.
Poyoyo feeling rather confident down here. DM on his own doesn't really pose too much of a threat against the Tiny, especially with the support sort of beginning to drift away from that bottom lane.
PYW, though, is eating quite a lot of harassment.
Save if he gets another blast in, it's going to be close, but PYW just enough HP to get out of harm's way. Top lane, old 11. Trying to get it onto Kingslayer, not going to be the case, and it's getting to the stage now where this top lane, now the levels are in, you know, level 4 on Nightfall, they've got to be very careful about how they extend him for Kingslayer, as Nightfall will be able to turn around any drawn-out engagement between the two lanes here.
Yep. A little bit of a mistake there from DY, not layering the curse in the last word properly, though, so you can get that extra damage. Did mess it up a bit there on Kingslayer. Supports. Looking to check runes a bit more here. Save even looking to play around mid. Guess feeling that he doesn't need to help DM too much in the bottom lane since we are seeing so many support rotations. PYW hasn't really been playing the lane too much. And speaking of PYW, we didn't really touch too much on the Snapfire this game. Of course, a super popular hero that's been getting picked up more and more, but also a lot of uses in this game. Little Shredder can always be pretty decent versus Bristleback, of course. You know, a little bit of extra minus armor when he's lacking in the early game, but of course, versus Phoenix and versus Pugna, it's going to be quite useful. The Little Shredder versus the Pugna Ward versus the Egg, but also even just Mortimer Kisses versus a hero that does get decrepified in later stages. So PYW should have a pretty good overall game if he's able to actually position himself properly.
Absolutely, we're going to have to see some very careful placements here of both of those spells to,
for sure,
to sort of force Vici Gaming to spend time finding them and getting that set up indeed for the Snapfire.
Or he's completely caught up. He's actually only 50 gold behind the Razor.
I think this is pretty impressive. What's the XP looking like, though, between them? Was halfway through level 6 on Ori, and then GPK still about a level ahead. So he's picking it up, but as you say, the recovery, it has been there for Ori after a very tough first few waves in the matchup. You know, this is quite clearly something that he's had to deal with quite a lot of times before. The man's got quite a few games on the Void Spirit. He's almost certainly bumped into Razor, quite a large number of them.
GPK is looking to make that first move bottom. Haste Rune.
Oh, here we go. See if he's able to get the chase down onto Poyoyo. How will Vici Gaming react? Poyoyo turn with a quick avalanche, trying to hold GPK back, but GPK is able to maintain the connection of the static link. He's into the trees, that Poyoyo, and it's pretty deep, but GPK's got the damage. The maxed out plasma field's able to reach in, burst him down. A successful rotation here for the Razor.
And successful rotation from the supports earlier from VP to secure that Haste Rune for GPK. Ori did not choose to even make the counter move, though, since it is a hasted Razor. He's just like, whatever, I need to catch up my game. Razor's going to look to gank on the side lanes. He's going to get some big benefit from it, but yeah, I'm catching back up. I'm hitting mid tower a little bit, too. So.
No, for sure. I looked at the time as well. I'm not quite sure what he used it for earlier, but both of his Astral Steps were on cooldown.
Okay, so just maybe pushing lanes.
Yeah.
Or farming some stack or something.
I think so, yeah. Which did mean he wasn't quite in the shape that maybe could have turned up to that bottom lane.
And we are seeing, like Insania mentioned, it's dire. Stacks, stacks, stacks. Kingslayer is already starting the triangle. This, not the usual triangle, but it is warded. So Vici is going to be aware. They are...
And
they know what's happening.
I mean, with Empowered Astral Step, they could take these pretty quickly. Ori's in.
Super quick. He's DD room as well.
Yeah, this is, well, there we have it. I think pretty much every creep won't go to Kingslayer. Ori will die for it.
Okay.
I mean, this may be worth, though. That's a lot of effective golden XP that you do take away from VP there with that move. I mean, sure, you die at the end of it all, but that was at least a triple stack you're taking out of the hands of Nightfall.
Yeah, it's a trade.
It's a trade.
The thing is, the Razor they get a big chunk of experience on the support and the Razor, and then he's off the map now for quite some time, so they can split up. So
okay, so you think that VP don't? They're like,
I don't think
whatever.
VP's like whatever. Like, we got the kill. Bristleback's still able to get some of these stacks anyway.
GPK is already on his way down bottom again. Maybe seeing if DM can find the setup. And they're going to set up with the slam. TPs are coming in, but GPK, he's just going right in underneath the tower. He's going to miss the blast here. GPK just standing tall on top of Poyoyo. Poyoyo will fall. PYW, he's going to be in trouble as well. Finally, the fissure ends, so he tries to get out of there, but the damage has been done. GPK, again with these movements now, want to make a big plays. Now the counterplay comes in. Ori jumps over towards GPK. They'll take out the Razor. He's got his eyes set now onto the Shaker as well. An attempted TP out will be successful. DM makes it back to base.
MMR is just a number.
Crisp rotations coming all around. 2 to 4. Poyoyo is definitely struggling. But Ori does make the nice rotation, especially with DY rotating around. He did not have the point in glaives yet, so no int. But we are seeing these constant moves around the map, looking like both teams looking to get support levels, especially VP. They actually have the Pugna sitting mid for quite some time and the Phoenix up top, so their support should be a bit better off on those levels, since we did see, of course, PYW die down bottom. But it is very close on levels.
It is. There's some good Dota here so far from both squads.
Yeah, quite even, really. DM's gone for a bit of a different approach in the offlane that I've seen from lately. I've seen most of the time it's just like the 1 or 2 max points in Fissure, and then when they're offlane, they've been putting more points in the Enchant Totem and Aftershock. 3 points is the key, of course, for that Aftershock, so you can get the good combo play with your Echo Slam. But yeah, opting for more points in Fissure, I guess, because his supports have no stuns.
I think that's what it is, right?
I think that just has to be what it is. So
he needs to have that long lockdown.
Yep. That definitely makes sense as to why he's done it. And he's going to have a pretty good timing on that Blink Dagger. And, you know, we talk about VP speed and aggression. Again, looking to make the move bottom, GPK, as well as save.
There they are once again.
They're spotted.
Same time top lane. Kingslayer's going to get gone upon. Vici are able to get the kill up top. DY's going for the TP out. He's able to make it away from them. So they won't find anything down here this time round with the movement, but they can look to put some pressure onto the tower. Fortification's already been used. They're pushing in with the catapult wave. VP, they should be able to get this tier 1 away, but at the same time, Vici, they've already got the top tier 1 tower, so able to make that move and push happen a little bit quicker than VP is themselves.
Both teams mirroring each other's movements quite identically, honestly. The Tiny was farming Ancients while Bristleback went to go farm Ancients too. It's very similar stuff coming out. We just do see Vici, I think, that has a little bit better information. They also blocked out Ancients.
See Ori. He's trying to get out to GPK. They're actually committing with the kisses as well.
A lot of damage.
With the silence coming out, GPK, is he actually able to escape from this? Only just.
Is he?
GPK will get out. They'll heal him up a bit as well. Save here with the drain to keep his HP topped up. PYW is still hunting in the trees. Actually found DM. DM rather low here, but still they're backing away from it. They're aware, you know, Echo Slam is up. They don't want to fight right underneath the nose of the Earthshaker.
Yeah, quite a bit of ults. Egg also available, and we do see save. This is why they picked that Pugna, to keep their cores healthy, to keep them on the map. GPK, in normal situations, he would have had to gone back to base. But look, Pugna just full healed him up. He can actually keep his presence on the map, keep pressuring this tower that they weren't able to get before.
Of course, all this pressure is completely taking any attention away from the Bristleback. Nightfall having the whole jungle to himself. Halfway through on the Aghanims. For Poyoyo also, things looking very nice in the farm department. Pretty much even there on both carries right now in terms of what they're getting out of the map. As this game, 12 minutes in, continues to be incredibly close here. Both teams, after pretty much identical start.
I think Vici has to be pretty happy with this, with the way that their lineup does scale with like that Magnus, with that Tiny to later stages. I think after this, yeah, they have to be quite happy. VP, I do believe they want to set that pace, but they're going to wait for that timing. I'm pretty sure it's going to be the BKB Razor, the Ags on that Bristleback, and then they're going to look to hit real hard. But they're not slowing down yet still anyway, because they do have a blink on Shaker. Still looking to be active, still looking to claim a bit more tower advantage, because like I said, I don't think that they're happy with the state of the game right now. I think they wanted to get a little bit more out of the laning phase.
So we're definitely feeling it with the frequency that GPK is just over here on this bottom half of the map.
Well, I mean, he's just, with what you're playing against versus this Magnus and everything, he has to. We're Razor, you know, you don't want to start to fall behind at all as this hero. You always want to stay ahead in that net worth.
Will start to show himself mid, and it does seem Vici Gaming doing a good job of avoiding getting caught by the jump from DM.
They're continuing to farm like really well. Even PYW seem like just jungling. As the Snapfire, he's already got his medallion. Yeah, both sides, like I said, getting quite a lot out of the map.
Old 11, progress for him, 1500 on towards his blink.
Yep.
The next big timing for him, and we'll make things a little more hard for sort of VP. You know, when you look at their 3 cores, all wanting to get in the front of the fight. If they're not aware of Old 11's positioning, there's a high chance he will be able to come in with some big RP counterplays in these team fights.
And they have global too, so they can pick and choose their battles really nicely. They can also look to disengage if they see a bad fight, or they can just stop egg. That's always going to be one big thing that they see. You know, you see the Phoenix diving in, you can just get these eggs off most of the time. And with the new Yules picked up on Ori, as well as an Arcane Rune, they're going to look to get active. Seeing this Pugna pushing down the bottom lane.
They might actually get the jump on DM here. DM, he's not going to expect them coming in from this angle. The Remnant's actually off the mark though. DM, he knows with the Remnant missing, he's going to try for the TP out, but PYW is there to turn up and put a stop to the escape with the cookie. See them try and go for Old 11 top. He's got a TP, anything to stop it? No, there is not. Old 11 makes it out.
If there's no Shaker there, I think Vici's going to start recognizing. No stuns on VP if he's not, so just can quickly TP out in most situations.
And as we saw, same not to be said for VP, trying to get out there after a missed Remnant, but VG Gaming, they've got many more ways to put a stop to those kind of escapes.
Yeah, they even had the Yules in case of anything if PYW wasn't there, so definitely lots of different ways to set up. And still looking to get aggressive, checking out the Ancients. Now finally getting a small gold lead on the side of Vici because of the way they've been able to move around. But 200 gold. And that's when I'd imagine we see a huge increase in pace from VP. They've been still trying to make these, you know, 2-man plays, 3-man plays perhaps around the map. But yeah, BKB and Aghanims is going to come out, and I assume they just either look for a fight or just walk into the pit and force some action from Vici.
Oh, you think they might go straight for the Roche before one of the extra tier 1 towers? Now, like, bottom? They're going to jump in, but the Global is going to break the combo completely. And now Ori, he's just going to go jump back over towards Save, cut down the Pugna. And yeah, well, this is going to be hard to make moves. Anytime the Global's up, you know DY, he'll be ready to respond in an instant with the Global silence.
That's always the scary thing about like making moves. That's why I thought perhaps, you know, maybe they force some type of ultimate, some type of weird fight, and then they go straight for that Roshan, and the timing's there. So Nightfall's got it.
He's going to get the jump in onto DY, and DY, he has been caught a little too close to the rest of them. Not quite able to back up in time with the rest of the team. DY getting caught out a little bit there as he, I guess just wasn't quite prepared for VP to come straight back on the map and come down there. Now it's that kill onto Save. Mid lane, Nightfall starting to show himself now on the other side of the map. He's ready to turn up and go, as you say, with the Aghanims complete. See what sort of moves VP can make around them. They don't have the Echo Slam, but they do still have the Supernova.
Something I think, oh, wait a second here, as 11 will get away, but something that I think that they might have to also watch out for is Aether Remnant turns Bristle back around. So they can actually make him face their team whenever they do get their timing as well with the Tiny when he feels like he can fight. He's getting closer and closer towards Silver Edge. It's going to be quite a lot of ways for them to perhaps deal with the Bristleback.
No, for sure, yeah. If he gets turned into a full combo from the Tiny from Poyo-Yo, it's going to hurt still.
Yeah. Vici really looking to set this defense around this mid tower.
And she's going to go straight to work him with the kisses. As the dive comes out, but he is, maybe with the heals from Save. No, it's not enough. The damage is done. Kingslayer to fall as they try and fight, but this nice ward here from Vici Gaming, giving them this great vision to stop VP from trying to make these moves. They know that VP, with the way they've been playing on the bottom half of the map, they're going to try and come and approach the mid lane from this angle. Their vision is there ready to prepare for that exactly.
And they went the Veil as well early on. DY gets it at as a 5 position. That's a very good timing for his Veil. He has good damage, and as we see there, you know, this is one of the reasons why Silencer has always been sought after versus Phoenix. Most of the time, you know, you're still not going to click the dive, but he did click the dive, so you come right back. The last word, it will always bring you back to that position, of course. 2K lead, and that was, as we mentioned, a bit of VP's timing. Now they have the BKB finished on the Razor, so they smoke up again, still looking for that fight. Echo up in 10. Yep. They really want to persist for this
they have to, as you say. You know, if they're not making the hits now, Vici Gaming are likely to run away with this match as the minutes pass.
Absolutely.
VP's got to get something done right now. See what they can get around the mid. Again, they're trying to look at the one play, a bit split up really. Kingslayer and Nightfall, they've gone to find the mid. The egg is going to be taken down. Nightfall's over PYW. I mean, this is a completely split up play. The rest of VP, they're trying to get it onto Poyo-Yo. They will get the kill on the Tiny. Nightfall, he has been left to fend on himself, and it's okay. He's still very much big enough and tanky enough that Vici Gaming couldn't really deal with him. So a split up fight there that VP forced, but it ends up working out. They get the tower, and they are able to take down Poyo-Yo, whilst the rest of Vici Gaming's trying to deal with the 2 members of VP.
Nightfall, he's got a lot of Arcane Curse stacked up on him.
So with a jump forward, old 11. Quick skewer back and a jump over with the Astral Step. Nightfall will pop.
I'm surprised he just walked in like that. He kept spamming his quills as well, too. with the Arcane Curse, he gets the last word put on him, the Veil. It's a lot of damage. It does start to build up until you do get ways to dispel it.
And how close are they to any of those? Are we seeing anything come soon?
Not really, no. They're very far away.
That's true.
Your anger is useless.
He's going to go for his own BKB instead, so his teammates will have to get that Lotus Orb to protect him, but Vici's got to be real happy with the pace of the game. Even though they did lose their Tiny a few times, like Ori's almost got an Aghanim done on Void Spirit.
No, for sure. I mean, yeah.
Now it's more silences to deal with inside the fights too as TM.
They're going to use the global. In fact, Ori's going to look to use that coverage of the global to turn things around onto DM.
Oh boy.
Very nicely done here by VG Gaming, and it really was, as you say, they lose Tiny, but the fact that they do end up getting Nightfall at the end of it all pretty much makes that whole move for VP completely redundant. As VG Gaming just continuing to grow this lead, and VP, I mean, it really does seem like they are going to just have to continue to try and fight, but every little mistake and misplay, it just means that the preceding fight is going to be so much harder. It's just not getting any easier against VG Gaming, and the only way they can come back in is by looking to turn up for the brawl.
Yeah, I mean, they already have Silver Edge done. The Tiny's online pretty much. He's got the 2 items done. VP, they did hit that 1 item timing that BSJ was mentioning on the panel there, but I think Vici's so happy with this game. Aghanims is done for Ori. They've got Silver Edge on Tiny. He's going to be able to buy Shard soon. Everyone is pretty damn online. I think VP's in some trouble unless they start making some big plays happening soon.
They've got to have a big move come out next. Here we have it. Smoke up. How long until the Echo Slam? Not quite up yet.
2 seconds.
2 seconds.
It is a level 1 Echo, and he's about to hit 12. So usually you want to wait for that 12 because you get that 20 seconds removed and quite a bit more damage. But I don't think he can wait for it.
There's no global for a minute. So that's something. They're going to jump DY. In fact, just dropping the Echo on him. Get rid of that pesky silencer.
Okay. So is that like them trying to get an option open for Roche?
I mean, if Nightfall's ready to go for it.
The Kisses are down 2 for 30. They want another kill before they try for it.
It looks like they do. DM. Looking for the lead in, but Vici Gaming are careful. Play it right back in back. Now Old 11, he's ready to step up. RP is online again.
They've got the Silver Edge. Nightfall.
I mean, they're in. DM is going to try and lead him, but immediately getting caught out by the silence. Jump over to the side. Ori looking to take down DM, and with the help of Old 11 and his skewer, they should be able to do so. DM ripped into position as they take him out. That's DM gone. DY back in the game now. VP having a fight 4v5 if they want to keep this going. Nightfall and GPK, they're thinking about returning to the action. They're back in. They're on top of DY. DY has been caught on the front, but the Yules will hold him back. Jump forward. Old 11. RP gets him right underneath the tower. Catches GPK. Raising a fall.
And might even get more. They turn him around with the Remnant.
They get the grab. There's the Silver Edge hit. Toss up. Poyoyo. The damage not quite enough immediately, but Nightfall, he's falling ever so low. Save will be able to top him off slightly, but it's just the 3 of them, Kingslayer, Save, and Nightfall having to go on the retreat right now.
Oh, VP is struggling. They can't get the catches they want. They can't go for the plays either because they only have 1 stun. They only have, well, 1 stun from the Shaker. He's the only one who's really got the actual disables. They catch the Tiny on the left side of the fight. He's linked up. He just TPs and resets the fight, comes back in afterwards. VP tries to catch up to the rest of the team. A global comes out. It's really hard for them to get into these fights successfully, especially if they don't have the Echo Slam. DM, I think, has to be a little more patient. I don't think he can waste an Echo on a silencer in these situations, especially not the 5.
I think he just feels that he has to, as you say, because of the fact there's nothing really else to initiate with. It's hard.
Sure is. And like we mentioned, the game for the supports, it's all about those Lotus Orbs versus the Global, but as we mentioned, Ori having such a good game, they've got so many different forms of silence now. He's got the double pulse as well that he can play around with the Globals post after they use the Lotus Orb on themselves. Still only a 4K lead, but VP, you can feel that they definitely wanted to be in a better position now. But with these ultis on cooldown, walking into the pit.
I mean, they're looking at the Roche. They're going to try and give it a shot here.
Should kill it fast. And without Kisses, Kisses are down for 15.
Yeah, Vici Game is a little split up. Jump forward, DY, he's going to actually get caught. This is the perfect way to start the fight. Silencer is out of action.
It's a big grab. They're still smoked, waiting for an opportunity.
They still want to try and make the steal here. Vici Gaming.
Kisses in 2.
They're going to try for it, surely. There's the buyback, jump forward for Ori, the Supernova coming out from the side. Roshan, it will die to VP, and Aegis into the hands of Nightfall. At the same time, they get on the high up, 5 BYW. Ori, he's trapped in the river. He's going to use himself up for now. By the time to get the Dissimulate off, can he jump to safety? He can. We'll get over to the side for Save. He's there with the Decrepify. They run down the Void Spirit. Ori, he will fall. 3 dead. Vici Gaming, Poyo Roche, Aegis secured, and now Vici, they're having a run. DY brought back for this. They'll be able to kill him off again as VP have managed to battle themselves back into the game.
Exactly what they needed too. As soon as they saw that even the silencer buyback, they just popped their ults. I saw even the Phoenix Kingslayer just instantly pops Egg, even though it's in an awkward pick. It's just to secure the Roshan, and DM, very nice Fissure. The Echo Slam as well, catches the Snapfire. Fissure blocks off Ori, causes disarray amongst Vici. Very nice to get execute a fight, which they needed to get themselves back into a comfortable position in this game.
Absolutely, as you say, DM definitely putting in the heavy work here. And this is the thing, you know, he said, well, we don't need any more stuns. I'm going to get everything done myself. And when he's making moves like this, even managing to block off the more elusive heroes for the most part, like the Void Spirit. And maybe things are in safe hands here for VP around DM's Shaker.
And now they're starting to get these Lotus Orbs up. Kingslayer's got his finished. And I think that's probably the only one, actually. They're going to have a BKB for the Bristleback to cover himself versus the Arcane Curse, too. So Silencer's effectiveness will definitely start to dwindle.
VP. We want to keep the action going. Nightfall ready to lead the charge down the mid. Quick poke at the mid lane.
With BKB, he's quite unkillable.
Yeah, now he's good to go.
Unless he gets pulled very far out of position, even then,
he can battle his way out.
Yeah,
he can put that BKB charge back to safety. He'll make it.
And without Global, they can't stop the heals. Of course, that's going to be coming out from that Max Sunray as well as the life drain from Save.
Vici Gaming trying to set up here. Hold 11. Yo around DY. They're using DY as the bait. They know that VP are going to want to go for him, and they are. Nightfall straight in onto the silencer by DY. Pretty much dying in a few hits. BKB popped by Nightfall. There's no jump they can make back onto this Bristol as VP get in at a swift execution right underneath the tier 2 tower that Vici Gaming as a team can't do anything to stop.
Poyoyo had just used the Silver Edge hit too on a creep right in front of him too. So as soon as they saw that, Bristol was like, okay, I have a free run across. He had to pop the BKB just in case, but does get a kill. Let's see if Vici looks to make any type of move while that is down. They're picking up top, but that's GPK. So maybe expecting them to make a move onto him. And VP all just swinging together. Again, another smoke.
A little bit of a window here. 10 seconds, no silence. When DY's back up there, the Global will be ready to go.
Scan is right on top of Poyoyo.
They know where they are. On the low ground now, coming in from the river. They jump onto the high ground. The Global Silence comes down immediately in response. Supernova's out. They look to take it down. PYW is able to get the hits in. They bring down the egg. DM lays down the Fissure, getting the angle onto both PYW and Old 11. PYW taken out for the low ground. GPK gets the kill.
Holy damage.
Moving up to the high ground. It's a little risky now. They get the grab. RP for Old 11 drags back GPK. GPK will go for the BKB. Try and get away from this. He's got decent movement speed, but Ori jumps in. Or Astral Step blocks him off. 4 dead on VP, as they knew where Vici Gaming were. They hit the scan, they were charging up the river, but they ended up in this position where Vici Gaming, they sort of surrounded them from the high ground points, and it was a very hard fight for VP to take when they're in that sort of very confined area between the Roche pit and the triangle.
And the team can't get to where DM actually blinks onto high ground, Echo slams the Magnus, but his team had just got hit by like an 1100 crit from the Tiny, also Avalanche combo, and they were stuck in the river. They couldn't get to where the Earthshaker was. Very split up fight for VP. Huge advantage for Vici off of that one. Also, I've been watching this. They're keeping the Alpha Wolf with the Tiny the entire time this game.
I like it.
They've had the dominated Alpha Wolf just sticking with them. So look at his damage. I mean, plus 362. Those are without, that's like 760 damage without a crit from the Silver Edge.
Absolutely. DD. As here on Nightfall the rescue. They have got vision on this Tiny. Nightfall. See if he can chase down Poyoyo.
He's holding BKB.
He is. He's still got ways to get out of there. Cookie as well. Jumps him back to safety. They keep it cool, Vici Gaming. Or he's actually looking for the wraparound on the back lines. Jumps in straight away on a save. The kiss is coming out from the high ground. That's one down.
Goodness.
The break hit. He immediately has to put the BKB and run. Nightfall's got to get out of there. DM's going to go down. Nightfall will manage to TP out. But another fight where VP are just a little unprepared there. Ori this time coming in from the river. They weren't ready for him to catch them on the retreat and just kick off that fight as aggressively as Vici Gaming were able to do so.
And the damage from Poyoyo, he 2/3 of the HP from the Bristleback, just from one swing, but the Echo Saber crit, of course, from the Silver Edge.
That's so much.
That is problematic, as we said, for VP.
7K lead now, back for Vici Gaming. That
and
sort of old Roshan escapade that The VP were able to hit back with nothing more than a distant memory here in this game as Vici Gaming back with full control.
And look, the Alpha Wolf again. It's just sticking with Poyoyo. Empower plus Alpha Wolf looks pretty balanced on Tiny. Look at this. He almost two-shotted a Bristleback.
Yeah.
That was without the Alpha Wolf, where 2 is still up top.
I mean, what do you do? What do you do against it?
He's definitely going to need some armor on the Bristle, because right now I still only see him with like 14. So I think he's got to get a little bit more to counteract some of that damage. He's just going straight for S and Y for the time being, but really needs that plate mail soon.
Bottom lane, Vici Gaming ready to start pushing in themselves. They know their strength right now. Quick poke at the tower and then a backup and smoke. See if they can catch VP whilst they're split up across the map again.
They got global again. Every single time that they've had global, or almost every time they've had global, the fight has gone successful in their favor. Poyoyo leading the charge.
Oh, it's gonna hurt.
Oh
it's
yeah,
hurt. They're in the RP, and there's the damage follow-up.
They're just gone.
A few swipes, and it's VP4. Global comes down, skew over from on level 1,293 damage crit there. GPK the only one making it out. But my goodness, they get the setup here and allow Tiny to just follow it up. Poyoyo, he is just, they're just crumbling in the palm of his hand here, VP.
This is just so much damage that he does end up getting from all this. And that was the Bristle, by the way. Two-shotted, or three-shotted by the Cleave. And the global again to cover, perfectly coming out from DY, so there's not even any follow-up that VP can go for. 12K lead now for Vici. Having a firm grasp of this game.
How do they stop this, Tiny?
Look at this again. Just a perfect one. Beautiful RP, no hesitation from 11. They're just dead.
Oh, yeah,
they're dead in the RP.
2 hits. One hit's half the HP, really. It really is. And running, that's not an option either. These trees just come in, tossed at you from a mile off, and the damage is done. That splash will just decimate anyone caught in the area.
And it's surprising that Poyoyo can just walk up like that and just find the opportunity. VP not prepared with an Obs and Sentry Ward or anything like that. Have lost full control of the game with their early game draft.
And they had that chance to regain things around that Roshan and Aegis pickup.
They're going to have to try to get it again. That's the one thing. It's like VP, they have to try to get some type of successful fight while Global is down. They have 20 seconds to try to find it, and hope to God for them that they find a Roshan afterwards. They have 1 minute and 50 seconds until it does respawn, and there's already a Dominator creep waiting in the pit for Vici. Vici's already knows, too. They're backing up quickly. DY in a super defensive position. 11
jump straight in Echo. Old 11, he's going to be the one to be caught. Has got buyback available, though, if he feels necessary.
Poyoyo's thinking about GPK in the bottom lane.
Ori as well. Look, again, coming in from this angle, always sort of keeping VP sandwiched between the rest of his team and himself.
GPK.
Be able to back up to the safety of his teammates, or at least the relative safety.
He's got to bail out. Only 700 HP, has to get healed up. Global back online. 50 seconds, though, for Magnus, and as we said, still 70 seconds on that Roshan. Again, Alpha Wolf will go back to check the pit. And a DD rune is inside of Ori's bottle.
VP trying to get control of this area. It's not going to be easy. And as it looks, they're not going to have to use the buyback here on Old 11. He will be back up in time. 40 seconds still, so get an update on that Roshan.
I actually like that Kingslayer went for he picked it up about like 2 minutes ago, but picked up a pretty early gem. I think they're starting to feel the game's getting a little out of control. They have to know exactly where the Tiny is in all situations. They have to know when there's any vision on them, because if VP doesn't start the fight with Bristleback charging in, Razor linking, and it's actually Vici who starts it, I think the fights are just going to easily be Vici's every single time. So they have to have a good vision, good control of vision in this game to be able to get those initial jumps.
I think the discussions being had between VP on when and what they want to do with the next move. They're running out of plans here. It's not an easy game to swing back.
Everything's up for Vici. Vici wants to take the fight now themselves. There's no Echo Slam on DM for some time. They should know that.
I mean, if they do look to try and take a team fight, VP, they know that they don't find DY. DY really will turn it all around with the press of a button.
And, I mean, the Tiny's just going to two-shot people, and he's just so farmed at this point. He's almost 2 items ahead of the next person. They have full Satanic against Hyperstone. They're just taking the Roche themselves.
I mean, VP's not going to be able to do anything about that.
It's already
They're
dead.
not going to be able to do anything about that. Roshan will fall in a matter of seconds here to Vici Gaming.
And Old 11, who has not purchased a shard, even though we saw it prioritized so much in the first series of the day, how good this Magnus shard was, he didn't buy it, and now he's got one given to him for free after he picks up his own individual items with the Aether Lens, the Blink, the BKB. So even more of a threat, really, for the Bristleback, just this instant catch into Skewnerming out of position. VP has to be so cautious in these next few moments.
I mean, is there any sort of chance for VP's lineup from a high ground perspective, as it seems like anything out on the map is, at this stage, is almost becoming impossible?
It's starting to feel not like there's not really too much of an answer. It has to be some unbelievable positioning, really, from the Phoenix and the Pugna, and just like Razor has to have some full link. This Razor and Bristle need to have some insane start to the fight.
Oh,
that's Poyoyo.
He's found them.
He gets the start.
He's able to walk in, start things off on a DM. That's the Shaker gone. GPK past the BKB, starts to get the Sally Link going. Save trying to heal him up here from the side. Nightfall looking to charge in. The BKB, the RP, they'll control the Bristleback. Global popped out. You see Ori jumping with the Astro Steps over to GPK. He's able to pop the Razor. GPK goes down, Save trying to turn, but shot back with the Scatter Blast. PYW cookies in on top of him to crush the Pugna's life.
Far too much damage on Vici. The Razor gets what, almost a full link. Tiny doesn't care about link because he just keeps wailing you right through it. And Ori, as we mentioned, 8-2-10. Even though he had a bit of a rough lane in the game, he's had an excellent one. He was 5-1-10, 5-1-6 before, now 8-2-10. One of the next few times you look at him, and the damage you do is pretty crazy as Void Spirit. Even with Empower, sure, you're mostly magical, but you still hit pretty hard.
Old 11. He's managed to get the jump in. Nightfall trying to get back to safety. The break it's in. Cookie forward on a Poyo. Toss up. Have they got the damage? Yes, they certainly do. As Nightfall out of the game, 90 seconds, no buyback on the Bristle. This bottom rack's not going to stand a chance, of course, against the hard hits of Poyo. All tiers 2s are taken. Vici Gaming, they can go for much more here. It's a long, long time with no carry up for VP.
This definitely feels like game over, right? It's 70 seconds still. There's a Tiny on the team. I think they can probably take all of it. Might be one more standard defense here that comes out from VP, but they did not ever hit their timing, it feels like, this game.
AC complete on Poyo as well. The jump forward, Old 11 not quite able to get a grab here, and VP will be able to push them back a little bit, but the Aegis is still there. Quick use of the Satanic gets a good bit of the HP up for Poyo.
That was a weird glyph, though.
And nobody was even hitting the racks at the time. But as it is, glyph now gone.
Fisher?
It's a good Fisher.
It's a really good one.
They get a good link up. They'll be able to take Poyo down the once. And they're doing a second time out of the side. DM BKB's not going to help him against the physical. As DM will fall. They're doing their best, though. They are managing to keep them off this mid-racks for now. And all things said and done, this mid-set's still standing. Poyo is going to look to try and put an end to that, though. Steps back into Crepify. Not going to do anything at all there.
Instantly removes the Decrep with the Satanic, finishes off that Rax. And 26k gold lead. Just continue to look harder and harder for this Bristle and Razor to do much of anything.
Yeah, it is.
Even though they've even started like picking up the plate mails and stuff like that, but this the sheer damage that's coming out from Vici is just far too much for VP to hang on to. And yeah, they're saying Silencer is missing, so I'm thinking that they're probably like, damn, this Silencer actually ruined our entire idea of the draft, because ideally the way they wanted to play, the way they have throughout the tournament with this Bristleback is he just becomes unkillable because they have these heals that come out, but you can't. Even if you have the Lotus Orbs, it doesn't matter because the initial is going to get stopped. And they just die so fast. And now, speaking of dying fast, there's a DD rune on our Tiny, so... Yeah. He's going to be hitting for over 1,000, critting for 1,900, just about.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
That's going to hurt. Yeah, well, good luck to VP in the next team fight.
Maybe they blow up Ori.
Let's see what they can do.
Uh-oh.
There's the global. BKB comes out for DM. They'll see if they can lock down Ori. You got Poyo already coming in for the side. Ori's going to be able to get out there. The jump on 11 in with a 3-man RP. Poyo lays down the damage. Nightfall trying to run. He'll fall. A 1,700 damage hit coming out there to end Nightfall's esports live. GG called. VG Gaming, this first game of the series, it's all theirs.
Super clean game again, Vici. I mean, they lost Poyoyo early game a couple times, right? I think maybe even all three of his deaths were relatively early in the game. VP had his number, but it didn't really seem to matter because VP couldn't capitalize on anything big. They got the rush, but they lost their Aegis almost immediately because of the way Vici responded, and Vici was always kind of ahead in gold in the game.
Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty scary showing from VG Gaming. I mean, as we say, though, it was clear to us, and I think clear to VG Gaming, what VP wanted to do with their timings. And, we have seen VP, they are a very versatile team. There's a lot of different ways they can approach Dota. I don't think this sort of approach is going to work against VG Gaming, especially if you're letting them get through the caliber of heroes that VG Gaming got through with this lineup.
VG's seen this before. They adapted. Insania was the one who called that silencer and everything, too, so I think VP might have to bring back a new strategy.
I think so. Well, we'll see what they're able to change up in Game 2, but as it stands, ladies and gentlemen, VG Gaming with a very impressive Game 1 victory against VP.
Well, we just saw the end of game number 1, and on this panel, we had 2 VP bandwagoners and 1 Vici believer. Gods, why are you so right?
I think that game, we saw VP not really play to their strengths a bit. I feel like they're meant to be the team that really tries to dominate that early to mid-game stages, and the Bristle, I guess, they had this right idea where their timings come online faster, but it just felt a bit too passive at times.
I feel that in this patch, you either pick Tiny, ban Tiny, or there is no way that you play against him with a draft that isn't good against him. And I don't feel that Bristleback is the right hero against a Tiny position 1. Sincerely, if nothing else, because of the item build that he goes for. You're always building that Echo Saber and Silver Edge, and eventually you come to the situation that happened in this game, in which Tiny, he's 3-4 shotting you in one single RP with that Empower. It was not only that, you're playing Bristleback into Void Spirit, who's turning you, so you're always taking damage from up front. You're playing versus a Silencer that's constantly reapplying Curse. It truly wasn't an easy game for a Bristleback position 1.
Silencer did 13k damage. That's a lot for a Silencer.
I think 13k, 12k was dealt to Bristleback because he... Is it? Okay. So, yeah, I mean, I'm a bit surprised that they decided to pick Phoenix into Snapfire and also Bristleback into Silencer. Kingslayer was a bit surprised how it seems like dive work once there's a last word used on him, because he did a full dive and was like, maybe I'll stop. Whoops. Come back to the end and dies. Silence. You can't use the egg. They needed Lotus Orb. They needed Lotus Orb fast, but if you're not making any moves, no one's going to, like, position 4 and 5, they can't get the gold and you can't get it.
Well, I was looking at the stats, and while I'm usually not a fan of looking at KDA, one thing I did notice that popped up was Silencer actually hadn't died that much. And usually you see this hero as, I pop Global Silence, I'm ready to die, it doesn't matter, they're going to jump me first. Was that a problem?
I'll tell you straight away why. He wasn't dying that much because you aren't playing versus a mid laner that can make plays. You're playing versus a Razor. They picked a Razor because of a matchup, and I believe that GPK, he needs to be the flashy playmaker on his team side, on the side of Virtus Pro. If he isn't, they literally had one stun as the Shaker. The moment you use it, we've seen so many team fights in which a hero just TPs away. That's it. You get fissured.
I like how at one point VG Gaming realized they have one stun. If Shaker is showing on the map, we can be on a different side of the map, farm up. This is exactly how this team has been playing through the history, and just TP out if it gets to that point where you feel you are in danger. There was very nicely timed Global Silence to disrupt any Earthshaker combination. One thing that always bothered me about the Global Silence is how can you cast the Global Silence if the Earth is flat? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. God gave me the look.
Moving on. There's
Move on.
Earthshaker who roams around the earth. Yeah. I want to talk about a different point on it. I don't know how to segue off that. I want to talk about a different point here, which is, Gods, you talked about how VP might have not played their cards really right there, but I kind of want to discuss their approach, because we talk about Vici as this methodical team, right? This team that doesn't let you make any mistakes. And VP tends to have a draft that is like one strength and a couple of weaknesses that they just cover up. Is that the right approach against Vici Gaming?
I think for VP, they need to not over-prioritize the lanes. You mentioned, Lizard mentioned the Razor pick and what that does to your draft, where it's like, okay, we're going to win the lane, but these mid heroes that lose their lane slightly always seem to catch up, and then they're making plays. This Void Spirit was pairing off with the Snapfire. That's what Vici Gaming did really well as far as their strengths go. They hit level 6 on Snapfire, would be hiding in the trees, Void Spirit jumps in on someone and just gets a kill with the Mortimer's Kisses. Again and again, that would happen. So I think for VP, they need to figure out heroes that enable their early game, but not just based on the laning stage.
I know, Lizard, you have some inside knowledge of the inner workings, some VP particularly, right? I know you knew some of the older players in the org and how they think as well.
So I have no idea about how this new squad is working, because they call themselves or find themselves the new generation. They don't
like a K-pop group,
yeah. They don't really accept a lot of advices from the old squad, from the old players, and even though there's a lot of the Russian side definitely believes in the squad, thinks that they can go far, but they worry that when they match up versus these Chinese teams that they played once or twice in their whole career, this fact that they aren't able to take advice from the oldies might come as a detriment.
So you think that might be leading to this someone's lack of versatility we see?
I'm not sure. I even feel that maybe something has changed. That's how I felt during the group stage. But as Lacoste said, it looks like they have changed quite a bit in the playstyle recently.
They did, yeah.
Definitely. And this Bristleback, even though they have picked it before, it's not the go-to hero.
Right.
And it's very reminiscent of the No One era when the Virtus Pro would always put that Bristle on mid lane and just dominate with it.
Against Vici Gaming, maybe they need to go back the way they've been playing the day 1 and day 2. Because they've been super aggressive. They didn't care about any cooldowns. It's just, the classic, we're going to run at you, Dota. And it was successful. It was chaotic. They had a bit of an issues closing out the games because they could not hit the tier 3 towers. That's the lineup that they had, but maybe adjust that kind of a lineup, put in some Dragon Knight, put in possibly a Pugnut that they've been using the last 3-4 days of the group stage, and go from that.
And I feel like Vici really prepared well for VP, because right from their first ban, they banned Dawnbreaker, one of the VP's heroes they did the worst on, if anything. But I think the style of play that VP have around Dawnbreaker, it is that run at you. I think Vici Gaming is like, we're going to lose to VP if we let them play this style where they're just running at us, have all these heroes that are super active early on just based on levels, and they recognize it. So they're willing to ban a hero like Dawnbreaker that they're unfamiliar with because it just suits VP's playstyle so well.
And what Gods is referring to is actually the strat they used to run with Dawnbreaker, Darkseer, and Bounty Hunter, where the 3 core ideas there, where they, as you said, just run at you. And they've run Dawnbreaker in that draft with in a carry position and a 5, so maybe that flex also scares them a bit.
Now, that's the Eastern mentality. The analysts back there also call it, if you don't know what to do, just smoke. Just run at them. And if you're fast enough, it's going to work. And that's what they're doing. And Dawnbreaker enables it because you have a carry that's not necessarily needed in any of team fights. He's all alone on one side of the map. Meanwhile, when you're fighting on the other, he uses his ulti, joins you, and it's very easy to make plays that way.
So what other heroes could we be seeing that enables that playstyle? What
I want to see GPK from something that can make plays. Even though he was very active on Razor in game number 1, it's still a Razor. They put themselves on a timing, considering you have a Bristleback and you have a Razor. These heroes will scale. Because I was talking to Brian BSJ in our green room, and it feels like no matter what item Razor decided to go for, or if you had another item, it wouldn't really make the difference in this game. So I don't like that you put yourself in a spot where you can't win the game often, like getting a big item. Like you're hitting that timing. Their first big timing was getting a Blink Dagger on Earthshaker, BKB, on Razor, and getting a Vanguard, maybe half another item on Bristleback, and Vici shut them down.
One is playmaking. Could we be seeing GPK Storm, perhaps? I know it's a fan favorite, Lizard.
Yeah, it's a pretty solid one. He had a little bit of a rough time coming into the competitive scene with that Storm, but eventually he really got good at him. I wouldn't mind seeing Storm. Yesterday we've seen a couple of series even open up with the first phase Storm. Now I'm not sure if Virtus Pro is that good with the hero itself to first phase him, but sure, any sort of a spirit, I'd be satisfied.
They played Storm, Io, and Bane against Aster, and it was 2 games in a row, and it was super successful because Storm Io combo works similar to old Chen plus Storm, where Io's TPing, refilling your bottle, especially if he finds a trusty shovel, and keep feeding you with mangoes, feeding you with clarities, and you can just have full mana run around the map. And also Bane was a core of that lineup where he was setting things up, saving people. You have a BKB piercing ability. It was a top-notch performance, and I want to see something similar against the Vici Gaming.
Okay, we get to see the teams coming out now right into their booths. As we discuss them a bit, right? They're getting ready. I want to discuss actually one thing about Virtus Pro particularly. This team mentality plays a big part, and we know now that they have a coach whose sole purpose, they told us ex-basketball coach or basketball player who's now coaching
So they
them.
got that one especially for TI.
Right.
But the coach that they do have, the one that we've seen just enter the booth with them, is Bulk. And he's been the part of the old Virtus Pro squad as well.
Yes.
They got him specifically after they lost completely at the Singapore Major, because everyone, the whole scene was asking them, what are you guys doing? Your drafts aren't looking that great.
Right.
And you're at the Major. You're crushing us at the regionals, but here it's obvious that you might need a coach to help you out.
Yeah, Bulk was coaching Gambit back in the days when Gambit had a really good squad, and I think they needed to get someone to actually, help them out a bit with the draft. Because if you look the way they play, the individual skill of Virtus Pro players is out of the roof. Like they're insanely skilled, and sometimes they decide to dive tier 4 towers when it's not necessary. So you need someone to guide them, I think, a bit more during the draft, and seeing Bulk help them with that quite a lot, like he's the one sitting at the PC, kind of makes me happy.
On the Vici side, you've got Fenrir, who is probably one of the the biggest Dota 2 veterans as well. The famous F5 Fenrir support duo lasted for many years, had a lot of success winning LAN tournaments, majors, never quite had the success they're hoping for at TI, but they are one of the he is one of the most experienced 5 positions and now coaches when it comes to Vici Gaming.
And they have experienced players as well, right? When you think about Ori and DY, they were a part of that great minor, Starladder minor into the Stockholm Major, into the Epicenter Major run.
And they've been playing together for 3 years now, since like 2018 when DY joined. Their mid Ori, he goes back to like 2017, so it's pretty rare for these players to stick around on the same team for like four years. But Ori has always been that solid, stable mid laner, at times really flashy, but he knows how to get the job done when it comes to Vici.
Yeah, Ori struggled a bit during season 1, which me and Lizard noticed because we worked the Chinese DPC season 1. At the start of the season 2, you could feel him play much better, felt like the old Ori, the more confident one, and here at the international, he's showing, what he's made of.
So you think that Ori is performing back to what you expect?
For sure. This was I was just about to ask him the same thing, because I wanted to talk about it. Ori at the seasons was constantly rescued by DY PYW. It was their job pretty much, lane a little bit and then go salvage the mid lane. That's literally what was happening game after game. However, Ori definitely has improved quite a bit. It's not that he was bad before, he just had a small slump after that 2018 and 19 run.
And what we've seen at this TI in particular is that with Ori, they're not picking him like the strong lane, they're picking him the hero that's going to be strong in the game. Often Vici Gaming don't have the best laning stage, but that's just how they win games. They sit back, they wait for their timings, they wait for that moment when their opponents overstep or make a mistake, and it's usually more in the mid to late game. So they're not worried about how his lane goes as much as other teams.
And this is something that I feel is necessary for a long time now as well. You can't just dominate the lanes anymore, especially when it comes to the mid lane. The side lane's all right, but mid lane, you have so many runes. You have the bounty, the water runes,
the bottle refills.
Even if you dominate, it's not going to be as detrimental as before in a way that you can't make a comeback.
So then, is Vici capable of elongating games simply because the meta allows it to right now, or are they doing something special? And if so, what?
This team just take it slowly. They do not want to rush things. If it's needed, they will stay in their base, farm up for 20 minutes. They will not go and get picked off. And this is the strength of the team, realizing what needs to be done. Their late game decision making, I think, is one of the best ones so far.
Okay.
Historically, what they do is just wait, even if it's need to wait for another Roche. Even if they're ahead, they will build up that advantage and then go for the one last push.
I would say it's not totally passive at the same time. Like we saw last game, they made plays, but they're always plays in response to VP. Like around the bottom tier on tower, VP would go pressure a tower, feeling like they've got this early game timing, and Vici Gaming would do these really nice setups where they defend their tower with a good initiation, follow up. You mentioned like the Void Spirit jumps in with the Mortimer's Kisses. They weren't just giving away towers and playing a farm game. They were reacting to what VP did. But
it's a complete opposite to what VP was doing in the group stages. They would dominate the lanes. They would be. There's a reason why every team says that these are the strongest opponents in scrims. Like when you talk to different players in scrims, they're really, really damn tough to beat. At the main stage, it becomes a little bit easier because of the nerves and whatnot. But you could see even in the group stage, they take the lanes and then they're just diving. The tier 2 is still alive. They're diving tier 3s, tier 4s, and then they just throw that way. So I'm happy that you can see that Virtus Pro has actually also improved in that manner.
Yeah, so you think, I mean, compared to the other events, they've certainly improved, but do you think they're still struggling with the pressure to a degree, just because of their playstyle?
I would say that they've improved in that way as well, especially because of the confidence and the heroes that they're picking. As long as they go with their own playstyle.
Yeah, they need some confidence if they want to win game 2.
Well, let's see what happens in game 2 as we get started.
VG Gaming versus Virtus Pro. Game 2.
Welcome back to the draft panel. I've got Effie and Insania joining us. And first of all, what went wrong with VP's draft in the first round?
I think VP had the timing they needed to play for, and I think they didn't really manage to capitalize on the timing enough, and that's kind of why they ended up, eventually getting outscaled by the Tiny. And I think when you play Bristleback, like getting those stacks going is really, really important. I think his laning phase was slightly too poor for where they needed him to be for the specific game.
Do you think they're going to learn from it this time around, Effie?
I think so for sure. The issue with Vici as a team, or playing against them rather, is that they have so much experience, specifically when it comes to the late game. And if they pick something like a Tiny Magnus, where they know they're going to hit this timing later and outscale their enemy team, that's dangerous territory. If you're going to play for the early mid game the way that VP wanted to with their Bristle as their win condition, you can't make mistakes, right? And one of the key heroes in slowing down Bristleback's game was obviously Silencer. It just felt like a great game for him. And they just couldn't get the Lotus Orbs in time even.
Is this just history about to repeat itself?
You mean the drafts?
Yeah.
I would imagine VP is going to take a different approach. Generally speaking, I think when you play a timing draft and it doesn't really work out for you, you actually learn a lot about your opponents because you realize where their strengths lie and where they're willing to fight you and how they're going to try to approach the game. So I think for VP, they might have a more directed draft this time around. You saw last game, they had a very flexible draft where they had a lot of options of how they want to set up their lanes, what heroes they want to look to pick it towards the end. And I think this game, they might have more of a idea of like, how do we deal with the specific heroes that we're going up against.
But one thing they seem to lack was stunts.
VP, yeah.
Yeah, VP.
But typically, you don't always need stuns in Dota. When you have something like a Bristleback who's just going to keep running heroes down, you can play around it. But I didn't necessarily feel like the lack of stuns was an issue. It was just some key decisions and some timings being missed, right? And obviously, some very good fights by Vici.
And now they've stolen the silence.
Yeah, so now you see the adaptation coming into play, right? You play the first game, you kind of see what it is Vici wants to do. And I think they've identified that Vici Gaming wants to play around their team fights. This is going to be like the big thing. One of the big things about Silencer, right, is you can purge off the ultimate. So you try to look for heroes that don't really buy items that purge. And if you think of Magnus, this hero wants to ideally go some sort of blink into the shard, maybe even Aether Lens like we saw in the last game. But this is going to force him to spend 2,800 gold on his Yules, which will slow down his timings in the game. And you can always cancel the Snapfire ultimate.
Agreed. The same goes for Snapfire. She doesn't particularly enjoy building something like an early Lotus or something like a Yules. But Vici just really enjoyed the basics of Dota heroes, right? So they understand that having teamfight ultimates are strong. So they pick that in Magnus and Snapfire. And Snapfire has a very strong laning phase, so she provides that for them too. And Vici are comfortable picking 11's hero in the first phase, as we mentioned last panel. And they just really liked how Magnus worked for them. So they just snapped it up already before VP could ban it out. And just that comfort and that experience is nice to see coming out of VT.
Knowing about the Global Silence Ultimate on Silencer. Does that mean that Vici maybe have to rethink some of their picks and go for something that's more physical damage based?
I think you definitely have to rethink and like kind of plan for it, because it's one of those heroes where if you play heroes that don't have answers for it, if you don't have a hero that either naturally buys some sort of purge, or you're playing a hero that doesn't really get affected by the silence. Just to give some examples, you know, carries like Tiny or Wraith King, where you don't really care too much about the silence. It's annoying, but nowhere near the same as if you're playing maybe some Invoker or a Queen of Pain or something like that. So you're probably looking more at heroes that naturally are going to buy the items that are good against Silencer, that want them anyway. So you're thinking like heroes that want to buy Yules regardless of what they're playing up against. Like, for example, Void Spirit would be on that list. And you see VP are targeting a lot of the carry heroes that don't really care about the Silencer. Like the Terrorblade, for example, you pop Metamorphosis and then you're at full power. You don't need your 3 other spells for the 5 seconds that you're silenced.
Also, another way to deal with Silencer is to just kill him first, because his weakness is he's very squishy. Like we saw in yesterday's Elephant versus EG game, they do go for a Silencer, and he just kept getting jumped by the Void Spirit and the Night Stalker, and really didn't feel like he could have that much of an impact in the game. And Ori is a player who's famous for playing these pucks and these voids and these spirit heroes. So they're probably just going to look to do something like that and just try to take fights on vision where they can go on Silencer. It doesn't necessarily have to be only about dispels, but that is the crux of picking heroes around him.
Does that mean, though, that Silencer can now be like a weight around the necks of the rest of the Virtus Pro players? Could be a bit of a liability.
It could be. I think VP are trying to adjust, like you said, the vision, right? You see Spectre banned out, you see Monkey King banned out. They're trying to like cover for it. They're trying to make sure that the Silencer can play his game. I think one of the best ways to just enable heroes that really require good positioning is by making sure that you take the first step. So I think while Airshaker can be a hero that starts fights, I would like VP to draft more initiation and try to make sure that they can take like the pacing to Vici, which I think they tried in game 1, but maybe have more of a fallback, but have a 4-man that's really strong that they can apply pressure with.
Agreed. And just one more thing to note about Silencer is just he's really great at pressing global if Magnus does RP or something like that, right? So if Magnus sees a jump and it's far away from his team, if you can stop him from the skewer it back, that's pretty much a wasted ultimate. So Magnus is going to have to itemize differently this game. It's going to be a hindrance for him for sure. But Clockwork, that ties into what we were talking about some kind of backline jump. And he does that perfectly. This hero, as a support alone, can cover for killing the Silencer.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is like Vici saying, you know what, if we give initiation away to VP, we're going to be struggling at playing the game, so we need to take the first step. And Clockwork does that probably better than most heroes. He does not need a Blink Dagger to start fights, and he provides you with vision to find where the Silencer is and like that.
A couple of things are, so Dark Willow, very good hero versus Clockwork. If he goes on her, she just kills him, right? She presses Shadow Realm and Bedlam, she's like, hey, what's up? So seriously, one of Clockwork's strengths is that he kills supports. A support that kills other supports makes so much space in a team fight open for his team. So he really can only do that for Silencer. And Medusa, there's no damage for her. There's a Clockwork, a Snap, and a Magnus. They're seriously lacking in some damage issues. And banning out the Terrorblade and the Spectre and Sectfit, they make so much sense now.
Yeah, and even abusing the fact that Morphling and Ursa are banned, right? These are two very high damage single target carries that are out of the pool for Vici. I think heroes like, what do you think of PL here? Think it could be good?
I think he could be good, yeah.
There's only the Shaker.
He's playing against Shaker, but they do have a clock to cover. Oh, interesting.
So this is a counter pick that we saw quite a bit at the Anti Major, where if you have these like slow, tanky frontline carries like Medusa, we saw it with Luna, you play this Drow Ranger that just outranges you and sits back and hits you from very, very far away. So the way the Drow Ranger ultimate works is basically if you're within a certain range, she loses a lot of agility and deals a lot less damage. And if you think about how Medusa team fights, she just wants to sit in front and doesn't really have the ability to reach the backline. And VP doesn't really have those tools right now. And Global Silence, again, doesn't affect Drow, so she's very happy in this game, I think.
I completely agree with that. And a lot of the times we'll see these Medusa versus Drow or Medusa versus Luna lineups have these skirmishes around the pit. And Medusa kind of loses those because back when Luna could just Q and do damage with glaives, she would just do that over and over, and Drow has more range than Medusa. I don't think Luna wins that anymore, by the way. But basically, it's just beneficial for her. So far, the only means they have to take the fight is Earthshaker going in first, but Clockwork can just go on Earthshaker. Earthshaker's game becomes very hard. You have to build kiting and utility items on Shaker or in early BKB if you're going to play against the Clockwork, and that's going to be kind of a nuisance, right? So both of these drafts have heroes that have annoying interactions with each other.
Yeah, I think for VP, one of the problems that they need to solve now is their initiation. And generally speaking, when you get to the last pick of the draft, you want to try to have as much of your draft solved as possible. So I think they're probably not completely happy with the situation they're in, where they might be forced to pick a hero from a limited pool of heroes rather than a very wide and open pool of heroes here.
That is going to be an issue because I'm looking at this Drow's gameplay and there really isn't a hero that can go on her right now. And it's going to be a really big problem.
Is Vinci's draft designed also at keeping Virtus.pro back?
Precisely.
Given that they do like to take fights up close and try and get in your face. I don't want to use the phrase toe-to-toe. I know it's a common one in Dota, but just from what I know about Vinci's lineup, it does seem like it's something they're going to be pretty comfortable with.
Yeah, so VP is going to send in like basically their supports, right, and keep the cores far back and force VP to come into them and try to fight into this Drow, because if they don't reach the Drow, she's just going to sit there and deal crazy amounts of damage from the back line.
And actually, that's where Magnus can come into play very strongly. If they go into you first, that sets up for a good RP, because your clock is going to be the one starting the fights, not the Magnus. So this Puck is a nice hero, just because there's not really anything left right now, and he can jump and coil the Drow, but it's still not enough in my opinion, because he can get gusted and he can get RP'd.
Are we thinking mid for the Puck?
It should be a mid Puck, and I think this is, from VP's side, this is, hey, we recognize that we're lacking long-range catch, and we have to solve it, but it doesn't really feel like the perfect Puck game to me. You have the hook shot into Drow silence. There isn't like a very, very, very reliable way for Vici to kill him, but they have ways of like making this Puck's game pretty troublesome. And I think generally speaking, the Drow Ranger silence is one of the more problematic spells for Puck to deal with. And there's a Dragon Knight. Perfect way to kill the Puck.
Yep, they picked the Puck counter, which is the instant stun in Dragon Tail.
Yeah.
And not just that, it's another frontline hero that can kind of body for a Drow, which is how she likes to play. She likes to have heroes that are just in first. So Vici's draft looking really good in my opinion.
Well, let's see if BSJ agrees, because we're going to head over to him right now for the last word.
Thank you, Frankie. For this game, I'd like to talk about the duration of the team fights. If you look at the VP lineup, we have Silencer, Earthshaker, Willow, Fear combo with the Puck coil. In the first 5 seconds of that fight, most of their power is going to be exerted. Will they be able to take out one or two of the Vici Gaming heroes in this duration? If not, then they're going to be dealing with the consistent damage over time from the Drow long range as well as the DK. A lot more sustained damage from Vici. However, if Vici's missing a couple heroes, they're not going to have the damage in order to bring down this tanky Dusa from Nightfall. So how long will these fights go on, you may ask? Let's find out with OD Pixel and Fogged.
Brian, yes, game 2 now between VP and Vici Gaming. And what do you make of this, Fog? Do you look at this Medusa and feel like this is going to be able to do it? Or have they got the means to break the Medusa down?
Does feel like Vici's got a pretty good element to break down that Medusa. Also, she doesn't really have the best bodying heroes in the early game. Medusa does tend to take some time to get online, and what's her best front line in this game? It's the Shaker, and it is into the Clockwork. So if Shaker's showing his face, it's just going to be free initiations for the clock over and over again. So does feel like it's a bit of an uphill battle for VP this time around.
Let's find out. Let's find out if VP is going to have the same difficulty that they did in game 1, where Vici Gaming for pretty much the mid-game onwards took full control, grew an incredible lead, and VP weren't able to turn it around. This time, it's going to be Vici attempting to run over VP, and VP very much going to do their best to get some sort of game going for this big old Medusa.
And let's see how Puck does. I've not seen Puck do too well, honestly, in these last few times. He's gotten hit by so many nerfs.
Yep.
It doesn't look that easy either. Into a Dragon Knight, into the Clockwork, into the Drow Silence. Lots of different things that could trip up GPK. And he has to be the one to go. That's the problem, is in this game, GPK on the Puck has to be the one to go in and start the fights in almost every situation. Because if DM goes first, it's just going to be the hook shot, follow up, easy things. It has to be a pretty good distraction plays that come out from GPK. And right early on here, we do have some tips. Instant Observer Ward gets taken away too.
But you just feel that GPK, if he's the one going in, it's it's not like Vici Gaming don't have numerous ways to catch him when he's the first in the fight, right? There's a lot of things going to be tripping up that puck if GPK is the one to start off the action.
And they do have bodies. That's the difference. Is Drow Ranger in this game has 3 different heroes. Even Snapfire is not bad. It's 4 strength heroes that can just body up, tank up for that Drow to have a good positioning. They also have their own built-in repositioning tool, of course, from the Cookie, where a lot of times you would want to last like a 4-step or something to make sure that your Drow can be in a good spot. They have that built in, so does feel very strong right now for the side of Vici. However, do have to give the positives and everything from VP, where they do have big initiation, and if they do jump, they pop global. They have a couple seconds to just clear out and win the fight, but it's got to be that. It's got to be exactly that. They need to crush the fight, just like BSJ was saying, in the first few seconds of it.
So let's have a look at these lanes. As you say, mid lane, DK, Vici Gaming are going to be very happy getting that in response to the puck. Ori should feel right at home in the matchup here and not suffer really at all against the harassment from GPK. Have a pretty good job of being able to contest the CS here as the melee hero out the 2.
Yeah, it's a great lane for the DK. It's even gotten perhaps better than it used to be because of the nerfs onto the puck. And we see there's just so many different forms of initiation, really. And also vision tools. That's something I always do look at also when a team is running, multiple forms of initiation. Vici should have that vision game 1 for the majority of this game. Just clockwork the rockets he provides you. Also, they're going to be the ones dictating the pace of taking towers because they have DK. While on the side of VP, they do have to sit back a little bit more and kind of take towers after team fights. Vici's just going to be able to force them just with the innate power of their heroes.
See on this bottom lane, Kingslayer done quite a good job of harassing back PYW and Old 11 here on the first waivers or so. So Nightfall in some good solid space to hit the CS nice and easily.
Even top, Drow. Poyoyo is really struggling up there. Only has the 3 last hits right now, 4 just now from under the tower, but didn't get much in the first 2 waves.
A little bit of missed micro there from Nightfall, letting his courier slip a little too close to PYW. I guess bottom lane, when we see sort of like the level 3s, things could step up a little bit for Vici Gaming. This clockwork could be quite the nuisance for DM to try and get aggressive onto the Drow around.
This mid lane is rough already. I'm watching Ori. He's got the point of stun at level 3, and he's just literally walking up when range creep gets nuked, stunning him, and then just getting range creep deny almost every time. He actually has 4 denies. I think 3 of those are range creeps.
Nah, he's playing
Look at
perfectly.
This. Yeah, every time there's an orb, he stuns, and now GPK maybe second guessing himself about going just straight for a rune.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get so many denies here.
Yeah. Very well played there by Ori.
And we'll have to see if GPK has the same sort of resilience and ability to come back from a bad lane as Ori did in game 1, of course, last time round. Ori, he was the one to be on the struggling end of a hero matchup.
Hero matchup and game matchup was good for Ori, right? Like we did mention that multiple times where there was some limited disables for him. GPK, it's a hard lane into a hard game, it feels like. So that's going to be a bit more of a tall order for him.
That's very true. And this puck was picked relatively later on in the draft. So.
Yeah. You could tell they were just trying to bandage their draft a bit because they just needed something to go in, something to start the fight so that this Dusa can actually get to play her hero, sit in the back lines.
DM at the top, able to suitably contest the CS there of Poyo. Yeah. Not getting the freest of times here as the Drow with the hard hits, the Shaker, being able to get those solid denies guaranteed.
Oh, cool. Okay, he is still going to go for the Falcon Blade build-up. I was wondering if Drow was one of those heroes also that is going to go for it, because I haven't gotten to see too much Drow, to be honest with you, at this tournament. I'm actually really glad to be seeing someone taking it out versus a hero like Dusa, since it does have all those big benefits. Bottom, 11 does eat a pretty big snake there. He's going to have a salve, though.
Well, top lane, they're found DM. DY, he's been able to trap him in the cogs. He's attempting to break his way out of it, but they've got the damage. Poyo able to claim first blood up here. I mean, of course, this lane, it does feel like it's not really going to get that much easier for DM now that the levels have kicked in. This clockwork is going to be causing a huge nuisance for him anytime he tries to get anywhere close to the creeps or to the drow.
I really thought we were going to see every game that Shaker gets picked, just clockwork, because that's always been their response versus it. Inside a lane, inside of the game, you always just kind of own the hero. So we see that displayed right away. Poyoyo's still struggling a bit on last hit, sure, but getting that kill is massive. And we even do see DY make a quick venture on that move. He actually immediately goes after the kill and wards inside the triangle. So gets a sentry to check out if there's a ward on the high ground, and then also wards to watch when Ancients will start getting done. So they're going to have ways to contest to get on top of the Dusa if they do ever end up going for the stacks. That will not get dewarded, I can guarantee that.
Oh! GPK able to dodge the Dragon Tail stun. Does mean he has to jump under the tower to do so, though, so takes a couple of hits on the way out, and actually going to TP all the way back to base here for the reset. So
look at the net worth already, 600 behind, and he has to go back.
Yeah.
And immediately PYW shows up to mid, starts little shuddering catapult. They want to get this push going. GPK starts pinging it. Think he's going to ask for help. They're going to have to rotate his support to stop this push. Otherwise, he could just lose his tower at a very early portion of the game.
Yeah,
and they can. If they lose an early tier 1, then access point to jungle toward the Medusa is going to be so easy for Vici.
See him, he's still on his own at the moment, GPK.
He needs someone to come. I see Kingslayer's running over. He didn't have a TP, so he has to make the walk.
Top lane. Making an attempt onto DY. He's got the cogs up in a couple of seconds. Some stick charges too.
Right.
They know it. They're going to stop chasing here. They know they can't catch DY, so a bit of space created for Poyoyo there with the time that VP spend chasing the clock.
And tower does get, I mean, it's only 550 damage actually on the tower, so a decent job by GPK to just defend it alone. Did see Kingslayer walking over, but he didn't really end up doing much of anything as bottom.
Getting aggressive onto Nightfall. Quick drag back with the shockwave, but not able to get him in position for a skewer back, and now PYW, he's got to head straight out with the TP.
Smart TP. Didn't even use his stick charges either, so he's got that for the next movement. He's got 10 on the Snapfire.
I mean, when GPK hits that 6, has the Dream Coil, is there, you know, what side lane is he looking to make moves in? What sort of impact can he have to sort of recover what's been a bit of a slow start against Ori's DK in the mid lane?
It also depends, because he could make the move on mid. If they do see the DK pop the 4 mid, he could ask for some rotations to the mid lane from the supports. They're going to have to bring everybody. They're going to have to bring the 2 supports and even potentially the Shaker. So it might cost them too much, so maybe he will hit a side lane, but it's not the easiest ones to hit, because Magnus is tanky.
Yeah.
The Clockwork is going to body and scout it out, and speaking of DY, almost finds DUM up top. So it's not the easiest ones, really, it seems like, for GPK to just make a clean rotation to.
No.
Because if he leaves the lane, his tower's dead.
Absolutely.
So.
Ori's going to start going to work with the Elder Dragonform back up and ready to pop yet again.
And they're even sending rockets behind the tower. DY's already scouting to see if anyone's sitting behind GPK in the mid lane.
I mean, these two again, you know, Save and DM, they try and step up for DY, but PYW has made the move over. GPK's in with the counterplay. There was solid Dream Coil onto the 2 of them. He'll jump onto the high ground. He's got the damage to burst through DY. So GPK able to respond, gets the kill on the support. The rest will be able to back away, but something to be found there by VP.
Coil's down though. PYW instantly moving toward mid to secure Rune. And it will spawn bottom, so GPK. Also an illusion rune. He can play around nicely with that to dodge out Dragon Tails as well.
We'll see Ori look to get a quick couple of hits in on the tower.
Keep poking it. 3,900 net worth to 3,100 already at the start. Supports both in the area. And the Medusa now, Nightfall has opted to go for jungle. As, I mean, he kind of needs to also versus Magnus, as Mag now has his Dominator. 11's going to start pressuring tower, and already lane's starting to be a bit broken. VP starting to just farm up the jungle, which it might be a little too early. I mean, leaving the Drow just alone top. Drow having a successful laning phase is always a recipe for success for the hero.
Nightfall still showing his face bottom to try and slow down this push from the 2 of them. Yeah, old 11, PYW, and again, as we said at the start, all these heroes are rather tanky, very hard for VP to make moves on.
GPK does make his way top, though, and will start pressuring that tower as well. Poyoyo. Save is trying to set up on him, but Puck is a bit far.
He's super deep. I mean, trying to buy some time, but the Bramble easily dodged. GPK, yeah, he knows he can't get in for a Dream Coil setup. Poyoyo well and truly out of harm's way. We see in the mid lane that tier 1 tower pretty much going down. Bottom lane, that tower will fall. Old 11 takes the tier 1. Yeah, this mid lane just a few hundred HP left in on it. Ori is going to step up to try and get rid of this, and DY is watching from the tree line. It's impossible for VP to defend. They're going to have to let another tower go. So
it's
9 minutes in.
DY. He finds Kingslayer.
Yeah, Kingslayer's walking into this. DY, he should have the damage with the battery assault chase down. Kingslayer put the stick charges, it's not saving him. So 2 tier 1 towers, a kill's been found. Vici Gaming, they are hitting their stride very early this game.
Ooh, already a blink on Ori. They have so many different ways now to get on top of Nightfall. Just built-in ways. They have the blink on the DK, the skewer from the Magnus, the hook shot that's going to be coming up from the Clockwork, and they're going to have Mortimer Kisses that can be launched from the back line. We still don't have 6 on the Silencer either to stop those Mortimer Kisses once they do come online. I think PYW is bringing the Tome in a second here, so they're going to look to hit hard. This blink DK reveal.
That's scary for VP.
They have the damage follow-up. That's the real scary thing for sure. Is DY.
Catch him on his own here, DY. Well, he's got the cogs. And also, Ori by his side. VP out there.
Force the coil.
Is indeed going to force that. It's a kill, but it's a coil. There's the ult down. And this could be a bit more of a window for Vici Gaming to get even more aggressive onto VP, especially when DY is back up in 10. It's also very close to hitting the 6 on the clock.
They're going to go for bottom now. With that blink DK, with the Mortimer Kisses, they have the damage to be able to go through that Medusa. Global, not online. See if VP makes the read. VP's actually making their move top at the same time.
There's the jump. Kisses coming out as well. They're going to have a good amount of damage coming in onto Nightfall. Nightfall's going to go straight for the TP out, though. And with the cover of the Global, the quick TP, Nightfall makes it away from the move. Same time, top lane, VP, they're getting it onto Poyo. TP's coming in. Vicious out here to catch the 2 of them. Old 11 turns, Echo Slam straight into the face of the Drow. They take out Poyo. They'll lose Sacred, though. GPK, quick with the jump out. Is he able to get away from this? Old 11's trying to chase, but they don't have any further gap close. So a 1-for-1 there, but VP taking down that Drow, finally able to slow down Poyo a little bit.
Tome had just been delivered to Kingslayer. Right when they made the move, he got the Tome, got the 6, got the Global, able to probably save Nightfall. Did look a little bit scary for him there for a second with that damage, because he didn't have Mana Shield on at the start when they went on him, so. They do get the Drow. So VP do get themselves on the board there. Still a 2K lead for Vici.
Yeah, it was a good response to
DM.
What VP was trying to get done.
That was a bit scary there for a second. DY almost could have found the angle to get onto DM. DM, about 250 gold from Blink Dagger, so that's pretty fortunate for them. So they'll have multiple ways to initiate. I believe GPK went for a bit more greed, a bit more ways to scale inside of the game. Doesn't want to just be a blink. He's going to actually go for that Witchblade.
Yeah, they need the damage.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, DY. Quick catch here onto the Willow. And no escape out of the cogs. DY, he'll be bounced away. They'll have Ori and PYW to wrap around with finishing damage.
Great cookie.
Let's see what DM can do. Shaker, blink online. No echo for 60 though. Still with the blink, as long as he's able to stay in the nearby neighborhood of Nightfall, we'll be able to help out that Deucer if the jump comes in. Both teams here cleaning up some nice ancient stacks.
Ooh, those are some very nice ones for Nightfall. Much needed ones, as he is a little bit behind that Drow. And it's a scary matchup, that Medusa versus Drow Ranger. I mean, just Drow is going to be able to pierce right through her, and he is buffed up a little bit more, of course, as we always have to say. The Empower, since you're a high base damage hero, sure, you're not melee, but Empower is just so damn good. And he's got Little Shredder. He will have what I thought was going to actually be a medallion on PYW. PYW switching it up a bit. I guess they are all really just trying to compensate for the global that's going to come out. The Lotus Orbs just start to become more valuable, but either way, Drow is always going to have a little bit more of that steroid from his teammates.
And how does sort of the Drow Deucer matchup go as the game goes on? Does Drow always just have that range and damage advantage against Medusa?
I mean, of course, you have to factor in everything else of all the rest of the lineups, because like he has like all these bodiers, so I'd give Drow the pretty big favor in the later stages because of that, and because they don't have the same type of reach. DY?
Talking about reach, floats it in with a hook shot.
He pulls him out of the cogs with the shockwave.
He's not going to be able to get the blink off though. Actually using the slam here.
Ooh.
So, yeah, that's, I mean, they need that. That's, what, 150 seconds, no slam. A much more punishing time in comparison to the 20 that he's just dead. No echo. That's going to make things a little difficult for VP to do much, really, against Vici Gaming the next minute or so.
Yeah, Wondering why he actually just laid it down.
Well,
I mean,
he thought that
he will think he can blink out, but
Yeah.
either way, that's not worth it at this point in the game. Like, the way that Vici's setting the tempo, now you're not going to have Echo for such a long time when you respawn. You're putting all the pressure on on the Willow and the Puck, who they can make moves, though. Something we did not talk about, of course, is the coil into the fear combo that will be coming out.
That's tough. Oh, look at this old 11. He's able to get the catch onto the Deuce. Immediate global and Stone Gaze. Bishop out onto the 4 of them. They're giving the coverage for Nightfall to break away from Vici Gaming. The kisses are coming in though. They're trying to change. GPK. He's jumped in on the backlines. He's in onto Poyo. He's on top of the Drow. The fear. The snap back on the coil. The damage is done. VP. They jump the Drow. Turn over towards Unlimited. Unlimited pulls the RP though. The AoE damage there from PYW. But they've lost the Drow and the Magnus. Vici Gaming have to back off as VP. They're able to fight around Vici Gaming very well there. Good read from GPK getting over on top of the Drow. That follow-up as well from the Dark. Well, it's just the combo, it is there and can cause issues at this stage of the game.
Whew, right after we say it, too. They do land that combo, as we're going to see it again. It was actually, so look at the mini-map here. They were making their own move on VP. They scanned, they knew where the Drow was, then Drow TP'd mid, and they're like, wait, this is even better. We can actually connect to where our team is getting gone on and get this perfect grab. And again, Global coming into play, perfect.
Yeah, and you know, there was nothing that Vici Gaming could do to bail Poyo out of that sort of move.
And it was an RP, kind of wasted. They didn't get that big core kill.
And back in action on the top lane. Look what they found here. DY. He's going to look to hookshot out. He's actually still alive. Fisher's out, but the creeps, they'll take him. The neutrals taking down DY there.
Because of the raindrop. Raindrop blocked the Fisher damage. Neutral gets the last hit.
A little bit of fire though here from VP.
And starting to
some
get
plays.
starting to get some big damage stuff too. I actually really like that Save is going for this build. He's going for the Vessel this time around. He has Fairy Trinket. He's going to dish out a ton of damage. Also playing into DK, playing into all these tanky bruisers, makes Vessel even more valuable. Those are loud dragons. Released by Ori. Who is going to be rushing toward that BKB, since he is playing versus like Global and all this like spell nuke that VP does have, wants to have that coverage. Old 11, looks like he's gonna go for his own Greaves. So like we mentioned, tends to happen when you're playing versus Silencer. Everybody's trying to find some type of dispel.
And they need all they can get to play out against that. We've seen in the last game as well, of course, from Vici that time round, how much the Silencer just breaks the complete combo of the enemy team in this early game. Top lane, DY. He's found DM. Easy catch here in the cogs, and DM, no chance of getting out.
Oof, that's something scary also, though, to point out is you tend to see these Force Staffs always be prioritized a lot more versus Clockwork, but they don't really have the greatest Force Staff carrier. Silencer, Kingslayer is looking to build one. However, that's going to be good to protect himself, but protecting teammates as a Silencer, that means you're showing yourself in a fight, probably. If you're looking to like Force Staff a teammate a lot of times, could be a bit problematic, and that's the only person who can really build it in the early game. So, I mean, DM's game is going to be hard, as we've already stated multiple times, because he is playing versus that Clockwork, but that's just going to continue to make it harder. He probably has to go for his own Force Staff.
I think so, yeah. A lot of ways to catch Kingslayer from a distance if he's they're aware of his position. Hook shots, kisses, these blinks, of course, coming in. Huge range from the Drought. It's not a very safe battlefield for this Silencer to show his face on.
No, he really has to hide because Global is just so damn important. And DM is starting to get really underfarmed. He's going to get surpassed by the Snapfire at some point soon. Only 700 away. We do see PYW getting a ton of farm on the map. Almost has his Lotus Orb done, actually. He's 600 away from Lotus Orb on Snapfire. So he'll have his way to be able to cover his teammates, cover himself versus that Global. They're scouting behind the tower, too, the Rocket. It scouts DM.
Oh!
And he gets the hook shot.
That's a deep hook shot there for DY. Straight back underneath the towers. He's got eyes on DM. They're pushing back DM. He's actually going to use the slam, but they've got the damage. DM will fall. They've lost Kingslayer as Vici Game were able to get in on the back lines. Magnus on under the tower. Call there onto the Drought. VP, they're able to hit back. They may have lost 2 underneath the tower, but losing 2 cores in response for that Vici Gaming as VP, they are able to punish that pretty aggressive dive.
Great target prioritization. That GPK just sees Drow. He immediately just blinks, coils him. They have ways to catch up to her.
My GPK is, his target prioritization in the last few fights has been, if he keeps this up, Poyo's just not going to be able to play their game in the fights until they sort of get that extra arm online. BKB still a Still quite a while away for the Drow Ranger. Until that's there, GPK is going to be doing this every single time.
Yep. He really does have his number, and we did mention multiple times, right? A little bit of a tough lane, could be a bit of a tough game versus the Silence and versus the instant stun of DK. 2-0-4 on GPK.
No, he's
having an excellent game.
He's certainly shown his power on the puck.
And Nightfall also almost has an eye. Scotty finished up on the Dusa very early.
Saving DM, finding DY.
Will he go down?
Probably do. Okay,
yeah, the creep.
The creep.
No, it stopped hitting him.
Like, nah, I'm good. Well, I'll let VP take the kill instead.
I like how they're both just tipping each other back and forth. 11. It's a lot of damage he's going to take from the curse as well as from that vessel. Over 1,000 even. And as we mentioned, Scotty's already done for Nightfall. Very early timing.
He's looking pretty solid, you know, already about 2k ahead of that of the farmer Poyoyo. As I say, Poyoyo has got to get that BKB, then they've got to look to get things done. If they try for anything again before that BKB is online and Poyoyo gets jumped again, taken out of the team fight once more, VP are going to be able to create quite a big distance between their own Medusa and the enemy Drow.
And it's a really, I actually really like that he went for that. We've been seeing it more, but the early Scotty pickup versus DK and Drow. DK going to be in range for him. He's going to get slowed extra. Drow ever gets hit once, it's got to be strong in GPK.
Very, very quick with the blink there. And with that blink, I think, yeah, Ori's going to be able to get himself in a position where VP can't go for him anymore. They'll try and turn for DY, but DY, he's closed in on Kingslayer. He's caught the silencer. Hasn't got enough damage on his own to push up into Kingslayer, though, with the rest of VP standing by his side. Levy's looking for the jump. He is now able to get the hold onto Kingslayer.
Oh, they get DM.
He's got the setup onto DM. Jump over the Dragon Tail. DM will turn for the Fisher, but the burn from the Kisses and the Dragon finishes him off. As VP, they felt they were in a favorable position there up on the high ground, but VG Gaming showing that they weren't afraid to make the jump up there. And this time round, Kingslayer just much further forward than the rest of his teammates, a little out of position that time.
Poyoyo still, as you mentioned, waiting for that BKB before he looks to really take on that big head-on fight. Kingslayer's, Nightfall is in an excellent position though. Right now they did use the DK form. They still have RP available, so I'm not sure if VP can force the issue here onto anything, but they are grouping up for something. Rallying around this Medusa is going to be a good idea.
Tower down, and VP ready to go up the high ground, but VG Gaming are there waiting. Who's going to make the jump first? Oh, DM, he's missed the slam! They get the coil on one, but no slam to follow up here. It's a pretty tanky Magnus. See if they actually are able to finish him off. They are. Fisher's down. Old 11 can't escape. They take out the mag there. Did cost themselves a couple of the big ults, the initiation at least.
That's a pretty clean disengage, if I say so myself, from Vici. They show the DK, but his DK form is ending, so it's an ideal situation for them to show, blink out, only lose one hero. Nightfall.
He's just run up to the high ground on himself. He's feeling pretty strong. I mean, he's pretty darn farmed, and he is getting away with it. Now Poyoyo, he's got to try around, but they're over the Scotty, so he's caught in the bramble. They're trying to get the Drow out of there with the cookies. Poyoyo goes down. PYW is also going to be chased out. DM jumps forward, slap to the face. That's 4 out on VG Gaming. And my goodness, Nightfall, well, he knew he could get away with it, just waltzing up to the high ground of the Stusa. VG Gaming, they try and make a go on him, and it's his farm showing off. You know, he's at the top of the net worth. There's these items just flying in, Dragonlance, Skadi, SMY. He is massive. And VG Gaming, if it's not a fully coordinated 5 heroes going on him, they struggle to kill him at this stage.
And they knew there's no DK form. I mean, most of Vici had lost, was not available, right? Like Magnus was still dead, DK form was down. Drow Ranger's BKB was sitting on the courier above him. I don't know what happened actually. I like looked like it wasn't delivering.
What?
He had the courier over him and it wasn't delivering, and then the puck just killed it. I'd have to see it again because I caught it at the last second, but I thought he had it already out onto him, but yeah, I guess the courier just didn't deliver it in time. So 2 minutes, no BKB.
Oh, I like quick jump. Mori is able to find. Save over here to the side, skewer back. This is a very dead Willow. Mori already looking for more. Was trying to catch the courier, but BKB Dragon form up for him.
Nightfall's just leaps and bounds ahead though. Not only just in the gold, he's 4 levels ahead of Poyoyo as well.
Level 20 here, just 24 minutes in.
And as we mentioned, a minute left until the courier respawns with Poyoyo's BKB. They're already pinging him out. Like DM's considering even making a go onto him.
I mean, look at this. Quite the swing around here back into VP's favor. VP playing this sort of early mid game very well from behind.
GPK is the biggest one, right? Level 18 on the puck. He's doing so much work. Yeah. 406. 10 of the 12 kills have been because of his movements.
And as you said, you cannot understate how difficult of a puck game this is. But GPK here on the main stage, bringing it out against some of the tougher heroes to play this hero into.
Yeah, he's not into it like a Nyx Assassin plus at all. But yeah, into the Gust and into Clockwork and DK can always be difficult. And he's just been super active. Having to use the coil this time, feeling a little bit scared. He's going to get jumped. His team is also making the move.
Yeah, they want to get Nightfall involved as much as possible right now. They realize that the power that their Medusa has, so keeping Nightfall over this half of the map. I mean, Vici Gaming, you can sort of see it there. Sort of look at this Medusa and saying, what do we do? How do we approach fights now into VP when we know that Nightfall's always going to be around by their side?
They were waiting for BKB. It finally respawns off Courier, so now Poyoyo's much safer. He can actually play Dota, because without a BKB in this game, it was like he could literally do nothing. He gets jumped on every time. And they are rallying around that, but VP, as we've been mentioning, rally around Nightfall, who's more than halfway towards a butterfly. He's going to have excellent timing on it. Mid.
Starting action. I mean, this DK's just dying. Or he has to put the BKB, get out. And he gets taken down completely there when he gets caught in by the Fisher.
RP.
Forwards to jump. They put the one. Global comes out in return. And only getting Nightfall in the grab back there, Old 11. So there's nothing else to move in and press on with it from Vici Gaming. GPK jumping in behind the tower.
That's a couple times now. DM
and a quick jump out as well. Touches the hook shot. Fisher's out of the two of them. They're coming out of the kisses, but with the face shift, GPK's able to avoid it. Nightfall moves into position with the stone gaze. They're trying to get Oriana here with the cookie Nightfall. He's been stewed up the high ground, but it's almost as if he doesn't care. A little shredded damage coming in, but have they actually got enough to bring down this Medusa? Mana starting full low for Nightfall with GPK's in. Jumps across with the orb. A double kill for GPK. Poyoyo also to fall. They've lost 3. Old 11 to skewer back to the tier 4s as he runs away. VP, I mean, we're seeing a hidden Nightfall underneath the tier 3. It's almost as if he's defending the wrong base. They can't even get past him back to the safety of their own high ground. Nightfall is just seemingly too huge at this moment.
Just stone gazes and literally runs in. That's another form of initiation. Also awkward from Vici the way they start the fight. Old 11, he thinks he sees a 2-man RP, but again, now we see these like quick little blink daggers. DM dodges it. It ends up being only a single catch. The global to cover. And then, yeah, the skewer into the base actually brings them right on top of Drow Ranger. So see you later, marksmanship.
Absolutely. And Nightfall sort of says, well, thank you. You know, giving Nightfall the high ground there in that situation. Not necessarily the high ground you'd normally expect to want to be in on the enemy's base, but it worked out that time.
And seeing severe damage issues, really. Nightfall just 6,000 ahead. He's about to have a literal full item ahead of that Drow Ranger. And Drow's had to go for more defensive builds, as we mentioned multiple times. She doesn't have the liberty to be able to go for these type of just straight damage items.
Titan Sliver as well picked up for Nightfall.
Oh boy. Starting to feel real difficult for Vici to do much of anything. Even though they've gotten all these items to counteract the global, their bigger problem is the Dusa.
How do they kill him? 2-0-7, perfectly clean game so far from Nightfall.
GPK 6-0-6 as well. These two cores just absolutely crushing it. While DM is having a little bit of a harder game, these two are absolutely making up for it. And now with good map control here too, they're about to have another BKB finished up on DM. A DD rune spawns top outside the Roche pit.
Here we go.
Save.
Absolutely. Playing around with the 3 of them on his own. They're going with the kiss of the hook shot. They've had enough for save. I mean, they will kill him off with that. See if they're actually able to get everyone out. Old 11 will go for the skewer back, trying to take Nightfall away for the rest of his team. 4 heroes focusing this Medusa. They'll use the RP as well, but Nightfall, he's not even taken half HP. He's now ready to move forward with the Stone Gaze. They will be able to disarm him here for now. So Nightfall now chooses to back off. The jump in onto Kingslayer. Kingslayer, by the looks of it, will be left behind by the rest of the squad as VP will continue to retreat with the 3 of them. But we're seeing that multiple ultimates just thrown out onto Nightfall, caught rather far away from the rest of his team. It just doesn't matter.
If he didn't have Butterfly there, it actually is likely that he dies. But with that evasion, you see the Drow Ranger does little to nothing as Poyoyo, they know where he is. GPK's already on top of him.
Already starting the action here with the Dream Coil. BKB is still on cooldown for 30 seconds for Poyoyo. He's going to try and turn and hold his ground, but DM just walks up. Echo Slam right on top of the face of the Drow Ranger. BKB's popped by Ori. He'll look for the TP out, nothing to put a stop to it through that magic community. So Ori manages to escape. But Poyoyo is going to continue to struggle to catch up to Nightfall right now. About 7k difference here with Nightfall hitting the 20k net worth just 29 minutes in.
It's feeling pretty much impossible. And look at this, an instant move again. VP, they see Old 11 farming top for a second, hunting him. Will he be able to get away?
Oh, the fishing just a little short there. Not quite having the reach, DM.
Poyoyo's game is it's just too hard. Even though he had to rush for the BKB, just too many deaths that he had. He's 6 deaths. When you're playing versus a Medusa who has literal free farm, no deaths whatsoever, and just full map control. Not the position Vici wants to be by any means.
I mean, they're even got some DY here behind the tower. Vici Gaming really falling apart now, as they can barely keep one another alive here. They make any sort of split play on the map. VP make the jump instantly, up 8k.
And now
okay, the catch GPK. He's still got mana for an orb though.
Should be fine. And he's got Aghanims now too. So Poyoyo's 20-something minutes it took him to farm that BKB is now totally counteracted, as if they just coil her. Nightfall can just stone gaze, run all the way up into her face. And the game is starting to look pretty impossible for this Drow Ranger to have that distance. Even though they drafted it, it's been unable to actually perform because of how well, in particular, GPK has been able to perform.
I think he's ruined the whole idea that they wanted with this Drow pick. And I don't think they expected him to be able to do so in the way that he does.
Yep.
This is just top GPK puck play.
And great coverage. Kingslayer's Global is on point. Perhaps, we did see in the first series of the day, Magnus was the hero of the series. Silencer now both games looking real hot.
Aegis on Nightfall as well now.
Oop, Ori.
Gonna try for the TP out, but they've got ways to stop it. Ori's escape shut down.
He doesn't even bother popping BKB or anything like that, since that is an Axe coil. Knows he's gonna die either way.
Immediately moving up towards the outpost to try and play from the opposite side here. Vici Gaming heading straight back to the base. Fisher will catch TY. Oh, Old 11. He's found the 3 of them. The Global's there, but he's never removed the silence. Screw back up to the high ground, but DM pops the BKB, the Echo as well. They take down DY. Old 11's got to try and run from Nightfall, but the slows there for the Skadi. They'll get the kill. Diving up to the tier 4's fortification pod. Poyoyo and PYW desperately trying to get back. They'll look to turn over towards GPK's puck, but the fear from save pushes them back. And Ori, he comes back into action with the buyback, but he's not able to get the catch onto anybody. As VP, they're back outside of the base, only losing DM in that dive that they're forced to make thanks to the skewer of Old 11.
Oh, the double buyback's real hurt. And just no damage. That's like 8,000 gold behind this Medusa. Even with Aegis online, they just can't even hurt her.
Pretty much a full Daedalus.
Yep.
Out for the next fight.
Yeah,
we'll see this again here. I mean,
it was a good RP. It was Greaves to remove that global and to get the skewer into, but at this point, when they're so far behind, they just don't have the damage coming out from Poyoyo.
Absolutely, and DM just immediately BKB getting the 2-man echo off, blows up DY. Old 11 having to run, and they have to get us away from Nightfall as quickly as they can at this point. Nightfall hitting the level 25. Just continue to hit insane timings upon timings on this hero this game.
Yep, and insane item timings as well too for GPK, right? Like in that situation, imagine he doesn't have one of these, like he doesn't have Ghost Scepter. Perhaps he does die to that Gus and all that combo, but he's just so damn farmed on this puck with the Kaya Sanj as well. Also now an E-Blade, so he can cover his teammates, cover himself, more burst damage. Pretty insane how farmed GPK really is this game.
Yeah, this is wild. 8-0-9.
And it's just, what's the bailout going to be really for Vici, as they're just falling further behind, and Poyoyo, he's just nowhere near an MKB, nowhere near a big damage item for him to actually deal with this Medusa.
And of course, game one very much got to a situation rather early where it felt like there was very little VP could do to make a comeback. This game, do you feel Vici Gaming is in just as difficult of a position, or was it Nightfall? I mean, he's on his own, but they're just having to run.
I feel like this is a much harder position, to be honest, for
You think
Vici.
this is even more difficult to come back in?
This Medusa is just now it's literally almost 3 items ahead of a Drow Ranger. There's just not really too many methods of recovery. It's level 20 on Drow 2, level 25 on Dusa. Puck also level 25. They're just getting so much. And Vichi's all kind of trapped in their base, so that lead is just going to continue to grow. They can barely even get outside now at this point.
Yeah, they've just got to hold the high ground and hope for the best here, Vici Gaming.
Yep, he's got the level 20 talent on the Magnus, so that's kind of what they have to play around now, is just skewer range, just pulling them under tier 4s. Even then, though, very difficult. And yeah, VP, just chilling out, farming on the lanes.
Let's see what they want to do next here. VP, they very much can pick and choose the next move they make. Visibly under very little pressure right now.
Showing in all 3 lanes. That's when you have. That's when you're super confident that they can't make any move to punish you.
VG Gaming just having to play the waiting game. At least for that Aegis. 20 seconds, it will be gone on Nightfall. Maybe then they can look to try and get out, or at the least be a little bit more willing to throw themselves into some sort of action outside of the high ground.
They're gonna have to just somehow try to isolate this Medusa, though. That's the one problem I do see for them, is they have to kill everybody else on VP, and then they have to try to kill the Medusa. Because if they just take a head-on fight by any means, the Medusa's unkillable. She's gonna clean up everybody super easy. So somehow they have to find and get, like, just multiple skewers, really. It's like all eyes on Old 11. If you can get a skewer, then another skewer, then another one, just keep repositioning and taking out heroes so they have a number advantage. It's super hard for Vichy to do much of anything. He's gonna fish. He'll get one.
That's the jab.
That's a pretty good one.
At least we'll save down for a minute here. VG Gaming can be pretty confident that VP won't make a play for this window. The question is if they want to try and get out and do something whilst it's 5 versus 4. Still won't be easy by any means, but might be something to work with.
They have to find someone that's not the Medusa. And probably not GPK too, because he is also quite immortal. 34 armor on the puck.
I mean, you see DY trying to get round to the back line, see if he can get the line onto the silencer, onto Kingslayer.
Something pretty cool too is with GPK, he's been hanging on to Blaster majority of this game, and the reasoning is because it's that plus armor versus the marksmanship, so he's just that much tankier. Like I was mentioning, he was super tanky. Now, sure, as soon as I said, he does find the Spell Prism, which is like the most fortunate item for a puck, but you can see the reasoning of why he was carrying it for so long in the game.
Well, the moment has passed, and nothing to be done, even with one hero off the map.
No, they can't. Not on the side of Vici yet.
I mean, VP immediately looking to group up and maybe try and even get the jump from the low ground. With the way that GPK has been playing, if he catches anybody up there, he will quickly get himself in and out of the base of Vici Gaming to start the fight off.
Lane's pushing in. GPK ports bottom. Anyway, just a push. And they are still smoked, especially on the 2 backline heroes, the Earthshaker and the Silencer, who had a rough game in the early game versus this Clockwork, but ever since the early game, it's just been easy pickings for them. DY unable to really find the opportunities when VP all started grouping up. VP really, yeah, look at that confidence, like just really starting to get the taunts going as they should. Win probability at 90%.
Yeah, they did certainly struggle in game 1, so having this sort of a game 2 performance is going to be huge for VP.
GPK breaks the smoke, backs away, and I believe they prevented them from getting any of their tier 4 items too. They haven't been able to find a single neutral on the side of Vici in the last couple minutes.
DY, he's not going to want to go a little too far out. I mean, they try and make the move, but nobody to be caught. They immediately back off straight back to the base and look to reset.
So I'm getting some small gains there for Poyoyo, almost up to his next item. But still not quite enough, as he is still gonna struggle. versus that Medusa.
Yeah, with the BKB on Nightfall, it's pretty much at the point where he can stand tall on the high ground, take these objectives with very little, if anything, being able to be done by Vici's heroes against him. Certainly has geared up to this point to becoming pretty much invincible.
I'm surprised they haven't just gone into the Roche pit again.
Radiant are scanning.
Starting to ping it out, maybe looking to fix out the bottom lane before they do head into that pit, but I believe they're going to look to at least go in there quite soon, because it does feel pretty impossible for Vici to get over toward that Roche. If they take a fight around the Roche pit, it's disaster for them, because that's very likely where VP still has all the information, all the vision, and then that's where Nightfall can just actually start to hit heroes, which is, I think, what he really wants to do at this point. 545 last hits on this Medusa. I think he's done farming. I think he really wants to start killing.
I mean, there's only so much more that he can really pick up at this stage. He is and an incredible peak of power here we see on the CS, 550 CS in this 40-minute game.
Level 27 as well, so on top of Butterfly, has the evasion talent too, so again, even more so mentioning how much this Drow is going to struggle.
They will head into the pit now. Vici Gaming are not going to be able to make any move over here. They're still going to have to play the waiting game. Stepping out towards Roshan is not an option.
Wait till what though, right? Because they are, like we said, Butterfly is done for Poyoyo, DK's finished his Aghanim Scepter, so they're starting to get all these items, but how are they going to kill Medusa?
They've got 3 of them heading over, not the full squad. Maybe seeing if they could go for some sort of Aegis steal, but as it is, VP themselves have backed out of the pit. They don't want to even give that little bit of an opportunity for maybe DY to make some smart play with a hook shot. So they don't push on for the Roche.
I feel like they're being just a little bit too hesitant.
You think they can just go get this?
I think they can just go in there. This Medusa is enormous. They have global for coverage too. I guess they are fearful of the steal,
They just
like
don't
you were
want the steal,
mentioning.
yeah.
But
yep. I mean, that must be it.
They know where he is now. Yeah. That rocket. Giveaway's positioning. He's going to see the sentry too. Now they're 100% aware. They see DY.
He's doing his best to get an angle to try and get in on this. They will push him away. He tries to TP out, but the fish is there. As he's gone, VP playing it as safe as they possibly could there, really. At the same time, down on the bottom, PYW also taken out. I mean, VP, they're just really leaving nothing up to chance here. They're keeping all of their exits covered in this game.
That is very true. They will find PYW, who's been split pushing most of the game. And speaking of PYW, I mean, 8-3-4. He's been I think, quietly sliding along with some excellent score for his team, but you just feel that gloom just continuing to come. There's just no solution for the Medusa. They're going to try.
It's going to be a deep skewer, but do they have anywhere near the damage to take this man down the once, let alone the twice? And it doesn't look like it. Nightfall, still in fighting shape. Took a little bit of a bruising, but still feeling confident. We'll see another round. It's going to be pretty deep here where he loses the Aegis, though. This is behind tier 4. They found the Drow. BKB comes out, Poyoyo over the Hurricane Pipe back to safety. RP's down. They've caught Nightfall. Have they got the damage? Hook shot over. He gets the BKB off. Now he's going to look to try and repulse the Stone Gaze. Poyoyo, he's out of the game. No buyback on the Drow. Nightfall still good to go. DY looking to get away. The kisses from PYW coming out from the base. Dragon Tail stun in. Nightfall, he's still able to move away. BKB's popped by the Dragon Knight as Ori trying to kill off this Medusa, but they just cannot. Nightfall still alive. GPK ready to jump back in. Diving past the Ancient. Kills off on 11. 3 dead. No buyback. Ori stopped outside of his base. The E-Blade Blast comes in. GPK styling on them outside of the fountain.
GPK. What a game by him. 11-0-10. Drow Ranger Poyoyo thinks he got away. Puck comes in with the E-Blade with the Dagon, easily able to clean him up at the end there. Almost bringing down the Medusa the second time. But
I mean, yeah, it really is just one of those games to be able to pull out this sort of a performance on the main stage. GPK, no nerves whatsoever. Just look at the net worth. I mean, Nightfall has been having the most insane game when it comes to farming, but GPK, because of these plays and these kills, he's nearly as farmed as his Medusa.
He is about to have nothing else he can purchase except for Moonshard. He has the bot. I mean, bots too, fine, but he's got a Dagon 5 once he spends his gold. He's got everything. That is ridiculous.
I mean, I enjoy it now, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think GPK is going to get a player's puck again here.
No, especially not in
teams aren't letting this through.
Especially now when they have all these heroes that are just, like, I mean, that they would have liked versus, especially that DK, just unable to find any grabs on him. Yeah, it's been the GPK show, really. And Vici, it really feels like they've been trapped inside their base now for what feels like 10, 15 minutes. VP. I feel like VP is doing the Vici to Vici right now.
Sure.
Right? Because this is what Vici does to teams where they're like, oh, we're going to get ahead. We're going to stay ahead. We're going to suffocate you. We're going to make you feel miserable inside your base. And look at, I mean, it's Vici this time around stuck in their base, probably feeling quite miserable for the last 10 to 15 minutes.
This is what you want to do, you know, game 2 and getting the equalizer. You know, there's going to be one more game to the series if you can close this up, and you want to make sure that you've been able to push your enemy into a pretty rough mental state before that final game. And this sort of drawn-out, slow win is definitely not going to be fun to be on the receiving end of.
Bottom. Easy kill.
No buyback, of course, still for Ori. Still on that long cooldown after the last fight. But now with it being 4 versus 5, this could be VP finally having mercy and look to put an end to this. Rd1 is a deep skewer. Instantly out with the ultimate though. GPK ready to jump in. He's looking towards Poyo on the backlines. They've killed off Rd1. They're in on top of the Drow. Leashed up as well by the Dream Coil. Poyo tries to stun, hook shot back in over towards DM. They take out DM, but GPK's in, pushes back Poyo.
What a monster. He's just standing his ground, high-fiving Poyoyo while Dagon-5ing him, while E-blading him. 40k gold lead. Looking to close this one out finally. GG is
They call it. They call it, ladies and gentlemen. There we have it. VP taking game 2 here against VG Gaming. And my goodness, what a game by them. What a game coming back after what was a pretty darn tough game 1 against VG Gaming. And yeah, I mean, we've said it many times and we'll say it again. GPK's puck, my goodness, that sort of showing here on the main stage is, you know, I mean, speechless. Yes, that sort of puck play.
Poyoyo ends the game 3-8-7. He got away with the laning phase too. He had a pretty good start, and then it was just a GPK show, finding him over and over and over again. Same thing with the Willow. Very good plays coming out from all of VP, just getting on top of the targets, knowing who to prioritize. Excellent game from them. Couldn't ask for more.
That really was. They knew exactly what to get done then. It'll be very interesting to see how VG Gaming returns to this and tries to break down this approach from VP. Of course, they did try something in this game, VG Gaming, that we haven't seen too much. We have seen a bit of Drow here and there, but it's not really been the go-to carry of the patch, so maybe some sort of testing out there that they won't return to in Game 3, as I imagine they'll try something different. They're definitely going to have to consider taking away some of these strengths from VP, though. Yeah, GPK puck, Nightfall on the deuce of these two cores just popping off this game as VP. They'll get the equalizer for now, 1-1 between Virtus Pro and VG Gaming right now.
People were doubting Virtus Pro's mental fortitude, and I think this game proves that they were wrong to do so, because they just made an incredible comeback. Lizard, what happened?
What happened is, you put it really well, an incredible comeback. The puck versus the Drow Ranger, we were talking in the green room quite a bit about the interaction, but the interaction that I want to talk about at the beginning, just for a little while, is the Earthshaker and his ultimate. Not sure what was happening over there. Should we not?
We didn't see anything.
However, it played a mental game versus VG Gaming. They see him, he's using his ulti, hitting no one. Then they're like, okay, let's go. They go all in, and then the counterplays happen. And the Drow goes a little bit too deep. The Puck ulti follows up, and every single teamfight had the same storyline. If Puck gets on top of the Drow Ranger, the teamfight is won for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, Puck was completely popping off GPK. We said after the first game ended, we wanted to see him on something playmaking, not on Razor. He's not that type of a hero, because you can do so many things with Puck. You know, you can play in the back lines. He finished this game with 13-1 and 11. He had Poyoyo's number. I think it also comes down to Poyoyo's item build. He bought Falcon Blade as his first item, so that he delayed his BKB timing, which was very crucial in this game. They needed to keep the pressure out on the map, but GPK was just completely dominating Poyoyo in every single fight, getting on top of him. And also we can go back to GPK's item build in this game. Going for the Witchblade into Blink Dagger, Boots of Travel to be even putting out more pressure on the map, playing the side lanes, and kind of counter-fighting, counter-reacting to whatever Clockwork is doing.
Yeah, it felt like for Vici they couldn't move around the map as quickly as they'd like. Like, yeah, they had all these heroes that theoretically answered the puck, theoretically answered the Earthshaker with the clockwork, the DK with the insta-stun, but they just weren't able to. I mean, they needed to be more active, but that's just not what Vici Gaming do well. So they were kind of sitting back and, well, you're letting this Medusa free farm. Medusa looking like a really key hero for this matchup.
Yeah, there was a point actually where we started seeing the RPs into skewers into the base, and that was actually helping VP initiate.
That was helping them. Yeah. At one point, when a Medusa is so big, you even want to switch up one item to get that Blink Dagger to blink behind the enemy lines and pop that ulti. So one extra thing about that skewer back is you're playing versus a Drow Ranger, so it's even better that you're getting up close. And in that scenario, I think the best bet for yourself is to plant that Drow Ranger on the high ground and defend from the high ground, not let the Medusa climb it.
What's the role of the Mag then? What was Old 11 supposed to do?
Well, usually Magnus isn't paired with a Drow Ranger or range carries for a reason, and this is probably one of them. However, I want to say that maybe the inexperience of Poyoyo played a part in this game, because he was joining way too many teamfights, way too many pushes. I feel Dragon Knight should have been the driving force of these pushes and not Drow Ranger. Tier 2 on the bottom lane, the fight that they lost there was the beginning of their downfall.
Well, I would like to hear from Virtus.pro themselves, as we have an interview with their team captain to tell us all about the team.
Virtus.pro is one of the most well-known organizations in the CIS region, a powerhouse with a long history of strong DPC finishes and major tournament victories. And yet, a run at TI that matches that reputation has eluded them. This time could be different. This year's VP roster is packed with younger players, all of whom have zero experience on the TI main stage. And that seems to be intentional. In an odd twist, the whole squad was playing together as VP Prodigy, the youth team, when the organization abruptly brought them up to replace the entirety of the main VP roster.
Добавляет ли давление то, что вы представляете Virtus.pro как организацию, что вы топ-1 команда своего региона, или это, наоборот, вас больше заряжает, мотивирует на качественную игру на какую-то?
Да, на самом деле, оно это и заряжает, и добавляет и давление одновременно. Ну, тем более за последние 5 лет она была лидирующей в СНГ. Это и очень сильно нас заряжает, и дальше продолжить как бы эпоху, ну, того старого золотого состава ВП. Мы, очевидно, хотим быть чем-то подобным. Да, я думаю, у нас в целом просто сильные игроки. Мы все молодые, мы играем очень много пабликов. Довольно сильные игроки именно в микро. Мы можем и вне игры общаться довольно-таки много. И в самой игре это тоже чувствуется, что у нас есть определенная связь между друг другом. И думаю, все это нам может помочь, чтобы занять одно из самых лучших мест на нете.
VP dominated their region throughout the DPC season. Despite coming into each major in first place, they failed to finish in the top 6 at either event.
Может, это все-таки для нашей команды был не самый лучший формат с точки зрения сразу прохода в плей-офф. Мы заходим просто в плей-офф и играем нашу первую игру, как будто бы это просто игра нашей всей жизни. Мы все играем под нереальным каким-то прежером. И просто заходим, не делаются вещи, которые всегда у нас делаются на КВ и так далее. Суть даже не в том, что у кого-то трясутся руки или что-то. Атмосфера в игре совсем не та, которая обычно у нас в играх. В любом случае, это нам дало огромный опыт, эти два мажора. Эти игры под давлением. После мажоров мы довольно много разговаривали командой. И я думаю, что мы на следующих турнирах будем лучше справляться с давлением. И это нам точно поможет на интернешнале.
Now at TI10, Save acknowledges they'll need to find that mental toughness they seem to lack in the majors if they hope to meet or surpass the expectations of a Virtus.pro squad. His motivation to do so has been building over years of TI memories, from well before he had the chance to take the stage himself.
Помню, сидел ночью, смотрел на планшете пятый ин, там, когда ЕГЭ выигрывали, Сумейл, все дела. И да, он меня очень сильно замотивировал. С того момента я начал следить вообще за всеми играми на просцене, как на примере ОГ с 9-го инта, что на самом деле у них есть огромная структура, которую они провели при подготовке к этому интернешналу. Что касается именно морали и так далее, да, у них именно в самой игре прослеживается огромная работа, которую они провели.
Комбинация факторов, да?
Да, я думаю, решает именно и то, и то. И, очевидно, это то, к чему будем стремиться в нашей подготовке перед интернешналом. Прямо сейчас у меня нет никаких ожиданий, как бы... Это первый интернешнл для нас всех. И никто не знает, что вообще будет на этом турнире из нас. И, очевидно, постараемся бороться с давлением, как мы можем, и показать нашу лучшую игру.
Вот это неизведанное, оно больше пугает немного? Или наоборот, это какой-то челлендж, который тебе интересно было бы преодолеть? То есть...
Да, я бы сказал, да, что это определенный челлендж, который мы хотим преодолеть, все-таки узнать вообще, что такое International, как там люди играют, насколько сильно, показатель эмоций зашкаливает в играх и так далее, и получить огромный опыт.
There you heard it. The storyline that everyone talks about with Virtus.pro. A young, inexperienced team that's on the main stage, that's managing to actually go toe-to-toe with Vici Gaming, a team of veterans. Is there any advantage to being so young and inexperienced in a stage like TI?
I think at times. We've seen a lot of experienced captains in some of these teams. They look to find young talent to kind of mold. You go back to EG when they first picked up Sumail as like the prime example. You know, this 15-year-old who they could use his star power, his fearlessness. So I think often when you have that experience around young players, they can play in such a free, open way that, you know, a lot of the more players who, you know, play with nerves can't do.
There's a reason why most of us boomers are paneling and not playing.
Yeah, we're not able to play in a team anymore. I think it comes down to that where this squad is just a bunch of friends. And for example, I don't think they are thinking about this as their job. You know, they're here to have fun. They're very well connected between each other. And as he said in the interview, you know, they talk about the game even after the game ends and everything. It's not just, I'm going to shut down my PC once I'm done playing, once I'm done with this scrims, and I'm going to continue, you know, talking to my friends. And this is the bond that sometimes it's needed. We saw the power of friendship with the OG, and this is something that might drive Virtus.pro towards the, you know, even taking and lifting the Aegis.
That's true, actually. I've met a lot of teams that are particularly young. Four Zoomers also comes to mind as an example. The old Four Zoomers that would just talk about Dota all day. They're just obsessed. They have nothing else to do. And you compare it to teams like Quincy, and they have like certain, you know, they have certain schedules, they have certain ideas, certain times. But for these young teams, Dota is their life. And that sometimes gives you an edge because the passion is there, but also dedication.
That's the passion, right? The passion is the one that allows these younger players to actually do all of these things and continue playing for 10 hours a day and then talk about the games, review replays and whatnot. Meanwhile, some teams that are a little bit more experienced have went through all of that. They need a little bit of time to perhaps just relax and take a step back before a main stage. Such as Secret. Puppy was talking in his interview about the fact that they took a little bit of a rest before TI. They didn't attend every single tournament because they didn't want to be affected by that burnout that they had in previous years.
That's true. We've seen other teams do that. OG also took vacations back when they were starting to lose at post-TI. And how much does how big a percentage would you say mental factor ends up being at TI, Mr. Lacoste?
Quite a lot, actually, because if you can't perform under pressure, no matter how skilled you are, how good you are at the game, it doesn't matter. Like, if one of you crumbles, and it's a very important part of the team, everything else is just going to fall apart. So I think it's actually more important coming and playing at the TI because the nerves are going to hit. You know, you're coming through that tunnel, everyone's cheering for you, you hear the music, you know what's going to happen. Either it's a BO1 elimination game or if it's a third game of a BO3, you still treat it as a BO1 in this scenario. So there's a ton of pressure. For those who like didn't experience it, it's hard to get a grasp on like how mentally sometimes hard it is to play under this pressure.
Yeah, skill and hard work does not win TI alone. The mental game is just a necessity. You can't win without it.
Is the mental warfare that you could see throughout True Sight, right? It's something that Notel is talking about a lot. He says, I was in a dark place. What Lacoste was just mentioning, if one of you crumbles, you mustn't let that crumble the whole team.
Yeah, you need to be able to pick that one guy up. If he's struggling, like you just need to be around him. Like even if it's just the game one, he needs to be able to reset.
So that's where the coaches come in as well, right? And for VP, maybe that might be why we see this new mental coach coming into the team.
Coaches, teammates, there was Seb in OG, now they have this NBA coach on the side of Virtus.pro to help them out. So to every team their own, whatever works best for you.
Yeah, exactly. And for Vici, God, you like mentioning this, they're a team of veterans on the other hand, right? They're a team that have been through this, well, through this experience once or twice, some of them, some more. Do you think that this gives them an edge, especially in a best of three like this?
I think now, both teams probably feeling a bit more relaxed being in the upper bracket. You do have that small little lifeline, but it's still going to Game 3. I give Vici Gaming a bit of an edge. I think playstyle-wise, they're going to take away a lot from that loss in terms of what picks worked, what didn't, how VP won the game. I think VP's perhaps did something a bit surprising going for that slower game with the Medusa. And I think that experience that you mentioned with Vici Gaming really will carry them a long way when it comes to a Game 3 decider here on the main stage.
So sorry, I'm just laughing at my own joke in my head. It comes a bit late, but
let's hear it.
Yeah, let's go.
You ready? Okay. So you know why Earthshaker dunked the ground a couple of times for no reason? Because they had a basketball coach. You know, he's there saying, you know, you gotta dunk now, and he's like, all right, going in. Even though they don't see anyone. So yeah, never mind. I just had
Ben
to say
Simmons
it.
in the NBA not dunking. He's like, you got to
He was
dunk.
too hyped. Yeah. He was too hyped.
That makes. I mean, they won the game, right? So he must be doing something.
Probably
right for
watched
the
The Last Dance or something like that.
Yeah, you'd get excited. Well, for Vici, I do want to continue this narrative ever so slightly because right now we're facing a Game 3. What do you think Fenrir is telling their players? Last statement, gods. I can say it for you. I think it's going to be a Jayo as we get into game number 3 between VP and Vici Gaming.
VP Gaming versus Virtus Pro. Game 3.
Welcome back to the draft panel. I'm Frankie Ward. I am joined by Dota 2 obsessive Effie, who somehow manages to fit 14 games of Dota in a day, even when she's working on TI, and pro on hiatus, Insania. Insania, what did you describe that last draft as? This draft is like 100 to 1 going to beat Virtus Pros.
So I was talking to Kyle last night, and he said, you know, if you are going to do predictions on the panel, it makes the rest of us look really bad if you're right all the time. So please try to get it wrong every once in a while. So I was just doing him a favor.
Sure, and he paid you handsomely, right?
What a nice guy.
What a nice guy. Okay, so the Elder Titan pick is coming through. Does this give you any idea of what we're going to be expecting from this draft, FP, or is it too early to really know?
It's a bit too early to know, but this hero has been the most successful support from the group stages, really. And he's just overall strong in a lot of ways. He has vision control, area control, strong in lane, and provides team fight. So if you can pick it up in your first phase, it's worthwhile.
Yeah, I think last game I saw some things that I thought were a little bit worrying if we're going to take it into the serious stuff. I think Vici Gaming's execution did not look on point. So I would prefer to see them stay away from the Drow Ranger. I think that's a hero that you kind of have to know how to play around as a team and you need to know how to make it work. And I didn't really feel like they did. And based on these two openers, they seem to still believe in their Snapfire. I think it's a strong hero, and so is the Monkey King. But I think picking these two straight away, you notice that VP feel very comfortable snatching up the Storm. Because they notice there's no real hard lockdown. There's no threat of the Lion. There's none of these like Rastas or anything coming out. So I think GPK is quite happy with this matchup.
GPK was absolutely instrumental on Puck in the last game, and now he's got Storm Spirit. That slipped through the net, and this is a hero that he played 6 times in the group stage.
So GPK Storm is quite famous, actually, because he's excellent on the hero, but sometimes you don't know what you're in for because it can be really 50-50 for him. But no, this is a really good Storm game for a couple of reasons, such as there aren't really any instant stuns. Yes, there is the Monkey King stun, but it's not the best one, and the Snapfire Cookie is dodgeable. And if you have your Monkey King in the first phase, you already see the support. You see that this is a support duo. If this is going to transition to a core Monkey King, they can easily counterpick it, right? So this Storm coming out at that point, it just makes it so simple. This backline is very easy to jump, and Storm is one of the better heroes at killing Monkey King, I would say.
Yeah, plus you have this natural synergy with the Elder Titan Spirit, where he's going to scout heroes out, and then Natural Order is going to provide magic damage amplification by reducing all the heroes' magic armor to 0. So you have Storm Spirit that's going to have bonus damage, and he's going to have vision of the hero he wants to jump. And we talked about this on a different panel, but the strength of Storm Spectre, because you see all the targets that you want to go on, and you're going to have a pretty similar thing going on with the ET Storm here.
That's a very good point.
Tell me, how much damage can a cookie do? What is a cookie?
Well, a cookie is a very delicious dessert. You can dip it in milk, and sometimes you don't need milk. And it
Snapfire bakes them.
Depending on your calorie intake, it can do a lot of damage, but otherwise it's pretty delicious.
But Snapfire, so Snapfire gives out a cookie to one of the team members?
So yeah, you use it on one of your allies, and it kind of functions like a force staff. You'll jump forward a little bit, and there's even a talent, I believe, that gives you some health. But it deals around 200 damage and stuns you for like 2.5 seconds, something like that. So it's a bit of a longer stun than your average stun, but it is also a little bit trickier to hit.
And is that the reason that we're seeing Snapfire being picked so much? It feels like almost every game that I've been able to watch here, Snapfire has been a pick.
I wouldn't say so, because while Snapfire used to be played on Cookie when it was absolutely broken, it's not the most reliable stun. It's a nice save, and it's a nice kind of extra utility to have in your kit. But as TI has developed throughout the groups, the meta has been teamfight meta, right? So the re-emergence of supports like Snapfire become really popular and things like that, because she does have a very strong laning phase. She produces 2 kinds of damage, physical and magical, and she has a teamfight ulti. It's something that really fits into the way teams have been playing.
I think also LGD, the way that they've been using Snapfire is you buy that shard at 20 minutes and you buy a blink, and suddenly you have an instant stun. You have the blink Scatterblast, I believe it's called, and then you can follow it up with a cookie. So you have a pretty reliable like 3-second stun there once we reach 20 minutes into the game and the shard is available for Snapfire. This is also a really, really good lane. We've seen the synergy between the little shredder and the gush. You get a lot of minus armor, and then the anchor smash hits like a truck.
Old 11 picked Tidehunter 7 times in the group stage. We sort of touched on this in the first game draft, how Vici and VP, they hadn't really flexed away from their comfort picks during the group stage. And now it seems like the comfort picks are kind of being allowed by both teams in a way.
Yeah, I think VP are trying to cover their Storm pick, and that's why they banned the Queen of Pains primarily for the laning phase, and then the Puck for the issues we saw in the last game, right? You get coiled, you die. And Storm can run into that same issue. So they felt the need to ban those out. And then I think this Tidehunter is something that we saw even all the way back at TI8 as an answer to Elder Titan, or TI9 maybe. But basically the idea is when the Elder Titan uses a spirit and he's gonna run at you during the laning phase, you just gush him, remove all of his armor, and then you just fight him with your heroes. So instead of running away.
Agreed. And if you'll notice, Vici covered this Tidehunter ban in advance just by banning out things like Ursa and Medusa so he can have a better lane. Because the way that Tidehunter functions as a hero is while he is defensive, he kind of does lead these pushes. He functions as sort of a shield for his team to play behind. And Ravage is a teamfight spell. If you add it with Mortimer's Kisses, you can instantly burst one of these targets. The only issue is, my problem with high cooldown drafts is that it just feels very dependent on having a decent start. If you fall behind in the beginning and you're playing on high cooldowns, you put yourself in a bad position on the map.
Especially, I guess, as VP do like to play fast and furious, so Vici potentially early game, they might struggle.
I wouldn't say so, because their lanes are not weak.
Yeah, I think, I mean, VP are looking to put the pressure on in the laning phase. If you look at the heroes they picked, like you have both Elder Titan and Bane, both considered to be rather strong laners. I think the idea here of picking up a new position 5 hero is to move your Elder Titan away from the Snapfire Tidehunter matchup. You don't want to lane into those 2 heroes and put it on the opposite end. So we might see VP save play it here. And I think they actually might regret this Bane pick, because I think, especially when it comes to Eastern Europe, when I see Tidehunter, I almost instantly think Disruptor. It's a hero that like the region is really known for playing. And I know it's one of Ilia's stronger heroes. And I would have liked to see it here. I think it made a lot of sense with the Luna. It's really strong against Tidehunter in the game. And I think not having a set answer for Tide might be something they regret.
Well, in the groups, they played the Bane and Storm Spirit combo 3 times, and it has a 100% win rate. But that's information for Vici. They've seen this before.
But it's also because they had an IO as well when they did run it like that, and the IO plus Storm combination was the more potent one, right? But they did run the Bane as their favorite support.
And Vici have just banned IO as, I think, the first ban every single game so far.
This is going to be the most contested hero just between these 2 teams in particular, because they're both IO teams, so there's no way they'll let the other person get it. I just want to comment really quickly on this Terrorblade pick, because Terrorblade is traditionally an excellent carry, especially versus Luna, because if you use Reflection, you just get a Luna illusion hitting her team. So I'm a bit surprised that it was let through.
You also have the same factor that we had talked about in the last game, where how the Drow outranges the Medusa, which might make it problematic for Medusa to fight. Terrorblade has a very similar situation with Luna, where you have more attack range. So you can stay back, plus you have your illusions to tank the Eclipse. So it's hard for Luna to get on top of you. But what we saw during the any majors, a lot of Luna started buying the Shard, building it to Daedalus, and then using the Shard Lucent Beam to deal damage.
Agreed. That build has been nerfed slightly, but it can still be very strong. I like that Vici learned a little bit from their last game, because when Drow was put in a position where she was playing from behind, when Puck started to become very strong, it's not really a hero with a built-in comeback mechanism, right? It just really depends on your positioning and if you're able to stand somewhere in a fight. Whereas Terrorblade, if he's put in a position where he's playing from behind, he can send his illusions out and just push out lanes, which provides a lot more for his team.
So, what is VP missing? What do they need as their final pick?
I think unlike the last game, they have quite a lot of options here. I think if you look at VP's draft at the moment, it's fairly well-rounded. They have Storm and Bane for some sort of like map pressure initiation type situation. You have the Luna ET for teamfight, and it's basically going to come down to what does GPK like here, what direction do they want to take their draft in. It's going to be a fairly defining pick. Whatever they decide to do here is going to, in some ways, set up how they enable the Luna, or if they're going to try to go for the double core win condition. I think they have a lot of options.
Yeah, I suppose while Terrorblade is a concern for Luna, he is playing against ET. So ET's natural order removes base armor, and Terrorblade, who's an incredibly high agility hero, has a lot of base armor. So typically he's been a counter in the past. But it does seem like he has protection in the Tidehunter. I would like for Vici to get something that goes in first.
Currently, Insania, which draft do you feel most confident about? Because you're on hiatus from your pro career, so it's okay. You're allowed to make mistakes.
Ex-professional player Insania.
Yeah, I mean, I think they have advantages. It's like depending on... I feel like a lot of these games are coming down to execution a lot and how well you're able to utilize your timings in the game. I think the thing that VP has going for them is, like we said, the Elder Titan aura together as an answer to the Terrorblade, but the problem is how do you get past the Tidehunters? So can Save get to Aghanims in time and get a shard to enable him to just stomp his way on top of the Terrorblade? If he's able to do it, I think VP has an edge, but I think Vici are very capable of fighting back.
There are many Dota newcomers, I think, who are really excited to see Underlord in the game because he's a very newcomer-friendly pick. So
There's no one as excited as you about that.
I was really happy about Dark Willow in the last game, and I'm especially happy about Pity McPitface making the draft for Virtus Pro. So I'm going to be completely biased now.
Is that his name?
I call him Pity McPitface because he creates the pit.
I can kind of see it.
I mean, I'm not saying he's got acne. I'm just saying he used to be called Pit, right?
Pit
Yes.
Lord.
Yeah, Pit Lord. Exactly. Pity McPitface.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Strong hero against illusions.
Back to the draft.
Yeah.
Speaking of Underlord, he should be able to deal with Terrorblade's illusions fine, and Pit of Malice is a nice spell, particularly versus something like Monkey King that can't jump to trees if it gets rooted, so there's something nice there. He also excels in defending towers early, which is something that VP lacked, so he does tick that box.
I was just going to say, I think it's also a very, very good hero against the spirits. And when you mentioned that, VG wants a hero that goes in front, and that's exactly what they were looking for, the type of hero where you find initiation, and Ember fills that role. I think Ember Spirit at this event has looked to me like one of the best heroes in the game if it's able to play the game and doesn't fall too far behind. And this Underlord kind of covers it preemptively, because when you see the Remnant fly through, you can put the pit down, and then Ember has a really hard time playing the game.
All right, then, let's see what BSJ has to say in his last word before we get into the final game of this series.
Thank you, Frankie. As both these teams have a similar recipe going into Game 3, they have a mobile spirit mid-hero, they have a hard carry that consumes the map, and they have offlaners that stand in front and set their team up for successful fights. Now, the key here is since Terrorblade and Luna can farm so many creeps, it comes down to the early game towers, which will open up the map for either side. Until that Underlord pick, VP had absolutely no way to defend their towers. So it's going to rest heavily on DM to be that wall to defend his towers, because the Luna as well as the Storm are not going to be able to do so in the super early game. So which carry is going to have more space to farm? Which carry is going to have better matchup? Terrorblade against the Luna individually, or the ET to make the Terrorblade lose his armor and the Underlord to make him lose his damage? Only one way to find out with OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Brian. Yes, the deciding Game 3 now between Virtus Pro and VG Gaming. As Brian was touching upon there, a lot of sort of sweet sort of counter picks here from both sides. Who, in your opinion, has come out on top of this one, though, Fog?
Well, actually, I'm not too sure. I really like both drafts. I think they both have their positives and negatives. I would say VG is a lot more cooldown dependent, so if VP is able to play at their usual pace, especially with the way that they played last game, I can see them pulling a little bit ahead faster. However, if the pace of the game starts to get too slowed down, that's where I can see VG start coming back, because they have a very farm-heavy team. So we'll see how that ends up going.
All right, let's find out. But I think we can indeed hope for quite a lot of action this time round. I think my eyes are definitely going to be on the GPK Storm. You know, he was on quite a performance last game on his puck. Storm, very much another hero that the man has performed on big time in the past. Overall, they're definitely a little concerned for VP because of that Luna into the TB.
Sure.
As was mentioned by the panel, something that in the past has been kind of just a difficult game to play. You know, you have this TB that could take advantage of quite a bit of the hero's own benefits.
Absolutely. Look at this level 1 smoke. VP, they found a target.
All right, here we go. Setup. And let's see if they have the damage. Oh, they certainly do. Or maybe they don't.
Oh, my.
Right. They act with the 5 of them there. They can't actually get the kill. Just a little bit of a cookie, and he's back off to safety. No first blood to be had here, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, okay. Gets a couple stick charges, right? I think that might have been even, he got, what, like 3-4 stick charges when he popped and cooked it? I cannot believe he lived.
Didn't kill
Alrighty.
All right, PYW. Avoiding death there.
It's always like, also, you know, people might look and be like, why didn't Kingslayer skill stomp? You can't do these type of things.
Sure.
Just to secure a first blood, you can't cripple your lanes. So has to go for the Spirit, and we'll see them still, will they still get the 3 runes? No, they'll get the 2-for-2 exchange. Doesn't mean Old 11 won't take a beating. So the thing about this lane also, though, is a lot of times I've seen these Lunas picked versus Tidehunter when you have another range hero that can benefit from that Lunar Blessing, but you have ET, so this could potentially become a pretty difficult also for Old 11, just because of that ramp-up damage that comes out from the 2 of them, from that aura as well as the Spirit.
Absolutely.
And it's a change-up, too. It's DY is playing Monkey King in the off lane with Old 11, and PYW is kind of playing, like, I guess, like the 5 snap a little bit more, which we really rarely see Vici switch up their roles like that.
Yeah.
Maybe we still will see the, like, Snapfire get more of that farm, and they just wanted to have these lanes set up.
Sure.
But yeah, it's still a switch up. It's something I don't see too often.
Why go for this setup? Because I'm seeing this, right, and you are now having 2 melees play into the ET. I mean, do you feel that because you are a Monkey King, you are a hero that can trade back with the melee?
I think they just wanted something that could help Poyoyo more inside of the laning phase. Okay. I'm not sure. It's a really interesting approach, because we also have, you know, the ET is played as a 5 and the Bane is played as a 4. So both teams kind of changing things from the norm.
Yeah. Oh, very interesting to see it. We'll see how it pays off.
And we'll see how this mid lane goes, because I know we've seen it multiple times now, the Storm versus Ember. Look at that, GPK,
I mean, look
5 and nice. Holy moly.
Ooh, he's still on fire from last game, GPK, just coming out of the first couple of waves. Top lane. Save.
Forced to sleep to push away. But yeah, I mean, bottom is a double melee lane.
I don't think it's
not
easy.
into just ET, but into Luna as well. Luna thrives versus these double melee heroes.
Yeah.
Side pulls available too. I think they're gonna get a side pull off as well.
That's 3 range creeps, right?
I believe so. That is quite disastrous. I mean, DY is trying so hard to get the aggro back.
He's going to get at least one of them back over.
Should actually get them all over, so good job from DY to secure, at least not losing 3 creeps of experience potentially for his Tide.
Crisis averted only just there. That would have been rather nasty for Old 11 to miss out on that much this early on.
VP's lane's looking super hot. Hey, mid is 13-7 to 2-0. What the?
That VG, they've not got a mid. What's happening?
Ori's getting destroyed.
Oh dear.
I know it's a Storm-favored matchup, but not like this. 13-8 to 4-0. Like you said, GPK must still be on a bit of power from that last game.
Oh my goodness.
Even getting the range creep denied with the Vortex there too. I mean, he has...
Have we seen much of a beat down here, this TI in the mid lane on the first couple of minutes?
No. I mean, that is just insane. It's of course it gets better as levels go on for the Ember Sphere, but it's never this bad. No.
That's... Well, if that's how he's starting this game, I mean, as you said, we saw what he did last time. Last game.
He's even stacking his small cap as well. Like, he's being super big. He's going to send the high 5 toward Ori. GPK is absolutely feeling himself.
He doesn't go back for the high 5. He might miss that as well. Missing everything else in this mid lane so far. It's not easy for Ori.
And bottom, 72 on the Luna. Tidehunter, we are still seeing 11 get some really solid farm. This dump will connect. He should still be fine. But what a start for VP. Top, also getting the kill. Lane setup's working perfectly for VP.
This is wild. Bottom lane. who will manage to take down Kingslayer here. Old 11 and DY. Now they've got the Ring of Health on Old 11. He's going to be feeling a little bit beefier.
Not slowing down the Luna, though. Luna's still free farming. TB is getting slowed down. And as we mentioned, they do have a lot of these heroes that are anti-carries, as we always like to call them. The Underlord and that ET into the Terrorblade, and also the Bane. Something with people we also have to factor in, which will be something that I think will be more noticeable than usual because it's a 4-position Bane. I want to say that Save is going to get points of Enfeeble, and you're going to notice it versus Terrorblade because it's a very strong ability that I feel like most people overlook. It's a 45% attack reduction, so later stages we'll see it because it's a 4-position, so he's going to definitely have more items and more ways to be able to actually play around that rather than just sleep and ults.
Yeah, if Ori's able to recover this game, you've got to remember the position he's in now. If he's able to pick it up from this is going to be quite the turnaround.
They're setting up for him.
First Remnant will be out of range. Might not matter though, he's able to dodge the second one with the Sleight of Fist, and Remnant, and the Fire Shield is up, so blocking a fair bit of aggression here for the two of them. DY will TP over.
He might just die himself.
I think he might. Oh, he's able to get the bounce.
He dodged the damage.
Okay, DY. Taking down GPK here with Ori. Can they get Save as well? He'll die to a neutral, but still big move from DY. Ori needed that so badly in the mid lane. DY coming in clutch to help pick Ori's game back up.
He dodged the Remnant damage too. It was very close to him perhaps going down, but gets that Jingu built up, dodges the damage, gets the boundless perfectly. Does leave Old 11 alone bottom to get chased up from the Luminant ET, but had to come in.
Absolutely.
Has to help Ori just because of how disastrous mid is going, but he might have to help everything because if you look at top also, Poyoyo is 21-4. It's 29-11 on the Underlord too. These lane setups, as we mentioned, top tier from VP already.
See mid. Regression again from GPK, but this time look how many heroes they have coming mid.
Double rotation.
They are done with GPK. They want him out of this lane. The boys coming in big time here to back up Ori. DY and PYW making sure they pick up their mid game.
But since 11's left bottom again, instant move by VP to capitalize on top of that. So it ends up coming up, I mean, pretty even all in all. Sure, they take out GPK, but it's something necessary and they will lose side lane because of it. Rune, though, is sitting secured, which is pretty big. Because of that kill, does allow the Ember to also get a regen rune.
We'll see where sort of the supports of VC Gaming look to put their attention now. Now they've taken down GPK the 2 times in the mid lane. That is, that's a significant sort of allowance for Ori to catch back up. That distance now between the 2 mids, it's pretty much non-existent. You see on the net worth, pretty much even.
Yeah.
So mid, it's been recovered. VC Gaming, they've sorted that area out. Now they've got to see how they can go back and compensate for sort of the time they were left away from these off lanes and leaving their cores on their own.
Absolutely.
DY back down here now to make sure that Old 11 is not under threat from the 2 of them again.
Yeah, it's cool that he's gone for the 2-0-2 build. We were in the beginning seeing everybody getting Tree Dance level 1, so you can secure range creep and all that, but because, like you mentioned, he was versus like that short-range Luna and also versus the ET, he just wanted to be able to trade these hits. So obviously you can understand his skill build there. Holding the creep wave for Old 11, and I mean, Old 11 really needs it. He's level 4 tied, so I think DY has to keep his attention down here for some time.
With this sort of lineup for VG Gaming, this Underlord, Luna, do you expect things to ramp up pretty quickly at a certain point?
Just because the Underlord's having a good game, such a good game, yeah, I can see them just looking to play around him to get those early towers out. But I don't think that Vichi's going to stray too far away from the fights. They're going to look to fight us for a lot this game. Terrorblade's going to be farming on the sides, and this Ember's going to have to be super active since, Ori is fully recovered completely. And that's why they picked the Ember in this game, is so that he can be that super active hero, because he has to be versus both the Luna as well as that Storm once he starts getting points and chains. Because he is the catch for that Storm in the mid-game. Should be a pretty action-packed one, Owen.
This game's going to blow wide open, you know it. Once the 6s start to come online.
Nightfall is camping the Remnant bottom, trying to make sure that he gets a rune, but Haste Rune will spawn top. Ori gets the secondary power rune of the game.
Have to be a little bit careful with that haste in his bottle. Definitely the potential to make some big hits on the side lanes if VP start to get aggressive close to the towers of Vici.
And he's got the max slight build with phase boots with the Blightstone, so he's going to hurt.
It really does.
No chains though, but the constant poke, could still catch heroes out. Nice sleep, but gets woken up.
He's going to try and chase on a little bit, but as you say, without the control on himself, won't be able to set up onto GPK. GPK, a little short on the initial zip. Still going to play on the high ground here with the haste rune. Ori, he's looking to chase down the support. Looking for save, but DM lays down the pit. Ori, he'll stop to dig up a south. GPK's going to look to jump in back over to PYW. He's still got a fair bit of mana to play with GPK. He wants to try and chase down the Snapfire. Has he got enough in the tank to take down PYW? He does.
He does.
GPK gets the kill. Back over to the side, save. Momentarily holding Ori in position with the Nightmare. And they won't have anything back up to root him in position, so Ori breaks away.
Great play from Save there. Just a Nightmare coming into play. Maxing it first, of course, as we see. And they will fill up the bottle. So mid, GPK gets his bottle filled. Did not fill up Ori's. He will have a bounty rune to work with, but space built for both of these carries. We see Luna all the way up at the top. Poyoyo even popping meta just to farm jungle camps. Not even for an Ancient. It's just a single stacked hard camp, and he pops meta. Just has to try to catch up somehow.
Lovely stacks here for Ori. Get himself back on track for a good amount of time in this game. They've got him in the river. Poyoyo stepping over the meta. Will be held back by the stop. So Kickstacker looking at his way out of this at all. GPK has managed to jump over the back. Let's get on top of Poyoyo. A cookie to the side, but there's no further help. Poyoyo to fall.
Not worth it for Poyoyo at all. Just wants to get a kill and get out, but GPK, again, just being this ruthless killer as we saw him in the last game too. Constantly making moves around the map.
Absolutely, he made Poyoyo's game last game too pretty miserable.
Yep.
He's going to be looking to do the exact same this time round, and already the signs of that beginning.
Don't think we'll see Poyoyo's face for quite some time anymore. I think he's just going to look to just hit the jungle for the next few moments, and he has to. He's already 900 behind the Luna. Luna, once you get it, if Luna gets an advantage at the beginning, then she's going to outfarm that Terror Blade. With the Mask of Madness already finished up, level 9, max glaives. It's only level 7 on Poyoyo. He doesn't have the mobility. He doesn't have the same levels at all to be able to get that farm going.
Trying to dive in and find DY here behind the tower. TP not going to be coming in.
He is being so aggressive on this Storm Spirit.
DY has to be very cautious if he shows, but sticking to the trees. He won't be jumping down anytime soon. This tower will have to be let slowly gone. On 11. Trying to see if we can find Save behind the tower here. Won't be the case. Save will not be receiving any backup here either by the looks of it. As Vici Gaming should be able to get the tier 1 tower trade.
Still hanging around for a moment, but yeah, this tower definitely gonna go down. Now starting to get some more points in the chains. We see Ori's got 1 point in it. He also finds his own fairy trinket, as we did see GPK having that. VP getting more farm out of the map, though. We even see DM walking into enemy jungle, just starts firestorming. He's very tanky, has the Vanguard finished up already, and GPK is just hunting.
I mean, he's tempted to dive. He's still sort of eyeing up this area, knowing that if DY comes anywhere away from the tower, he could go for it.
Just gonna cut the wave.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
DM he's tanking up big time, getting the rod next after the Vanguard, so they have that further setup against the Ember.
Yeah, it's such a good game for it. He needs to be that answer. That's why they went for that last pick Underlord. He needs to be the answer versus that Ember Spirit, so I really like if he does commit for that build.
11 looking to step over the side. He has got the Ravage at the ready if he wants to pop it. DM, he's going to look to try and rift out of there.
Tanky.
The damage for the kisses is not going to be enough. He is out and away.
That is fun, too. The Dark Rift into Pig Pole, so you run a little bit faster away from them so they can't connect with all those kisses. Great play. Immediately back to the mid lane, and he's just going to stall this mid tower as long as possible so Vici can't push it.
Yeah. Straight back to hold and
just allows Nightfall to have absolute free farm in the triangle.
Yeah, straight for that BKB next after the Mask and the Dragon Lance, showing his willingness to get involved in fights as soon as possible.
I actually really do like that. Versus these, it's just become more and more valuable because all these Dragonlance heroes, you can just disassemble into the BKB and you're playing versus Tidehunter.
Get the quick catch on Kingslayer.
He's a little too fast. They're going to have to commit a Remnant.
There's no running here from Ori at this stage.
I've never heard that one before.
Middle tower is under attack.
Level 12 on the Luna. Level 9 on Poyoyo. Struggling to catch back up. Does have his Yasha, so will have that increased farm pace, but just the levels from the Luna, as we said, he's going to accelerate that much further. And the pressure that VP is putting on the map is Just a little bit more than Vici is. And they just can't push mid. DM is just tanky enough to just sit in mid, continuously Firestorm. But on the other side, 2 VP's not pushing mid either. Still looking to set up the kills around the map. Save.
Nightfall momentarily showing himself up top, but indeed the attention seeming to be down bottom. Save. He's going to put a stop to this. Old 11 not quite able to get close enough to lean in. Save. He's going to go for the TP out, but they'll find him. Boundless strike down through the trees. DY catches the bang.
And the Rune also spawns bottom for Ori. GPK getting quite unfortunate there with his luck. Just was waiting for top Rune, just, again, it spawns on the opposite side of him. And it's a very good one for Ori, of course. It's a regen Rune when he's completely out of mana. 11 starting to feel pretty strong with his hood, 1600 HP, almost has Blink Dagger. I feel like this game's gonna start exploding in action very soon as that Blink does come out, and as soon as the Atos comes out on DM, it's just gonna look to be more plays around the map.
It's just
right now, it's just a bit more farm since the Luna and TB want to hit that timing.
Yeah, so important that Nightfall has the BKB for when that jump Ravage comes in.
He's close. He's only 1,000 away if he disassembles.
I mean, the question is if Vici Gaming are going to be able to make a fight happen before it's there. If they could jump in with the Ravage, they come in with a full Remnant Burst, kisses from a distance. Luna's life definitely still in jeopardy.
Absolutely. They're looking to get active. GPK smoked up around this Rune as well, around nighttime. DY breaks it. And gets the bounty. And jumps away. Nice move from DY.
Making that space and wasting their time here. Taking attention away from Poyo as much as he can.
Look at PYW, a little sneaky devil here. He gets the ward down from earlier, still hiding inside the tree lines. DM forcing bottom in.
Just a recipe away from the Atos.
Look at PYW though, cuts the creep wave from where DM is. And TP's toward the mid lane so he can keep himself on the map.
Now, Vici Gaming, they want to try and set up for this top tower, see if they force a response and get VP to fight into this Blink Ravage. It doesn't look like VP's going to fall for that. Nightfall staying on the opposite half of the map. Say just being incredibly cautious until he does have the BKB complete. Some TPs from VP starting to come in.
DM's here. The Fiend's
the setup, the grip from the trees, they need help, but they need it now.
They used the Boundless for the wave.
He already did, DY, he's got nothing else to throw out to help him.
Excellent positioning there from Save, but DY has to hold the Boundless for these situations. Huge pick. 20 seconds now where they can swing across the map. See what GPK looks to find with it. Walking behind towers.
Ooh, I mean, PYW was a bit low.
He's committing.
He's going to get aggressive on a DY. He's got to be careful, GPK. He'll back off to the side there. I think pretty important that Safe did get that Nightmare off. I think Odd 11 would have looked for a Blink Ravage if he could have. As GPK was pretty much entirely out of mana. So good hold back there from Safe.
Very aggressive from GPK when he has like pretty limited resources. Still looking to be active. And there's the Atos finished up. Nightfall has bought some time for himself too, that he's like, you know what, I'm not going to disassemble because no fight really kicked off, nothing was being forced. I can stall out the BKB a little bit longer, and he's going to have a really good fight timing with BKB and Dragonlines.
For sure.
Better than Poyoyo is, because Poyoyo, he's still shy of that BKB.
It's not too far though.
Not too far.
Might be able to push it until he can get that.
But Ori's game is going to be difficult. His Atos is finished, and he only has a Maelstrom. So if they just get the initiation onto this Ember Spirit in almost every fight, he's just going to die from the chain stun.
They're looking at DM top. I don't think they're killing this man. Just a simple rift out underneath them, and he's away. They cannot burst through the HP of this Underlord right now.
He has 2,200 HP. And now Kisses are down. She's a pretty big tool right now for Vici to take these team fights around the Ravage. That's one of their biggest damaging tools at the moment. So VP should be able to fight back. They don't have to wait for any of these big cooldowns is the thing for their lineup too. Just Atos, a Root. If they see Ember Spirit, it's a kill. Next few moments, VP looking to claim a bit of a more aggressive stance. Walking into the enemy triangle. DM. Doesn't have backup, but you can see, of course, the pit into the Atos, how strong it can be versus the Ember.
What?
And behind.
They made the dive. GPK goes in straight away on a PYW, the Nightmare comes out, but the Ravage will come after catching GPK. This time, Old 11 able to punish him for the dive. Grip,
Ori.
finds the Ember Spirit. Ori, he needs help, but he's not going to get it. Nightfall pushing back the rest of VG Gaming here as the Eclipse comes out. VG Gaming have to step to the side. Poyoyo and DY now looking to turn up. The Boundless Strike goes crashing down on the two of the kicks there, looking to turn with the stop. Holds back both of them, but he won't be able to stop Old 11, or maybe with the help of DM they can. The pit, it is enough. Old 11 can't continue to chase. They lose the two of them, VP. They'll get the rest of them out of there.
Whose neutral item was that? Did they steal it? I think they did, right? There was a Pupil's Gift that dropped on the ground. I believe that VP stole it from Vici during that go. I see an Underlord with a Pupil's Gift that was nobody's. So I think they actually did steal the neutral item from them.
See again at the start of this fight, GPK really wanting to get a kill before everything happened. Very close to sort of making a cool dodge with the Nightmare, but the Ravage coming in after. No escape for GPK. I mean, with the way that the fight started, it did look a bit rough for VP, but able to redeem it a little bit by getting that trade on Ori.
As we mentioned, though, Vici, a lot more cooldown reliant. Ravage is down, Meta's down. VP have to look to take advantage of that. Fiend Script was used, but they don't need that to be able to set up for any of these kills, so definitely want to look to see them hit hard right now with those being on cooldown.
And here we go, smoke time from VP.
Definitely want to still try to claim that mid tower. 200 HP, gonna open up the map for them.
Save.
They're gonna walk right into PYW.
GPK, he's been it before, he'll go here again. Behind the tier 1, spots PYW, Snapfire. No hesitancy at all.
I kind of want to see VP keep going. Ravage is on cooldown, Meta is on cooldown. You know how weak this Ember Spirit is at the moment. Keep looking for kills.
Yeah.
You got a big window right now.
You catch Ori in a pit and a rod, he will die. The Eclipse is back up in less than 20 seconds.
Poyoyo, very likely that you won't get the kill on him because he has the BKB done now, but they have time to be able to go in the Roche with a beautiful DD outside the pit.
Did get
very
scanned
ideal timing. Get scanned, but it's with the fresh picked up Crystallis, it's dying fast.
And BKB's ready to go ahead for Nightfall. So maybe they can look for a steal, but if they do so, they're going to lose lives for it.
10 on Ravage. It's going to die before Ravage is up.
They're a little careful. VP, they're backing off a little bit. Nightfall will continue to go. The kisses are coming in, but Nightfall's got the kill. He's got the Aegis. Over to the side, GPK looking to start things on to 11. They're going to like it. They've got the grip. They've got the grip. They managed to hold in place this terrible player. Now the back off. The Ravage comes out, but Old 11 just getting destroyed by the damage of GPK. Nightfall. As Old 11 actually able to make it away, only just a slither of HP. Old 11 actually somehow manages to get out of there. But DY goes down, and VP, they got what they were going for. Roshan killed, Aegis on Nightfall.
It's a huge fight. Ravage was used as well, so now they have a 2-minute window where, again, they can look to continue to make plays with this Aegis. Sure, Meta's up, so they just have to watch out for when Poyoyo shows up in the fight, but this is a big window right now for VP to get a lot of space on the map, a lot done, and Nightfall's already got the pretty much two of the bigger items that you ideally want versus this Terrorblade. He's got his Shard done, and he's got the small crit. So now he can start using the beams from a distance, spamming them to hit that Terrorblade in the back lines, and then he's gonna go for that next big item, which is the biggest one, of course, for his TB, which is that Eye of Scotty on Luna. It says less than 1K, but it's starting to feel like a pretty comfortable position for VP. They will lose save, though.
They're not stand a chance there. Immediately Poyoyo popping the meta. Maybe expecting a little bit more than just the Bane to turn up, but it was just save. The rest of Vici Gaming, they've got a couple of them smoked to see if they can take advantage of VP whilst they're a little separate from one another. DM, the only one down here right now. They want to try and dive in onto him. It could be a bit of a tricky kill. They're going to try it. See if they've got the damage here underneath the tier 2. Looking for DM. He's going to try for the rip down, but they have enough damage. They're now Nightfall. He's trying to turn up. Can he kill him here? He'll look for the Monkey King, but now with a sudden, Nightfall's HP brought incredibly low. They'll burst him the once.
And his BKB's down.
Oh, he's going to need help.
They got cookies.
I don't know if he's going to be able to get a GPK since more. Trying to bail out. It's Luna here. Turns up, looks down right. They've taken out Poyoyo. The grab back on the P1W, but they've lost Nightfall. GPK still with man in the play room as he goes over towards or he zips over towards PYW. PYW cannot escape this as he gets brain sapped out of the game. Old 11 blinking back in the Madman to kill off Kingslayer. He's tanking. He knows GPK's low on mana, but Crit is back up. The Bane with the brain sap. Nice. They've still got 1k HP here.
Still should be able to do it. They even have, I mean, they have a Fiend's Grip. They don't want to use it. They have a Brain Sap. They should be able to get it.
He's got Hood back up in 10 seconds.
Let's
I
see.
mean, Old 11's tanky.
They're going to use it. Okay. I was going to say, he's just going to go for it. And they got him. Made them work for it a bit there, but...
Sure, but all in all, I mean, that's quite a lot of... No, they do manage to dive in. They get Nightfall. They're able to get DM, of course, as well before he rifts out, but losing a fair few heroes off the back of that dive.
I think DM also played it, like, I think he should, like, if he had rifted earlier, he also didn't use Essence Ring, is another thing pointing out. He used his spells first instead of using the Rift first. Perhaps he rifts, then drops the pit, then drops everything else. Maybe he has a little bit more of a window because of that Crimson block, but either way, I don't think VP's too fussed about that one. Sure, they lose the Luna, but GPK starts to get some big cleanup kills for himself.
And did we see here, GPK, just a fantastic fight. The BKB was only just picked up right before that fight, so... Yeah. Not turning up at a perfect time. And that decision as well, Poyoyo, he was able to potentially have TP'd out, but deciding to cancel it, to stick around with the team, cost him his lives and some of the others around him there. They did have the opportunity to back out of that after that initial dive, but they decided to stick around, and it did hurt them, Vici.
Every single one of those deaths will add up too. He's 2,500 gold behind the Luna, so this timing of the Ayascati is gonna be there a little bit faster there for Nightfall. Ori does have a BKB of his own now, so doesn't have to worry so much about that pit. Most of the disable actually is going to be handled because of that besides the Fiend's Grip. Still very close game, but definitely feeling that power for Nightfall. Just being that much more farmed than the TV. Almost level 20 as well on him. And yeah, Scotty timing on both of these cores is going to be massive.
Oh, GPK is going to look for the jump in straight away.
Oh, the
damage. Ori, Ori's gone! Immediate reaction there for GPK, zipping straight over. As soon as they fall for the main, they've got the grab.
What a grab, look at the distance.
This feed script from a mile off.
It's really, in that area, in these type of small little clusters too, versus ET, where he's got the Spirit down, he gets the Splitter pretty much down on everybody too. They're able to just fully clean up as well with the clips. That is a big fight for VP. Right after the Luna's already ahead by 2.5k, getting cleanup kills. Now he's going to be he's going to be a full item ahead now, actually. He's going to go for Butterfly instead of going for that Scotty. So he's just going to be more survivable versus just the Terrorblade, which I think he's starting to notice. I think only TV is going to be my issue in this game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And what can Poyoyo do? Things falling apart a little bit around him.
Sure is. Ori just keeps getting destroyed.
He's had a tough game. It's not been a fun one for Ori. Straight from the laning stage, fully focusing him. GPK.
He didn't even get his BKB off in the last fight. He just got incinerated from all the damage. Save. It's a bit tanky on this
bit of backup. Able to get him away from the slight combo from Ori. He's fine. He'll live for now, and there it is. Butterfly done on Nightfall.
That's a timing.
Straight up with the smoke. They're ready to go with the move straight into the Hydra.
Right
GPK just leads in. He's ready to go. Straight on a PYW. The setup route is caught. The other Ori has to put the BKB in back off.
Ooh. Great play from DM there from the low ground.
They're going to look towards DM now again. GPK puts the BKB. He's on the DY.
They're on Ori.
The grab back into the grab. Ori's just gone DY as well.
Poyoyo.
Poyoyo, he's only got Old 11 by his side. Old 11 does have a Ravage available. He's lining a pit for now. The grip, not even using the Ravage, comes out of the fight for them. But do they have the damage to turn this around? Old 11 trying to go for save with the stick of the brain strap. Keeps him alive. Save, still going DY. They've got the tree. GPK zips over, finds DY hiding in the trees. Everybody dead on VG Gaming.
A beautiful, picture perfect, right, really, fight from VP. My goodness, from the start of it to the end, catching Ori in the beginning, forcing his BKB, then he can't really do much inside of the fight, and then the patience from the Bane, holding that Fiend's Grip, waiting for the BKB from Poyoyo as soon as he turns up. This Luna is a menace now, too. Look at this farm.
Look at, I mean, GPK, I mean, he's doing it again.
Time.
He's doing it again this game. We saw it last game in sort of his play style. This one, once again, just absolutely fearless, diving in, starting the action off, and in these little moments where it looks like maybe some of Vici Gaming's cores are going to get to play the game, they just don't. They grab on the Ember without the BKB. There's no chance for Ori. And at this point, it's just too late for any sort of turnaround. Old 11 is able to hit the majority of them with the Ravage, but it doesn't matter at this stage.
It's just so good for VP when they're able to start the fights like that, because then they just preemptively pop the BKBs, they focus fire targets, and Old 11's just watching from the sidelines like, I have no option, guys. I cannot go to try to go for a Ravage here. VP coming out way ahead now, picking up a Bloodstone right before the fight too for the Storm, up to 19 charges, level 21, level 23 on the Luna. And like we said, he was 2,500 gold ahead just a few moments ago. Now he's 7,000 gold ahead of the Terrorblade. Things have spiraled completely out of control for Vici. They've got a Scotty timing now on Poyoyo, but he can't even hit the Luna. There's a butterfly they're always getting initiated onto, and on top of a butterfly, there's going to be a Satanic done in a second.
Oh my goodness, level 23, yeah. This is... Old 11.
And the Satanic timing also with these Lunas, when you have this shard build, it's so hard to kill them. Because then they're attacking, they pop a beam. It's like all this healing that comes in from the beam as well as their attack.
11, he's just dead outside the base.
Every time.
Oh? I mean, yeah, GPK's going for that. He's not letting him step back up from this. Godlike on the Storm here.
You can tell he's pretty mad about that first game with his Razor. Having a very clean series since then.
I mean, it's quite a difference in the hero you are. I feel sometimes you see these sort of players like GPK, you put them on something like a Razor, it feels like you're limiting their potential. You get them on these mobile heroes, the Pucks, the Storm Spirits, and they are just completely owning the game.
He's just super confident, right? The way he's starting the fights over and over and over again. I feel like Vici hasn't had a situation where they've started the fight ever in this game. Into Roche they go.
Yep. This will be a freebie for them. Yep. Vici Gaming not making it out of the base, especially whilst Old 11's down.
And they've already got the covers as well, as we always talk about. The panel was saying the TB versus the Luna. DM, I love his item build. Crimson Guard into Atos, into Lotus Orb, so he can Lotus Orb Nightfall to protect him from Reflection and versus any type of Sunder plays. Vici, this feels like it might be like a last-ditch effort for them.
Oh.
The jump.
Oh, he's out. He got the shot.
He gets the shard. Okay.
All right, he got something. He got something. There's a shot.
Better than nothing. Did he get the last hit too? Nah, it was close though. Next few fights though feel like they're gonna be some 4D chest that has to come out from Vici in order to have any chance.
I am 98%.
Yeah. They don't have the MKB even on the Terrorblade, so he cannot ever stand toe-to-toe.
Oh, Ravage will put a stop to that Fiend Script.
But he's still alive. The Bane is fine.
I mean, Ori's going to at least live. He's able to get out of there. You see GPK go straight for the backlines on top of PYW. Beam comes in for the sidelines and Nightfall lays down the Lucid Beam. Old 11 trying to run down Save, but Save
he's still alive.
He can't even kill the Bane. And Save just walks away. VP in with the backup. Another trade here where VP just getting the kills. Vici Gaming not able to find anything in return. The money for the Axe done here for Save.
And the 4-position Bane is working. Nice ball.
He's going to try to start the defense, but DY...
It's too much heals.
It's too much damage. As DY's gone. Jump forward for GPK. Poyo will turn with the BKB and the man trying to hold. They're looking to beat into GPK. GPK is slow on the man and silenced up. See if they can get any of the kills here. Nightfall looking towards Old 11. Sunder gets it back up to full HP. Poyo. A slide comes in onto Nightfall.
They're on Poyoyo.
Still alive. He's looking back over on Poyo. Poyo to fall. Out of the game. No buyback on the Terrorblade. They'll lose Nightfall the once, but he's ready to come back with that Aegis. 3 dead on Vici Gaming. No buybacks to be had. The big one there being Poyoyo, short of the money. As this reacts, it's all VPs. Tier 2s on all the other lanes already dealt with. They could very easily look for more here, VP.
They have so much time. Ravage was used earlier before that fight even kicked off. TB Meta was used. This game is in the books, it feels like now for VP. Fiend's Grip back up. We get to maybe witness an Axe Fiend's Grip for the first time on TI.
Some fantastic control so far from Save. So many of these fights where they've tried to go on him, but nightmares, brain stabs, Fiend's Grips, it just doesn't do anything rapid. He's gone in deep. He has put himself back with the Lotus into the change. PYW, he'll still die though. The grip is there onto Ori. Save having the reach to take him down. So buyback comes out from PYW, starts to rain down the kisses to back VP off, but VP they'll more than happily swing up to the top lane. Look to finish up that final set of racks. Get these mega creeps out. There's 50 seconds, no Ori.
And Vici has to just watch. They don't even have meta. So there's literally nothing they can do to defend this. It's just going to have to be them, fighting versus mega creeps. And
they're going to try.
They most definitely cannot do so, but they're going to try to make a play.
They've got the Ravage. What can they do here? Jump forward. They get the Ravage. They're going to look to try and blow up Nightfall. Everybody on top of the Luna. Can they kill him? Sometimes brought in with a Nightmare. Allows him to put the BKB. He's turning. He's ready to heal back up. Brings down DY. GG is called. Virtus Pro will take this game 3. The series ends theirs as they'll knock down VG Gaming.
What a performance by the cores on VP in these last 2 games. The itemization on point. I love DM in this game. Going for his Crimson Guard, going for his Atos, going for Lotus Orb. Picture perfect stuff. GPK initiating every single fight. I actually do not remember. I think I remember one fight where Vici was the ones initiating a fight. VP, a masterclass this time around of how to counteract the Tidehunter with those BKB timings.
Absolutely, and it's this sort of performance that we know that Virtus Pro, they can do time and time again online. You hear about, you see the power of this team in those online situations. Now, here on the main stage, TI, they've come out game 2, game 3, and they've shown us some pretty terrifying Dota 2, both times. This game very much more of a team effort, just across the board.
For sure.
Everybody popping off. Very hard to really point someone out again, but you maybe do just have to say GPK once more. These playmaking heroes, he just single-handedly destroyed VG Gaming. It felt at the start of every fight, GPK's target prioritization, it was just perfect. He could not have played any of these fights any better than he did here.
100% agreed. Top-tier performance from him and his team.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Virtus Pro with a very, very impressive couple of games to close that series up. They'll take this one 2-1 against Vici Gaming.
Well, there we go. Virtus Pro's coach's reaction as they win that game. And what an exciting series. What an exciting game specifically that was. And we can talk about Vici in a second, but I want to concentrate first on the winners, on Virtus Pro. Lizard, I saw you were a bit excited. What did they do right?
I'm just so happy for them. Like, this is such a big victory for such a young team.
The youngest team at TI.
The youngest team at TI means so much for them. I'm not going to talk about the prize that they've just got for themselves if they don't manage to go further. But man, this is... Whew. What a game. GPK proving why he is rank 1, proving why every single team in the Eastern Europe was fighting for this boy just a couple of years ago. And on that mid lane, PYW and DY, they had a lot of work to do. It wasn't a one-on-one.
They had to fix it. They really had to fix the lane. From the start, GPK just completely dominated Ori. He was sitting at almost like a full 1,000 net worth ahead of him, and then the supports needed to come. They killed him 2 times. It only made GPK more angry in this one because he completely popped off. Managed to die after those 2 deaths, died only once, ended up with the 15 kills, which is pretty impressive. I think we also got to give credit to DM on his Underlord performance, going for the right items, dying only once against this type of a lineup, which means that you need to get close, going for the Crimson Guard to mitigate the damage coming out from the TB, the Rod of Atos to keep the Ember Spirit in the pit for a longer duration, and also Lotus Orb. This is something that just completely shuts down. Like, his itemization was mostly, I do not want TB to have a good game.
Gods, you want to jump in? Well, you can to this VP bandwagon.
It's just crazy. The youngest team at TI getting top 6 at their first ever international. It's not like there's a couple of young players being, mentored and carried by experienced veterans. It's just 19, 20, 21-year-olds, and here they are, top 6. And they bounce back from that 1-game deficit. I think that was the questions with VP, is like, can they bounce back? Do they have the mental game? Both majors, they did kind of poorly. And here, they kind of, shrugged off those demons.
And it's 100% them that showed mental fortitude in this best of 3. Vici Gaming, they faltered a little bit. Those last couple of 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, looked very rough. They had a couple of questionable team fights.
Okay.
One hero after another running in.
Can you elaborate a bit? What team fight really stood out to you for Vici Gaming?
It was the bottom one that started everything off, wasn't it?
When he canceled the TP out?
Yeah, when he cancels the TP, and at first it looks good, and I could see the idea behind it because Snap, he was priming up the stun on the Ember Spirit, but he misses it. It's a split second. It's literally nothing. You miss that stun, the whole team fight goes wrong. And after that, Tidehunter, I thought that they would be relaxed because Tidehunter was just playing with them in the jungle for a couple of minutes. You could feel like, and then they just kept on dying one by one. Every single fight that happened afterwards.
Yeah, they felt like they kept forcing it too much. Like they're like, okay, we're kind of behind. We have to go fight and do something. But that's not how Vici Gaming win games. That's not their strength. So
it wasn't composed, right?
After what happened at that bottom lane that Lizard just mentioned, I feel like they were tilted. You know, that is not the Vici Gaming. Usually they are the ones who make the right decisions when it comes to the mid and late game, especially the late game, and they just crumbled.
Do you feel like it might be actually due to their experience that actually helped them crumble this time? Like they're so used to being that team that never gives up, that team that always has the consistency, and all of a sudden we see uncharacteristic mistakes and nerves just get the better of them?
I mean, it's TI, so sometimes you just like say go, your carry cancels a TP and probably screams go, and you're like, all right, we're staying, which results in pretty much the whole team getting wiped.
And while they are the more the experienced team, they're not like huge TI veterans. Like Vici Gaming are still a relatively newer team for some of most of their players when it comes to playing at TI. So, you know, you look at Ori, who's been on this Vici team a while. He's had a top 6, he did a top 8, but, you know, he's never
We can say that
far.
that internationally they can be considered veterans, but not at the international, right?
Right.
Yeah.
What do you think their coach is going to be telling them right now as they're preparing themselves for the lower brackets?
I feel there has to be something said about their draft as well. I think the Tidehunter in the game, in the last game, was really answered well by Virtus.pro, and that overall Virtus.pro's draft had a little bit of an edge. It wasn't only the gameplay, so maybe that's something that they can fix coming into the next series. But overall, just forget about it. Refresh. It's just another game. Just forget about it. It's
easier said than done.
Easier said, but you have to keep that PMA. You have to have good vibes. That's what helps you in at TI. You can't let yourself get overwhelmed by emotions.
Well, we're going to be looking at the other side because I'm actually curious what Virtus.pro has to say. And we have Siraction Slacks here with their offlaner DM to give us some inside information about this young and successful team.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, DM. A pleasure to have you. You know, first game at TI main stage, first time on that. What was it like? Did it live up to your expectations?
To be honest, in this series, we expected to play well. We did some. We changed a bit the draft and the understanding of the draft because some things went a bit rough for us in the first game. But then we even changed it for further game because like every single game you play, you're trying to improve, and they're getting mistakes fixed by every game. So I think third game we played the most signature draft of our team.
Yeah.
So it was just a pleasure to play it.
Absolutely. I mean, it felt like you guys were really comfortable, and that kind of seems like the air of your team in general, right?
To be honest, with this kind of draft, especially in third, we had like full chill zone.
Nice.
Like, well, obviously, you're glad when you're winning a good team and getting into top 5 TI, but the thing is, you're playing was really chilled.
And it seems like you guys, when you play, it's like friends, right? Is that a way that you guys recovered from that game one? Because game one was pretty rough. What was that like?
I think in game one, we had some kind of misplays, which led us into ways of playing map we don't want to, like, unfortunately. It's just, I can call it a bit maybe some pressure.
Yeah.
And then, game 2, we recovered, and also we did more pleasurable draft for us. But game 3, we did the best draft that is possible, I think. Like, couldn't imagine even best.
Yeah.
So it's shout out to our coach. He did an amazing job.
Absolutely. All right, so you guys are inexperienced, but I don't mean that in a negative way. I feel like you look at the game a lot differently than everyone else. Do you think that that's an advantage against very established teams, or is it kind of hard to, keep up with all these different strats?
To be honest, for me, our current play style is really good because what I see from many games on TI, it's like one guy is farming their part of the map, getting some random pickoffs, and then second team is doing the same, and then one team has tied, and the other team has Doom, and they're like, let's play the game at minute 45 in one single team fight, and then it will decide who will get rush and do a victory in the game. But I think playing game for getting a team fight at minute 45, where you can always fuck up with buttons, it's kinda not the way you want to play Dota. So I'm glad the way we play it. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad that we got to witness it. It's always good to see some new kids on the block, some Zoomers owning some Boomers. That's what we're all about here in video games, and that's what this team is. So thank you so much, my friend. It was a pleasure to watch, and we'll throw it right back to you. That was great.
And we're back with the bracket, so we can talk about the future matchups now that we know what they're going to be. VP's next opponent's going to be LGD. I mean, they got Vici. Can they beat LGD? Is this possible for them?
Possible. You gotta imagine LGD was, watching that interview and thinking, "Oh, that's your favorite draft. I see.
No. DM, he has the Zoomer tactics. He's just saying that. It's not necessarily
This is not their tactics at all. Like they just pulled it off out of nowhere. Now maybe he got a bit too hyped up after the series. You could hear it in his own voice. A bit shaky, and maybe he revealed a bit too much. We will have to see, if that's true or not. But as against the PSG LGD, I think their chances are high, and LGD shown that they can bleed today.
Well, you know who has also really high spirits right now? It's our actions like as NFE, as they will continue to reveal some of the short film contest participants.
Welcome back. We have more short film finalists to show you guys. Effie, are you ready for some magical movies?
Absolutely.
Fantastic. All right. We have Hall of the Hoof. You can follow a poor little courier on a terrifying mission as he tries to survive.
And then you can see the touching story of how Snap met Mortimer in Beatty and Mortimer.
Beautiful. And looks like we have The Waiting Game. You ever wonder what it's like to get chronoed by Faceless Void?
All the time. And last but not least, you can follow Spiritbreaker through his dark mission in The Last Interpreter.
All right, well, the time has come for movies. Take a look.
Smells like a battle cooking. keep you safe.
Immortality.
It's not time. Now!
Fresh meat!
Did this sun catch your eyes, faceless one?
Unholy cow. I'm every year impressed with what the community comes up with. It is everything. It looks amazing. I can't wait to see how the film contest will continue later on as well. And I'm going to be completely honest with you guys here. I'm supposed to throw to Tsunami, who's going to have a great piece, but I don't know where he is. If only we had vision.
Oh, it's so funny that you say that. Hello, friends. I didn't see you there. You get it? You get it. It's because of the wards. I've been doing a lot of thinking recently. We've got a lot of statistical tools at our disposal here at the International. And I learned this new metric recently. Sentry ward efficiency. Now, I don't know if you've ever even considered measuring this, but I'm sure it's happened in your games where you've been like, dude, I placed like 5 sentries. I don't see it. Are they even warding here? It happens to professional teams as well. Some more often than others. LGD, I want you to take a look at this. On average, it takes them 3 sentries to find an observer. On the other end of the spectrum, we've got Fnatic. It takes them 6.5 sentries on average within like the first 20 minutes of a game to find an observer ward. I'm fascinated by this. What does it mean? What are the implications of this? Well, if you continue to extrapolate from sentry ward efficiency, then you can see that average time of first tower. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what any of this means. I have crunched numbers time and time again on LGD. They just break statistical models. They are so damn good at the game. It's kind of tough to come up with any metric that doesn't make them look the best. And it's not just this TI. This is a storied organization. LGD has been at every single TI besides the first one. and they've got the numbers to prove it. They have played over 136 hours at the International. They have won 141 games at the International. Over 5,000 kills, over 200 Roche kills, over 1.8 million building damage. And this is just a fraction of the numbers that they put on the board. Now we just have to wonder, is this the time that they can finally get the Aegis? I don't know. We'll just have to see it to believe it. Back to you, Shiver.
Thank you. Ow, that looked like it hurt. Thank you very much, Tsunami.
Very smooth.
Very smooth. We got a fresh panel here too. I'm joined by T-Gov. We got ourselves Purge. We got ourselves Kyle, and we got ourselves a little swap on the games. And T-Gov, there's always a little bit of a vibe change when we go from upper to lower bracket, right?
Yo, someone's going to get eliminated, Shiva. It's kind of hard. It's like you're excited for the Dota, but then you realize that someone's going to be, removed from the tournament. So you can't be too happy, but you can be happy. It's kind of hard.
I think we can be happy, Kyle, because that means that this Dota is the best. For these teams that we're going to witness, the best that they can play. There's no holding back.
Oh, definitely not. And both teams no strangers to being here, right? They played for elimination before even making it to the tournament, as they both won their regional qualifier 3-2.
Mm-hmm.
TNC was up 2-0 on Fnatic. Spirit was down 2-1 to Empire, and yet they find themselves here.
They find themselves here indeed. Kev, real quick, most excited about what?
I'm just glad it's best of threes personally, because
Yes.
it is lower bracket, there's elimination, but I think nobody has to be disappointed from like one game.
All right, well, best of threes. We are lucky to get it, and we're lucky to get our teams as well. Let's welcome in Spirit and Fnatic. Team Fnatic is ready to take the stage here at the International 10. And yesterday we saw them survive the best of ones. They are ready to start their proper lower bracket run right now. This is, as an organization, their 8th international. But the last couple of TIs for Team Fnatic as an org were not great. They got eliminated 3 times in a row in those lower bracket best of ones. Not now, though. Not this squad. This squad seems to be gelling at the right time. But the same thing can potentially be said for their opponents. Also here for their second lower bracket round here on the main stage, the International 10. Team Spirit is a team of youngsters. We got ourselves 4 first-timers coming on the stage. But you know what? Normally you'd say, okay, you know what, that's going to be pressure. Maybe there is pressure, but it propels Team Spirit to the next level. They have performed under pressure before. We saw them on the main stage of the Animajor as well, and they do good with this pressure. They know how to deal with it and how to make them even better. And of course, they have their coach Silent as well to help them out with if the pressure comes a little bit too much, as they do have a lot of experience in their coach for sure. Now, for Team Fnatic, this is a team that is fairly fresh as a 5 squad. They came together right before the qualifiers, or rather, they swapped some players in right before the qualifiers to create this specific 5-man. And we're going to get to know them a little bit better.
Welcome to another exciting round of rapid fire questions. I'm Dakota. I'm joined by Jabs of Team Fnatic. Hi, Jabs.
Hello.
Raven, are you ready for some fast trivia?
Let's do it. Never ready.
Well, you got to be ready, because here it comes. Who were the 2 teams that played in the grand final of the first TI?
It's Navi and I can't remember.
What 2 teams?
IG and Navi.
Not IG.
Oh.
TI1 is eHome and Navi.
That's right. Nailed it.
eHome versus Navi.
Very good. What cities did TI take place in?
Canada is country, right?
Canada's country. Where in Canada do you even remember?
California.
Begin with a V.
Vancouver.
You got it. Who's the funniest player on your team? Who's
Raven.
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 You're the funniest.
Yeah, I make myself laugh.
What was the last movie you watched?
Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi.
Oh, how would you like it?
It's just okay for me right now because we watch it here on Romania. So they speaking Chinese and they have the subtitle on Romania. So I didn't understand.
You watched the movie, you didn't understand anything?
Yeah.
Yeah, we couldn't understand the Chinese part.
You couldn't understand?
Our manager had to translate it to me.
Oh, okay. Who's the best player on your team?
Me.
Who's the best player on your team?
Me.
Who's the best player on your team?
Me.
Who's the best player on your team?
DJ.
DJ. You know everyone else said themselves, right?
I love that. It says so much about this squad. Who's the best player on your team? And see, they instantly, most of them is like, me.
I mean, you kind of want your players to say that, right? Like,
True.
The support players might want to look towards their cause, right? But I think if you're trying to win TI, you want every single player to be confident in their own performance. So honestly, I don't mind that answer, especially at TI.
All right, well, let's break this this matchup down. Purge, I want to know what if you're a new viewer and you might not be that familiar with Team Spirit or Team Fnatic. What's the main thing you want people to know about this matchup?
I personally think they're going to run at each other the entire game constantly.
Oh, nice.
They're both super aggressive teams. We saw it in the upper bracket for Team Spirit. I expect to see Fnatic do the same thing. Lots of confidence, lots of fighting. There's going to be a lot of people dying.
A lot of people die, and that's what we wake up for here this morning. That sounds real bad.
That sounds terrible.
You too.
In Dota 2, I mean, this lower bracket, it's brutal, Kyle. And these two teams are teams that, when they came to the main stage, they can perform under pressure. They can do it, both of them.
Yeah, this is one of the more interesting matchups, I think, so far in the lower bracket, just because I think they're like very similar in style and also like expectations coming in. They're both probably in your underdog category, right? And one of these squads gets top 8 right off this BO3. So it'll really come down, I think, who's going to play with more confidence. I'm looking specifically at the mid lane. I think Toronto Tokyo was a bit off what I expected and what I witnessed from him in the DPC. And Shuend has been performing very well in the games that I've witnessed.
I mean, but Toronto Tokyo, they're like, he is the story of what DPC was meant to be, right? Like, remember season 1, we're talking about him, like, this pub player, like, he's just making all these weird plays, like, he's trying to go for kills and his team's not ready. And then each kind of season, he evolved, and now at TI, like, maybe it's a little bit nerves, but I still feel like he has improved immensely just because of, like, the DPC alone.
Yeah, both of these two teams have had a very different road in terms of how they dealt with the DPC. You know, the DPC season is coming in to bring a little bit more stability, but in the case of Fnatic Purge, it didn't quite work out at the start. So they had to make changes.
Yeah, they had a promising road potentially because they did so good in the first season, but season 2 they dropped the ball in a big way. And there was lots of regional competition, obviously that's really important, but they not only didn't qualify to the major, I don't think they got many points at all. They got 5th or something like that. So it's like, if you can't approach that, how are you supposed to do well?
I really want to key in on Jabs, we just saw him there, who asked to draft and retake a spot in the captain's chair before that critical qualifier to come to TI. He will be once again drafting and playing as the captain, but like a wild road, you know. Their mid player was their off laner, then they pick up Death. Jabs asks, and I also think it's funny, he's the only guy who didn't say himself as the best player, and that I think is an ideal captain's mentality, right? You got to believe in your boys.
And I think the story of Jabs and DJ is a really interesting one because they did have a little bit of an icky start to I guess if you want to call the season, like in September 2020. You know, this team, it looked like it was going to continue, for a little while, it looked like it was going to continue on without Jabs.
Sure, but I think you have to attribute that to how competitive the region is, right?
For sure.
When you look at a roster and you see the player names, right, Jabs, DJ, and you're like, oh, cool, they've got to be, you know, top 2, top 3. And then suddenly these other teams just come swinging out of nowhere, right? Like, I feel that people just need to understand that SEA is a very deeply competitive region, and the reason why we didn't always see the same team go into the majors was because, you know, they had to fight up against 6, 7 other strong regions. I'd even compare it to like EU-esque in regards to kind of that depth of play.
Yeah, I think Team Spirit is, by the way, the poster boy of DPC. This is, I feel like, the way it's supposed to be. 4 of the members of Team Spirit were already together before the season. In December, they got signed by Team Spirit, formerly Yellow Submarine, by the way, for those familiar with the Eastern European Dota 2 scene. And the team at the start of the season, Purge, didn't look too hot, but we've seen steady growth as a 5 squad throughout the 6 months that we watched them.
Yeah, we really did. The first season, they had some wins, they had some losses. They went about equal wins as losses. And season 2, they were pretty consistently impressive. They still couldn't take it to VP. It still seemed like VP was absolutely untouchable in their region. But hey, with Team Spirit qualifying, I got really excited because I was like, you know, they maybe aren't the best, but they have some great potential. So happy to see them on the international stage.
Yeah, very important for the region as a whole as well, right, Kyle?
Yeah, indeed. And it's going to be very draft focused, I think. You know, we talked about Toronto Tokyo. This is a Spirit extraordinaire. I think he will most likely be playing that throughout the series. His Kunk also shined once in the groups, but I'm looking at Fnatic as well. You know, the DJ Clockwork, I think, is a must ban, which is crazy because that hero just seems terrible on paper. But when he's playing it, suddenly the team just comes alive. It seems to activate their mentality.
Yeah, we have we saw there Silent, the coach of Team Spirit, and when you're talking about drafting, you have to talk about Silent. Every time there was a post-win interview with Team Spirit throughout the DPC season, and you asked him anything regarding the draft, and they were thankful to this guy right here because it is Silent, that is the veteran, is Silent. That this is his first coaching gig, by the way, but he's been crushing it. He's been working with the team a lot, and they all are very happy to have him on board. He's of course supporting Miposhka, who was this is his second TI. I mean, it's not, he's a veteran in the scene team, but it is only his second TI.
Yeah, again, it's crazy to think because I think you look at Eastern Europe, right? It's been kind of held down by certain orgs or players for so long, right? And that's why we mentioned Spirit being the surprise here, because Spirit being here, what team's not a TI? You know, it's Na'Vi, right? Like they had to beat some of the kind of the bigger names to get here, and that's why I think it's so not surprising, but it's so impressive that they are, right?
Yeah, you want to talk about the orgs for a little bit because I find it, you know, it's very exciting to see Fnatic, an organization that's been around for such a long time. This is their 8th international, as we already mentioned. Team Spirit have also been around for a long time, but this is their first international.
Yeah, well, I did a little bit of homework. I want to find out a bit more about Spirit. They formed in 2015 with Ramses. That was his, after he played with Scary Faces, right? And that team, they got to a major, but they actually came last, losing to OG back when they had Miracle and Fly and Notel. 2016 kept the same team, but they lost to Alliance at another major. And that was when Bulldog and Loader played on it. 2017, pushed in, tried getting F&G into the mix. You know, these are big names they're picking up every time. Didn't do so well. 2018, Beaver came in as well. Oliver, 9, you know, Tundra players, didn't work out. You then push over to 2019, RTW, Immersion, Misha. You know, Misha now the coach of OG, Immersion, Monaco Gambit, Nigma. RTW was on Nigma. Like, every year, this team, Spirit, has tried to pick up, like, bigger names within the region. And it was only in 2020, after Yellow Submarine had started qualifying for the events that all their previous teams had failed to qualify with big names, they just swooped them up and went, no, please, become Spirit, and we'll try and form you in what you want to become. And it has been an incredible year for these young guys who have gone from just winning qualifiers to now at TI.
Yeah, probably a success story from the current iteration of the DPC, right? There's a big issue in Eastern Europe is the roster volatility, right? I think Solo played for 3 different teams through 2 seasons, 4 if you count that he's now here as an analyst. And these guys would have been prime poaching material in earlier styles. But, you know, you keep your points as a team. They were close. Had they, I think, been top 3 at the Any Major, they would have gone through directly on an invitation.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit more about Fnatic as well. We saw behind, standing in the booth, is Sunbi, also very experienced coach. I say also, but he is definitely one of the most experienced coaches, Purge.
Yeah, he was coach of Team Secret for a very long time there, for many, many years. So somewhere around there, it feels like forever, basically, but very experienced player. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. Let's see what this series will bring us.
Versus Team Spirit. Game 1.
Welcome everybody to the draft between Fnatic and Team Spirit. Here with me today to talk about this draft are amazing people, AUI and Lizard. So gentlemen, there are 2 different kind of styles of drafting here. We have Team Spirit that kind of swaps up the roles a little bit, but we also have Fnatic that's a little more stable and plays for the long game. What do you think we're going to expect here from some bands?
From Fnatic, they're definitely more stable, and they have cut out their own niche in this tournament. The Nature's Prophet on position 4, the Clockwork 5, not really having a single playmaker, but an abundance of them. That's something that we can expect from them. Meanwhile, from Team Spirit, they've been picking some weirder heroes. TA, same like Fnatic on the safe lane. Some Arc Wardens here and there. Fnatic, Ricky, Carry. It's going to be a very interesting first game.
Yeah, I think once you have a little bit of downtime from the group stage, it's when your team really solidifies what style you want to play over the main event. I think Fnatic, I was looking at their games, and usually what tells me a lot about how a team plays is their carry picks. If you look at Raven, he's playing hard carries, he's playing Weavers, he's playing Ursas, he's playing Razors, he's playing everything.
Whatever.
And while that flexibility can be really valuable as part of why Raven's such a good player, it also sort of tells me that they weren't able to really narrow down a style that they specifically wanted to play in the group stage.
One hero that they did play, but they didn't really do well with, 0% win rate actually, is Tiny. So Fnatic, they just ban it out instantly. Elder Titan, me and Al, we were talking about the most valuable first pick. I really think ET in the current meta is most likely first phase material. As it opens up your draft, it can go in any direction. Meanwhile, there is still IO left in the pool, which isn't, well, they're taking their time. It isn't really Team Spirit's playstyle.
And it's sort of weird that you take your time when you've had so much time to prepare for a match. You've probably gone through a lot of scenarios. This means that Fnatic did something that they did not expect, or they want to, like, someone thought of something a bit last minute. Okay, so it's IO. So as you were saying, I would say not the most comfortable support for them, but they can definitely play it, and they have played it.
Definitely.
I agree. I want to mention what you said about the ET. I think ET in this patch is sort of like a net worth deflator for the enemy carry, and the patch is very carry focused. So every time you have an ET in your draft early, it makes it so that it's harder for the enemy team to figure out which carry to pick for themselves.
You just take away all the armor, right, and Morphling suddenly becomes not a hero
exactly,
for your
yeah.
team.
Your carry will kill their carry in 2 seconds, no matter what the matchup
Meanwhile,
is.
Doom is still left in the pool, Luna is still left in the pool. I value these heroes quite highly against the Tidehunter. Maybe Luna a little bit more because you have an IO already on your team. Right?
Can you explain that matchup, the matchup with Luna and IO?
So when it comes to the Luna, the lane is one of the best, I believe, for the carry to offlane matchup, depending obviously on position 4. But you have a Giga Chad collapse on your side. You're getting that Mars in the first phase. There's plenty of carries, but collapse on Mars looks like no one else.
He's played this hero forever, and he's always looked good on it. Even this tournament where I think Mars had a fairly weak win rate, Collapse and Team Spirit, they went 3-2 with it, which was respectable. And even in the games he lost, like, he was getting these, like, crucial double spears, and it looked like he's carrying team fights. You look at the fight recap, he's done 4k damage on Mars. It's like, what?
When I look at Fnatic as well, Collapse and praising him aside, as we're doing it, I feel every single panel. If I wanted to pick for them Nature's Prophet, Clockwork, and any sort of a spirit for your mid laner, and you're happy, you're satisfied, right? That's how I see Fnatic. Then off of that, you can build into whatever, because as I always stated, Raven plays anything. He even played that Ricky on that position of 1 role.
Yeah, merging with the crowd a bit.
Yeah.
I was actually a bit surprised that Spirit, they didn't go for the Storm Spirit. I feel like IO into Storm Spirit has been a fairly common opener, especially when you know that, I mean, Fnatic, they can play the Fury on other roles than 4, but most likely, it looks so good. Yeah. Sort of like a Jab signature that it's going to be on him. I think Jabs in particular, I think he's ranked 4 on leaderboards right now. Like the guy who's called like IDC MMR, I play for fun, that's Jabs. He's playing support in pubs, and he's ranked 4. He's higher than any carry player in the world in MMR.
And he was the only one at the interview that said that it wasn't him.
Yeah.
It was a team.
No, he's crazy. As far as like support's individual skill goes, I think Jabs is up there. On top of that, on the other side of Team Spirit, I think you have Yatoro, who is the highest rated carry player in terms of MMR. Like the top 3, Quinn, GPK, nothing to say, dirty mid players, you know, abusing a little MMR.
He's actually playing carry and still winning MMR.
No, he's
still keeping up.
Carry. He's one of the players I love playing with the most, actually. He'll pick some Faceless Void. He'll be like, hey, you think you're about to TV mid? And
he's nice, right? Nice
he's very nice. He's so pleasant to play with.
It's unbelievable for a carry player in pubs. It's something different, definitely.
I can see Team Spirit, they're sort of vaunted as like big fan favorites in the Eastern European community because their team chemistry and even their personalities is just so pleasant.
They're just friendly.
Can I ask you a question? So there are some really standard bans here, like Monkey King Weaver, even Bane, who had a very good showing in the last series. But why Winter Wyvern?
So Winter Wyvern right here, when I look at it, is kind of strong versus Io. It's one of those heroes that can deal with relocates. I don't value it as highly, so it is a question mark a little bit for me too. Specifically, I would question the Bane even higher because it's a hero that has been first banned at the Dota P tournament recently, in the first phase that is, but has fallen off for everyone else but Team Spirit. They value these heroes very highly, and I think perhaps their own biases came into this ban.
I guess perhaps we'll see. Honestly, I don't have a good read on what they're going to pick next.
Yeah.
Like Winter Wyvern Bane bans, I guess that's some like single target physical core. That's like
Pretty
easy
much.
to isolate grip or to counter with the Code Embrace and the Curse. So
That's why the Sven and Yrsa bans, right, on the other side.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess Fnatic had a better read of that. They instantly saw like, oh, they're banning something. I think something that's interesting about the draft is oftentimes your bans are more dependent on the other team's bans than their picks. Especially when you pick sort of like an open lineup like a Io Mars.
Yeah, and with the Lion ban, Storm Spirit was 100% coming.
That was an instant pick.
Knowing
right after the
Fnatic,
ban.
knowing how they want to be playing, if you see that Lion being banned out, you know Storm is coming. This is a hero that they're feeling very comfortable on. Pretty much any Spirit on that mid lane for them works, but Storm Spirit, I think, is slightly better than any other, and Chuan will have a lot of fun on.
I think in the last couple of matches we saw Storm go against his Spirit brother Ember, and Storm dominated the lane. I feel like getting that Storm is also sort of buffing up Jabs' Furion on position 4, because I feel like Furion on position 4 should be less comfortable playing against these Spirits that can kill him.
For sure. You don't want to be playing into any sort of hero that can jump you. We've seen Monkey King even struggle at the same way in the last series of VG versus VP. But there comes the Luna that we've talked about.
Yep.
Luna actually with the Disruptor. So it will be some Io. Do you think Io will lane with Luna? Do you think this will be Disruptor position 4?
I think Io Mars just giving him some sustain most likely, but I don't particularly have a good read on it. Like I think it'll depend a little bit on what carry they see. Like maybe it'll be what hero they can pressure, because Fnatic, they're not really showing their 5 or carry right now. They do have like basically 2 counter picks now as they are second pick. I want to mention that Fnatic, they banned the Sven and Ursa, as you're saying, because they banned Winter Wyvern and Bane. I always feel like, especially this tournament, when it comes down to it, in the lower bracket, a lot of carries are favoring Luna right now. She just, especially since the anime, yeah, it's so simple. Everything you do, you're lane strong, you farm fast, you team fight well, you have night vision, your timings are simple and easy. Everything is like in your control, so you can focus on dealing with the pressure and like making good calls.
I'm instantly reminded of the Naga versus the Luna matchup, that one game in which it's just so much harder to execute properly with the Naga. By the way, they banned out the TB on one side, and I'm wondering for Team Spirit, okay, you banned out the TB, but where is your reliable catch for the Storm Spirit? You have Mars, but he's not that reliable. The Glimpse as well, it works, but it's, what, are you going to be predicting every single time he zips in to
It's like
set up the
you
static
have
storm?
to, it's pretty hard because you can glimpse storm, he can't OT out of it, right? But you have to see him when he's 4 seconds from when he jumps, or he just jumped you on Disruptor. Like on paper, it often looks like Disruptor's really good against a lot of these Spirit heroes, but they actually just end up jumping and killing you. Yeah, it's not easy.
And the same thing can happen for this IO. So both of these supports kind of suffer from the same things, and that's heroes that can get on top of them easily, which is something that Fnatic has already got. They have the Storm and the Prophet to TP behind the enemy lines.
I like this Ogre Magi pick coming out, assumably for DJ on Fnatic. I think if you look at their heroes right now, Tidehunter, Storm, and Furion, they all take up a lot of farm. If you have heroes that soak up a lot of farm like that, I think the Ogre Magi is like his frontline tankiness and his Bloodlust are just good to enable those heroes. On top of that, I feel like Fnatic, they play like such a freestyle. Sometimes Jabs becomes an additional core, right? If you're Bloodlusting 4 heroes instead of 3 heroes, you know, it's just all the more effective.
And it's something very simple, right?
It is.
He's
It's
going
stable.
to come into that lane. He's stable. He will bully you out. And later on in the game, he doesn't require any farm at all because all of his teammates so far are looking fairly on the greedy side. Meanwhile, that Ricky gets out by Team Spirit. This is something that we mentioned earlier. They played it on position 1. And sometimes when there's one of these niche picks picked by a certain team, if you're playing at the lower bracket, you need to ban that out. You can't test your luck.
And I think they're also banning it because it is good versus heroes. A classic counter to Mars, backstab versus bulwark. Also, you have double
Blink
range
out
support.
of the arena as well.
Yeah,
right?
it's a carry that you give vision and then the storm jumps. Both your supports die. Luna, she's a good hero. She's solid. She's easy to play with, but she's not really that. I mean, she sort of is a 1v5, but she's not. I don't know how to particularly word it. It's like you take all the farm on the map, but you can't fight the enemy alone. Like, you're more of a frontline hero. We saw in the EG versus Elephant series.
You want to congregate around her, converge, and go take objectives.
Yeah, because she gets super tanky because she's built so many items. Like in the EG Elephant series, they were all landing Arteezy, and his team would win every fight because that's what they were using his net worth for. It's the same thing here. Like, if Ricky was able to scout all his team and they killed them all, I don't think Luna can do it the other way, where all her team's dead and then she's left alive.
That's just the Queen of Pain. Perhaps expected Void Spirit to be banned out. They go with the Ember Spirit. So basically what they needed is a hero that can go in first that also brings a little bit of control. Ember Spirit is probably that one. We've seen this matchup throughout the day multiple times already, and Ember has done actually extremely well at the tournament. I think this might even be a hidden strongest spirit out of the three.
I think Ember's honestly, he's my favorite hero of the tournament. I do think that today specifically, Storm has had really good lanes versus Ember, but we saw in the LGD series, Ember's timings and like the pace of the game you can play, one mistake from the Storm team, and he can just completely take over the game. On the other hand, in the VP series, like GPK, that was a rough laning phase into some rough Ember gameplay, right?
I really don't know what happened in that
GPK's
matchup.
rank 1 for a reason, right?
Owned.
Yeah.
The time is going down, though. Who is their last pick?
It's Morphling.
Is that a good pick?
Okay, so Morphling, at least straight off the bat versus Ember, always used to be good. You turn into the Ember, you bring a lot of control to... That was usually on the mid lane matchup, however, but still, it's all right.
They also don't have a natural Spirit Vessel carrier. Like, I don't think Isle or Mars really want to buy it. I actually really like Luna in the Luna versus Morphling matchup just because you have that magical burst. But Luna's recently have gone for more of a farming build. Eventually, you do get up that magic damage. It's probably a fine pick. But I'm a bit afraid, like, if Storm doesn't have a good game, like, he has to do well in the lane in order to control tempo this game, because I don't think Tidehunter and Morphling are doing that.
It's a little bit more on the greedier side of Fnatic. If the lanes don't go too well, they'll have to resort on Jabs and his split-pushing capabilities to actually come back into the game.
It is greedy, but if I've seen anything from Jazz Fearon, I feel like they use his knowledge and prowess on the hero in order to enable the hero that they need to work. So maybe this game we'll see some Ogres walking to mid, some Fearon TPN, and a collapse on the Ember that's already losing his lane. I wouldn't say that Isle Disruptor are the best supports to really help. It's long gone the days of the support Isle. He TPs in, bottom or carry once, they heal 600 HP. Yeah. It's not the same hero. You're rushing some mech, you're not really that strong. If they can manage to collapse on Ember, Fnac's a team that opens up the map quickly and open up the map with the mid tower. I think their draft can work really well.
So Lizard, what draft do you think on paper, all things
I'll go
considered?
with the classic twist. Stories have been told about Raven's Morphling. In SCA, this is probably the best player on the hero. So player-to-hero matchup works really well for Fnatic. Storm Spirit on the mid lane as well. However, at the same time, I feel the complexity is on Team Spirit's side. It's much easier for them to execute this draft. I think it's very easy to get some farm on that Luna, converge together, and start taking objectives.
But if you were to pick one team, which draft would you put above the other?
Oh, Team Spirit, yeah.
Okay. Well, we will see. But AUI, what do you think?
I really like Fnatic's chances in this game. For me, like, I don't know, just something about Jabs' Fearon and being able to snowball a Storm sounds good.
It's hard to go against it.
Yeah.
All right, well, we will see how this game plays out. But first, an interview with Jake and Sunbi.
Thank you very much. Hello. I am here with Sunbi, coach of Fnatic. How are you doing, sir?
Doing great.
Fantastic. Let's talk a little bit about that draft. People have been saying that this Tidehunter is a bit of a trap, that teams are letting other teams pick it and then falling into their spider web of lies. How are you feeling about Tide? You feeling confident? No trap, right?
I mean, we like the hero. I think it's a good hero. If you don't win with it, is it the hero or the execution? I don't know. But we like it.
All right. Glad to know that. What do you think? Any surprises in that draft? Were you guys going to pick Ricky? I saw they banned that last.
Ricky is in our arsenal. Is there any surprises? No, not really. That guy does have a very good Mars, so we'll see how that goes.
All right, well, I wish you the best of luck. Thanks for giving us a little bit of insight, and have a fantastic time in your game. We will throw it back to you.
Thank you so much, Jake. And Sunby throwing it out there. He's got a pretty good Mars trend.
Yeah, wow.
We've seen it.
Shocking. Turns out coaches do their research, and they're well aware that he's perhaps, I mean, that's the second time now that he's actually been complimented by his opponent on his Mars play. So I hope they're showing Collapse these interviews after.
I mean, they keep on giving it to him, though, so who knows?
It's true. Not much of a compliment, is it?
No.
Yeah, he's really, really good. You know, they're just telling some lies to this guy.
But we'll see how it ends up going. As they already are into this game, we did have a short pause at the start, which means we get no gameplay at all right into that one. I'm really curious to see how this whole matchup works out with, you know, getting, again, the Nature's Prophet on Jabs. He's looked so impressive on it in many of the games that we've seen, blocking out camps, and particularly when you're playing against this Io Luna, the hero that wants to stack up those Ancients. It's going to be annoying.
Yeah, and it goes the whole game, too. It's not just like this early game sort of acceleration and ramp up that you're preventing on the Luna by stopping those Ancient stacks. It's also just the full-out vision game throughout the match, trying to figure out exactly, like, you know, where should we smoke to right now, right? You know, or just like catching some random creep wave and delaying it to mess with some sort of a push you might be going for somewhere else on the map. Just very good at changing the game state from this hero, and truly a very unique hero movement-wise. And on top of that, they have the other hero with the most freedom of movement in the entire game in Storm Spirit.
Not bad at all if that's the thing that you're trying to prioritize. Is we do see the movement out onto those bounty runes, and it looks like it's going to end up being 3 for Team Spirit, actually, as Collapse able to pick up both of those up on the top side of the map. Not bad at all, not bad at all. And heading out to the lanes, already they're going to have the Io dual lane together up there on the top side with the Mars.
Oh, look at Jabs down here. Look at this damage with the Blyson. Oh, yeah. Getting in there. Unfortunately, Luna, she's a little bit fast, so she won't be punished quite as hard as others. Also didn't get a creep block off. That could have been pretty good, but still, that's free right there.
Well, you can see now as we take a look at all 3 of these lanes, Chuan playing against Toronto Tokyo, and the panel talked about this already, the sort of woes that we saw in the laning stage the other day. Some of that felt like, you know, maybe potentially nerves out on the big stage or what have you. Don't expect to see a sort of outplay that significantly in this one unless things go pretty tragically in the early going for Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah, we'll hope it's not like last series. That is for sure. If you're going for the Ember squad here. I believe the last time that we watched Fnatic here in their lower bracket match versus Undying, they also had the Nature's Prophet, and they're playing it versus this Disruptor too, I think. Or at least we've definitely seen this before, but
yeah.
Nature's Prophet into Disruptor, not a great time. There's not a whole lot you can do, obviously. You can throw out some Thunder Strikes, try to reduce the treants, but they're just so tanky as well. You know, if you don't have that Ench counter to steal away the treants, it can be a very hard time trying to deal with it.
Right, and I think that what we saw before was that they were able to kind of go all in with, like, you know, a Thunder Strike and then also the Loosen Beam when there's a little bit of a step.
Because it was the core, of
exactly.
course. That was in our previous match, that was actually one of our other squads with the Nature's Prophet.
But so far, so good. 10-1 on the Ember and 9-2 for the Storm Spirit. But everything looking fairly standard as far as the lanes are concerned. Toronto Tokyo here is going to get a stack on the small camp. No early movement, or actually, never mind, he's not. He's just going over to get the rune. Don't worry.
It's okay. At least he has a small camp, right? You know, they've gone over, they've blocked off tunes, so very annoying to deal with. This is a great way to shut down a Storm early.
Anything that you can to slow down that snowball that we've seen so often. And particularly, you know, a couple of these heroes at various points have looked really strong together. You get a little bit of a half pull there by DJ.
Now, will he go for the high ground sentry? He's come back first. Let's be very tense here, because you can cover the whole camp from the high ground sentry, and if he goes for the pillar sentry from June, he's going to get that Obs ward for free too. Yeah. Really nice.
You can see Jabs, nice move over there to sneak away the water rune. Toronto Tokyo going to take a bit of a beating, but still should be perfectly fine with that. That's one of the strengths, though, obviously, of this Nature's Prophet. You can see he's also leaving the one treant up on the high ground to try and block out and kill the bounty rune. You can see over there,
though, too.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo not able to do it.
Yeah, couldn't get it in time, though. Toronto Tokyo gets there, so very nicely done. And also losing the courier. So now down to the bottom lane goes Jabs to try and give a little bit more assistance over to Death, but Death just doing kind of fine. It's that nice spear up top, but...
Yeah, well played. Pushes him back in afterwards, and DJ. That's going to be first blood drawn by Mira. Not bad at all. Yeah, he's pretty good on Mars.
Yeah, it turns out. Very tough lane for an Ogre, obviously a pretty big target. This Ogre Magi as he sort of waddles around, but you're hoping to essentially win the war of attrition when you play Ogre in lane, and going into an IO and a pretty tanky hero in the Mars can be a bit difficult, especially because Mars tends to rely on like mana issues and should have a little bit more to spam with the help of Mira.
True. As we see Toronto Tokyo force back a little bit, Jun holding on to that mid lane. And yeah, the empty bottles for both of them will be another water rune that spawns, but not sure. Ember's actually going to have to walk all the way back home. So definitely a good start here for the Storm Spirit.
Chaps is just so annoying too.
Oh, absolutely. It's just what he does, man.
Oh, don't watch that. Only the one tree.
That's fine.
It's okay, 50% accuracy, for now at least.
So can he actually get a courier snipe here as he's going to walk up towards the top spot?
Oh, that would be the Soul Ring kill too. That would have been so bad, actually.
Wow, just a little bit late, but we'll still be able to find the kill on the courier, and now going to try and get a little bit fresh up top. Get some help onto this lane. If he's not careful, though, Collapse could maybe just turn onto both of them. You can see.
I feel like they need this tri-lane right now because Soul Ring IO with this Mars feels very frightening. There's just so much spam.
Yeah. In fact, just chasing Raven down, keeping that pressure on to the Morph lane. Only 14 CS so far, getting doubled up right now by the Mars. And, I mean, this is why people don't give it to him. He's deadly. DJ gonna get zoned out also. And yeah, this top lane is just a little bit of a bully session that we got coming here from Team Spirit. They were at least able to get this pull off, which Collapse is now afterwards going to kill off these large camp as well. But it gives a little bit of free time to Raven.
Down bottom, jabs. Gets turned on by Miposhka, but they put it right back onto him with the gush and the anchor smash.
Able to get the kill onto jabs. Well played. So far, so good for Spirit. Doing very well out of the laning stage. And I mean, even Ember, who's, you know, the one that's sort of being bullied a little bit here, is not having a terrible time.
Yeah, the best part is I feel like they're just sort of holding the line and then punishing when there's actual aggression coming out, like getting that first spear back towards the tier 1 tower top, and then there, when they're trying to bully onto the Disruptor, you manage to turn that back around for the kill on the jabs.
Big move in now.
And they turn it once more.
Level 6 is off the mark. They don't have it for Toronto Tokyo, and so he's going to get chased down, but Mira comes in at the last second, able to save his life. And the healing salve going means Toronto Tokyo will live through all that.
It's very good to be proactive in Dota, but that's 3 times now where they're just not getting their mission completed, right?
Yeah.
You're not getting the kill onto the Ember. Sure, you're punishing and you force a rotation, but that was 3 heroes coming in from Fnatic, and Mira relatively simply able to just get there and make the save without really forcing his allies to miss out on very much.
It just looks so clean right now from Team Spirit. Like, every move that they're making is either finding what they want for the kill or salvaging something that Fnatic is trying to make into a little bit of a disaster for him. You see that movement over from Disruptor, smoke up, and not able, or rather the Invis rune taken, and now is going to come and check out the Storm. Can they do anything there? Doesn't look like it. So back to the races. Jun's going to head back home, maybe look for that 8-minute rune to get a little bit active, but already done with the armlet on freaking Mars. Collapse is very large.
Okay, we got a trend going here, huh?
Right?
Lots of armlets popping off here lately in the off lane, and sort of treating it like a little mini Midas, perhaps, in a sense of just like, you know, I'm going to off to a really good start. Maybe I don't need my initiation item as early. I want to be a little bit greedier.
Right.
But there is a ton of synergy, of course, when you have an IO, right? It's just going to be better than normal, just because you're like focusing more on sustain and living longer in the engagements. You know, one good toggle could be that extra save that comes off in the team fight too, or just that little bit of HP that you can help for the IO to like push you over into future survivability.
It's definitely a little bit of a different look. It's something that's, like you said, been gaining popularity as Jun back behind the tier 1 tower. They're going to try and cut this wave and get some pressure onto mid, as Ember is nowhere to be found for the moment. He's
maybe,
off on the bottom side.
Maybe this is what those offlane IOs needed. Maybe
Yeah,
this is what they were missing, you know?
A real offlaner with them? What are you talking about there?
Well, I meant an armlet, but that would also go pretty well too, I suppose.
That's fair. Well, Toronto Tokyo is completely abandoned mid, as that is definitely necessary. And in the meantime, Mapochka's soaking up a lot of experience on this Disruptor. Almost level 6 now, as they're going to do another pull through. Looks like they're going to catch onto that range creep, but this is going to be some pretty solid pressure onto this tower if they want to keep it up.
Disruptor, not the hero you think of for trying to like hold back these towers, right? Especially with a 1-3-1 build, you're thinking of like Winter Wyverns and everything, but the fact that they're not jumping, Fnatic just maybe a bit hesitant with some of the earlier plays not working out. I prefer this instead, just moving to the camp and sort of messing around with Toronto Tokyo.
Careful, careful.
He's got a haste rune, right? It's the rune of invincibility.
True enough.
No one's ever been punished by getting a little bit too ahead of themselves with a haste rune.
Not even one time. But yeah, 8 minutes, so only 2 kills, but a 2,000 gold lead as Team Spirit have just been a little bit more efficient around the map. But Fnatic, wanting to get a little bit of something going for themselves, are going to pressure and take that bottom tier 1 tower.
Great play, right? Luna's hitting Ancients, you take a tower. That's essentially the trade here. Now they want to get their own pressure into the top lane, but you gotta imagine Raven's got help coming, right?
I mean,
right?
I think so.
Does he need help? You know, Raven's got this by himself.
Waveform, TP out. Oh, but nothing to break the TP. So that is Arena used. Spear still on cooldown. Team Spirit.
I love the confidence from his supports. I mean, DJ just sitting down there. TP's probably, you need help him there? No, I'm okay.
And instead, it's Death that comes in. So the Tidehunter is going to be a big old watermelon right in front of him and say, come and deal with me. You can.
Yeah, perfect swap up here of the lanes for Fnatic. Things looking better. You know, still though, Team Spirit holding the lead despite being down a tower. They don't look too shook quite yet. You got to imagine that Collapse would love to get himself a kill here on this Mars once that arena's back up.
And it's going to be a DD. Toronto Tokyo able to get that one a little bit quicker on the fingers. That is a kill rune if things break right for Team Spirit.
Well, you gotta imagine Death would love to try and go for a play. Like, he's a Storm Spirit and a Nature's Prophet. You would think that you could try and go for a kill onto Mira, right? They have this Ob sitting on top of them. They spot the fact they're just sort of lurking nearby. Feels like a prime opportunity, but at the same time, you know, Jabs is hitting Wave's bottom. We've got Raven hitting Ancients, and Turin's going back to the base grab some mana, so we'll see if that's the play. It looks like he actually wants to go Outpost and then come mid, perhaps.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it still feels like the lead is growing
DJ.
in spite of that, but yeah, they're going to get
a little deep.
Back, and that's going to be a quick and easy punish there for Team Spirit as they run down the Ogre, find themselves another kill.
Hey, he's taunting away, you know?
Yeah, he's happy about it.
He saw what was coming, gives a little laugh, like, yeah, all right, space for my team. I like this play from Collapse, though. Can't go for kills, goes for your stacks. Heads in to farm up some of these neutrals that Chuan was looking for.
A little bit of a battle going on for these ones here, and he's thinking about it, wants to jump.
They're smoking
now
towards
Mira with Death coming in also. Jabs there, the jump away, tries to live, and Collapse will get out, but they lose the IO.
Oh, so I think Team Spirit were thinking about contesting that. They'd actually smoked up Yadoro as well as Mapochka, and we're sort of moving that way, but it looks like Collapse just made the call, like, no, not worth. Like, don't bother coming.
Yeah.
Now Mira makes some space, he TP's out. Much like DJ being sacrificed, they'll allow Mira to fall for the benefit of the squad.
Still standing tall, feeling comfy with where things are at, it looks like, on Team Spirit. As it's just that slight lead that has not ballooned out yet. But glimpse back in the Static Storm, able to pull and kill potentially this Storm Spirit. A nice jump, but no, he gets the zip away and able to dodge that last hit. The Thunderstrike, but there's the relocate coming in, trying to find Chuan. Can they get him though? Collapse the spear, not quite gonna be on the mark. Mira, they walk in, the Ravage to save. Surely no, he gets away. Are you kidding me? Unreal. Toronto Tokyo even lurking in the area, wants to find something in exchange for all this with the invis, but
he can have a courier. It turns out that's what he wants.
Wow.
It's a very small prize after what looked like a mid kill. Yeah, unbelievable stuff. Great saves coming in there from the team. And it just feels like Fnatic finally getting themselves their own stifling of some moves there as Team Spirit trying to go for the plays. Still a healthy lead here, 3 to 4K-ish net worth for Team Spirit. And Yadoro just making his way through the jungle here on this Luna. Top of the last hits, top of the net worth, and you know, to see Collapse so close behind as well. Having an absolutely fantastic game for 2 of the cores here on Team Spirit.
He really does feel like he's been the one that's been able to set that tempo pretty consistently as the Spear's going to come out now onto Death.
Stand back. I'm hitting the tower. Move out of the way.
And Death is slowly but steadily getting whittled down. Still 80 seconds before Ravage is up, and he has to actually back out of there. They can't fully commit for the kill, but if he sticks around, he will die. So waddling is a little bit OP for the Tidehunter, as he will walk away from them all.
Well, they're going to clear up the vision around here first. Again, just sort of playing the front line here for Yatoro. Like the way that they're moving across the map, sort of having to balance out any potential smoke ganks that could come towards their precious Luna. Just continues to rise there. I imagine Fnatic just looking for that first big item. Particularly the Orchid for Chun was being looked at here, and has one of the Oblivion staffs done, and then of course have an opportunity to perhaps kill Toronto Tokyo. Toronto Tokyo, though, is going straight for the BKB this game after the Falcon Blade.
And we saw something also as that was going on mid. Jabs was able to sneak in one little treant that Yatoro killed, but it blocked the Ancients before that ended up happening. So
classic Jabs.
I mean, he keeps on putting in, just like they ran one treant in there, and now Yatoro is farming in a little bit of a more dangerous position. But a nice play to do that economic damage where you can on Jabs.
That's right. I mean, that was the main punish that we saw in the best game that Jabs had on the Nature's Prophet when he was blocking out the Ancients constantly. I believe it was a Sven, but just kept being forced into the top lane and having to farm up there. And, how about farming down here?
He just gets out.
See ya.
Wow, no pull or no nothing. I'm not sure what it was, but they were able to get away on Toronto Tokyo. Now, looking for some counterplay. Jabs been very annoying to play against.
Has no TP scroll, and also just TP'd up here, so.
And again, sending in those treants to block out the Ancients. He's going to do it again to him. So the economic damage that this does and denying the bounty rune.
I love it.
I mean, this is just what's
Meanwhile,
so annoying
they're
about
under vision
Zero.
as well in their jungle.
Looking for the jump right away onto Collapse. Death afterwards with the Ravage. Going to catch him. Killa, maybe, possibly.
Mira?
Yeah, they got him. And Mira falls to boot. Fnatic making the moves.
Yeah, couldn't find the relocate there. Too many heroes around. I wasn't confident they'd be able to succeed in it. Excellent punish there. Staying back onto the tower from Jabs and then having that very defensive vision. Sort of knowing, I think, that Team Spirit want to play in this area, right? Because you're forcing them out of their triangle. You're not allowing Yatoro to be in there, so he's going to have to play further up on the map on the Luna, which means you have to play further up as his allies to help protect that Luna. And you know that this Mars wants kills. You know he's bloodthirsty.
And look again who it is.
I'm so glad this is happening on the main stage, because in group stage, I felt like I was going insane watching this.
Look at this.
It's unbelievably annoying.
And nobody, I mean, this is the thing, right? You try and play Dota to be so efficient, which means that nobody's supposed to be there as the camps are spawning, because they're supposed to be farming somewhere else. And then you show up and it's like, oh no, the gold's gone. What the hell else are we supposed to do?
This must just break a carry player's heart. You know, they got all their little spreadsheets. Yeah, I love how he pings it too. And then look,
they're checking for wards.
Right, so there's a ward spot back there where you can break a tree and plant a sentry, and the only way to see it is those vision type spells.
Oh man.
My poster's gotta be like, dude, I promise you, there is no sentry in there.
So frustrating for Team Spirit, and this is the punish. The Nature's Prophet getting picked.
I swear, even if they lose this game on Fnatic, like I feel like this has got to be so taxing to play against.
Hello again.
They need a theme song or something at this point.
They're just there. And, like, you know, Team Spirit, they're up on the other side of the map trying to make things happen. And in the meantime, they're just passively.
Oh, here we go, though. That's an Orchid reveal.
This would be a good kill if they can get it. It looks like they will. Toronto Tokyo goes down. Fnatic making these plays.
We got a very dangerous 1,000 gold to farm here for an Ember Spirit when a Storm is going to be roaming the map looking for your head. That Orchid always going to be prepared and searching for you, I am quite sure.
Close to the BKB.
Oh,
but look at this. Right away. Getting a little bit of retribution.
That ward, ladies and gentlemen, making it easy. Even having the sentry just so close by to catch that Obs ward. But, you know, the vision there from Chun obviously not enough to save him.
And Jabs just going to TP out of that one. The Collapse relocate back with Mira to the bottom side of the map. And again, Toro not to be dissuaded from keeping the pressure on and now farming into their jungle potentially. Has the BKB. Where do we go from here?
Well, I imagine Team Spirit are going to try and bait out Toronto Tokyo. Might see a play like that where you can see them now, like Collapse and Mira are kind of like shadowing Toronto Tokyo on the map because they have the BKB on Collapse. So perhaps hoping that a similar jump play will be attempted there from Fnatic, and they'll look for the punish once the Storm's back up. But Very deep vision here from Fnatic, spotting out actually all the movements lately from Mira and Collapse. Over on the right-hand side of the mid lane, they had wards there. Now they just moved through the triangle. That was also just spotted again, so they should have a very good idea of the current game plan here from Team Spirit, and it involves the death of that top tier 2 tower and taking over your jungle.
You can see that these Treants also in on that vision game. They're going to pull him back in now. Catch on the jabs, caught onto a tree, and killed off. So Team Spirit tired of the shenanigans and wanting to keep the pressure on, take down this tier 2 tower, turn to the outpost.
Yeah, I doubt this glyph will end up stopping their assault here. So as you said, right on through. And big goals attained here for Team Spirit. Now instantly TPing down to that bottom lane as well. Collapse coming down here. Relocate as well with the glimpse.
Pulls him in, right in to bring him down as they turn onto death. Gonna find that kill. There's a lot of fancy stuff going on by Fnatic, but Team Spirit just easy peasy take it down with the Luna IO.
Well, we got a lot of BKBs being worked on this game. We're trying to get as many kills in as we can before they're out here. About 400 gold away there for the Tidehunter as well. So some early BKBs pretty much for everybody in this game, and that means that if we head into that mid and late game, we're going to be having to keep a careful eye on a lot of these timings.
Something to watch for sure. The Team Spirit, they don't want to get to that late game necessarily. If they can keep this going, go right into Roche. It is going to be scouted. And obviously with the Storm Spirit, with the Tidehunter coming back up soon, can Team Spirit do this in time? I mean, they know it's happening.
Fine.
Yeah, okay.
No, thank you, says Fnatic. It's death. Don't bring him over. Oh,
they're thinking about going.
Tempted.
They're thinking about going. They're going to be a little bit too late though, and now they walk right into this one. If he's not careful, might end up getting chased down and killed. Does have Ravage still. The glimpse back in, immediately caught. The Ravage used, but BKB in response. Team Spirit, they're too strong. Mira, silence, chased down, but they can't find that finish. So the trade ends up being a 1-for-1, but Ravage used.
Yeah, Ravage used. Oh,
and another one afterwards. DJ pulled back in by the glimpse, and Jabs also. Jabs.
Oh, he's so slow.
Throws out the Sprout, doesn't have anywhere left to go, and he too will fall. Team Spirit having none of the shenanigans.
All that from a Roche Fnatic even knew was going on, but that temptation to contest. You have the Storm, you have the Ravage, you think, oh, but what if we could just, get in there and grab the Aegis? Chune's like, I've done this. We did a group stage. It was awesome. I zipped right through. I killed Roche. I took an Aegis. Not so much this time.
Unfortunately, wasn't there in time to be able to go for that steal. And now Team Spirit, again, coming down from that upper bracket, looking to try and go up game number 1 in this best-of-3 elimination match. A 6,000 gold lead. And time and again, we're seeing this Luna pay dividends.
Well, they want to keep the pressure up here with the Aegis smoking up. That's a Daedalus.
That's a big item.
That's a lot of damage.
15,000 net worth right now on this Luna.
And that Arena and the Ember, like the chase down potential as well as the setup for the relocate, there's just so much time, It's going to be very hard to get away. The BKB's here for Tide, though.
Oh, they're coming down bottom.
They had a good idea of this, too. Now, he does have TP. He has the Essence Ring as well. This is one tough Storm to get. Jabs also using his ward to TP in here.
And instead trying to get aggro. Able to find a kill, but does it come at a cost to relocate in? Shuen going to fall. Jabs afterwards also in the dirt.
I feel like Chuen's just like, oh, there was a tree there, right by that little signpost. Very unfortunate.
Thinking about chasing this now with the relocate. They couldn't take the outpost in time. Has to turn into the IO to tether away. Oh, man. That was the skin of his teeth there.
That's a pretty quick move.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, to be fair, he knew the IO was coming for a while.
True,
yeah.
true.
Nonetheless, impressive stuff.
Well, Fnatic this time trying to find little pickoffs during an Aegis timing, hoping that you can utilize that time to, sort of delay your opponent from pushing as a single, 5-man blob. they get punished, going for it, using their own wards. And now, of course, with the Storm being dead, and now this Aegis having been there for a while, your vision starts to decay in these situations. Like for Team Fnatic, because they just haven't been across the river in a while. They got one ward left. It's going to expire soon. So now the wards are going to get very defensive here. And with the range of initiation that you have on the side of Team Spirit, sometimes these defensive wards, they're not very helpful if there's any vision ahead of the path here for Team Spirit. I imagine they're going to look for some really nice deep wards. Maposhka's got 3 sentries and 2 obs, so goes for one pretty deep in the triangle on a pillar, though, so may get dewarded. Would love to get one on the other side of the map, too.
Yeah, this is the position where they're going to try and keep that pressure on, like you're talking about, and you can see at the same time, Jabs getting going on. Hello, hello. It was nice of you to give that one away, but the ward drop down won't be enough to keep them alive.
And even on a defensive ward on the high ground there from Fnatic to try and help against these situations, just so quick from Spirit, just not worried about a turnaround play. Really, of course, you have the Aegis and everything, not worried that he's going to TP out before you get there. They just want to grab that free pick and try and get some revenge on everything he was up to with their Ancients.
Too true. 8,000 gold lead now. Fnatic have done a good job of being able to dodge some of these fights, but again, Toronto Tokyo just recognizing danger, zips out of there the last second. So Fnatic still dropping down bit by bit in net worth, but it is not necessarily the end of the world for them.
They're finding very small trades across the map, and they are moving into these BKBs. And we had several games now at TI where the BKBs really turn things around, but this one's not free.
Looking for it, jump, but saved immediately. Collapse, now turns onto the Storm, takes them down, no buyback, 50 seconds, and just like this, the game is blown completely open. Fnatic, they've got to defend without their Storm. Another 40 seconds, Ithoro keeping himself alive as they take down another DJ to fall. Has to buy back on the Ogre, and as you look, just hero after hero keeps on dying from Fnatic. Jabs is going to drop, they keep on turning on to more. Toronto Tokyo, this is an absolute slaughter as they find a boat, triple kill for Collapse. Somebody make it stop. GG, they're done.
They just let it go. 25 minutes, Team Spirit. Right through this game, right through those BKBs. They spent the whole game building BKBs. They didn't even get to use them.
Unbelievable. That was one of the most dominant handlings that we've seen so far. And in the lower bracket, Team Spirit looking like a team to watch out for. And Fnatic, on the other hand, I feel like you're just going to need to go back to the drawing board a little bit here and see where they go from this point forward. But first game going to Team Spirit.
Well, that's a pretty tough loss here for Fnatic. I feel like there are a lot of good signs, right? We talk about like the nuisance of Jabs and the way he's able to just like move these trains around and everything. But at a certain point, you obviously need to succeed on some of your plays, and that was a pretty common theme where Team Spirit were like sort of turning around a lot of the earlier attempts there from Fnatic, and then into the mid game, very aggressive map movements there from Team Spirit as they just sort of swept on in there and captured all your resources.
Yeah, and it felt like there was, these couple of moments where things were starting to go good, and then eventually the BKBs came online for the Luna. Toro was basically never touched throughout that game. 8-0 and 8 on a Luna is a really impressive feat. And I guess that, maybe thinking about trying to take Team Spirit out of their comfort zone might be what they need to go for here, and possibly think about removing that Collapse Mars.
I think he's a very easy one to look at, too, with Collapse on the Mars, but I think Maposhka as well played fantastic on the Disruptor. Like, going for all that vision, how many of the pickoffs onto the Tide early before the BKBs, he's one of the reasons why they're forcing that item build to be rushed out so quickly. So it's not a single hero answer here, I don't think.
We'll see if anybody else has some answers. We'll head on back to the panel and let them break that one down.
Thank you very much, Lyrical and Trenta. Lots of breakdown in that first game of the best of 3 elimination series between Team Spirit and Fnatic. Team Spirit taking game 1. I'm here with Kyle, Purge, and T-Gov, and we are going to try to break this game down. And I like what Trent says about Miposhka being one of the MVPs on this Disruptor, but I do want to start by talking about the Mars because, frankly, Kyle, that is the Collapse hero, his star hero. And we heard Sunby say it in the interview, too.
Yeah, it's not just the hero even, it's this armlet build. It is 75 damage when activated on strength heroes. 15 base, 25 strength, 35 damage for 2,500 gold. Like, it's so value. You have to sustain from your Wisp, and you compare that to the enemy Tide who's got a hood. The offensive damage impact is just...
It's a big difference, yeah. Like, and it's not just that Collapse is playing; it's that he also has an IO. So, like, if it was a normal laning stage against a Morphling, he'd do fine, but maybe not crush as hard. But you could really tell that he's experienced playing the combo. Miro plays IO in pubs very often, so his like comfortableness, just like going through clearing triple stack, like going from camp to camp, like he was ready for that.
Yeah, and for me, it's the fact that Spirit, this is something that IG actually run at the tail end of the group stage. They beat OG with JT on the Mars, with the IO, exact same build with the Armlet. And Collapse 6 days ago, he also played IO Mars, but did not do the Armlet build. So this is one of those things where a team at TI is still looking at everyone else, still understanding and kind of crunching the numbers. Because 6 days ago, Collapse would have not done this build. But today, because JT done it, and he's seen, wow, that's really good. Yeah. They improved it, they optimized it. Like you mentioned, farming the jungle, going in front. Like he had, I think it was 514 GPM at 18 minutes. Wow. Compared to Luna, who had 542. Like, they were top 2 the entire way. Like, you do not see a Mars have this much farm in the game. And it was just the fact that Spirit, of course, Collapse is an incredible player, but they are still appreciating and observing all other teams in competition so they can make sure that they can do the best when they play.
Yeah, I also want to talk about this mid lane because we mentioned it earlier. Toronto, Tokyo, and Chuan, they have had their ups and downs during the group stages, and both of these, of course, first timers here on the main stage. Purge, how did you feel like that matchup played out the way you were expecting it to?
I mean, there was a lot of pressure. Naturally, Jeb sent trees over to contest runes, contest bounty runes. They did try to do some ganks on Toronto, Tokyo, but almost always he got out of them. And while his net worth wasn't as high as either Luna's or Collapse's on the Mars, it didn't matter because he basically aggroed space and eventually did set up some initiations.
Yeah, because that Storm was supposed to be, like, they picked it third on Fnatic. That was supposed to be their key part of this draft.
Yeah, trouble is you're playing against this Luna, like, death ball concept that buys BKBs and runs at you. You have no real play for that. But I think, I look at the draft, I just think to myself, because I made this mistake as well when I would draft for my brother. You'd think to yourself, wait, he's playing Ogre. It's my best player. Why did I give him Ogre? You know, that's a hero for like the 30-plus Dota players. That's a puppy hero, you know? Just captain and vibe. This is not what I want to see DJ on in an elimination game, even if they've had success with it so far.
Yeah, but that's the main thing, right? Like the way that they've been winning games right now, it's that like 6-7 minute collapse on mid lane, getting that kill on the mid lane, allowing Twin to have that instant impact into the game, and then they're snowballing themselves. Like, I'm yet to see a Fnatic game where they have been convincingly winning, where it's like even back and forth. It's like they will break down the map quickly and like be in your face, or it's like not at all, right? So I feel like Spirit, they've just done their homework, done their research, and they allowed Fnatic to have this game plan. And they're ready. Like Miro on mid lane, on the IO, he was just ready. He was like, okay, let's just save my Ember. Let's turn it around 2 minutes later and we'll win the fight. So right now, Fnatic, they came with their S tier strat, like the strat that got them to this position. The low bright doesn't sound too good actually, but anyway, like I'm looking,
but they're still in the tournament because of that.
Exactly, and I think it's incredible they got here. But when they're doing the exact same kind of mannerisms in a game, which is, you know, play your side lane, pick strong laning heroes, run at mid tower, like this is very kind of like textbook Dota. And I'm hoping that game 2 they can go, wait a second, we're incredible players. How about we like change it up because it's the same strat every time.
Yeah, we talk a lot about timings over the last couple of days. It seems like that's the key word at this international. And it kind of felt, Purge, that the timings of Fnatic, they were there, but they were just a lot slower than on the side of Team Spirit, meaning they had a game plan, but in terms of execution, they just couldn't get enough. They couldn't get it.
I think they just start off on too much of a net worth deficit, honestly. Morphling is a hero that traditionally can do a little bit bad in lane, but usually catches up with a couple crucial kills here and there, and he did participate in some of those, but like if he was like 15 CS behind Collapse at a very early point in the laning stage, and that can't be where you start your Morphling off. And so I think that one is just like, I agree with a lot of stuff T-Guff said, but you can't lose your lane that bad. And basically, they took away Raven's best hero, gave him a bad matchup. That's not a recipe for success.
It is not, especially because Raven, his Morphling was mentioned as the one to be taking it all on his shoulders and to move on from that. We also thought before the game started, and Purge Wizard had said that, these two teams are going to run at each other. And I think Spirit heard that, and they're like, yeah, that's exactly what we're going to do. Fnatic, a little uncharacteristic there, T.
Again, it does kind of boil down to the fact that, you know, Jab's normally, like, okay, when you have heroes like Morphling, right, and they have a bad lane, the way to get back into the game is early towers and to make people react to your plays so that Morphling can kind of sweep behind and get that farm, right? But it does kind of lean into Spirit always being ready in the right place, because whenever, Furin comes to mid, they're not giving away these cheap towers, not giving away this cheap map control, and it does help that the Mars is just owning the enemy jungle, which is kind of like a rare character. We've seen it twice, I think, at TI, maybe, like this style of Mars, right? Most Mars players, they AFK in their lane, they kind of bonk, they spear, they chill, like they're giving away the farm. They're not like taking that and more. So I think Fnatic, honestly, just are kind of caught off guard. Like when you play a snowballing S lineup, you want to win lanes like Purge said, but I just don't think they were prepared to lose lanes in this way. Like this is kind of not a new way of losing, but like it's 1 or 2 times it's truly been shown.
Well, that's what you pick Profit for this reason, right? The NP theoretically is going to give you an advantage, and then early towers, easy towers. And you have a Tide Hunter who goes this hood first, and then you can just kind of relax, defend your own objectives. But when you're getting outpaced on like all lanes, and you don't really have a good place to play into, teleporting onto an Armlet Mars, that's just not going to work. Ember Spirit mid's always going to have a free escape, and Luna's just, farming whatever he wishes. So it's really just, I think, a lower bracket thing where the easier draft often wins. You even heard them say it on the draft panel, the complexity was much easier in the case of Spirit's game plan because you just kind of chill. Like you farm. You saw them die in enemy jungle to that Ravage, like all the ultimates and the Iomars die, but it's like, okay, cool. Like,
that feels
2 minutes
good,
no Ravage, yeah, like that's fine. You're wearing your jungle.
With that said, though, Spirit still got some really crucial pickoffs. They got that Storm kill on the top lane with that ward vision. They had better night vision as well with Luna. There was the Tide relocate that they did near the large camp on their side of the map. Like it just felt like they were pressuring everywhere. They even took the tier 2 tower before they even attempted Roshan, and they got it fast. It was just like they were clearly ahead of Fnatic in this game at all stages.
Well, that's like a textbook type of way of playing the game out from once you've won the laning stage, right? Then it comes to high ground defense, and I always thought high ground defense is where the comebacks happen. That's where we see, in this case, the Tide Hunter getting the big Ravage, the Storm getting the big jump. Why couldn't they set up this big high ground defense? Why wasn't that a possibility for them?
Because Fnatic's heroes are all about kind of pushing forward and poking, Like they can only defend the high ground if Morphling has maybe Manta, BKB, Skadi +1, his damage output won't really be there. They've got a lot of like annoyance and kind of control to some degree, but they're not killing things. And it also does help that Luna, Ember, and Mars are like 24 minutes, have BKB. So if they want to occupy, the dire high ground, they just have to go up there, go all golden, and they're going to pretty much win any fight. And that's the big spear.
Fnatic's timing is just like too many items deep.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just so greedy, and Spirit are recognizing this. Like, they also got way more value out of their first item. Armlet is just, I think, the most busted item right now because it also has the build-up component of Helm of Iron Will. So for like an extra 100 gold, you get free armor and slightly less regen, so your lane is really strong. Armlet makes you just, it's more than a relic worth of damage. You're an Ember Spirit, like early BKB. What did the initial round of items for Fnatic really help them with?
And it was like a really rare case where Armlet actually allows your offlaner to out-damage a Morphling carry. Normally it's like he has this 20-30 damage advantage, but then they're just running at him. They're sitting there attacking a Morphling, drop the ulti when he waveform out and TP'd out. Like the pressure was insane that they got from the extra damage.
Well, it is time to shift our focus a little bit. Of course, that was just game 1. This is a best of 3, and we're going to see if Fnatic can bounce back and force out that 3rd game in the best of 3 series. Both teams are ready to take their seats again in the pods on the main stage. And for Team Spirit, we are going to hear more from them right now because earlier, Casey was able to sit down with the captain.
Team Spirit had a season of mixed results, missing out on the Singapore Major in March, but snagging 7th, 8th place in June's Anna Major. Lacking the points needed to secure a spot in the biggest Dota tournament of the year, they dominated in the Eastern European qualifiers to punch their ticket to TI10. All-CR got together with Miposhka right after the team qualified and started by getting his take on the season as a whole.
Как вы перед собой, как перед составом, какие ставили цели, чего хотели добиться и насколько успешно все получилось?
Короче, когда мы еще узнали про формат, какой вообще он будет, как проходить этот сезон, мы поняли почти сразу, что каждый матч очень важен, потому что очков довольно много и на лиге, и, соответственно, как можно лучше нужно цепляться за каждый матч, чтобы выиграть, и, соответственно, больше шансов иметь на то, чтобы там вообще получить прямой инвайт.
But receiving that direct invite to TI proved out of reach over the course of an inconsistent season. They managed to qualify for the Anna Major in June, but as it approached, Miposhka says they struggled in their scrims.
Вообще, там нас сразу не задалось все. Мы-то начали тоже КВшки играть, начали все вообще проигрывать без шансов. Ничего толком не получалось. Там какие-то игры вообще в сухую, какие-то пытались бороться, но все равно проигрывали. И чувствовалось, что, что-то немного идет не так. Короче, уже вот за день перед игрой с ЕГЭ мы тоже сыграли КВшки, и было все более-менее. И когда мы выиграли у ЕГЭ первую, я думаю, это вообще стало для нас каким-то бустом, что ли, назовем это так. И вот с этого все вообще пошло довольно интересным образом, начало складываться.
То есть именно та победа над ЕГЭ вас зарядила и веру, да, немного дала?
Да, мы поверили в себя, как-то чуть больше, поверили в своих каких-то героев, как-то начали меньше сомневаться, я бы даже сказал, наверное. Да и в целом это как-то просто изменило ход игр, которые у нас потом были.
Team Spirit is now focused forward on playing the International, and though it will be the first for most of the team, Miposhka's experience at TI10 with Team Empire means he knows just how different that stage feels.
Вот что вот с этого International ты для себя запомнил?
Да, самые крутые воспоминания, это, наверное, просто вот после победы над Evil Genius, когда там выходишь с кабинки, там все орут, кричат, это еще те самые ланы со зрителями, вот, и ты это начинаешь впитывать вот всю эту мощь зала, энергию, и как-то вот, просто себя, не знаю, превосходно чувствуешь, просто какой-то, как король какой-то выходишь, и это просто, не знаю, вот это самое замечательное чувство, наверное, когда ты выигрываешь и выходишь на сцену и чувствуешь поддержку зала. Вот. Это, наверное, самое офигенное чувство.
Yeah, that run that Miposhka had with Team Empire that TI was definitely a little magical. They were playing with Resolution, who was standing in for one of the players that wasn't able to make it, and they made it pretty deep as well. And I asked Resolution, because that was Miposhka's first TI, and I asked Resolution, like, what was it like playing with this guy? Like, how was he in the booths? And he described Miposhka as the perfect support player, like both obviously in game, but also very much so outside the game. He's your friend. He's reliable. You know he's got your back, T. That's so important.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of instrumental in any modern-day Dota team now, where you kind of need to... You don't, like, playing Dota isn't... It is a job, but, like, you can't treat it like a job, right? You need to be able to disconnect from the game and talk about your problems, or even just, have a laugh with them. Because when things do go wrong at an event, it's like, it's so critical that you have that kind of that pact there ready to lean on.
You got to be chill. And Miposhka, I mean, we've talked with him all year long during the DPC. Like, he's kind of just been the same guy, whether they were succeeding, winning, losing, what have you. He's just always solid. And it's fun because he was, I think, underrated by the scene for a while. After that TI7 run, you'd see him like kind of popping up on teams here or there, but he wasn't put in the same category of captains with people like Solo or FNG. He was always like that tier 2 guy. And I really just don't think that that's truly the case.
It really is. And let's focus also a little bit more on Fnatic, because we're talking about a game 2 in a best-of-3 elimination, and it is Fnatic that just lost game 1. So they have to step it up. They have to adjust. Purge, quick words. What do they need to change in this game 2?
They have to stabilize the lane for Raven. It's really important.
All right. Can they do it? Can they force out that third game of this best-of-3? We're going to find out.
Fnatic versus Team Spirit. Game 2.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Draft Panel. I am here with two very tall people, AUI and Lizard. One of the things that the panel said, oh my gosh, please don't drink anymore. So one of the things that the panel said is that Fnatic will need to stabilize Raven's farm throughout this game. Do you think that that's a good strategy? Do you think that that's
yeah, I completely agree with that idea. I think on top of stabilizing Raven's farm, making sure he has a good game, Collapse is just out of hand that game. That arm that Mars, one-shot and creep waves, basically top net worth in the game. It was too much. It's too much pressure on the map. It's too much damage and scale, just everything.
Do you think it's very difficult to focus on what you need to change when you got your full comfort zone, like you did in first game? Because they did, right? They were playing all the heroes that they would usually pick. Nature's Prophet was doing so much work. Looking at the beginning of the game, I understand why most teams tend to ban it. Like controlling both the bounty runes, constantly blocking the ancient camp. Like he's farming at one specific spot in the dire jungle and just sending his little pesky trees just to block camps constantly. Also, constantly having them for vision, it's so important. But it did go through once again. However, Elder Titan was banned out in the first stage of the last game. This time around, Fnatic, they realized it's not, so they pick him up.
One of the things that you mentioned last time AUI was that Elder Titan is super, super strong hero. Can you explain why he's a first phase pick?
So I think Elder Titan, he's sort of like the complete package, as a lot of first pick heroes are. He's very stable in lane, oftentimes really strong in lane, depends a little bit. And he gives vision, he gives team fight, some disable. Most importantly, he can make it so that you nullify a lot of the enemy carry's net worth through your aura. On top of that, if the game goes late enough, he becomes a beast in team fights as soon as he gets some eggs. Even some eggs into Mask Madness. We've seen in this game. I've watched Elder Titans like solo the enemy team's mid snipers, 100-0.
Plus you have the cleave talent. Does that feel good with the Agrims? But I wanted to say it's also very flexible. That same Elder Titan can be played on offlane, can be your 5, can be your 4. In this sort of a game, I think you're already satisfied with Luna plus Elder Titan on the safe lane. You can rotate him perhaps on that position 4 if necessary, but versus Tidehunter and Weaver, this should be a solid lane for Fnatic.
A little bit of a switcheroo here, right? They're getting the Luna against Tidehunter. I think Raven, for me as a carry player, he seems the most stable on Luna and Terrorblade, at least through the qualifiers. He seemed to play a lot of these types of heroes. As I was mentioning earlier, he has played a lot of, I don't know, seemingly a bit random carries this tournament. It's not random, but just like...
Some Ricky Maru that was banned in the last game.
You do different things every game. But I think, like hypothetically, he functions best, like historically, on his other teams when he's always been that sort of hard carry, farms a lot, doesn't make mistakes type of carry player.
And Team Spirit, they tend to ban out their best heroes when they get a hero in that same position. They got the Tide, they ban out the Mars because they understand just how strong the hero is at the moment. Also, keep in mind that Tidehunter plus Weaver have a lot of natural synergy together. That Gush plus the bugs from Weaver, they bring out a lot of damage plus minus armor, making anything possible for that position 1. You can suddenly even pick, I was going to say PA, but I'm not going to say PA. That hero isn't picked once. Any single hero that actually benefits from the minus armor is solid. We've seen some Weaver plus Tidehunter plus SF on the mid lane actually do really well through the tournament. But yeah, this lane should be very strong for them.
Quick question. So the picks and the bans went out for a first phase. So Weaver, Tidehunter instantly picked, and then the bans came out super fast. One of the things that another analyst said was that they will generally use up most of that time so that they can make sure that they're not making mistakes. But why did those picks come out so fast? Is it just a no-brainer?
So just to continue on the minus armor thing, there is this OG mentality in which you're just finding one strat and either buffing up one hero to the maximum limit or getting this minus armor to the maximum limit. And that's what they did with the Snapfire ban. They're preventing Team Spirit from going for that route in which you would have not only Weaver, Tidehunter, but then again a little Shredder on top of that, and it would be extremely difficult to play into.
In regards to your earlier question about why the picks came out so quickly, I think it's because Elder Titan was actually part of their prep. We saw in game 1 that they took a little bit of time with their first pick on Team Spirit. Maybe Fnatic's bans put a little bit out of what they planned exactly. Or honestly, sometimes it's like they didn't ban something you thought they would and you like it. So you're like, ooh, 2 main good options. In this case, I think they knew exactly what they wanted for versus Elder Titan, so everything's expected.
Do you think that in the second stage you still go for Nature's Prophet here? Because it's still in the pool. If you're Fnatic, like you're feeling extremely comfortable on the hero, but then again, you just came from a loss with the same hero.
I mean, I'm going to be honest, I'm a little bit of a Nature's Prophet hater. When Quincy Crew picked it, I did not like it. When Fnatic picked it, I did not like it. But the thing about TI and the lower bracket is I think you value comfort and stability over a lot of other factors. Like you can have a little bit worse draft if you're going to play that draft better, and that difference will more to make up the difference and be like a main reason to propel yourself to victory. So if he's still believing in it, I mean, he's some rank 4 support. You give him his Nature's Prophet.
Especially because of the way Nature's Prophet fits into any lineup. It stretches you out. It's very difficult to play against him. And it makes decision-making even harder. He has that TP. He can join mid-fights. Okay, Shadow Demon, actually. Let me stop that. They go for an SD. This is also a very popular support combo for Team Spirit, Shadow Demon and Weaver. They don't necessarily have a lot of proper stuns. Disruption can be called that, like you can't.
In it, I mean, he's some rank 4 support. You give him his Nature's Prophet.
Especially because of the way Nature's Prophet fits into any lineup. It stretches you out. It's very difficult to play against him. And it makes decision-making even harder. He has that TP. He can join mid-fights. Okay, Shadow Demon, actually. Let me stop that. They go for an SD. This is also a very popular support combo for Team Spirit, Shadow Demon and Weaver. They don't necessarily have a lot of proper stuns. Disruption can be called that, like you can catch someone, but it's not really a stun. So that's not what you will be getting from your 2 supports, but you will be getting a ton of utility, either from the Weaver Aghanims later on, the Vessel into Aghanims build, and the damage that comes from Shadow Demon. We've seen some insane Team Spirit performance on heroes such as Bane and Shadow Demon when it comes to saving targets in the nick of time, like saving them just before that Finger of Death hits or any big ulti.
And Shadow Demon, as always, a traditional counter versus Luna. Yeah. It's a little bit less because I think the Lunas are itemizing slightly different. You're not going as many stats like before as like Manta, Butterfly, Skadi, and the illusions will just pump out so much damage. Now, you do get a crit, which the illusions benefit from the critical portion, but they don't get the plus damage. You know, you're getting Dragonlance, crit, BKB, Shard. They don't get anything from Shard. So it's still good versus Luna. You get the night vision off the illusions, you get the aura, but I actually don't know how countery it is to Luna. Like, I'd still be fine playing Luna.
For the people at home, can you explain through Shadow Demon's eyes how they would counter Luna?
So basically, you approach every single team fight with the disruption on the Luna first. That's what you're doing. You create illusions of the Luna herself, and those illusions, because of the glaives and everything, just dish out way too much damage for the enemy team to sustain in the team fight. So you either have to bail, especially after Shadow Demon also uses the ulti on Luna, which becomes even harder for the Luna to bail, right? Like, you can't escape anymore. It pierces BKB, you're being attacked by your illusions, and also you cannot run away from them.
So Shadow Demon would basically use his entire kit specifically to make Luna's life difficult.
It's a lot about how Luna is as a hero, right? She farms a lot, she usually has a lot of stats because she's high level, and Shadow Demon's just using her own strength against her. Grimstroke's a hero that I saw almost none of this tournament, even though I thought it was fairly well picked in pubs.
But there's also Sven that came out too, and Sven's a little bit more popular, right?
Yeah, no, Sven, I think coming into this tournament, a lot of people had him as like, I don't know, he was like sort of like a sleeper pick for the tournament, even though he's been so dominant for so long. Because he got nerfed a bit, and people are like,
and
Sven,
the stack nerfs, right?
And the stack nerfs and everything, but I still think this hero's really strong. The other thing about Shadow Demon that I really like is when I Demonic Purge on, I want a physical burst damage hero in order to deal with that, because they'll BKB, but they'll still be slowed. And if you can get anyone like some TA, Sven, Ursa, these heroes combo really well. It's -1 core on the enemy team, 1 Purge, and then 1 carry hitting them, and it makes it very simple to play the team fights. You back that up with a Ravage, and you know, Fnatic, it's not like their line is weak right now, but their win condition in the team fight is very complicated, I feel like, right now, compared to Team Spirit.
Also, when you look at Team Spirit and before you pick Sven, you're thinking, okay, what are we missing? We're missing a reliable stun. We can't be using Ravage for every single pick-off, every single team fight, and Sven comes in handy. It's not perfect that your position 1 is the one that's bringing it. However, when you don't have any other positions, when they're all filled up, yeah, it's fine.
So on the other hand, for Fnatic, you mentioned it's complicated. We can kind of run through the steps of how Team Spirit is going to fight. Can you run me through like a quick team fight on Team Fnatic side? Like, who's going to initiate, what's going to happen?
Anytime you have a Shadow Demon in the game, it's all about finding that Shadow Demon. You have Outer Titan for vision, and you have Void Spirit to jump the backline. They can't take the straight-on engagement the way that a team with Ravage and Demonic Purge can. Oh, this is perfect.
I just love it so much.
Yeah, that was a perfect pick. It allows you to see the backline, sort of take these kinds of fights. We saw, especially like that EG versus Elephant series, you know, Ice was on that Night Stalker. I think Death will look to do something similar here, where he's just scouting out everything, silencing a key target, and allowing them to take, like, it's a team fight, but it's not like you're running into your opponent right away. You, like, you know, poke at them, you hit the right targets, and then you commit when you know you're right because you have all the information.
And keep in mind that Aoi just mentioned that you always want to be jumping the Shadow Demon. I completely agree, up to the point at which Weaver gets the Aghanims. Once he gets that Eggs, you have multiple issues. You can't really jump the Shadow Demon because the Weaver will save him, and if you jump the Weaver, Shadow Demon will save him instead. And now, when you have the Night Stalker and the Void Spirit, it becomes a little bit easier. Also, keep in mind that all the spirits have been banned out, besides the Void Spirit. I believe Storm Spirit, also the Ember Spirit. I'm not including Earth Spirit here, as we're not really seeing him on that mid lane at all.
Right. Circling back to Weaver, can you explain the Aghanims?
So Weaver's Aghanims allows him to cast his ultimate time lapse, which moves allied hero back in time 5 seconds, resets their mana and HP bar to what they were at that point in time. It used to be super strong. They made it so it's a little bit shorter range. Weavers used to be played in a lot of positions, sort of just rushing this item. You know, I just realized, isn't Fnatic's draft just EG's draft from yesterday? Except instead of Grimstroke, they had Disruptor, right? It's all 5 heroes.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I mean, interesting, I don't know. Maybe they saw they thought it fit their style well.
It's very interesting because Fnatic, I always felt that this is a team with their own brand and they're playing completely with their own drafts. And we got a Kunkka. All right, this is some Eastern Europe special right here. We don't see a lot of Kunkka, especially in this tournament as well. But in a game such as this one, it does provide you with a little bit of sustain. It does provide you with a little bit of cash. The laning stage itself should not be that difficult. And you have multiple things that you can play off. If Ravage is on cooldown, then you can play with the boat, you can play with Kunkka, setting things up. And truth be told, Sven was not enough with that one stun that I was hyping up. Now you have something else to play off of.
So on paper, it seems that Team Spirit's draft is a little more straightforward. But what draft is objectively better?
I mean, drafts are weird like that. Like, people can try to claim an objectively better draft, but it often comes down to how certain parts of the lane go or like the team plan that a team has with the draft. In my head, like, I like Fnatic's draft a lot, but I feel like this doesn't feel that Fnatic to me. Like, honestly, I can't get it's just EG's draft in my head. So, like, I think Team Spirit, they're playing more freely, and that makes their draft better for them. Because honestly, like, the same draft isn't equal based on the team you are.
I have to completely agree. I think Team Spirit are more comfortable, and they're playing the heroes that they have been practicing and playing a lot. At the same time, I like the aggression from Fnatic. I like the fact that they can be making a lot of plays in the mid game, that the Night Stalker plus Inkswell will be wreaking havoc on those backlines. Same goes with the Void Spirit plus Grimstroke.
I mean, I feel like if this isn't some tilt copy draft, I think Fnatic, they have a decent chance of winning this game. Like, pretty high, honestly. But if this is like Elder to South, something they haven't practiced, I think the Kunkka pick was actually quite good. It solidifies their draft together. It
just brings stability.
Yeah, it really does.
So this isn't, you would absolutely not say this is a comfort pick for Fnatic, which is what we were kind of expecting to see when they're on their back foot.
Yeah, it's still a little bit of comfort, but what can you expect from a Fnatic? They have so many shuffles, so many players that have changed positions. They can play pretty much anything. The only question is that they choose the right composition of heroes.
Well, we will find out if they have chosen the correct heroes after this quick interview with Jake and Silent.
Hello, here with Silent. You were telling me before the camera started, you guys were feeling confident, one series up. Still feeling confident after that draft?
After draft, I'm not sure. I think Fnatic did pretty well on draft. I really like it, so I think we have really good chances to tie this series. So I think we have some strategy on this.
Well, don't reveal too much, my friend. In fact, the game is already starting, so we're going to go straight into it.
But we might lose, so who knows?
Well, we're about to find out, my brother. Let's see. Let's go into the game real quick.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you very much, Jake and Silent. It sounded like he was advocating
He's like,
for
wait,
Fnatic.
no, stop. We might lose. Guys, I take no responsibility.
That was awesome. But game number 2 here as we're getting ready to go into this one. Again, a must-win series. Fnatic want to keep their hopes alive here at the International 10, and they have picked a very interesting draft. They said EG-esque.
Familiar, even.
You know the thing about that? EG won that game, I believe.
Oh, there you go. And yeah, Luna, she just keeps on popping up in this lower bracket so far, doing pretty darn well across her games. So we'll see if, like game 1, she can carry the way to victory for the team. Currently, Team Spirit holding a very offensive position here on the Radiant side of the river, hoping someone would wander on over. And now Mir going in for that bounty rune. Great timing, snags it.
Well played.
So that's 2 games in a row now. 3 bounty runes to start things off here for Team Spirit.
And Collapse appreciating what his support there is doing for him, so it gives off the little tip there at the end of it. Going to be some interesting things to watch for in this one, absolutely, as we have the Toronto-Tokyo Kunkka coming in the mid lane, facing off against Void Spirit. To me, at least, I have felt like Vision heroes are the thing that tends to be winning more often than not, particularly in these like really tense, must-win situations. And it just makes it easier if you can see everything around you, set up the great fights, and that's what Night Stalker does best.
Yeah, and of course, to pair with the Luna, it just means that you already want to play at nighttime anyway when you have a Night Stalker in your lineup, and Luna's just going to help you even further with that bonus vision. So that will be the game plan here from Fnatic. And I have to say that Kunkka you mentioned, excellent little counter pick there to the Night Stalker, right? Because you think about how you want to play every team fight as Night Stalker and also Void Spirit, like in and out, right? Bobbing and weaving throughout the engagement. You get one X on top of you, you're going to need some defensive items to help you out.
Or a little bit of help from his friends as well. And they've got the Echo Stomp to sort of cover a little bit of things that are going on there. But the Grimstroke, a little bit of a weird choice.
Yeah.
Not sure exactly. We haven't seen a ton of it. To me, at least, the thing that stood out in the qualifiers for TI about Grimstroke was the Aghanim Scepter that you can end up purchasing and how strong that can be.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Unfortunately, it's going to be a Sven, so not the best. You love those big Agi heroes, of course, but always a good tool to have. But certainly the Phantom's Embrace, I would imagine the main reason they've gone for it here.
Ooh, the block off. They're going to try and wrap around him, and Jab's nowhere to go. Has to go for that TP out, and well, now they realize, all right, you got us.
No panic. Jabs has got it.
Gets out of that one. Oh, and Wepa's line as well. Not bad. Get him in the game.
But yeah, the Phantom's Embrace, a very frustrating tool versus the Tidehunter. I would say as well as like the Weaver, something else too, right? Where you can try and kind of get them stuck, right? Something that he can't handle with the Kraken Shell. So overlooked, since we've been mostly going towards the Disruptor when it comes to a support hero that really frustrates the Tide. But I think it would be really interesting to try the Inkswell as well with the Night Stalker. Could even potentially see some usefulness with that Shard later on.
Oh yeah.
Because you get the Dispel at the end, and I feel like with the way Night Stalker plays, that could be kind of sick.
Yeah, the hard dispel that comes at the end of it. So a lot of items to watch for out of the Grimstroke if he can get to them as the time goes on. But most likely we're going to be seeing the first rotations will be out of that mid lane. Both of these heroes, the Void Spirit and the Kunga, capable of getting very aggro in the early stages. And you can see so far, 7 denies actually on the Void. Not bad at all. As Raven chased down in some trouble. And Mira going to draw first blood. Just caught him sleeping.
Tidehunter. Hunting carries throughout the entire international so far with the help of his friends.
And going in for round 2, DJ gonna fall. Team Spirit, they lose Mira, but they will take that one.
Snapfire and Weaver, the minus armor bonuses to help out a Tidehunter and grab these kills, been used throughout this entire tournament. And it just looks so good to get the double kill like that.
Toronto Tokyo gonna do this thing we've seen often. An X marks the spot into a TP back home, and that refills the bottle, allows Toronto Tokyo to come back to lane fully resourced up. And Chuan obviously not having that same possibility playing as the Void Spirit.
Yeah, we'll see if we get a little bit more help towards that mid lane, perhaps. See if they want to try and go for a play or even a turnaround. Obviously, something that Team Spirit did a very good job of last game.
Oh, and Maposhka. This is the sneaky one. Take a look at this. Can he get all 3 of them? Trying to stack up the camps for the Sven, and oh, a little bit late. Only managed to get 1.
That's rough.
Gotta go back to lobby practice.
Yeah, gotta hit the demo lobby between the series and on the main stage, apparently.
That's a tough one. It's incredibly hard to get that as a Shadow Demon when you're doing all of them simultaneously. But nonetheless,
you had to let them know. You know, you had to. Got all excited. We're gonna show everyone. Wow, watch the sick triple stack.
I know. I thought it was gonna happen.
Next time, no cam, he'll get that. I'm sure.
Exactly. It's tough on the main stage.
Oh, nice. I like that sentry on the right-hand side there too, inside the tree line. Pretty, tricky for Team Spirit to catch it, and then they can try and actually punish Mira in this laning stage.
As the rundown, Toro gonna get stunned up, chased down, but the disruption and the back away. Afterwards, passes the salve over. So even though there's some good aggression there, not going to be able to do substantial damage to that Sven.
What's all?
Still 3 mangoes as well from Aposhka with all those tangos. So they're going to try and keep Yadoro going as long as they can up here. Meanwhile, Jabs has just been once again going in, blocking off the camps here. He's been stopping the further pulls. Then Aposhka has been trying to stack this up, and now also stopping the small camp from being available. We'll go for some vertical plays here to ensure that there won't be a pull on the other side, but you got to look after your carry here.
I mean, again, this is like not, the damage that's going to go for the kill, but it's so much economic damage because he just has to play that far back in the lane, and now you're in a situation where you can just deny out a bunch of creeps from him.
He's level 5. He's just going to the jungle. And of course, those big stacks not really all here quite yet, and not what you want to see. So we got to put, mid lane, Toronto Tokyo gets the full damage there. Unexpected, caught him after the dissimulate.
Huh. Yeah, I mean, that's one of those where you normally are comfortable in this Void Spirit matchup because you've always got that dissimulate to get out of harm's way, but Toronto Tokyo with the outplay able to punish on the mid.
Not a good start here for Fnatic to lose that. But of course the other lane's going well, so, you know, just ins and outs across your lanes here. Meanwhile, this bottom lane here is still pretty chill. Raven just farming up will likely make his own rotation to the jungle relatively soon, but so far so good. 35 last hits, and although you know you are below the Sven of course has been hitting a lot of neutrals, and Sven's also running back to his base, so you'll likely see the Luna start to eclipse him pretty soon in net worth.
Yeah, I mean these are two of the fastest farming heroes in the game if you're left to just sort of go about your own devices. So we'll see if, you know, giving that free space eventually will help him out there on that Luna. But right now, pops ulti, Maposhka, he's getting ran at.
Yeah, and they didn't even use the Inks Wall yet, so yeah, now puts it down that this is just guaranteed death. And the catapult wave is here, so Yadro forced to come back to lane now.
Yeah, because you can't just give up that tier 1 tower this early on. So Death making that move and forcing the rotation back in after Toro had already retreated to the fountain. But this early pressure being put on by the Night Stalker. He got out of that early laning stage well, and now kind of just free to do whatever he wants.
Yeah, they have to threaten some TPs here from Toronto Tokyo as well, I think, but not coming in quite yet. They would love to try and get a kill onto Death if he dives a little bit too deep here, but it's going to be tough. Having the phase boost this early, very tanky, 1000 HP with plenty of armor. And of course, if he does make a rotation and fail on Toronto Tokyo, that's going to slow down his farm by quite a bit. But for now, his farm is the top of the board there.
Yeah. Playing on that Kunkka. Obviously, now that he's up to level 8, can get more points in that
top lane.
Xbox spot.
Jabs.
Looks for him. Death backs away. Ooh. Gets out of that one as well. That is a 4-stack. Hit that with one more, and it might have been a kill, but Jabs wrapped around upon, and as they have the rundown, they'll find themselves the kill. So getting back on the board. Spirit looking good again.
Uses the Quelling Blade to grab the courier. Oh, that was nice. He cut through the tree, seeing the angle, and actually got the courier snipe. So find something in response to support time. But great turnaround here in that top lane, using the salve to pump Yadro back up, and then chase down to the sidelines. Maposhka, again, having an excellent match here. Now Toronto Tokyo wants to make a rotation to the bottom.
Yeah, and this is going to be an easy one as they run in. This does reveal the ward, obviously, but into the quick kill, and Spirit are just everywhere. I mean, this is looking somewhat similar to last game where they just got a lead and never look back. Maposhka to try and TP out. Does he manage to escape? He does! That nerf on the Inkswell.
Yeah.
Oof.
Bit more time to deal with that these days. But that still puts him all the way back in the fountain, and Truan's made his way up here too, gonna grab that next wave, so they're gonna be flying into this tower, putting on the hurt, and only 15 seconds away from the next ultimate here on the Night Stalker.
Well, this has definitely been a... I mean, I guess at the very least you can see Fnatic are getting more kills. They're making more things happen. I'll join right now on Toro. Can they make anything else happen here?
Oh, they got some plans this game on Fnatic, right?
Yeah.
Going into the top jungle.
Yeah.
Trying to stalk Yadro, and then they've got a ward down on that triangle on the bottom side of the map with all those stacks sitting there for Sven. You got to imagine they want to have a big fight there with the next Dark Ascension. Now that they've taken that top tower in the safe lane, they can start hurting them on the side of Team Spirit towards that part of the map and force a good fight.
Yeah, this definitely feels like it's just, you know, a concentrated effort to be that big contention point, to take it away, that farm from Team Spirit. Raven hanging out down here bottom as both Tier 1 towers have fallen. The danger is Team Spirit, how quickly can they take those stacks? You pop God's Strength, you have a Kunkka that heads in, it might be gone before Fnatic can get there.
Yeah, and then of course sometimes you'll see teams maybe just try a little bit too hard to contest, and then you end up losing the fight, but well, they certainly won't be here in time for this one. I mean, they just got the D ward too. Now you got the question marks of what's happening, and where are we sitting? 4,300-ish, even after the hard camp, and then still these Ancients to go. Looking very nice for Yadro, and they're just gonna run top. See if they can catch someone dewarding. They catch DJ in the act.
Oh no, and this is DD and Arcane. This is gonna be an easy kill into another one soon because that boat on a lower cooldown. Man, Team Spirit are just looking so clean. The fact that you are able to deward the triangle, take those Ancients, and get a kill, like they're doing everything.
Yeah, they lost that top tower, but quickly, you know, they've already taken it through the bottom one as well, so doing very good with their game plan, I'm sure. And now questions to Fnatic.
Yeah.
Again, very similar state as last game. Starting out with fewer kills, getting an early net worth lead handed over to their opponent. What is the response here? What are Fnatic going to rally around in this game?
I mean, it's got to be something, but they're right underneath that ward as that smoke comes out.
It's a smoke, and it's also a level 6 Grim. Hasn't taken any points yet, though, for the 5 and the 6 on jabs.
I was waiting for I saw that line coming out, but it didn't happen that time. But you can see they're heading through these wards again, and, well, Collab's actually wrapped on here.
All right, they need the Phantom's Embrace here.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to go down no matter what, as they bring absolutely everybody for the big kill, and that's not insignificant. You know, they find themselves the collapse kill, and will end up moving forward from there.
Yeah, they're pretty confident there's no rotations coming through. Kind of scary when it's a tide, but they had some wards in the area, so salts up there for Fnatic. And yeah, it's a lot of heroes to kill one, but that might just be the play that you need to sort of get up them around, be like, all right, we got this, like, go forward.
Well, and at the same time, too, you saw Yador was also farming the Ancients another round of it while Collapse is dying. So, you know, you'd love that to be the support that ends up falling, but didn't end up happening, and the X marks the spot.
He's Xing to get runes and pig pulling, so he's got lots of strats here.
The next level play. This is going to farm up both of these cans. Tidebringers so effective at cleaving through there. Toronto, man.
They got the 3 cores that can all farm Ancients and stacks, you know?
It's not bad.
Tide, Sven, and
Dude,
Kunkka.
look at this guy farm this jungle. Just pull it one way, cleave the other, pull it the other, cleave
Are you
the
taking
other.
notes here, you know?
I want
some
to.
Kunkka games later?
I mean, I would definitely not be doing that good. That's for sure. But it's a baller.
Well, next item ready here for a hero that you tend to look to gain some momentum in a game. It's Death on this Night Stalker. Has the Echo Saber we've seen oh so often in this tournament. And also, still has the ulti ready here, but it's Team Spirit making the move onto him.
Oh, and this one's gotta hurt as the boat comes in. The stun is there. Do they have the follow-up? Yes, indeedy doody. As the ulti comes out, silence at the same time, though, buying Death a little bit of time. But in the end, he too will fall. And Raven trying to clear through these Ancients. DJ moves into position now. Drop the ulti down. Not really going to do all that much at all. Mira just runs away from them.
Yeah, Soulbind onto nothing.
They can't find an opening.
Oh, he wants it. He wants courier kills too.
Oh my God, he's going for the Mira. What a god. 5,000. They're running circles around Fnatic. Oh no. 5,000 gold lead now. 4 courier kills by Mira.
They really don't have the best heroes to deal with that quite yet either. I mean, obviously things will get a little bit more difficult now that there's some better tools here on this Night Stalker, but soon to be another smoke. Smoke and go. All right, well, as we say it, it occurs.
This
Who's
one
coming
not
with
under
them?
ward.
No, that's a better start for sure. Oh, look at the way they're just like backing up there, though. This is the one hero we don't want. Like, please, anyone else. But he's coming in so close.
And Collapse just going to walk into him right now. The Phantom's Embrace for the moment. Inkswell not going to connect onto anybody, and Smoke broken, nothing gained. Chuan pulls it back in afterwards. The silence is there. Pretty good at stopping the Ravage, but the walk away. It came in at the end of the Ravage to interrupt. Oh, the Torrent afterwards falls onto Chuan. He will die. Collapse will live. Devastation in the river. That's where Tidehunter comes from, as Maposhka also gonna live through that one. Are you kidding me? Pick pull forward for the body blocks. Death can't even get away.
Here we go. They may be rivals in the lore, but they're best friends here. Tide and Kunkka.
Oh my God.
One hands off the fight to the other. The alley to the oop. Ravage into all the combos coming out here, and they just made that look so simple.
I mean, Team Spirit, they look crisp, they look clean.
Meanwhile,
exactly.
the Ancients.
Right, he's just apping away. Gonna get into that Blink Dagger soon and not look back.
Oh, that was such a painful fight for Fnatic. They knew they had to do it, and you could tell they tried to avoid Collapse at the start. They sort of knew he was coming in. They just went around him, and he walks to the trees. He just kept walking at them over and over, and with that hood, you know, you get to the point where you're like, oh, he's getting so low. Oh, he's almost dead this time. And then right at the end, pops that Ravage. Now into a full-on pipe for the team.
Yeah, this is a very, very tanky watermelon, and Zoro runs to the side. Chuan was passing right by. They aren't going to connect onto that Sven, who's just been left completely alone. And Toronto Tokyo finds the Night Stalker yet again, back towards the mid. They're going to drop the ulti. There's also the Torrent. Night Stalker just does not have a game. Death dies. 3-12, and it does not look particularly close.
The Spirit just pounce. You know, they designate a target, they all move in. They simply get obliterated. Now even cleaning up the tier 1 tower waves. These XTPs from the mid lane. Now into the Roche Pit, the minus armor here. Weaver and Tide to help out. This one will fall very quickly for Yadaro, and no real chance at the defense here.
Wow, that is going to be another
DJ,
quick one.
Careful now, moving under that ward.
Yeah, he's got to back out of there. I mean, that's the range on Kunkka is just so hard to get away from. And they will throw out the stomp, but it only stops it for a moment. So you can see a hell of a performance right now from Toronto Tokyo, and they get him. There's the X, they got the Torrent afterwards. A DD chase down. Do they have enough for the kill?
Oh, he wants it. How greedy will he get?
Toronto Tokyo's feeling himself, but not that much. Man,
good choice.
How about Eastern Europe region stepping up today? Two teams going far, one in the upper bracket, the other, if they can keep this up, continuing to look strong. Having a great tournament.
These mid laners too, you know?
Yeah.
GBK into Toronto Tokyo. Looking quite incredible here, sort of stealing the show.
Well, 11,000 gold lead. 17 minutes, and Chuan, I mean, they need to find a little bit of space. They need to get something going for themselves, and the Dissimilate to back away. They're buying some time. Does he get caught by the X? Toronto Tokyo?
There's no turn here. Like, no one's trying to make a counter play. He's just running away with the bug on top. And
yeah.
At least he got away.
True.
Good stuff for sure. They're not forcing a bad fight versus the Aegis, but still undoubtedly bad situations here for Fnatic. They've been searching for 2 games now to find some sort of an answer here versus Team Spirit, but they seem to be trapped in the exact same state of Team Spirit, just knowing everything they want to do and being there first.
Well, this has been a tough one for Fnatic here, and see that you got to find silver linings where you can, but it is tough. The enemy Sven can take your Aegis. There's not Eli can do, but can they get the kill? Can they get the punish? They want to blow through this Aegis one time, and they do get it there. Both gonna be off the mark. Maybe something building here for Fnatic as they dodge away from the aggression.
They've used a lot of spells here,
Spirit.
But they're pressured to chase.
Oh, maybe on Mira. Again, this vision, this is why you pick the Night Stalker, to try and find these pickoffs, but Weaver just able to stay outside of the range of it. They spot him now, but there isn't really a play here.
Still, something there.
Yeah.
For Fnatic, no doubt, right? Like, this is really a sign of life that they're finally getting. Sure, it's not going to add 1 to your kill count, unfortunately, but it was a death and a claim of the Aegis nonetheless here. So they can get back a little further out on the map, feel somewhat safer. And Team Spirit likely going to start thinking about that next Roche, as well as some tier 2s, but you know, you can't be quite as bold without the Aegis just heading into enemy territory.
Well, and there's something to be said here as well for having these big auras that can change the way that a game works. You know, you've got the natural order, you've got the lunar blessing, you know, big team fight ultis that they've got on the side of Fnatic. Well, okay, doesn't have the natural order yet. He's gonna get there on DJ, don't worry.
One of these days.
But regardless, if they can hold high ground, that's the place that they need to play the game. The game is hard. As the score has remained constant for a little while now, and we'll have to see where Team Spirit want to go. Do you think that they need to try and make moves, or can they just sort of wait for BKBs?
I think those BKBs
are
done.
There. Yeah, super done.
So wait they have, and forward they can most certainly go. I like the idea of pressuring the tier 2. I don't want to see them give up anything. I don't want to see any trades. I don't think they have any reason to trade right now. But it looks like Fnatic aren't going to push the envelope up top here, so easy stuff here for Team Spirit as they'll grab themselves a tier 2. Move towards the outpost, and Fnatic just trying to farm for now. Trying to find some sort of a tool for Death to help him in these fights. It could be the Blink Dagger, as he has that queued up first. It'd be a good way to try and catch that Shadow Demon way in the back, or try and ruin Mira's game. That's probably the play he has to go for, but of course there's a real danger of just jumping into a fight as this Night Stalker. Despite being very tanky, he's a hero. It is a Sven. There's a lot of minus armor. He might still melt and get shredded if he jumps right down in.
Oh, and look at this. Team Spirit were going for a bait play on the other side of the map, which means they left their Sven all the way alone. BKB going to be used into the TP out.
Oh, you know what? I really like that play.
Raven, immediate BKB TP out of there. It's like, I don't want to be here anymore. But Death looks like he's going to be the one left behind, although does have Dark Ascension. Is there any way out of this? Doesn't look like it. They'll find the Night Stalker kill as he waits for the inevitable. Nice little play there.
Takes a few more swings for the mega kill streak there for Toronto Tokyo, but yeah, it kind of felt like it was a little bit of bait though. Just feeling so confident, I think, with a BKB TP that, I mean, the odds of that getting dealt with here pretty low.
Right. Did burn through the BKB charge though.
That's true.
Not insignificant.
Yep. Means he won't be as active for another 35 seconds. Perhaps an opportunity for Fnatic when the Night Stalker comes back up. They have to be mighty fast.
Toronto Tokyo.
And they're waiting for their own BKB as well.
No, 30 seconds away. Raven left alone on an island and is going to get punished.
It's so quick.
Oh no, and now they're looking for more. Finding DJ outside their base and just pulled back in and killed. Oh man, as Fnatic will fall down yet again. Now Maposhka looking for Chu, and he has to back out of here as well. Fnatic struggling to come up with the answers as all across the map they get taken down.
Fnatic trying to find answers after game one, trying to decipher the puzzle that is Team Spirit and get a solution for what they were just witnessed in the previous match. But unfortunately, it's actually Team Spirit who are adapting, just making things worse. And Toronto Tokyo leading the charge there. 15,000 hero damage.
That's an impressive performance. 7-0-4. Team Spirit, I mean, again, you think about the story of this team starting 0-4 out of the group stage and then not dropping a game, it felt like, for the entire rest of it. Now coming in, after dropping down out of the upper bracket and putting on this type of performance against Fnatic, it's incredibly impressive. This young squad led by Maposhka.
Yeah, we saw their first 2 wins in the group stage, and I was shocked to learn they were 0-4. They just looked so crisp and clean, so when they turn it on, they're most certainly there. After taking one off IG in the upper bracket, they don't want to drop any more down here.
Aghanim Scepter done for the Void Spirit. Hoping to find some signs of life for Fnatic. Still stuck at 3 kills at 22 minutes in. They've got BKB on Luna, they need to make something happen here.
They got in and out heroes, right? They got Night Stalker, they got Void Spirit. They got to get an in and a really quick out. If they can get some BKBs going, burn those things, maybe then they can find their play with this silence on Chun, right? Get in there with the Aghanim Scepter, see if you can make a good fight out of that. Yeah, it's a 19K lead. That is a tough order. I understand that.
Yes.
But we're digging real deep here on the casting desk.
And DJ is going to get caught in stuns. Has to lead the way. Somebody has to die when you're down this far. You need to play that aggressive style and look for pickoffs. Look for farm where you can.
I can see that he's taking the nether shot, which is good, because now I can take his trusty shovel.
Oh, there you go.
And keep digging a little bit here to try and find a solution for Fnatic.
Keep on digging, because it's looking like it's a tough way out of this one.
It's real deep.
Yeah.
We'll try and fill that that hole of net worth back in here. Climb back to level ground. Jabs, his plan, it'll be the Aghanims on the Grimstroke, getting pretty close, about a point booster away here. And a pretty incredible tool, honestly, in teamfights if you can get there. Question is, will he ever make it?
Yeah, he's working his way. You can see Kunkka also, after finishing the AC, is going back for the sheep stick. And almost has enough for it, so that would be quite the pickup for him as bottling up that DD, ready to go for another round. Roche about to respawn.
This comes back to, I think, again, just like game one, the forcing of the itemization that's coming out from Team Spirit. And so a lot of Kunkas would just go Ags here, I feel like, right? And just like, I feel like you're going to win the fights anyway. You're up 21K. They can kind of feel that edge that they have. But Scythe, that's just punishing because they have to get BKBs on the enemy side on Fnatic. So you grab that Scythe, you may just get the pick, and if you eliminate one more hero, that lead's going to grow even further relative-wise in those team fights.
Smoke out now, and Jabs trying to rally his team with the voice lines.
Pumping him up. Of course, he's the one hiding in the trees, so.
You're not wrong. He's off to the other side there. DJ Chun looking for a opening. If somebody steps up the map, or maybe just be able to find a courier kill. See where it goes. It's the Mystic Staff looking for the Void Stone afterwards. And still we sit as Roche is going to fall soon.
Could be the final match of them at TI. DJ making so many plays in their previous match that they won. That clockwork. Took him off the Ogre, put him on the ET. Can he save one here?
There's no chance at all. And now DJ has to TP out. Do they ravage for it? No, they don't even need to. Disruption is on the mark. And Fnatic gonna lose to it. Now have to stare down the high ground pressure coming from Team Spirit. Walk up, they're gonna get a buyback out of that ET.
I don't know if that scares them off right now.
You're not wrong. But again, Team Spirit sensing the potential moment here to knock Fnatic out of the tournament. They want to walk forward and take these racks.
Now,
Roche has spawned.
That's right. You know, there's no real reason to be here. They have BKB in sight, though, so I think he feels pretty safe. And now back towards, gonna dot some I's, cross some T's, and head to the Roche pit soon enough, I'm sure.
Yeah, they're playing this one safe. Team Spirit.
All right.
They may be young, but they're playing like veterans.
Jabs just sold the circlet. He wants it. One more gold, and there it is, the Aghanim Scepter. So they're going to get one more hero in the fight, so they can outnumber their opponents now. That counts for something.
Dark Portrait, incredibly strong. Illusion damage is amplified. You've also got a long duration on it, and it's BKB'd. But the question is there enough farm on the Heroes of Spirit to actually be able to make it matter? Sven is very large and in charge, but it still could be a tough one. We'll have to wait and see as Fnatic smoke out, feeling like what could be a last hurrah, a last team fight at TI,
like
unless things go perfect.
Taking the fight out here before the Roche. I mean, their buybacks are, well, they're not there on the Radiant, so a fight in your base doesn't help you at all.
They spot Toronto Tokyo. Sven up front and center, also jump forward, silence onto 4, not bad. Try and take out that Shadow Demon right at the start. He doesn't have buyback. This is the fight that they were maybe looking for, but there's the stun now. Onto Death, tries to back away, kiting this one out, and is able to get a little bit of separation.
With the Essence Ring?
On the other side, Death ends up going down, but they've got the illusion sent out, trying to do damage, but it's just not enough. It's the Toronto Tokyo illusion, and they just don't have it. Oh my God, the turnover. Toro walks forward, kills off DJ. 25,000 gold lead now as they're gonna head into Roche. It was looking good for a moment, but only a moment. So they took down that Shadow Demon.
Yeah, now to the easy play of the pit here. A Shard lying in wait. The Aegis there too. And Team Spirit looking to end the hopes of their opponents in the lower bracket at TI and send them to an early exit.
It is so tough playing in these games and trying to face off against these teams. Obviously an entire year and longer building up to it.
And where are we going with this Shard? Looks like Collapse just doesn't want it. Picked it up and said, no, please, you, my carry.
Almost doubling up on the damage right now. The Toronto Tokyo has had such a fabulous tournament and also just has a fabulous name. You gotta love it. As they walk in, looking for jabs. And they got him caught right by the secret shop. Not even gonna need to use God Strength or anything like it.
I like how we got the instant value out of the Shard. Got the Dispel, just jumps right onto the Grim.
Perfect play. Consistently around the map now as Maposhka scouting out and does find Raven over there. Jumps in, vanishes.
All right,
Maposhka turns forward. Raven, where are you left to go? As Toro, well, actually gets the kill and now maybe gonna get out. One more hit is enough. They take down Raven. Maposhka giving up his life for the carry kill.
All right, but what's kind of sick there is that kill actually gave him buyback. So, you know, that's someplace. Raven's got something, at the very least. And Truan just trying to delay this game even further, playing in the tree line up top for quite a while now. Already got forced out once by Toronto Tokyo, but has returned again. And Toronto Tokyo, of course, well aware of this. Hunting to see. Chun will jump out here. I think he's going to have to wait for the next wave, though.
Yeah, it's so dangerous when he's got this Hex. But you can see, like, how confident they are just running down each of these lanes. They've got a creep wave, and they're ready to go and put the finishing touches on what's been a pretty much immaculate game from Team Spirit. This team looks terrifying in the lower bracket.
Yeah, whenever you're getting to the old 1,000 gold per minute lead, that's a problem.
Yeah. It's feeling like an insurmountable lead at this point, but obviously if there's any chance at all, if there's any hope of coming back, Fnatic gonna have to take it and do their absolute best in this one to stay in this game. But right now, I mean, you're up now almost 10k gold ahead of the Luna, getting close to it on the Sven. As we've said time and again, game is hard. The Bloodthorn is done, as they will hold off on the outside of the base.
Just has a new item every time I click on him.
Right?
Yeah, it's a pretty nice game to be a Sven. He's going to be doubling up on that Luna pretty soon.
I think it's just, again, one of those moments where you recognize the strength of this young team and getting new blood into the scene. You love to see it, And now coming out and performing on the biggest stage against some veterans.
Yeah, Fnatic, they're going to try once more here for a bit of a sneaky play. They're showing jabs on the high ground, sort of throwing out a couple plays. Just trying to push back waves. They want to find a jump. There's a smoke on the tide. They miss with the scan. Now they're moving to the low ground near Fnatic. Death's in the front.
They break it. They know. Walk in, Dark Ascension immediately has to back out. The fight's gotten weird. Fnatic have to be super careful here, but they can't afford to give up without anything from this Dark Ascension. And Fnatic, they see the heroes, and they can't do anything.
What Mapostra's doing, right?
So
Plays
sick.
so well these games, but just throwing out that Shadow Poison makes it so difficult for him to commit without popping his BKB right now.
And look at this, Team Spirit again, they recognize that side of the map is where Fnatic is, so we're gonna head up top, take down this tier 3 tower, and you're gonna have to come and deal with us. Toronto Tokyo, the one that's leading the way, sieging the map. And they take the tier 3 tower and gonna retreat out, taking this slowly, carefully.
Yeah. And Raven, of course, that BKB is like, it's the only one they got. They gotta watch the timing on it. If he pops at the wrong time.
Oh, and the jump in. Toro trying to run down Raven, but he's slowed. Maybe an opportunity there. Raven able to get the BKB in the walkaway. But this opens up Team Spirit to try and pressure the racks. They get the Dark Portrait. Gonna be able to do some damage potentially in that next fight, but jump in, Ravage comes down from Collapse onto absolutely everybody. There are no BKBs to salvage as Chuan gonna get control for the moment. Yule Scepter lift up, now looking for a bit more. Raven turns, gonna get the Eclipse out, that's a good amount. But is it gonna be enough with Collapse the only one dead and no longer having the ET? Do they have what it takes? They buy back on the Void Spirit. The gold lead continues to accelerate for Team Spirit.
It's a Tide player who knows the BKBs are down. He just wants the big number. He's trying to pump up his gem numbers right now.
There you go.
The massive ravages there. The team takes the buildings. Perhaps could have gone for a more hero-focused thing there, but you know, kill throne, win games, so this is just another step towards that with the racks going down and Jabs trying to fight versus them with his own voice lines.
Doing whatever he possibly can at this point.
They feel a little hollow to me, Gabe. I'm not gonna lie.
It's tough. It's just so difficult at this stage in the game when you're down this much net worth, and you know the heroes that they've got.
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
Raven's got the crafty stuff coming out here now, right? We got the Shadow Blade. This gives you plays with your Silver Edge to finish out that Chrysalis.
Invisibility, invincibility, but also that break and extra damage.
Also that ward spawning all that as well there from Team
That
Spirit.
hurts.
Yeah,
that one hurts.
That's pretty good. Saw the courier delivering that, so they'll be well aware. I also know that Maposhka was eyeing up a gem earlier. That's probably already out on someone. It is indeed. It's on Mira.
So again, they have some of the items that they need on Fnatic, but it still feels like each hero could get 2 more, and it still might not be enough.
Yeah, and Mira even just hands the gem over to Toronto Tokyo. He's like, you know what? You're probably not going to die.
Yeah.
I would think, with 3,000 HP versus these heroes.
With the BKB, it's not a bad choice. But you can see Jabs, again, hoping to motivate his team.
He's got to focus on that end part there. The slay together, slay together, slay together. Or the win. The win one at the start would also be good. But this is a stepping stone program here. And right now you're on slay first.
That's right.
The win is very far away right now.
And if they can make it happen, that's the end goal there. But holding on to their high ground is the main thing. Smoke out. Okay. Toronto Tokyo. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. Toronto Tokyo is too good. BKB immediately afterwards does not care even a little bit. Not even 1 iota. As he's gonna throw out the boat afterwards. Walks into the midst of everybody. Raven pops that BKB, trying to get a pump fight, holds on to the Ravage. They turn onto 1. Shadow Demon dead. Two on the single one that goes down. The Ravage to turn. They take down Raven. No buyback, no opportunity. And Team Spirit still looking dominant in this best of 3 elimination match. They want to move on. And Death, the only one left alive through all of that.
I call that a pretty emphatic ultra kill there, but Fnatic, they've decided to go right to the end.
So they're going to head down that bottom lane next. Raven dead. I mean, he's what, 1,200 gold away from buyback at this point. The game is completely fallen off the rails at 40k gold lead. They're going to right-click down this tower, and without either of their mid or safe lane heroes, they're still going to give them the respect that this team deserves. And, well, they will walk forward again and try and hit it now. Oh, dodges away from the stomp. They're going to send in the illusion. Wants to beat up on some supports. Doing some good damage there to collapse. Going to cut the wave afterwards. The Dark Portrait doing what it can. But in the end, you got to deal with the heroes. And they are knocking on your tier 4 towers. Mega creeps have been gained. Team Spirit. Now with the X marks the spot and the turn, the beatdown. Buildings falling. Not a whole heck of a lot left in the tank. They have maybe one last hurrah from Fnatic when they have the Void Spirit up again.
Who's got the smoke here? Mira's calling for it. I see him pinging. Yep, I knew it.
Oh. And we have a little bit of a pause now as Jabs has a DC issue.
Oops.
There's more than a few issues.
That is true, but yeah, Mira was actually just out there and pinging, and they're going for the smoke. All right.
Oh man, the crowd getting into it right here. Is there 4-3 goal up? Man, as they will hopefully be getting back in just a moment with Chuan. As the Void Spirit is having some issues in this game. Not sure if you can spot from here what's going on. Nonetheless,
I do not have eagle eyes. I'm sorry. That would be very impressive if I could spot the issue, but we're a little too far away from the booths.
36 minutes in, 43,000 gold lead. I mean, what was, you know, on paper felt like maybe an even series has just been an absolute spanking through 2 games by Team Spirit. And now you're staring down again. A team that I personally feel like, I mean, I'm not sure what the limit is for them. I'm not sure how far they can go. Feels like upper bracket was the place for them.
Yeah, they seem to be growing stronger and stronger. And of course, I mean, to bring them down a peg, their one win up there, of course, was off some mistakes from an opponent. They have definitely struggled here at this event to beat teams of what we consider a higher pedigree, essentially beating the teams that you'd expect in their group and losing to the ones that you would also expect them to lose to. So they need the power up. This is definitely helping, because despite them perhaps being ranked a little bit better than Fnatic, I still don't think they would have beaten them this badly. So they're still obviously improving as a team.
Yeah, and you know, I think that we often talk about sort of the power up that happens through the group stage, and you know, teams being able to get a lot of experience in that, but also the experience on the main stage. I think that, you know, you don't know just how hard this game can sometimes be when you've got hundreds of thousands of people watching you at home. Thank you, Neil, for joining us on the cast here.
What else is actually very interesting about this TI, and particularly for this team, is that, of course, with the way the DPC leagues worked and everything, those games were pretty infrequent, right? You're playing like once a week. And then our LANs, you know, some teams, of course, didn't even play group stages at their LANs too. And so you have this issue where TI is this crazy just juggernaut of game after game after game after game. So if they can sort of harness that power and improve themselves through that, that's just what they need to keep this sort of strength going through this lower bracket.
The crowd happy about this again as they're getting back into this. Now, if you remember, just yesterday, Quincy Crew was able to come back after a pause. We'll see if Fnatic can do the same.
Do you want my trusty shovel?
As they turn now on to Chulin, gonna find a quick kill. DJ turned upon, he dies as well. Team Spirit, no more messing around from them as they focus down the throne. One by one, Death will die. And more to follow as Team Spirit is going to close this one out and end the dreams of Fnatic. They get the good luck going next from Fnatic at the end of that. Congratulations, Team Spirit moving on to TI10.
Some excellent sportsmanship back and forth there. GG, good luck next. And a thanks there from Collapse as they will be sent forward here in the lower bracket of the International.
What a story. Again, coming in from Aposhka to, you know, not have success over the past couple of years, and now finally being able to make it back onto the TI stage, hoping to replicate some of that success that he had previously. We'll have to see how far they can go with it, but for now we've got a panel that's going to break down all that action.
Thank you very much, Trent and Lyrical. Yeah, this is the third time in like a 1.5 month period that Team Spirit was able to 2-0 Fnatic in this fashion. This game too, though, was definitely the cherry on top. I know, T, you were very giddy when the Kunkka was picked.
Yeah, I mean, it's an Eastern European classic, first of all, and Toronto Tokyo, he just kind of showcased what it can do in a game, right? Like, of course, you got Maposhka making a bajillion stacks in the jungle for him to farm up and be good, but the way that he sweeps into bot lane, gets kills. Sweeps into his own jungle, gets kills. Into top, gets kills. Pre-15-minute BKB, he wasn't messing around, wasn't trying to be greedy with it. And then AC, Hex, like he played for his team, he killed everyone else, and I don't know, that was for sure. There's so much Dota, but the best game I've seen from Toronto, Tokyo so far at TI. Maybe I'm just overselling it, but it feels like it was very smooth.
I would say for sure in the bracket stage. Like,
sure,
he was shaky yesterday, and he was the person I was looking at to perform today, and he certainly did so. Like, I saw a lot of people chiming in on Twitter that this felt like a pretty solid outdraft for Fnatic. Felt like Silent may have even agreed with them, but they're just outclassed here. Like, Spirit straight up just dominated this game. We didn't quite get to the 3-2-2, but we got close.
And in some ways, the Kunkka was the perfect pick because it's like an anti-run at you hero. It's like they have all these super mobility heroes like Night Stalker, even like Elder Titan, and even Grimstroke. They can't really defend themselves very well as long as he stays at like a good range. So the fact that he got off to a good start, gets extra levels, gets his X marks at a high level so he can actually catch people from far, it like snowballs his hero in a big way that makes it even more powerful. So it was just expertly done.
Yeah, we heard a commentator say it as well, that this Death Night Stalker, it could be a key component for them to have their say in the game, but this Night Stalker didn't really have a game, Kyle.
Well, that's the BKB on Kunkka, right? It's just such a great pick against the hero. I think also just really heads-up plays by the Spirit supports. Like, if you disrupt the Luna, the Grimstroke theoretically can make a portrait out of the illusion. So he's just not casting Disruption on Luna. And if you portrait a Sven, well, you don't get God Strength, so that's pretty underwhelming. He's kind of just grabbing Kunkka for the aura at that point, and it's not really why you're drafting this hero, I don't feel.
No, definitely a rough loss for Fnatic. The roster wasn't as this five together for that long, so maybe there's some silver lining there for the potential that this team has in the future, but losing is part of the competition, and Avo is standing by to highlight that together with Jabs.
Thank you, Shiva. Fnatic was a team that had the most recent roster changes, and yet they still made it through the close qualifiers, through the group stages, and the best of ones of death. I'm here with our four, Jabs. Jabs, all I want to hear, and I think the people want to hear too, is what's going on through your mind right now?
Just sad that we couldn't play more Dota. Like, we know them ourselves, like we could have like done so much better, and like, yeah, it just happened.
What did it feel like playing on the TI stage again?
It's probably like a bit of intense, and people, like, we misunderstand something and like we cannot do anything. Yeah, because like we're in the loser bracket, and yeah, it just happened.
You know, there's a lot of people that are proud of what you've been able to accomplish in this TI. Oh, is there anything you'd like to say to them?
I mean, I felt like we could have like do so much better in the group stage, and like if we play like more discipline, and like, yeah, we just could have done so much better. But I'm still proud of my team, and like they all try as much as they can, and like they did everything what they could, and it just happened. So like, just thank you whoever like cheering for us and like rooting for us. Yeah.
Well, as you heard it, this might be a difficult obstacle for Fnatic. We still have a wonderful team that we can keep rooting for. Back to you, Shiva.
Thank you very much, Avo and Jabs. Indeed, we are still able to root for Fnatic. I think that this TI is showing that consistency creates better beasts. That's the case in Team Spirit. They've been together for a long time. They grew throughout the DPC season, and maybe Fnatic just needed more time to grow, Kevin.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, I had a lot of hope for them coming into the tournament, even though they did have recent roster swaps, just because they are all such good players, and they've all had very good runs at various points.
Sorry, it happened again. Kevin, I can't keep a straight face with that. But we do have also the upside. It is Jake who's standing by with Silent, the coach.
Thank you very much, Shiver. Please don't use my real name, okay? That's very hidden. I'm here with Silent. Silent, you told me you respected their draft before you went in, yet you trashed them. What happened?
We just played better than them, but I like the draft. Fnatic is a good team.
Yeah, a lot of respect there, I can tell. By the way, you are kind of an international pro. You've been many times. Your team's a little new. Did you have to beat anything out of them? Break any bad habits to get them into this shape?
I don't know. I think this time, this game, Fnatic just didn't play how we can. Like we was scary to lose, to eliminate. We could do better, I believe.
I see.
But lucky for us. So.
Yeah, I mean, they did very well. Next one for you. You had a 100% win rate probability in that last game. Did it feel like it was 100%? I've never seen that before.
Oh, actually, I seen that our third game against IG, it was the same. And it was feeling like 100% both times.
Well, good to hear. You seem to be at 100%, so that's great. I'd like to play a little game with you. I want the people at home to get to know your players a little more. So I'm going to say a player's name, and if you could say one word to describe them, all right? We only have time for one. Collapse.
Patience.
Patience. Oh, that's strange. I wrote Giga Chad. Okay, well, you know what? Unfortunately, we are out of time, and I'm sure you have a team that you would love to talk to. So once again, congratulations. Great job surviving.
All right, thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. And we'll see more from Team Spirit coming up soon. But for now, we've got some more Dota.
Thank you very much, Silent and their action slacks. Indeed, can't wait to see more of Team Spirit. They're going to have to wait for their opponents, though, because this lower bracket is going to be a gruesome run if you want to make it all the way. Their lower bracket, they're going to go up against either Quincy Crew or OG. That's going to be also our next matchup. So the winner of that gets to go up against Team Spirit in the next round of the lower bracket. Eliminations is part of the game. It is what makes us feel very happy, working towards that grand finals, working towards that world champion. We only need one champion. We're gonna wait a little bit longer for that, though. We got a couple more Dota games to get in. Love to continue on with the lower bracket, but also, speaking of competitions, there's of course the film competition going on at the moment as well. And here's the closing of it.
All right, guys, the time has come for our final finalists in the short film contest. We have some last movies to show you. Effie, you ready?
I am so ready and so excited.
All right, well, let's get to it. Blood and Fire. That is a HD look at some of your favorite heroes fighting it out in a badass battlefield.
Next up, follow Bristleback on a visit to our favorite doctor.
Oh, yeah.
The vaccinating.
That's it. And finally, would you like to know how to become a anti-mage godlike player? Well, you can. An anti-mage godlike pub guide. Let's take a look.
I just took a quick trip to the bog. Oh, excuse me.
Meepo! Meepo! Meepo!
Ready for your dose? Wait for it.
I'm not ready.
Wait for it.
No!
Prevention. Pizza Cure.
Sockets.
Wait along. This way, Mortimer.
And finally, the time has come to crown a winner of this year's short film contest. Effie, if you could, the paper. And the winner is Carried Away! That's right. Max, you won again, you dog. Congratulations.
Thank you to everyone who participated, and goodbye.
Goodbye. Keep on making short films. We'll see you next time.
Amazing. There are a lot of really, really cool short films, but there could only be one winner, so congratulations. Gentlemen, don't you think that these films really capture the essence of Dota?
The times where you love playing Dota and the times where you hate playing Dota. Yeah, all the emotions.
The full spectrum of emotions. Speaking of emotions, emotions will be high in this next series that we have, which is OG versus Quincy Crew. Gentlemen, this is a series that people are super excited for because there is the battle of the brothers gods. Tell me a little bit about that.
Well, Sumail and Yawar, here also known as YS, these two players, Sumail particularly has a long kind of history career, TI champion. Yawar, the older brother, but perhaps the less successful of the two as far as, big international competitions. They both played at numerous TIs, and historically, it's always been Sumail in the spotlight.
Tell me a little bit more about that, Insania, because you know Yawar pretty well, right?
Yeah, I mean, I talked to both of the brothers quite a bit, and I mean, he's hungry. He's really hungry. I was talking to him last night. He's like, okay, I gotta play up against my brother. This is not like the ideal situation. But I was like, at the end of the day, the person that wants it more is gonna be the one that wins this game. And he was telling me, if it comes down to that, we got it in the bag.
If it comes down to who's more hungry,
yeah,
Yawar says he has it in the bag.
Yeah.
Do you really think that's what it comes down to, though?
I mean, I had to give him the pep talk yesterday.
Okay.
I think both brothers were like, they didn't really want to face up against each other.
Yeah.
What were you saying, Lyrical?
I mean, I think that it's so interesting, right? Because this is always a dynamic that gets explored as like the brothers playing together. There's that naturally like rivalry that exists, but really there's like a lot of love between these two guys. And I think to me, the thing that stands out when I watch their performance is that it's really the other players where the rivalry really exists. I feel like after getting, knocked out of the lower bracket 2 times in a row by OG, Quincy Crew really has something to prove here. There's a rivalry match that's going on, and there's a lot on the line for both these squads.
And this is the first time they're facing in the lower bracket. Those last 2 years, last two TIs, when most of this Quincy team played them, it was in that upper bracket. So curious to see how things go.
Yeah, in ESL summer, they faced off, and Quincy Crew went 0-2, and maybe maybe the big TI stage is the stage where they'll really turn it around. But I don't know. It's just Dota is such a complicated game, and there's more than just one player. It's just really how the teams mesh. And do you think that the brotherhood will affect the way that they play as a team, or are they just going to put it aside?
I think maybe going into the game they'll think about it a bit, but I think once you're loading up into the game and you start drafting, it's not really something that's on your mind anymore.
Got it. Well, we will now bring out the teams to the stage. You cannot talk about North American Dota without talking about Quincy Crew. Named after their team house located on Quincy Street, the Crew retains 3 members from its original TI9 newbie roster with Quinn, MSS, and Yawar. Pulling LOA out of retirement and bringing on Laszlo from Brazil, Quincy Crew finished in 6th in this TI's group stage, placing them in the lower bracket. However, in a stunning game, in the first day of the main event, Quincy Crew made a statement when they knocked Team Aster out of the tournament. NA Dota never dies. Defending their 2-time championship, Western Europe qualifier OG has widely been considered one of the strongest teams in Dota. High praise, especially during the last few years when Europe has been considered the top region in the world. Today is the day that OG begins their fight through the lower bracket, a place that they have never been in the last 2 TIs. While both Ana and Jerax have retired, OG has an exceptional roster with the addition of Sumail and Saksa, joining superstars Thompson, No-Tail, and Zeb, the latter of whom has just recovered from eye surgery weeks prior to TI10. Will they manage to beat Quincy Crew for the 2nd time this year, with Sumail sending his brother Yawar home in 9th to 12th place with $800,000? We will find out in this best of 3. But for now, we will have a rapid-fire interview with OG and Dakota.
Welcome to another round of rapid-fire questions. I've got my guy Thompson here. I'm here with Seb, and I'm joined by Sumail. Are you ready, my man?
Yep, I'm born ready.
Let's get in. We got a little quiz here for you. Who played in the grand finals of the very first TI?
It was Navi, and it was...
Navi versus... shoot, I don't even remember Navi right now.
Navi and IG.
It was eHome, actually.
eHome.
Psych, got him.
Damn it.
Worst roommate.
Okay, maybe Sumail because he sleeps in and I don't.
Sumail, farts.
Some people were quick to throw your name in there, apparently. Most superstitious. Tell me.
Superstitious? Sumail.
Sumail, maybe? Him or me, actually?
Most improved over the year.
Saksa, for sure. Saksa?
But Saksa has, I think, grown a lot as a player and as a teammate.
Dude, everybody picked Saksa. Every single one of you. What is the last hero you played?
I can't reveal too much now.
It was a pub and it was Snapfire.
Snapfire.
Yep. Getting the insights I see.
We got to move on to the big juicy one here.
Yeah?
Text time.
Text time.
Read us the last text message you sent, Seb.
To my mother, can I call you?
Oh. Dang.
I wish I had some spicy stuff, but I don't. I said, now we're doing interviews to my wife, and then like a bored face.
A bored face?
Yeah.
Well, I hope it wasn't too boring. We're already done here, Thompson, so thank you so much for the interview. Thanks for your honesty.
An amazing amazing interview that had a lot of interesting insight. While they didn't really reveal anything except Snapfire, they revealed that they are family people who text message their family as, while they're at TI. How do you focus when you're at a big tournament and you're about to play a match that could possibly remove you from the tournament, but yet still focus on your family? Like, where's your mind at when you're focusing on two completely different things?
I think usually I just ask my parents not to contact me while I'm at tournament. Like, I'll message them when I have time. I guess that's normally how the dynamic goes. But they'll still drop me messages, and then I'll answer them when I can. And I've been doing this for a while, so they are pretty understanding. They know what my schedule's like, so it's actually not too tough to balance it out. And yeah, they're pretty respectful of it.
Well, and to be fair also, if we think about it, that was probably on one of the media days as well. I don't think that they're texting right now, right before the game gets live. I mean, if it is, more power to them. But it's one of those things where this tournament just inhabits so much of everybody's psyche that you want that support, you want that love and compassion that you get from from a family. But at the same time, you got to focus on getting the job done.
So tell me a little bit about OG and Quincy Crew's differences in the way they play in Dota. So I know that OG they can get pretty aggressive at times, but so can Quincy Crew. How do you think that these playstyles are going to clash? How are they going to work?
Yeah, I think we've seen Quincy, at least in their best of one, go back to playing a bit more around Lelis, or at least prioritizing him having more farm. You can see here one of his more play here is Timbersaw. In that best of one, he was playing the Nature's Prophet. So I think for Quincy, Quinn is like this super kind of sacrificial playmaker at times. I mean, similar to Thompson, but if anything, I think Quincy Crew's a bit more on the greedier side when I compare these two teams.
And when I'm thinking about OG, I think about just playing around Sumail. It's sometimes been that 4 all funneled into 1, and he's been the one to get that job done. One of the big heroes that came out at the beginning of the group stages, at least, was Clinks. Stack up a billion camps, farm them up, and then just let him wreak havoc afterwards.
Yeah, I just think when you think of these two teams, I think one team is going to play more around enabling their core players in Quincy Crew to have farm, whereas I think OG don't care. They just want Sumail to have everything.
Right.
Right. And if Sumail can get ahead of his opponents, they rely on him to kind of wrap up the game for them. But I think OG will probably be the one setting the tempo, and I think they'll be looking for, making sure they control the pace of the game. They're the ones that decide what's happening, for better or for worse.
On the opposite side, what can Quincy Crew to kind of throw them off of that?
I think it starts in the lanes for them. I mean, it's been interesting, right? Because traditionally, Quincy Crew, they've put so much work into trying to get their lanes stronger. But then throughout the group stages, I was talking to Jack, at breakfast today. He's like, I think we won 10 out of 12 of the laning stage, and then we lost all 10 of those games. So I don't know. It feels like a team that went through a bit of an identity crisis and really was down at the darkest they'd ever been, and now we're trying to make a little bit of a revitalization. So I think that going back to that laning stage dominance could be a strong way to, just knock OG off their start.
Yeah, and it's really been kind of, I think, the meta that's developed in the NA region. Any team that wants to compete against EG there has felt like they have to have these really strong laning stages because that's EG's biggest strength with the skill of their players and also their picks. So Quincy have kind of adapted and molded themselves around that. They're not like the same playstyle as EG, but they do heavily prioritize having these strong lanes. I think Quinn, mechanically, his lane stage is like one of his biggest strengths, and then they really love to have the supports kind of collapse on around that mid lane once those power runes start coming into play.
Do you think that, so a lot of people have said that OG is kind of the team that has traditionally set the meta for TIs. Is that the case with this TI as well?
I think to some extent maybe, but I think LGD just has outshined everyone, and I think the Chinese teams really have been the ones that have set the tone. I think OG is one of the teams that I feel played the most similar to the Chinese style of Dota, where they're still they're still keeping their identity in how much they want to take control. I think if you watch LGD play, you'll notice LGD often is in control of the pace of the game. Sometimes, some fights don't go their way, but you really, if you look at the net worth graphs, you'll notice that is just ahead. Is always ahead of his opponent. So I think OG's going for a very similar idea there in how they play with Sumail.
So one thing that Jack said, since Lyrical, you mentioned Jack earlier, when he was asked about OG, he said, "We respect the champs, but we're meeting down in the pit this year, and it's time to pass us the torch." What does that mean?
So I think that there is such an interesting storyline that goes on right here. First of all, Jack is just a fiend, and he's amazing. But I think that when you look at the storyline of what happened during the COVID year, there were some tweets that were thrown out. There was a lot of aspersions that were thrown out, and it felt like at times I think what Quincy Crew felt was that people weren't respecting them. They weren't respecting the region, and in a way, you know, that they now have this chip on their shoulder. And one of the teams that they felt like kind of put that chip on their shoulder was OG. Now, whether or not you think that's fair, that's what they believe, and they're coming in with a lot of spiciness this time. And we'll see if it works out for them. I mean, it's dangerous to try and, you know, go into a match and, you know, throw out some big accusations, but we'll see if it works out for them.
How did OG put the chip on Quincy Crew's shoulder?
I mean, there was one particular tweet. We can get into this. It was. I mean, this is drama of the past, and I don't think these teams have it on their mind right now. But it was a tweet from Notel where he basically said, like, he'd been watching some NA Dota and basically said, like, the skill level looks absolutely terrible. I think he said something like the lower division EU teams would, like, crush all these NA teams or whatever. Yeah. So it was basically this tweet calling out a lot of the teams in the NA region as, you know, being bad at Dota.
Do you agree?
I don't agree. I think it has to do. I can see from OG's perspective and how OG approaches Dota, where they want to be in control, they want to set pace, they want to be active, they want to be on the aggressive. Mm-hmm. North American Dota is traditionally the opposite. You play a lot of more defense, and you kind of like tend to slow down the games and try to minimize mistakes and play more around
farming jungle.
Precisely, farming jungle. Yeah, farming jungle. That's the truth of it, really. So I can see from OG's perspective how you would feel that way, but obviously it's not true. Quincy Crew is a really, really strong team, and even when they've faced up against European opponents, they've proven that they can play good Dota.
Spoken like a true diplomatic analyst. I'm a big fan. So tell me about the heroes. So we've seen a lot of the same heroes throughout this, right? Like we've seen Tiny, we've seen Earthshaker, we've seen Tidehunter. Do you think that both of these teams will follow that trend, or do you think that since they're in the lower bracket, that maybe they might go for a little bit more comfort?
I'm leaning a bit more to comfort zone. That's what Quincy did in their best of one. I think they have a bit more breathing room now with a best of three, but I think ultimately both these teams kind of don't go for that super heavy team fight as much as a lot of the other teams here left in the tournament do.
Yeah, I think we're probably going to see some of those Spirit heroes coming out. Most likely for Quinn, I would expect that we might get an Invoker at some point from Topson, trying to control the tempo of the map and just run around, make chaos happen constantly. That really feels like where they're at their strongest. And then, of course, you know, later on turning into alacrity bonuses for whatever core Sumail ends up going for.
Yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to OG's drafting style, Cal's touched on it a lot of times, but they will generally always have some sort of hero that will amp up their carry, make him even stronger than he is with the gold that he has. Combine that with the way they play, where they're just fumbling all the gold into Sumail, and then you have spells that are making him even stronger. It's just going to put him like over the top. I think that's going to be their playstyle for the series. I want to see Yawar on a hero that buys Blink. I think when he plays like Terrorblade and he buys Blink, he's really good. When he plays Medusa and he buys Blink, he's really good. I think for me, like, that's something I really, really want to see him do.
Is there any particular hero from either team that you want to see played that isn't Tiny, Monkey King, or Tidehunter?
I like OG's Wisp a lot. I really like what they did when they put Seb on it. I think it didn't quite work out in the series against the Team Secret, because I think Team Secret was very, very prepared and they had good answers. And even in the way that they played the game, it felt like they were really prepped for OG. But I like their Wisp. I think the idea they have with the Wisp and how they approach the game with, you know, we're going to farm up this Seb Wisp and hit timings earlier into the game, and then use that to snowball, really fits the identity of their team.
And I think for the side of Quincy Crew, I'd love to see an ET come out. I think that it's one of the heroes that LOA, also previously known as SVG, is the strongest on. It fits really well with the rest of their play styles. We did see earlier today an ET combo together with a Veno, which is another one of the Venos that, or the heroes that Quincy Crew goes to in clutch time. Fogg was talking a lot about how he didn't like that combination together because you oftentimes end up waking up people from your sleeps, but it's something to watch for. Those two would be the ones to watch out for me.
And the one hero I want to see some Tinker. I think it's looked really cool and good in Topson's hand. You know, 5 years ago, no one's saying they want to see Tinker, but it's like slowly making its way back in the meta. It's just fun to see heroes that have kind of been gone for so long, kind of coming back and making an appearance and doing really well on him as well.
last question that really weighs on my mind. Do you think that Seb's recent eye surgery will affect this match?
So I think maybe a little bit in terms of practice. Like, I know my teammate Mickey actually flew to Portugal to stand in for them and did some scrims with them. So I know for a fact that they didn't have the chance to practice as much as they maybe wanted to.
Okay, well, we will see how that goes. But in the meantime, let's get this show started. In just a second, we will get this show started. Oh gosh.
Yeah.
We're getting the players in the lobby right now. There's just a little bit of a delay. Apologies everybody for the false start. That's on me. But yeah, sorry. Let's right now we will get into this draft. Let's get the game started.
Quincy Crew versus OG. Game 1.
Quincy Crew versus OG in the lower bracket. Now this series, you love to see it, but in the lower bracket, little rough for both of these teams, but I'm here for it. Brian's here for it as well as T-Golf, because we're here to break down this game, this draft in particular. I want to know from you guys, T, if you're going to look at this draft, who do you want to see set up for success most on the teams?
Oh, so of course OG, you have to go with Sumo, because the way that they play is always kind of propping up that one person to kind of take over the game. So Sumo, easy answer. I'll give Brian the harder answer for Quincy Crew.
I got an easy answer for that one. I'm going with Leslau. I think out of all the teams in this tournament, they're the most abnormal in the sense of how their offlaner likes to play. This man is top 10 MMR in a farming heavy region. He plays the Nature's Prophets, the Venomancers, the Necrophoses, the annoying farming, pressuring heroes rather than more of the melee brute strength heroes.
Yeah, we heard Quinn yesterday in that interview talking about the power of the Leslau Nature's Prophet. He made some nice tip-tip-tapping sounds for the rat that we saw come out. Because Quincy Crew is coming up an absolute high, T.
Yeah,
an absolute high in yesterday's series.
It's like 5 games in a row that they've won now. They also had that big comeback. And yeah, that's the kind of thing that you want in a lower bracket run. And you heard in the interviews, right? It's the idea that they were at their lowest lows in group stage, so it can only get better, right? Mm-hmm. And before we get in the draft, quick pop quiz.
Oh.
You've got Sumo versus Yawar, yeah?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Now, of course, they're now playing both carry against each other, right? It's the position 1 v position 1.
Following you.
Lifetime matches against each other, brother v brother. Who do you think actually comes out on top, Sumo or Yawar? Don't look at the notes.
I would go with Sumo, like 70%.
70%, oh, okay.
It's a lot.
Shiva?
Played EG.
So I think the reason you pop in this question is because maybe the answer is
Don't
the other way
metagame
around.
this.
I mean, I'm
Speak from
metagaming
the
a little
heart.
bit.
Speak from the heart.
Sumail has been on more successful teams than you are. It's simple as that.
Well, funny enough, it's only 80 games total, 43 to 37 to Sumail.
Wow.
So it's
Close.
really not as like, I think most people would have...
barely above.
Exactly, it's barely above 50%. So this really is a lot closer than you expect in regards to the brother versus brother. Of course, right now, OG is, pulling a little bit ahead in regards to TI performance, but, now we've got a couple heroes in the draft.
A couple of heroes in the draft. We already have got 3 heroes on the board here. Brian, is there anything so far that you feel like is something that stands out?
I would just say this is ET. ET is OG's comfort zone this tournament. They've picked it 5 times, 4 out of 5 wins so far. T-Gov's talked about how they love buffing up their carry. You can do that in multiple ways. They've done it with the Legions, the Mags, or you can do it in the way of buffing up their damage by reducing the resistance on the opponent team. Obviously a very heavily favored hero this entire tournament, but I think ET, especially for a team like OG, is important.
Yeah, I love this opening from Quincy Crew because no matter how much you prepare for Quincy Crew, if you look at all the group stage games they've played, Phoenix, not picked by him.
Yeah, and this is kind of the development that you want to see from a team, I think. Like, OG, even Fnatic in that previous series, the essence of their team is very much kind of keep going at you, going to try and whittle you down, break you down. And when they have, of course, their ET first pick, now that active Void Spirit, you'd assume there's flexibility here. This most likely will just be the mid lane for Thompson. You need to kind of go, are you going to fight into it with skirmishing heroes, or are you just going to play for that defensive moment? Like, again, Spirit, they literally just did that. They picked 3 or 4 defensive heroes, and they're going to win that key fight, or they're just going to have that farming potential. You can never run into them. So Mag Phoenix, they are some of the better heroes at just holding their areas, making sure that if OG runs into them, they're going to be able to lock down that fight and just take it to OG.
Yeah, I would say that Phoenix, even though they haven't necessarily picked it in this tournament, is just a classic for this team. You know, we saw in their best of one that I viewed their draft as more so what hero does each individual want to play this game rather than necessarily countering the opponent. And I would much rather see Quincy Crew in this spot because throughout this tournament, at their highs, they've looked high, and at their lows, they've looked really low. So at this point, do the TI8 Game 4 OG. What do you feel like playing? What are you going to carry us on? And I hope it's on MSS personally because he's a very farm-heavy 4, and Phoenix is one of the greediest 4s out there and can definitely take over a game.
He can indeed. I want to talk about the mid lane because Void Spirit, as you guys mentioned, most likely for Thompson in that middle lane. That's great. We see a lot of Void Spirit mid. We see a lot of different counters to it. And I think the jury's not out on if Storm Spirit is good against Void Spirit mid. Right? T?
Yeah, well, we did see Storm Spirit beat, handle a Void Spirit earlier today.
Was that the hero, though, or was that the player?
It's kind of one of those things where Storm, if you get it onto the high ground, right, and you're playing on your remnants, pushing out, you can easily bully the Void Spirit. Void Spirit needs a little bit more regen, so I can see why Storm should have the advantage in that, but it is very much like 60-40 Storm, I'd probably go with on a quick throw of numbers.
Yeah, I'd say it's slightly Storm favor, but I've seen it both ways where either hero's picked first in the draft, so most players seem comfortable playing in their it's kind of like the Quap Puck of 6-7 years ago, back when those two heroes were about even in the mid lane and it all came down to skill.
It does look like OG wants to remove a couple of spirits there, at least the Ember Spirit removed from the pool. So far, are the bans particularly speaking to something here?
I guess the main one here for OG is the fact they banned out the Void, of course, because previously I mentioned the idea, the essence of Quincy Crew lineup. If you look, let's say, look at the average game length for Quincy's wins, it's like 40+ minutes. Compared to OG, it's nearly touching, it's like 32, 33, right? So it does feel like Quincy is trying to play for the fact that the game most likely will last longer. They have struggled to find these quicker wins with their execution. So heroes like Void, like Ember, that can utilize that empower from the Magnus, have that additional farm, take the fight to them, and then you don't need to play on your cooldowns. That's kind of what Quincy Crew is kind of looking for in their heroes.
I'll go on the other side. The Morphling is probably the best ranged hero to kill the egg because you have a mag. The RP is going to deter a lot of the melee heroes. He has a really low base attack speed on the Morphling. And then the Legion Commander, despite losing to Secret yesterday, OG is 5-1 with it. So it's definitely just a signature for them. It gives one of its teammates attack speed to kill the egg and also the potential save from press the attack on the RP.
Yeah, they so far have played it mostly, of course, in a position 5, but a little bit of a flex pick there too with the Legion Commander. Are there any flex picks possible on Quincy Crew? I know you said Phoenix could be 4 or 5, but both of those are supports. I'm assuming Magnus will be for Leslav.
Yeah, I'd assume that too, but you could also maybe pivot it to some kind of mid-roll situation. You just go farm war against the Void Spirit, but I don't want to see Quinn doing that.
Do not give Quinn mag, not because he's a terrible mag, but he's got like 5 heroes that he's just on a whole nother level than anything else.
That's what I was leaning to, you know. I was like, as I was saying, it's like there was going to be a big butt coming in for the Quinn factor, but Brian took it away. But yeah, 100%. It's like you could do it, but yeah, right now Magnus for Quincy is probably either going to be their 5 or their off lane. Phoenix is their their 4 or their 5. Like Quincy is keeping a little bit more open. Where again, like OG, they play one beautiful style of Dota, which is in your face.
Yep.
So draft defensive, and you should be able to maybe play into it if you have your spells up in the right place and time.
Yeah, because Brian, you said you wanted Quincy Crew to set up Leslav for success. Like that's the keystone player here, if you will. Picking the hero of your keystone player first is not the traditional answer.
Yeah, it seems like it's more like Quinn they're going to focus on, but at the same time, it could just be Yawar that gets the last pick. I'm really liking Monkey King. It's still in the pool. I know we haven't seen it too much mid, but I know Quinn loves his mid lane dominance matchups. Monkey King versus Void Spirit could be pretty cool here.
Well, here we go. It is indeed nice. The Monkey King coming out for Quincy Crew.
Yeah, 100%. Quincy trying to keep everything a little bit more open here. And then the final ban from OG was the Ursa. Again, another hero that can thrive with the accelerant of farm, with the Empower. You can take the fight, and I don't think OG's actually beaten Ursa so far in this tournament. It's also one of the reasons why they probably played it in their upper bracket game, because they're like, oh, this hero is so good. Then they lost with it. But yeah, very much OG does not want to play against the bear.
Yeah, and OG took a lot of time during the second ban phase we just witnessed, but no time at all, Brian, for the Nyx Assassin Luna combo.
Yeah, there's a lot of... I think you had to just pick a really strong duo in regards to doing their own thing here, because Quincy Crew's draft is so open-ended. This Monkey King Phoenix could technically be like a 4-5 combo, could be a Monkey King mid or carry. So they could technically have, I think, 4 different roles getting picked in this specific pick. So I absolutely have no idea. Their team fight is really strong, but I'm thinking they might want to have a save or maybe a more reliable frontliner. Neither Monkey King or Magnus, even though they're kind of tanky, Monkey King, especially when he's popped his ultimate, aren't heroes that ever want to get initiated onto, but they also kind of need setup for their initiation.
But that's why you see OG with confidence pick Nyx Luna, right? I kind of assume that Nyx is going to be the 5 supporting this Luna, because Monkey King, if it isn't that 4 role, you're trying to play with your Jingu, trying to beat down the enemy carry. A Nyx Assassin with the Carapace, with the Impale, 2 kind of ways to annoy the Monkey King and stun up that Monkey King. It is just going to give Luna free farm, and I think we've seen this trend maybe from OG and also kind of in most teams, right? It's the idea if you have a strong ranged carry, any 5 position goes. It's why we saw Legion come into popularity. In previous events, we saw like Brew, we've seen DK as well, Mars, and of course, I feel like Nyx fits this role pretty well. It does kind of give OG that ability to play their strong lanes. And, you know, the Luna, it's the lower bracket hero. Kyle tries to curse it on Twitter, but still, it does its wonders where if you're against these big cooldowns, you yourself, sure, you have a big ultimate with Eclipse, but the essence of your hero is getting Dragon Lance, the BKB, a Skadi, all tankier items to be able to park yourself in front of a tower, chunk down that objective, and then push to the next one with no real cares of, do I have to wait for a cooldown or 2 to come by?
I have a question regarding Quincy Crew's draft here, because we said we want to see Quinn on something typically Quinn-esque where he can win the game, but OG started to ban out carries. They're starting to ban out your Wars heroes, so that means that they are assuming that that's still the one that is left to be picked up, meaning they're thinking probably Monkey King or Mag for Quinn. Do you like that, Brian?
King.
Yeah, Monkey King?
We haven't really seen it from this tournament, but I think he's like platinum or master tier Monkey King. It's one of his most played heroes in pubs because, like I said, he loves his laning stage, and Monkey King is one of those 10th picks where you see a Kunkka or a Tiny or a Void Spirit melee hero mid, and you say, okay, I'm going to grief that guy while I free farm in the mid lane. So it's a little bit of an untraditional mid laner, especially this patch where we have these like mobile gankers. Monkey King has this weird power spike dynamic where he's super strong for like the first 7 or 8 minutes, but then he becomes a farmer for the next 5 to 10 minutes, similar to like a TA. So I want to see a more active carry from Yawar if they're going to be putting the Monkey King mid. That's why I like the Spectre and the Jug bans, because not only are they strong scaling against the Luna, but they also participate much earlier in mid-game team fights.
And then they go for the Furin. So you see from Quincy's ban, Darkseer and Nightstalker, heroes that want to kind of push your team forward. And we've seen other teams so far, and again, Fnatic as a great example, even though as a support, it's a hero that plays lane pretty well. These ranged supports, be it Phoenix, be it Lion, they do not like walking into the treants that Furin creates, and you can never bully the hero behind. So an off-lane Furin in this position will be able to remove the support factor of laning phase, and whatever carries picked here, they need to be able to muscle up into this hero. Like, is Sven available? I didn't see the ban. Okay, they go for the Kunkka. So it's going to be the monkey carry, right, in this situation, and then the Kunkka mid.
And it's gonna be Quinn Kunkka and Yawar the Monkey King. Yep. Correct me if I'm wrong, Nyx Assassin on the side of OG actually quite decent in dealing with the Kunkka, no?
To some degree, you can cancel the combos, but we just saw how Kunkka, if you have a good lane against Void Spirit, you go farm efficient, you rush that BKB, you can mitigate the nuisance of OG. And that's where OG, they need to make sure they don't lose that mid lane, because if this Kunkka does run around freely with the map, with a BKB, Fury won't do anything, Luna won't do anything. So none of OG's lineup will be able to deal with a BKB to some degree until Luna has the farm, until the Furin has the farm.
All right, guys, it is time to get this series on the way. It's time for game 1 of OG Quincy Crew. First, though, we're going to head over to Jake, who's standing ready with the coach of Quincy Crew, Kezu.
Thank you so much. Hello, we are here with Kezu. Kezu, it's a tall task to outdraft OG. How did you guys think you did?
I think we did pretty well. I know them very well as players as well, and I know what my boys want to play, so I think we're very happy with what we got.
Absolutely. Elimination series. If you say this correctly, you guys win the whole thing, you'll go down in history. How do you beat OG?
We do our own thing and we will beat them.
Hell yeah. Well, we'll hopefully see you guys doing your own thing in this match right now. Let's jump into it real quick. We'll throw it to our casters.
Welcome everyone, the battle to the death here, Lacoste, as Quincy Crew take on OG in the lower bracket. What's your first read on this draft?
Just by looking at the heroes, we can expect OG to run at Quincy Crew. The panel talked about how they are going to need something to drag the team fights once the BKBs are up, but I see a lot of big cooldowns on these Quincy Crew heroes. So yeah, OG, they're known to go in and just keep the pressure going, especially when you see this like Phoenix ulti on cooldown. You know there's Wukong's command down. I think we're going to have an extremely interesting match with a lot of kills post 10-minute mark, because OG, looking at the lineup, you know, it's Luna, so that means that they're going to be grouping around early on. You have this Prophet coming out from the position 3, which means that he's going to get a lot of farm. Nyx Assassin scouting things out from Invis and Thompson on his signature Void Spirit.
So Quincy Crew going to have to pick their moments more carefully. Much more delicate draft for them, whereas OG, like you say, it's their play style, it's their drafting style. They run at you non-stop and they force errors from their opponents as we get ourselves into game 1 of this best of 3. Already smoked up, Quincy Crew looking to try and defend that mid lane. Get as much
we already
intel
get
as
the
you
D-ward.
possibly can. And there it is. That straight up D-ward from No-Tail. A signal of intent from OG already. And Saxa, he's making a nice little home for himself here in that triangle, forcing Quincy Crew away.
Now they know that there is no ward, so they could potentially make a turnaround play, backstab potentially from the high ground, have the vision advantage. Quincy Crew approaching MSS and Leslau.
Yeah, reclaim their territory, kick them out. No more squatting by OG up in that triangle. Yes, we do have that little Monkey King disguised as a courier. And some treants there as well, but Yawar, he's not going to give this zone up without a bit of a scrap. Gets a couple of hits onto Saxa. And it does allow Quincy Crew to get 3 of those first 4 bounty runes.
Win together, slay together, slay together, slay together.
And that was after OG started with some very aggressive pushes forward. So Thompson, your Void Spirit in the mid lane, facing off against Quinn's Kunkka. Which way do you lean in this kind of melee versus melee matchup?
There's going to be a lot of harassment coming out from Kunkka. Thompson will need to bring extra sustain. I expect supports to come around and protect the 2 and 4 minute water rune, so we'll see who makes the first move. There's going to be a lot of harassment, as I mentioned, on the Void Spirit, the cleave, and you also have a bit of an absorb damage from Resonant Pulse coming out from the Void Spirit.
Oh, No-Tail already with a double stun. Are they going for this? Can he body block MSS? He's forced the Fairy Fire and a good impale will at least keep Sumail away. The threat of OG already beginning, but there's Quinn, like you said, harassing and chipping away at Thompson. And I think that mid lane, once we get to 6-7 minutes, the panel said it as well, both of these players a little more sacrificial in terms of how much farm they soak up on the map, much more focused on playing aggressively and starting team fights.
I feel like whoever gets 6 in this matchup will just go extremely ham. There's a lot of, pride on the line. You might need to knock out OG. You might knock out OG out of TI. So there's a lot of stuff happening in the heads of these players right now. Back to the bottom lane. Lucid Beam, it got there, so it's now level 1, 9 seconds instead of the 6 seconds before. So a bit of a nerf to Luna's laning stage. Still very strong laner.
Absolutely is, yeah. 7-3 on that CS. Sitting pretty up near the top, and No-Tail. Oh, he's being a busybody, throwing stuns onto Leslau.
Needs to be careful, still level 1 on that Nyx.
He's got nice base regen though, like with the Tango going 13 HP per second. So he'll be just fine.
For a second I thought you were doing math, Gary, then I checked that it's showing on screen. I'm like, how's this guy so correct?
Oh, Thompson! Careful, buddy!
With the Fairy Fire.
He had the backup of Saxa coming as well. And they will bully Quinn away from lane, but there are water runes to be gathered up. Man, these punches from the ET just keep on coming. Well, it looks like MSS a little worse for wear in that bot spot. Will have to wander back and sell themselves back up to full. Man, these Tidebringer hits onto Thompson. Every time we look into mid.
It's a lot of damage, but there is potentially a turnaround play, or Seb could TP with his Nature's Prophet, deal a couple of extra hits, which could make the difference there.
Yeah, such a great aspect of Nature's Prophet, that ability to dogpile onto people.
And now we see Kunkka.
Oh, yeah.
This is his ability. One of the ways to dominate the lanes. Back to Fountain, Bottle, full HP, full mana. Didn't talk too much about the top lane. We see Yawar on Monkey King, 11 CS. Seb, how's he doing?
I mean, it's a Nature's Prophet against a Phoenix support, right? So he's continually hitting them.
It's very hard. They don't deal well with the summoned units. And Saksa, he also managed to, leave some XP for Seb on the top lane, checking out the rune for Thompson.
Thompson dragged back into the Torrent. Quinn's gonna pummel him a little bit here, but again, no real kill threat. Just putting him in that threshold where the potential for him to die is there. And like you said, of course, forcing him to bring out some more salves as Saxa decided that top lane is had enough. He will return full HP, full mana, and potentially, bottle refill mid, right, with a TP.
Yeah, because Thompson needs it. Thompson right now sitting at 20% HP. Saxa, hurry up, where are you at?
Please, bro, come out and refill my bottle. There it is.
And we're gonna see a water rune being picked up, use the bottle. Kunkka trying to stack the small camp meanwhile, and we'll pick up the bottom water rune.
And that allows that Void Spirit to stay in the lane, stay in the game. Pretty even in terms of CS between the two of them, but Luna really now becoming that forerunner with 13 denies as well.
That's a lot of denies, Gary.
That's a lot, isn't it? That's been down to No-Tail's hard work. Continually pushing back the Magnus and the Lion. Go on, high-five him.
No-Tail was expecting a lot more harassment, a lot more aggression coming out from the Quincy's off lane. He brought 2 healing salves, so Luna should be very confident in surviving, and also has 12 Magic Wand charges, so I don't think they can bring her down. There's going to need to be a rotation from Kunkka to actually kill Sumail early on.
Yeah, maybe even the Kunkka and the Phoenix. We'll see what happens. Monkey King, of course, notoriously a faster position 1 hero than some of the others, can get involved early on. We'll see what Yawar will get done in these opening moments of game 1. MSS contending with that pull across. It's been a bit quiet up top, right? Saxa and Seb, they've had Saxa move into mid, roaming around a bit, helping to TP and fill that bottle. Does leave Seb to lap up all of that leftover experience and gold, and he's doing pretty damn well for himself now with a Sprout.
Oh,
the body block.
Be careful, where the body block
in front. Can they chase down this Monkey King?
Oh,
no.
It was close. His Treant
the
went
combo
in front
mid,
of him.
though. Quinn's having a crack onto Thompson. He's got the step. Astral step to jump away.
No one can go back and refill the bottle for Thompson, so he will need to go back to base and TP to a lane, potentially TP to one of the side lanes, because I see No-Tail running down the mid lane, which means that he will be trying to soak up some experience. Hex on No-Tail,
Where's the
but
root?
there is no follow-up.
Illusion for MSS. So that means no bottle refills. As OG bringing 2 supports into mid as well. They're really trying to... Oh, Seb. Oh, good Sprout. Yawar cuts through the trees. He's got that Jingu going. One more touch. It's LOA.
LOA getting the first blood. Like, this is very important. Usually you would want to give it to Yawar if that's possible, but still getting a kill in your position. 5 Phoenix means quite a lot. And also he got a decent amount of levels, level 4.5, 6 minutes in on your position 5 is not too bad.
A kill is a kill. Secure it one way or the other. Good skewer. As Laszlo gets himself away from the grasps of OG.
It's very hard for bottom lane to trade Sumail. 3 points in Lunar Blessing, which means 25 damage.
Oof.
So Nyx sitting at 80 damage per hit. Laszlo a bit low on HP. Has that Helm of Iron Will, which he will turn, of course, into Helm of the Dominator, something that has been popular throughout the group stage and the main event, where you can do a lot of stuff. We've seen some cookies into Centaur Stomps, Empowered Creep, and also scouting things out for a potential, if they want to climb the uphill, you can stack with it, and overall just a decent item.
It's so powerful.
Very powerful, Gary.
Very reminiscent of that Centaur build, right? The Ring of Health, no items, just Rush Ring of Health for your Vanguard. Similar from a lot of these offlaners nowadays.
Oh, thank God we're staying away from
that. We're away from that,
yeah. Now Helm is the new Ring of Health.
It is. It absolutely is. Seb, going to be jungling a little bit. He's got his TP ready in 10 seconds. Treads and the Blightstone So potential here for any kill to be converted into an objective if they're able to get on top of Quincy.
Once Seb gets level 6, they're going to start to play a bit more aggressive on the sidelines because there is a ton of damage coming out from Breath of Nature. LOA.
Well, he finds Seb.
Dive is ready.
He can get away from this, but he's been stomped up. Do they want to finish off the Phoenix? It's going to be a difficult task, isn't it? Meanwhile, mid, Sumail's made his way in there. Backed up by MSS. Quinn will get away, and LOA also diving out of the reach of OG.
I love this from Quinn. I check his quick buy, straight BKB after phase boots. Yeah. Understand they have nothing that goes through spell immunity, no magic immunity, so it's going to be very, very tough for them.
And that fits his role in the team as well, right? That chaos creator, the action maker, so he'll be able to run around from a very early point.
As Panel talked about, a bit of a sacrificial. Mid sometimes sacrifices his own farm, so Yawar and the offlane can get more.
And also, it's indication of how fast they want to play, right? Because we've seen this build quite a lot. The double bracer into the BKB. Are they going to find him? Oh, yeah, they will. Yawar, this time allowed to pick up the kill as bottom. The tier 1 being dived. Quinn's here with an X mark in towards No-Tail, turning him up, and Shockwave back. He does get out of Carapace, so delaying the move that Quincy crew are making. The trouble being, he's being skewered around and destroyed by Quinn, while LOA is going to try to TP away, but Seb and Thompson are both there.
A lot of action happening. There's going to be a ton of pressure on the bottom lane. They even glyph. Like, the value that they get from this glyph is stopping the mid push and also keeping their creeps bottom alive. I don't think there's enough for OG to stop the bottom push.
Sumail is wide out in the open. He's going to get comboed here by MSS and Quinn. Thompson's trying to backstab and Sumail will survive. MSS hiding behind the trees, but they're broken by Seb, who sprouts him up. Pops his stick, but that's never enough.
Oh, Quinn.
One more hit is needed. He's slapped up and his courier's died. A nice impale from No-Tail and 4 heroes. OG bring the numbers.
They brought the numbers on a mid lane. They wanted to respond. They saw their bottom tier 1 tower falling. They bring the numbers on a mid lane. They get 2 kills for Thompson.
Conversion into the tower as well.
And they get the tower. Thompson even gets the last hit on the tower. Double damage picked up, so that means that they're going to be playing even more aggressive right now. This is the lineup that does not rely on any of the cooldowns. They find the juicy stack.
They do. Not only finding kills mid, taking the tower, but stealing the stacks. Unable to get the Ancients just yet, but I believe Sumail will be eyeing it up in short order. Right now, he's up top. Should be able to clear through his own triangle, which, it looks like Ancients have been blocked by that sentry ward, though.
They need to deward it, because Luna would definitely love to spend a lot of time right now in a triangle. Mask of Madness is available. Moonglave's about to be maxed out. Also, I like what I see from Thompson. Kaya, straight into Saj. You're playing into so many stuns, especially Lion, so you're going to reduce that duration.
The X-Mark, the Lion Hex. Such a great build there for him. No need for the Yule Scepter. No need to rush the Aghanims in this kind of game. And it's much more of the carry-oriented build, right? It's less of the early game, that Kaya Sanj, more of that mid-game build.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary to go for Yules. It's good for breaking up the combo. MSS.
See ya. Good two-man torrent, though. Quinn's here, trying to fight along with LOA, but they don't have Supernova just yet. The Centaur stomp. Lelis, find a bit of space here for his squad. No-Tail, he's not even going to die. The Nyx is out of there while Thompson.
LOA's level 5 only.
He's cutting into that Phoenix. Oh, dominating streak for Thompson.
That's a good torrent.
Will be losing his life for this. The Monkey King arrives and Yawar slices him in half.
Yeah, they went a bit too deep. Yawar joins the fight. They get the kill on Thompson. For Quincy, they don't have the level 6 on their supports. Finally, Lion buys the tome. Finger is available, unfortunately. LOA still not level 6.
If they have Supernova there, at least they try and force OG away from the fight. But not having such a vital teamfight ultimate really hurting Quincy crew. 11 minutes in. The Magnus Helm creep. That's roaming around with MSS. That vision, the scouting capabilities, showing off where OG are lurking.
As Sumail is swinging it out, someone needs to unblock the Ancients because he lost quite a lot of farm from this. And they also might need to spend 2 sentries to unblock it. There's the one. It's in range.
Are they going to find it?
It's not in range, Gary. Never mind.
Meanwhile, Dire Yeah, there's that observer sentry ward that Notel's looking for. Meanwhile, Dire, the Monkey King, empowered up, is clearing through some stacks of his own. Already has the Echo Saber. Not too far behind his counterpart. You expect Luna to really race ahead, but that Empower is going to allow the Monkey King to keep tabs on her in terms of net worth.
If they did not block that Ancient Camp, Luna would be at 7k. Smoke from Quincy.
LOA now level 6. Whoever they X mark is pretty dead, and it's going to be Seb diving in. They'll throw the boat at him, and Seb, there is no escape from this. They've even got a Centaur to stomp him up.
Centaur even helps out. Also, Kunkka used both Chip and Thorrent with the Arcane Rune.
So Notel body blocking that. Oh, yes, he is. Cheeky.
Funny business. When you play position 5 Nyx Assassin, I like what he's doing. Maxing out the carapace, lowering the cooldown, increasing the duration. 2 points in Impale is more than enough.
Yeah.
We'll see if he decides to get just a valuable point in mana burn. Position 5 Nyx, you're more of a sacrificial 5. You want to go in. Carapace, even though it sounds like it's a easy spell to use, it's actually one of the hardest one in terms of, yeah, you press the button.
It's a skill shot.
It really is. Because if you misuse it, then you put yourself in a really bad spot. And most likely you're going to die.
I mean, I'm looking at Quincy Crew right now, Lacoste. Green lights across the board. What do you want them to do? They've got all their ultimates. They seem fight ready.
They have Magnus. This is their big timing. Magnus, RP available with the blink. Now it's time to take a fight. Dobson already using the Simulate.
Yeah, they will kick it off onto the Void Spirit. He has steps away and the boat doesn't land. Saxa's there with a nice Earth Splitter. Wukong's command has ended. OG, they weather the storm. 2 ultis down.
That's exactly what they needed to do. They want to prolong the fight. Where's the blink skewer? Less loud thinking about it, but there is no tier 1 tower.
Yeah, biding his time.
While all this is happening, Luna is just farming the triangle right now. That sentry ward.
It lasted way too long.
They cannot find it.
They're still there. I guess Notel did get a bit of revenge body blocking one of the spawns on this Dire side of the map. And Saxa, yet again, planting his flag in this triangle.
Notel just memeing, look at me, I'm the sentry now.
Well, that's what he's up to. Well, yeah, he's not moving around, he's just staying up there.
If you can take any pressure off the map for Luna to get her BKB, this is the big timing for OG. Once you get that Orchid, which is available on Nature's Prophet and getting closer to the BKB, they don't necessarily need to rush things.
Vitally important. And it's a bit of a step away from what we know and love and expect from OG, but here's LOA getting a high ground ward down. Sees Seb, but Saxa is going to try to stop this, not landing it. The TP was far too quick. As they aim for Sumail instead, Laszlo, he gets the RP down, and Sumail, half HP, there's no way out, is there? Eclipse and one, there may be a turn with Notel arriving, he doesn't land the stun!
Misses the stun, Shockwave in a second.
Can they get Sumail with an X mark? They surely can, but they TP in with Thompson arriving. They get back onto Yuan, they blow up the Monkey King in a 1-for-1 trade. Quincy gets a double blow.
That's a really good trade for Quincy. They managed to kill 3 of OG members while only losing the Monkey King, and Quinn's getting big. That's his BKB getting delivered. Sumail maybe expected a bit earlier help there from Nyx Assassin.
Yeah.
Even if Nyx lands a stun, Kunkka was still coming from the south, so he still dies. Dobson picking things out. Quinn a bit too hard to kill. Might try to poke with possible Nature's Prophet. Try to get the BKB charge off.
Even with these moves, though, the net worth dead even between the two squads. The control of the map doesn't feel like it's edging one way or the other just yet.
Both teams playing very carefully right now. That was a good move from Quincy. Picking off OG's carry. Scouting the Roche.
But now it's a waiting game.
Red light, green light, Gary.
That's the game they're playing, Lacoste.
There are no green dots, only one on Monkey. Yeah. So OG trying to use this as their advantage. Quincy Crew will definitely defend this.
They have to.
Try to poke, maybe delay it.
They do get a tower mid. And that will force OG to come back and try and stand off against them, but no tail. Missing the impale on LOA means no kill. Dire even scanning the Roche pit there. But the ability now for OG to TP Seb top, apply pressure on the opposite side of the map is something that Quincy Crew are always going to have in their mind. Especially, ooh, do we go on this Phoenix? Because Lizlau is here, gets a skewer.
Good carapace.
Yeah, good carapace. Does stop any kind of skewer play after the shockwave. And again, we return to our sides of the river. But if there's any team that understands this Nature's Prophet and the ability to split push and control the game, it's got to be Quincy Crew with Lizlau, right?
Quincy will strike right now. They need to be pushing out the lanes to have them in good position. Monkey King disassembled. Echo Saber now has a BKB. We'll go back once again for that Echo Saber because it's too valuable item, but now they have 2 BKBs ready and the Blink Dagger on Mag. We still have not seen RP being used, so looking forward to that. Seb being pinged out.
That's the target they want to go for. Immediate TP, but in comes the RP. Bring down the Prophet. No more pesky Seb pushing out these lanes, as it looks like OG are rallying down in that bottom lane, still considering what kind of fight they can bring out here. They spot the Phoenix. Elder Titan Spirit with a Vendetta stun mid-air, they catch him.
Meanwhile, Corinth on the mid lane, full combo.
They're gonna get him. They found him. Quinn and MSS pair up to look for Sumail, but the BKB not enough. Thompson backstabs MSS, but he doesn't have any backup.
Oh, this is gonna cost OG quite a lot. Luna getting picked off twice and also using a BKB charge.
Feels bad for Sumail. That's a couple of deaths in a row where not really accomplishing anything otherwise. Yeah, torrented, stunned, hexed, and dies. So a good turn of events here for Quincy Crew. Again, you said that's their moment to strike. Use a couple of ultimates, get a couple of kills, and then calm things down. Return to farming with that empowered Monkey King, and even the empowered Kunkka, if he gets it. For now, relying on the Tidebringer for his farming. Thompson hungry for that Helm creep. And even looking into the dire jungle here, but not able to see any heroes. They will get a couple of D-wards though on that Obs and Sentry. And that's Roshan control, isn't it? Looking to really dominate the area around the pit.
Yeah, they want to have vision around the Roche pit because their heroes are really good at taking it. You have Nature's Prophet with Trians tanking it up. You have Luna.
Good stop.
BKB is available once again.
Doesn't have mana for stun. Earth Splinter's in, but LOA has the Supernova. It feels like OG were just trying to bait it out. No Tail will give his life for one of those ultis of a Quincy Crew. They do get a root on this. Elder Titan though is Saxa. He's got nowhere to run. OG can't hide. He's being run at by Quincy Crew. The Wukongs. It's arrived.
Hex is available.
Thompson. 3 quick kills. Quincy Crew asserting their dominance. They're charging forward.
Quincy Crew just bringing the numbers. They're doing a very good job protecting their heroes. They don't have the best Roche taking lineup, so they need to chill a bit. Maybe once their AC is up, so that's gonna buff him up, give a bit more minus armor.
As long as we stay positive.
And now biding their time for those ultis to come up again. What's the... Oh, Seb. Sprouts, Yawar. Silences the Monkey
That's
King.
not gonna help
but he's
him.
dying 1v1. Yawar's Monkey King. That Dire Observer would a little deeper, knowing that Seb was coming. Allows them to set up on the Prophet. And again, it's Quincy Crew. Beautifully done.
Yawar's game read so far has been excellent. Joining the fights when it's necessary, jumping from 3 to 3, playing around the Magnus to give him that empower, staying on top of the network. His item build also very standard stuff, I would say, in this situation when there's so much at the stake. BKB, once again, going for that Echo Saber, and the next item is Scotty.
Yeah, and in comparison to Sumail we just saw there, Yawar doing much, much better across the board. Top net worth on the Monkey King. Far more kills. And far more game impact, like you're mentioning. Quinn. If anybody walks up that ramp, they're his. Oh, they'll know there's a bit of vision. Tapped by the Wrath of Nature. Quinn is such a difficult target to go on now with his BKB.
They cannot burst him down. They just don't have the tools. They will need to possibly lock him with the Nyx Assassin into ET Stomp, into Remnant, which is gonna be very hard to deal with. You need to bring the numbers, you need to group around, and this is where Magnus Lion could make a counterplay. Also Phoenix level 12 on your position 5 has level 2 ulti. They don't have the egg hitters. If they can kill Luna or disable her, egg is not gonna be killed.
Yeah, like, who does it come down to then? Seb has to do it, but Seb has to be, oh, the quick BKB. Very fast on the fingers. He's getting a little stun onto the Monkey King here. Sleeping the Magnus, and Carapace back, but MSS with a Hex. A bit of back and forth, but a two-man stun, the Supernova in the back.
Supernova.
They're gonna find them. Sumail has to BKB and run, but Laszlo has the RP.
They want more.
Gorgeous stuff from
They're
Quincy
not
Crew,
done.
and they're gonna keep going for more. Seb, he's X-Mark cracked back, he's dead. Quincy Crew has their number. Saxa with Thompson try and turn around onto Quinn. No teleport back for this, but Yoar with a triple kill.
Thompson needs to be careful. Only the Simulate is available. Nice
He gets
dog.
away from the stun, and a double kill will be his. But another torrent's there for an ultra. Yoar's Monkey King. 9, 1, and 5.
He's just too powerful to deal with. They need to prolong the team fights. Even though they need to keep fighting and lower the BKB durations, it's gonna become much easier for OG to take a fight. They just don't have the tools right now to deal with this overfarm Monkey King and Kunkka.
1,000 gold. I like that. Very aesthetically pleasing. 1,111.
Phoenix surviving, as we mentioned. It's very hard to kill him. Shard was available, so that means a Supernova. Sunray during the Supernova, we're going to see that again.
And he was on that high ground, right? Just above the staircase when he got his egg off. Like, he backs all the way up, knowing that they want to fight here. Even under OG vision.
That was such a good impale there from Lion, Earthspike.
And there's the finish. Goes in for that RP. And Yoar, even when his BKB ends, he just knows that they've got them on the run. Great ability just to keep on running forward and battle. I mean, Thompson, there's just nothing he can do. He just dissimulates to try and get away from the stun, but that's it. Gets a double kill and bails away. OG feeling a bit worse for wear the way these fights have been going.
Sumail getting closer to Shard. This is the build on Luna that we've seen in the main stage.
They found Seb again.
There's too much damage.
DD Rune Kunkka slaughtering him. Yes, you'll find MSS and LOA, but Sumail is gonna run. Saxa battling back onto Quinn. The X-Mark forces the BKB. A nice stomp in there, but Quinn has one of his own. The shiny golden god is chasing No Tail now.